Test subject number 24. The subject lasted for 2 minutes and 45 seconds after the administration of Valkyrie. Time of death, 4:22 a.m. I should be the only one at home. Who's talking? Hanzio opened his eyes, only to be blinded by light. The familiar hatch of his VR capsule was no longer there. Instead, he was facing a white ceiling. The walls that surrounded him were also white and reminiscent of cold, hard metal. They felt like something straight out of science fiction. The room resembled an intensive care unit, and Hanzio lay atop a cold metal table. The last thing he could remember was accepting a leveling assignment. He was in the midst of creating a new character in Galaxy when he seemingly started to smell burnt eggs. Quickly, let Ms. Gila know. The test subject has come back to life. Call the guards. As the researchers started a commotion, Hanzio realized that he could understand them, even though they were speaking in a language he had never heard before. Test subject, back to life, and guards, these terms unnerved him. Soon, he could hear the sound of rushing footsteps coming from outside. Should I make a run for it or just lie still? Hanzio decided on the former in a split second. He was not the kind of person to just lie around waiting. He abruptly sprang up, ripping the wires off him, and made a clumsy beeline for the door. He pushed his way out into a white corridor, only to be greeted by a dozen or so guards suited in black and armed with electric batons advancing upon him from both sides. Hanzio gasped at the sight of the crest on their uniforms. It depicted half a plant, the germinal organization from planet Aquamarine back in version 1. Suddenly, a guard swung his electric baton at Hanzio, and Hanzio unconsciously raised a hand to block it. The ensuing current caused his whole body to spasm in pain. Is the pain calibration at 100%? Galaxy's pain calibration was restricted to a maximum of 40% because any higher setting could potentially cause nerve damage to players. The guards yanked him up and took him to a small room where they locked him up alone in pitch-black darkness. Hanzio grimaced in pain as he massaged his wrist. His head continued to throb as more information poured in. I've transmigrated into Galaxy. His eyes widened with amazement. Galaxy was a fully immersive virtual reality game that ran servers worldwide and boasted a peak concurrent player count of almost 60 million. The game was set in a vast universe with a world map and landscapes that were procedurally generated using the latest generation of quantum computers. The scale of its world was massive, and it was said to be able to run smoothly even with 1 billion concurrent players. Although Hanzio did indeed make a living out of playing the game, the term professional gamer didn't fit him well. He was, instead, one of the despised power levelers and preferred to work solo. Hanzio had been playing the game since its very inception, and through the numerous patches, he had made a name for himself. In the last annual Top 100 rankings, he placed 47th. He definitely had what it took to try his hand at going pro, but what he enjoyed most about the game was the leveling experience. The germinal organization originates from one of the beginner planets. New characters were sent to back in version 1 of Galaxy. Planet Aquamarine, mumbled Hanzio. Before transmigrating, Galaxy had already been operating for over a decade. Version 1.0 was ancient history. Have I time traveled too? Hanzio's expression darkened. While Hanzio enjoyed the game, now that he had transmigrated over, get me out. While the germinal organization was small fry compared to the interstellar powers introduced in later updates, to the currently powerless Hanzio, it was an entirely different story. Apart from some general knowledge, all that remained were fragmented memories of captivity and experimentation. It seemed to be roughly 20 years old and bore a slight semblance to his original self. Suddenly, a glowing line of blue text appeared before his eyes. You have been injected with Valkyrie. +1 endurance. You have learnt a new ability, concentration. You have learnt a new ability, low-level willpower. Virtual interface. Hanzio jumped for joy. Name, Hanzio. Race, human, carbon-based. Model, NPC. Level 1. Thank God I still have the interface. Hanzio was ecstatic but quickly discovered that there were several irregularities. NPC, not a player. Suddenly, the door opened and several people walked in. As he could only make out their silhouettes due to the light streaming in from outside, Hanzio could not see their faces clearly. However, he could make out from their outlines that one of them was a woman with a fiery figure. When Hanzio's eyes had finally adjusted to the light, he was stunned by the sight of the woman. Boasting a head full of luscious, burgundy hair that concealed part of her face, the woman wore a tight-fitting, jet-black bodysuit from which her curvaceous figure threatened to burst out at any time. Her features were telling of her Western descent, but they were also composed of a certain softness that was characteristic of Eastern women. Perhaps it was her mixed heritage that blessed her with such beauty and charm. I want to see the report ASAP. Two stone-faced guards walked forward to yank him away. Their massive bodies and the fact that they were carrying guns dispelled any notion that Han Zio had of resisting. The blood test results were compiled quickly. Hila went over the data she had received from Lin Zion with knitted brows. No abnormalities detected. Valkyrie mainly affects the brain. We will need to open the head up for assessment. Open the head up, snapped Han Zio inwardly. Open the head up. Hila waved a hand in dismissal of the idea. He is the only subject to have ever survived the experiment. We'll leave that option out for now. Han Zio's eyes lit up as he realized that his current status was somewhat advantageous for him. Lin Zion was not pleased by Hila's decision, but he made no fuss about it. Proceed with the brainwashing, ordered Hila suddenly. Brainwashing. Han Zio's heart sank. Brainwashing was a common method of subordination, and while in the game, a brainwashed character would simply become an ally of the faction, it was completely different now. Han Zio was yanked away once again and brought to another room. Han Zio noticed that there was a bookshelf in this room. Han Zio disregarded the two guards behind him as he stood up to walk towards the shelf. His actions startled everyone, and instantly, the two guards were pointing guns at him. However, Han Zio steeled his nerves and continued to approach the bookshelf. You'd better not fire, he prayed. I'm a valuable test subject. Hold your fire. Let's see what he's up to, shouted Lin Zion all of a sudden. The two guards hesitantly lowered their guns. Han Zio heaved a sigh of relief. He had been banking everything on his status as the first successful subject. This was the book that had caught Han Zio's eye. He picked it out from the shelf and started flipping through. Although the long paragraphs of texts and complex diagrams were hard for Han Zio to comprehend, he patiently read on. After 20 seconds or so, the interface lit up. You have completed one session of self-learning and basic machinery knowledge. As I expected, Han Zio rejoiced. Although he wasn't able to understand the book's contents on his own, the system's automated mastery system had allowed him to directly absorb the knowledge. Lin Zion's curiosity was piqued. The test subject seemed to be learning. He allowed Han Zio to continue in order to observe him more. The entire room was now silent, except for the rustling of paper. Is the brainwashing apparatus ready? She asked. Preparations are complete. Damn it, I have to be faster, thought Han Zio. Suddenly, a notification accompanied with a sound popped up on the interface. Progress rate 90%. You have learned basic knowledge of machinery, unlocking the mechanic talent tree. Proceed with brainwashing now, ordered Hila suddenly. Fortunately for Han Zio, it had been enough. He had accumulated a total of 200 experience points. Use all experience to level up class. Ding, has leveled up. Han Zio breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Han Zio was strapped to a metal seat with his eyes forcefully pried open by extensions. Before him was a black screen with speakers on either side. He was unable to move at all. How long is the procedure? 12 hours. Keep watch here, ordered Hila before she left with some grunts. Lin Zion activated the procedure, and the screen lit up. It began to display all kinds of geometric shapes and patterns that morphed continuously. The vivid, rapidly changing colors and harshly alternating music caused Han Zio much discomfort. Han Zio added 2 of his 4 unassigned points into intelligence. You are being brainwashed. Your INT 7. Your resistance 3. Brainwash failed. Han Zio's discomfort immediately eased. At the end of the 12 hours, Han Zio's entire body was aching, and his eyes were completely dried out. Hila returned on schedule. The boss had assigned her the task of brainwashing Han Zio, so she had to ensure that everything went smoothly. She undid Han Zio's shackles, revealing bruises on his limbs. Although Han Zio was still hurting, he continued to look at the screen blankly in order to act the part. Hila suddenly bent forward, and her face came to within 2 inches of his. Her moist breath fell upon his lips, but Han Zio was far too concerned with his predicament to be distracted. Perfume filled up his nostrils, tickling him, and it took great effort on his part to resist the urge to sneeze. Who are you? Asked Hila in a soft, hypnotic voice. Han Zio decided to twitch his face instead of replying. Although Han Zio had never been a good actor, it wasn't too hard to act like an idiot. Suddenly, Hila began to whisper into his ear. As her hair tickled Han Zio's throat, 2 snowy mountains came into his view through the window of her collar. From today onward, your name is Zero. The Germinal organization is your home, your country, and your everything. You will forever be loyal to the organization and will forever strive to help the organization achieve its goals. You will neither hide anything from nor betray the organization. You will carry out your orders faithfully, and you will sacrifice yourself for the greater good when the time comes. Lin Zion broke out in manic laughter. Your life belongs to the organization. You will do whatever you are ordered to do, he added. Who are you? Re-questioned Hila. This time, Hanzio knew that he had to reply. However, he did not reply immediately. Hila shot a frown towards Lin Zion. I followed the procedure. It's not my fault. Suddenly, Hanzio began to speak. Zero. Lin Zion's eyes lit up. Valkyrie strengthened Zero's learning ability. However, as a side effect, it impaired his speech. Hila thought back to Zero's earlier behavior. He had indeed responded slowly to his surroundings. Seems like the experiment was not perfect after all. Take him to recover, I will report to the boss. I'm safe now. Hanzio could finally relax. He had come up with the idea of acting slow to lower their guard during the procedure. Is the brainwashing complete? The man's voice was hoarse. I oversaw the procedure. There was no issue. What arrangements do you have for Zero? The Valkyrie experiment's aim is to train soldiers, so train him. How is my sister doing? Don't forget the deal, the man warned. I gave you permission to visit her once every 2 months. Don't cross the line. Hila clenched her fists. The interior of the underground Valkyrie lab was almost entirely white. Guards constantly patrolled the grounds. After a night's rest, Hanzio was brought to an isolated training field where Hila awaited. While he was not too sure of what arrangements the organization had for him, he was certain that they would value his learning ability, meaning he would definitely get the chance to level up his mechanic abilities. Hila tossed a suit to him. Put it on. Hanzio quickly wore it. As soon as he put the suit on, Hila attacked, launching a vicious kick at chest level. Bang! Too fast. Hanzio was unable to react, and the kick cracked his ribs through armor. He staggered back over a dozen paces and clutched onto his chest, coughing. As expected of a superhuman, although she was obviously not going all out, she was still several times faster than an ordinary person. 30 seconds of rest, she stated blandly. Combat training was tough, but straightforward. No words were exchanged between the pair. They continued like this for 2 hours, by the end of which Hanzio was completely exhausted and covered in bruises. He also now suspected that Hila had masochistic tendencies. Are all Ice Queen types like this? He wondered. A stout, burly man arrived to yank Hanzio to the target practice field. I am your shooting trainer, and one of the vice managers of this base. Balter introduced the scary-looking man with a hideous knife scar across his forehead. He pushed a 73 Wasp into Hanzio's hands and said, "There's 10 bullets, hit the bullseye with all of them." Hanzio frowned. How could a beginner who had never touched a gun in real life before hit the bullseye? Moreover, the target was a moving dummy 30 meters away. I'm no Olympic champion. Hanzio shrugged his shoulders and raised the gun with his aching arms. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 shots, Hanzio took a look at the scoreboard. As expected, he had failed. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his back. It was only with great restraint that he did not scream out. He turned around, only to see a frenzied Balter licking blood off a black tactical knife. Continue. 1 miss, 1 cut. Let's see how much blood you will lose today. Hanzio moved a hand across his back, and it returned bloody. Bastard. He cursed inwardly. One of the glass panels in the room was a one-way mirror. Hila and Lin Zion were observing from the other side. Balter is being too careless with my precious test subject. Might as well let me dissect him now, bemoaned Lin Zion. Hila cast a plain look at Lin Zion and replied, "The organization will not approve of your request." Lin Zion laughed coldly in response. "I will have my way sooner or later. I created him. He is mine." Hila remained silent. Hanzio was cut again and again. The cuts themselves might not have been deep, but there were so many of them that his clothes were completely drenched in blood. Balter watched the weakened Hanzio with a grin. He reveled in the smell of fresh blood. After the blood-boiling training session, Hanzio was brought to dip in a special restorative bath for 2 hours. Although it healed his wounds, the pain from the cuts still lingered. There was an unused machinery tuning room in the base, and as Hanzio had demonstrated some talent with machines, he was arranged to reside there. In the room were materials, tools, and a vehicle bench that he was given free rein to use. There were also shelves of books lined against the wall. Although there was a surveillance camera in a corner of the room, Hanzio paid no heed to it. He had expected to be monitored 24/7. Time went by quickly. Hanzio continued to assemble and enhance machines to gain experience, and as he improved, his perfection rate in assembly consistently hit over 90%. This gave him a lot of bonus experience. There was an armory in the base that was essentially a gold mine of machines, providing Hanzio with all the resources he needed to gain experience through assembly. Hanzio kept a low profile and continued to remain quiet and docile. Gradually, the organization also stopped monitoring him so closely. Although the organization had high hopes for him, he knew that standing out would only be disadvantageous, so he chose to accumulate experience instead of leveling up when he could. Very soon, the research team lost interest in him. The degree of skill that he displayed in assembly was easily attainable by trained logistics personnel, and he simply did not fulfill their expectations. They continued observing him for another month before writing him off as a failure. Instead of wasting more time on him, they chose to devote their efforts elsewhere and cease the 24/7 surveillance. This allowed Hanzio to relax a little, as the organization's attention gradually shifted away from him. Eventually, only Lin Zion and Balter continued to keep tabs on him. Although Lin Zion's continued requests to dissect Hanzio for research were still being rejected, Hanzio knew that it was only a matter of time before they would be approved. There was not much time left for him. As for Balter, Hanzio had become the sole target of his affection, as recovery pills were readily available, and the researchers believed that torture could stimulate growth. Balter was allowed to indulge in his sadistic ways. Hanzio gradually grew numb to the pain. With nothing much to do and no one to converse to, Hanzio channeled his focus and thoughts into studying machinery. He found solace in the sense of accomplishment that crafting brought him. One day, a number of armored guards came to the tuning room to move a large portion of Hanzio's resources away. As Hanzio watched them quietly, a person walked up to him. "You have let the organization down. From today onward, your resources will be cut by 80%. The person who spoke to Hanzio was test subject No. 1. I heard that you are my predecessor. With so many resources, is all you can make garbage like this? You are a failure, and I have been chosen to replace you." Hanzio remained silent. The organization prioritized results. Since Hanzio was not giving them results, he was being stripped of his privileges. They planned to devote their resources to grooming the more promising No. 1. As the research lab did not have any maintenance personnel for machinery, Hanzio still got to keep the tuning room for himself. He was now assigned to perform maintenance and repairs. Sad rats. A few guards who saw the pair conversed among themselves. Brainwashed lab rats, fated to be sacrificed. I'd rather die than end up like that. SHH, they can hear us. It doesn't matter, does it? They've already been brainwashed anyway. To them, test subjects were less than animals. Hanzio walked away silently. Half a year passed. Give Lin Zion the green light. He has asked repeatedly. He may dissect 0, ordered the boss over the line. Hila frowned. You rejected him repeatedly. The organization has devoted so much resources to him already. We must gain something in return, said the boss plainly. The only worth that trash has is in being recycled. Hanzio endured the pain of the blow to grab Hila by her collar. With a mighty twist, he threw Hila over his shoulder. However, it was ineffective. Hila effortlessly nullified the shoulder throw by performing a flip. Hanzio paused to rub his chest. Is that all that you are capable of? Hila was visibly upset. Hanzio remained silent. He had expected the organization to have given up on him with what little progress he had shown. But for the past 6 months, Hila had dutifully trained with him every single day. For some reason, though, she was going especially hard on him today. Although Hila was the commander of this base, she did not have much work to do. Training Hanzio was actually one of the few things that she had to look forward to. When she had learnt of the boss's intention to hand him to Lin Zion, it had upset her. Although they had never actually conversed before, it was 6 months of accompaniment regardless. A person could even develop feelings for an object if he or she spent that much time with it. Perhaps, due to having grown used to seeing Hanzio every day, Hila was a bit reluctant to hand him over. How many times has it been? She wondered. All those people, all those faces. The organization's cruel methods had not only caused her to lose many of her friends, she had also lost her sister. The reason she had pushed Hanzio harder today was to try and stimulate him. She had hoped to be able to draw out any latent talent in him. However, it had clearly been too much to ask for. The boss has approved of Lin Zion's request to dissect you. She sighed. Hanzio's eyes flashed. Finally, although Hanzio had been anticipating this from the moment he decided to lie low, he did not regret doing so. His background made it impossible for him to rise up through the ranks, which meant that he would only be able to continue on as a henchman. Suddenly, Hanzio noticed a photograph on the ground. It seemed to have fallen out of Hila's pocket during their fight. 2 girls stood side by side in the center. One of them was Hila, who was smiling radiantly. The other girl had snow-white hair and seemed to resemble Hila somewhat. She looked both clever and gentle. Hila's face changed upon realizing that she had dropped the photo. She immediately bent down to snatch for it. When she saw that it was undamaged, she let out a sigh of relief. The interface suddenly lit up with a message. You have initiated a D-class quest. Accept, decline. Hanzao's eyes lit up. My first mission in 6 months. Accept. Quest synopsis. The dark and blood-stained advent of the Germinal organization has always been a great mystery to the 6 nations of planet Aquamarine. Gila has a secret past that no one knows about. Where do her loyalties truly lie? You now hold one of the clues to this mystery. Will you seek to uncover the truth? The quest had obviously been initiated by the photo. Hanzao knew who the white-haired girl was. She was none other than Gila's younger sister, Aurora. While the sisters both possessed supernatural powers, their powers were of 2 extremes. Aurora's blood possessed mysterious healing properties that could extend life or even bring back the dead. She had been brainwashed and was now being controlled by the Germinal. Not only were they taking advantage of her powers, they were also using her as leverage to make Gila do their bidding. Gila only cared for one person, and that was Aurora. The war between the 6 countries and the Germinal organization reached a climax at the conclusion of version 1.0. As a last resort, the Germinal organization used Aurora's flesh and blood to create an endless supply of miracle drugs that won them the war. Gila, who had been at the front lines at the time, only learnt of what had happened a few months later. Losing her sister tore her apart, and the Germinal organization took advantage of her moment of weakness to capture and imprison her. After her escape, she became cold-blooded and ruthless, going so far as to sacrifice countless of lives in order to awaken her latent powers. She turned to the dark side and stopped at nothing to gain power, eventually coming to be known as the Goddess of Death, whose very name spread fear throughout the Shattered Belt. Although the present Gila was cold, compared to the future Goddess of Death who wielded the power to wipe out entire civilizations, she was a billion times nicer. If he had the chance, Hanzao would definitely do his best to alter her tragic fate, not out of pity, but to prevent her from destroying his fleet of spaceships. However, he was still far too weak to do anything. Escaping the base was his primary goal. Hanzao knew from Gila's routine the past 6 months that she would leave the lab in 2 days. That would be the perfect chance. Hanzao returned to the tuning room and summoned the interface. He currently possessed 2 subclasses and 1 main class, Civilian, Agent, and Mechanic. Of the 5 main classes, mechanics were weaker in the early stages of the game. In the later stages of the game, a high-level mechanic was akin to an entire galactic fleet. Mechanics were well known for having many skills. Each blueprint itself could be seen as a skill, and since there were thousands of blueprints of machines, mechanics could be played in any number of ways. The slew of skills at their disposal made them adept at all sorts of tactics and warfare. Nevertheless, they had a glaring weakness. They needed more experience than other classes to level up. 10,000 experience will be used. Yes, Hanzao's vision whirled momentarily as a new blueprint appeared before him. Success. Congratulations on discovering. Not this one. Hanzao clenched his fists. Continue. 40,000 experience will be used. Success. Congratulations on discovering. This is it. Hanzao slammed the table excitedly. Haha. Lightweight mechanical arm. This is what I was hoping for. Half a year of hard work almost went down the drain. I will show you what raising a tiger's cub means. The Valkyrie lab was hidden underneath an abandoned farm situated within an extremely large forest. The farm itself was enclosed by a tall electrical fence. A black Harrier helicopter descended on the abandoned farm. 6 fully equipped agents dressed in black emerged from the aircraft. I am the captain of Night Owl Squad 3, Silver Blade. I've come under orders to transport the Valkyrie squad, introduced the stony-faced captain. Stop wasting my time, replied an irritated Gila as she fixed her tousled hair. There are vehicles in the hangar. I'll take the helicopter. No. One, who had been chosen to lead the Valkyrie squad, stepped forward. Test subject number 1 greets officer. Follow us. Yes, sir. As Gila hopped on the helicopter, she frowned. Strange. It feels like I've forgotten something. Machinery tuning room. Hanzao was almost done with crafting the lightweight mecha arm. It had proven harder to craft than expected. In the game, blueprint crafting was guided. The player simply needed to input the materials and follow a few simplified steps. Now, however, Hanzao had to do everything manually. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing though, as it did give him the freedom to make small modifications. Hanzao got up and headed to basement 3. His target was the surveillance room. There were 2 guards stationed outside the surveillance room. No unauthorized personnel, warned the first guard. It's 0. Just shoo him away, laughed the second. The first guard nodded. He was about to push Hanzao away when, suddenly, Hanzao grabbed hold of his wrist and stabbed the second guard in the chin with a knife. The knife pierced all the way into the guard's brain. Han Zio then immediately maneuvered around the first guard to perform a chokehold on him. Crack. Han Zio had dispatched of both guards in an instant. Mr. Lin Waizian wants to see you. Han Zio's eyes flashed. Lin Waizian was one of the few people in the base who possessed a security pass that could access the main gate. He was saving Han Zio the trouble of looking for him. The organization has finally let me have you. If I dissect you, I will be able to find out the difference between you and the other test subjects. After extracting all the valuable information your body has to offer, I will preserve your corpse as a specimen. You will be fondly remembered as the first test subject. Han Zio remained silent in the dark. Suddenly, Lin Waizian heard a dull thud from behind. He turned around, only to discover that Han Zio was standing right behind him. Before he could react, Lin Waizian felt a pain in his chest. Looking down blankly, he saw that a knife was stabbed directly into his heart. His eyes widened with shock as he dropped the surgical knife he was holding. He could see the motionless guard lying on the floor behind Han Zio, as well as the coldness in Han Zio's eyes. Right, this room is under surveillance. Han Zio seemed to have read his mind. Give up. I've already cleaned the surveillance room. That tone. Is this really that dim-witted Zero? Lin Waizian shuddered as the color in his face drained quickly. Half a year. You've been faking it all along. Han Zio nodded. How is that possible? You've fooled everyone. Lin Waizian wondered aloud, incredulous. Nothing is impossible in this world. Han Zio twisted the knife viciously. Lin Waizian crumpled to the ground, wide-eyed in indignation and terror. I am your creator. Han Zio changed into the guard's uniform before leaving Lin Waizian's laboratory. It was likely that people knew he had been taken to Lin Waizian, so a disguise was necessary. The main gate to the base was a reinforced steel door almost 1 meter thick. Even if Han Zio used all the explosives in the armory, it would still not be enough to blast it open. The only way to escape would be through unlocking it, and only 3 people possessed the security pass to do so. One of them was none other than Lin Waizian, and, naturally, Han Zio had already acquired his pass. Currently, he was heading back to the tuning room to retrieve the mecha arm first. As the tuning room came into sight, Han Zio was suddenly pushed from the side. To his horror, the person who had pushed him was none other than Balter. Why am I so unlucky? He groaned inwardly. Which squad are you from? Questioned Balter. Why have I never seen you before? Han Zio lowered his head and pushed his cap down. I'm new here. I'm from Squad B. Why was I not informed of new guards? Hold on, your voice sounds familiar. Raise your head and show me your face. Han Zio noticed that Balter was slowly reaching for his handgun. 3 guards nearby had also sensed that something was amiss. What should I do now? If Han Zio were exposed now, Balter would definitely send guards to look for Lin Waizian. That would be disastrous. This is a problem. I didn't want to have to resort to Plan B, muttered Han Zio. What did you say? Suddenly, Han Zio raised his head to reveal his face to Balter. I've always wanted to tell you this. Go see a shrink, psycho. Zero. Han Zio took advantage of his confusion and thrust his knife into Balter's chest. Unfortunately, Balter dodged on reflex, and Han Zio's knife only grazed his chin. Fire. The 3 guards hastily reached out to draw their guns. Unfortunately, they were too close to Han Zio, and Han Zio managed to close in on them before they could fire. He sent a fist smashing into the nearest guard's face. The punch sent the guard flying backwards into his comrades. Han Zio gritted his teeth as he turned around to make a dash for the tuning room. Balter's face darkened as he felt his chin. As he gave chase, he shouted into the transmitter on his collar, "All agents, listen up. Come to the tuning room on the 2nd floor at once. Test subject 0 has gone rogue." All the guards who heard the news were stunned. 0. Gone rogue? Are you sure? Wasn't he brainwashed? Is this a drill? Balter was an elite agent with over 20 years of experience. No matter how terrifying Han Zio's learning capability was, he had essentially trained for only 6 months. To him, the outcome was already decided. As soon as Han Zio neared the tuning room, he jumped inside and locked the door. Balter burst out in maniacal laughter as he paused to reload his gun. Hiding in a room. You have sealed your fate. Suddenly, the door was blasted into smithereens by what appeared to be a gigantic mecha arm that appeared out of nowhere. It followed through to smash into Balter's chest. Balter was sent flying into the wall. 4 or 5 of his ribs were broken by the force of the impact. As he got up, he coughed a mouthful of blood and looked at the newly emerged Han Zio in disbelief. What the hell is that? Balter stared in shock at the gigantic mecha arm that was enshrouded by the black smoke it was pumping out. The mechanical arm had a power level of 38. Added onto Han Zio's own power level, the might of blow was already at the level of an E-grade superhuman. Impossible. How could I? Phew. Balter howled indignantly as he struggled to break free from the grip of the mecha arm. Suddenly, the world before him darkened as Han Zio wrapped the mecha arm around his head and slammed him into the wall. Splat. Balter was no more. Han Zio dragged the already unrecognizable Balter against the wall. Team A and Team B arrived at the gruesome scene on the second floor. Vice Commander Balter has been killed. What exactly happened here? Where's the enemy? Why is the surveillance room not responding? Inform Professor Lin Y. Zion immediately. Team C has discovered Professor Lin Y. Zion's body. Oh my god. All the guards gasped in fear. Was all of this really done by Zero alone? All the commanders were either out or dead, and they realized that there was no one left to give them orders. Wasn't he brainwashed already? Has he been planning this from the very start? The thought of it sent chills down their spines. Han Zio could have taken their lives anytime he wanted. Don't panic. There's only one enemy. Proceed with a sweep of the facility. Fire at will. Team A will head to the armory. Team B, check out the surveillance room. Bang. A loud crash came from above, and the entire facility started to tremble. What's going on? Asked the panicked Team A leader through his intercom. The sound of gunfire intermixed with panicked yelling could be heard from the other end. Team C has encountered the enemy in the lab. I repeat, Team C has encountered the enemy in the lab. Team C has suffered heavy losses. We have trapped the target inside the lab. The target has been shot. Please send reinforcements quickly. He then picked a submachine gun on the floor and casually sprayed it to create the illusion of a fierce battle. Roger that. Please hold on. Team B is on the way. The guard did not doubt him at all, as Han Zio's silent act was deeply ingrained in their minds. The idea that he could employ such tactics simply did not occur to them. Han Zio proceeded to tie his 3 remaining hand grenades together and hung them on the door of the laboratory. He then hid behind a desk and loaded 3 submachine guns before firing his handgun multiple times to create the illusion of a crossfire. Footsteps approached and the door was kicked open. Kaboom! As soon as the guards began to scream, Han Zio rushed forward under the cover of the smoke and stuck 2 SMGs out of the door to open fire onto either side. Although vision was limited, Han Zio could hear his shots landing, and when he had emptied his clip, the guards were no longer making any sound. Team A, listen up. Return to the main gate right now. He decided it would be better to gather all the remaining people to fortify the main gate. There, they could simply wait for reinforcements. This was the plan that appeared safest and surest to him. No matter what Zero's aim was, his fate would be sealed as long as he had nowhere to run. The Team A leader glanced at the present members. There were 31 of them. With 31 guns directed at the corridor, the second Zero appeared he would be torn to shreds. However, he suddenly realized that something was off. Hold on a second, shouldn't there only be 30 of us? Beep beep. The security panel flashed green as the gate suddenly opened. As the guards turned back to look, their jaws dropped. There was a man who was wearing the same uniform as them at the gate. The man began to whistle as he pushed his cap up with a finger to reveal his face. It was none other than Han Zio. Bye-bye. He waved before abruptly pulling the manual lever and rolling out as the gate clamped down. The guards continued staring at the gate in disbelief. The veins on Team A's leader's temples bulged. When did Zero blend in with us? On the other side, Han Zio rejoiced. I've finally escaped. Han Zio stretched as he basked in the sunlight. The sight of the clear sky seemed to evaporate all his worries. It was roughly 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and Han Zio could discern the silhouettes of several moons in the sky. Some of them were even close enough for their craters to be observed. Han Zio took a deep breath. The crisp air was reinvigorating. On the Black Harrier helicopter, Hila noticed her phone ringing. Who? She answered, irritated. Commander Hila, there's a situation. Zero has gone rogue. He's killed Vice Commander Balter, Professor Lin Y. Zion, and over 30 guards. He's also destroyed all the Valkyrie records in the base. The Team A leader was dispirited. They were definitely going to be punished for having been useless, that went without saying. However, he still had to swallow the bitter pill and contact the commander as they were all trapped and needed someone to deactivate the lockdown. Hila frowned. Are you kidding me? I personally conducted his brainwashing. How could he have survived the procedure? Has he been fooling even me? She wondered. Hila immediately contacted the boss to relay the news. Turn back right now and give chase, ordered the boss, enraged. But my sister, Hila began to argue. Shut up. You have no right to bargain with me. Hila glowered as she reluctantly ordered the pilot, return to base. The Night Owl squad had also received the order to return. Suddenly, Hanzio heard the sound of engines coming from behind. He instantly sought for shelter behind a tree before peeking out to see 3 sets of flickering headlights about 300 meters away. He was about to creep towards a safer location when suddenly, a gunshot pierced the night. Hanzio's danger sense tingled, and he threw himself onto the ground. Something grazed past his shoulder. He turned to see that the bullet had narrowly missed him to pierce a tree 10 meters away. The 3 vehicles stopped, and 6 men alighted. They were none other than Night Owl Squad 3. The person who had fired was Silver Blade. Those are night vision goggles. Hanzio cursed his luck. You have been grazed by an SWP sniper rifle. 18 damage taken. All 6 of them were elite agents, an advanced class. Although they were lower level than Hanzio, they still had high stats, and were much better equipped. Hanzio's face darkened. Oh boy. Bang. The sniper rifle was fired again. The bullet pierced through the tree he was hiding behind, narrowly missing him. Hanzio groaned. While the enemy had night vision, he could only attempt to make out their position from the muzzle flashes. The sniper rifle was too powerful. With his current health, it would probably take only 3 shots to kill him. Hanzio decided to put the 18 unassigned stat points at his disposal to use. He added 14 points into N for additional health and 4 into STR to bolster his STR advantage. Engaging in a shootout would only be disadvantageous, so even though close combat was risky, he had to take the chance. It was virtually impossible to run away since the enemy had night vision. The only way to make it out now was to kill them all. As soon as Hanzio showed himself, the 6 agents opened fire. With the mecha arm as his shield, Hanzio weaved through the trees to evade the rain of metal while returning fire with the SMG in his other hand. In 3 seconds, Hanzio came within range of his target. He threw the SMG at the agent's gun hand as a distraction before swinging the mighty mecha arm at him. The agent's HP plummeted and Hanzio finished him off by ripping into his throat with the mechanical arm. Before Hanzio could celebrate his first kill, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He hurriedly dropped to the ground and dragged the agent's body over him as a shield while he crawled towards a tree for cover. You have been shot by an SWP sniper rifle. 68 damage taken. Hanzio quickly searched through the agent's body and put on his Kevlar vest. It would do well to block 1 or 2 shots. More importantly, however, he found 3G fragment grenades, one of which he immediately tossed out. Kaboom! The agents had to stop shooting as they frantically ducked for cover. Shoot more, assholes! Yelled Hanzio furiously as he threw out a second grenade, causing the 5 agents to scramble back to the ground just as they were about to get up. After the blast, a third black object was flung out in the air, and the 5 agents subconsciously crouched down once more. However, when there was no explosion after 2 seconds had passed, they looked up to see that it was just a piece of rock. Meanwhile, Hanzio was already charging towards the next agent while firing his assault rifle wildly. They threw grenades. Kaboom! Is he dead? Stay cautious, replied Silver Blade as he and the other 2 agents slowly approached. When they reached the tree, they noticed that there was a burnt corpse on the ground. From what remained of its uniform, it appeared to have been Hanzio. Finally, the 2 agents lowered their guns and relaxed. No, shouted Silver Blade all of a sudden. Get down. Before the 2 agents could react, a gunshot was fired. However, the gunshot was not intended for either of them. Instead, it was aimed at the corpse, or more precisely, the 3 grenades that were planted on it. As they were at point-blank range, the 2 agents were instantly engulfed by the blast and bombarded with shrapnel. Only Silver Blade had been vigilant enough to escape his trap. Hanzio's limbs were shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't even see properly due to the blood blurring his vision. Suddenly, a black figure darted towards him. You asked for it, howled an enraged Silver Blade as he thrust a knife forward. 1 day later, a large number of Germinal personnel arrived at the Valkyrie base to salvage any remaining surveillance footage and gather clues. The boss himself also came. The boss of the Germinal organization wore a black coat, black mask, black gloves. Well, he was essentially covered in black from head to toe, and looked like he had come right out of Detective Conan. Only 5 people in the entire organization had ever seen his face. The boss was in an extremely bad mood. Just a few days ago, he had dismissed Zero as a piece of trash, and this piece of trash had managed to escape while taking out so many of his men. 30 armed guards killed, all the research destroyed, and 1 elite squad wiped. On top of that, he killed Lin Y Zion and escaped. Before determining the exact factor behind the drug's effects, cease all experimentation. Round up all the test subjects once more for another round of brainwashing. I don't want another Zero to appear. ordered the boss. No. 1 second eyes widened in disbelief. He felt that his loyalty to the organization was being doubted. I wish to lead a team to pursue 0. He burst out. The boss looked at No. 1 as he contemplated. He did indeed have high expectations for the test subject squad. Can you do it? I will definitely succeed. Fine. Bring 0 back, dead or alive. 7 days later, somewhere in a radiant, glowing forest, a frail-looking man was still trying to find his way out of the seemingly endless woods. Hanzio needed food and water desperately. His backpack was bulging but only with equipment. 7 days ago, he had defeated Silver Blade with relative ease by sacrificing the mecha arm. Losing it was not that big of a deal though, as Hanzio still had the blueprints and could always craft another. Although the forest was not an ideal place for recovery, Hanzio's high end gave him resistance to wound infection. Still, he did have to withstand the pain of digging out the bullets inside him. Will I ever get out of this forest? As if in answer to his prayers, a wanderer's encampment soon appeared in Hanzio's sights. Suddenly, Hanzio's expression changed and he jumped backwards abruptly. In the same instant that he had reacted, a huge net sprung up from beneath the sand. It was embedded with shards of metal. The bastard dodged. A long-haired young man carrying a shotgun walked out from behind a tree. His clothes were ragged and patched with animal skin. Stand still, he shouted. The young man was most likely one of the residents from the encampment, and Hanzio, not wishing to create unnecessary trouble, held his hands up above his head. Hanzio's bulging backpack caught the young man's eye. What's in the bag? Take everything out. Hanzio sighed. No wonder the trap was so big, it was precisely meant to catch people. Morals are always blurred in times of trouble. Most wanderers were surviving citizens of the old countries who opted not to join the Six Nations. As life in the wild was harsh, killing and stealing might have been frowned upon. But they were inevitable occurrences. Are you deaf? I said, take everything out. The only contents in his backpack were guns, ammo, and equipment that belonged to the Germinal organization. How was he going to explain that? Suddenly, Hanzio threw an elbow into the chest of the unsuspecting young man, sending him flying back in shock. Hanzio grabbed the shotgun from him out of midair. The young man landed heavily on the ground, and he clutched his chest in terror as he scrambled to crawl away. Hanzio cut out some rope from the trap and tied the whimpering young man to a tree. When he examined the shotgun, he realized that its barrel was outright crooked and shook his head. At the very least, it implied that the young man had never killed before and that he had only been acting. Nonetheless, the young man was so terrified that when he saw it in Hanzio's hand, he panicked even more. Big brother, please spare me. Hanzio slapped him squarely on the face, reprimanding, so, you know that you were wrong. I was wrong, blurted the young man shamelessly. Why? The young man thought for a moment before carefully answering. I should have brought one more gun. Hanzio burst into laughter. You're a funny one, eh? Please show me mercy, Mr. Saint. Just let me go as if you're passing wind, sobbed the young man with dripping tears. Get lost. I've never passed such a big wind before. Hanzio raised the shotgun and struck the young man across his face to knock him out cold. At the end of the day, the young man was most likely a resident of the encampment, and Hanzio still needed to obtain food and water from them. Count yourself lucky. Half an hour later, Hanzio finally reached the encampment. His appearance seemed to unsettle the wanderers. Life in the wild was full of perils, and wanderers were often unwelcoming to outsiders. Their way of life was similar to that of the gypsies, and they were frequently on the go. There were pickup trucks lined up outside the tent. Most of them were rusty and some didn't even have exteriors. Hanzio noticed that there were only a few dozen tents, making this community a relatively small one. Nevertheless, it was a miniature society in its own, and Hanzio located the camp's merchant, a bearded Westerner who conducted his business by his pickup truck. Barter trading only. Well, that's just fine, thought Hanzio, since I don't have a single penny. I want a map, 3 buckets of water, and 5 kilos of food. Bread or dried meat will do, said Hanzio as he retrieved a handful of bullets from his bag and put them on the truck. I'll pay with this. Gunpowder. The bearded merchant's eyes flashed with greed. Gunpowder was extremely valuable among wanderers as hunting was a key source of food. 150 bullets, stated the bearded merchant. Hanzio's face darkened. Daylight robbery. The items he had asked for were basic necessities. There was no way that they could be worth so much. Hanzio's bronze bullets were high-quality bullets that could easily go for $10 apiece, yet the merchant was asking for 150 of them, equivalent to $1,500. Up to you, added the merchant nonchalantly as he turned his attention to his fingernails. Kai Luo, you're taking advantage of outsiders again. A well-built man clad in hunter's clothes patched with animal skins appeared behind the crowd. As he strode forward to the center of the crowd, everyone shifted to make way for him. The man seemed to command respect. The big-bearded merchant groaned. "Hook-Shuan-jun, I just painstakingly closed the deal. Don't come and interfere." Hook-Shuan-jun grabbed the bullets on the truck up and pushed them back into Han Zio. "The stuff you want isn't actually worth much. Treat it as a gift. Here, take these back." Han Zio was stunned by the man's chivalry and stared at him in disbelief. The man was an extremely muscular Mongolian with white hair on the sides of his head, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. He looked very much the part of a righteous man, and Han Zio instantly warmed up to him. "Hey, what about me?" interrupted Kai Luo. "Isn't it just some food?" "I'll give you more tomorrow," replied Hook-Shuan-jun casually. Kai Luo was frustrated. It wasn't every day that a foreigner came by for him to make a quick buck. He who comes from afar is a guest. You look too frail to be traveling alone. Why not recuperate over at my house? Han Zio hesitated. He did indeed need a proper place to recuperate. In any case, Hook-Shuan-jun had given him a very good first impression, so he nodded. As Han Zio followed Hook-Shuan-jun, the crowd scattered. Kai Luo fumed, but there was nothing that he could do. He did not dare to offend Hook-Shuan-jun. Hook-Shuan-jun led Han Zio to his tent. As he entered the tent, he shouted, we have a guest today. Cook more." "Okay," replied a woman's voice. Han Zio followed behind Hook-Shuan-jun into the tent, and was a woman who looked rather ordinary and wore a simple waist skirt. Han Zio noticed that she was blind. "This is my wife," introduced Hook-Shuan-jun with a smile. "Nice to meet you," greeted An as she faced the entrance. She then turned back to pick up crockery, dried meat, and wild vegetables and arranged them inside a simple clay oven in the center of the tent. Han Zio noticed an old blister on Hook-Shuan-jun's palm. "You used to be a soldier?" he asked. "Yes, for over 10 years. I thought that remnants like yourself would choose to join the Germinal organization." Hook-Shuan-jun shook his head. "My home country was peacefully annexed by Stardragon. Soldiers like me didn't have any say. We simply follow the decision that our leaders made. I do detest the Six Nations, but the Germinal organization is no better. They popped out of nowhere to take advantage of our hatred for the Six Nations. I'm a simple man. All I want is to escape war. War is cruel. My eyes were blinded by a flash grenade. My husband and I fled tirelessly before settling here. Even though life as a wanderer is not easy, it is better than war," and chimed in. As she finished speaking, the smell of meat filled up the tent, causing Han Zio's mouth to water. "How do you cook without being able to see?" he asked, and puffed her cheeks. "Don't look down on me. I might be blind, but I can still smell, hear, and feel. It's not like I don't have any limbs." Hook-Shuan-jun smiled. "She has a strong character. Won't even let me take care of her." "I don't want to be your baggage," responded An meekly, prompting Hook-Shuan-jun to scratch his head in embarrassment. He hurriedly changed the subject. "Oh right, I'll let you take a look at my baby." Hook-Shuan-jun opened a storage box beside him to retrieve an old-fashioned gun. "Let's see if you know your guns," he said proudly. "It is a fine gun," praised Han Zio. "Even though it has been used for so long, you still keep it well polished. The barrel is perfect. Truly a well-made gun. This gun is my partner. He's been with me for close to 10 years, laughed Hook-Shuan-jun. "It only looks new because I frequently oil it. The truth is that its workings have aged. It can't be used anymore." Han Zio woke up the next morning fully recovered. "Brother Han, you're awake," greeted Hook-Shuan-jun, who was doing his morning exercises outside the tent. Although Han Zio was somewhat unwilling to bid farewell to the kind-hearted couple, he knew that he had to leave. "I am indebted to you. Unfortunately, I need to leave now. I will repay you in the future. I've made some pancakes. You can eat them while traveling," said An as she handed a small package over to Han Zio. The warmth from the pancakes flowed into Han Zio's hands, resonating with his heart. "I slept well last night. Thank you for everything." "Ha. Don't mention it. Just helping a brother in need," replied Hook-Shuan-jun sincerely. "Bastards finally gone," rejoiced Hu Fei. He didn't realize that I stole 2 guns." He slipped to the back of the tent where he had hidden the other handgun in a box. "Even if he comes back, I just have to deny that I have it." In the afternoon, Han Zio found a spot to eat and replenish his stamina. As he unpacked his guns to return them to his backpack, he suddenly discovered that something was amiss. "There seems to be a missing gun," Han Zio recounted to confirm his suspicions. He immediately dispelled any thoughts of lunch and hastily packed up to retrieve it. One and his men arrived at the encampment right after Han Zio had left. They rounded up the wanderers and were holding them at gunpoint. "Has anyone seen this man?" "No." One projected a holographic face in midair using a device on his wrist. It was none other than Han Zio. "No, never seen him before." Everyone denied seeing him. They knew that the German organization would not dare to do anything to them. Wanderers were a neutral faction, and both the Six Nations and the German organization were always trying to win their support. Only one wanderer was trembling uncontrollably for some reason. No, one was in a foul mood, having been in pursuit of Han Zio for 7 days before arriving at this encampment. If the people here had not seen Han Zio, it meant that he had gone in the completely wrong direction. Withdraw, ordered number 1. However, just as he was about to board the car, he noticed the shaking Hu Fei. Bring that kid here. One squinted at him and asked, do you know this person? No, I don't. Hu Fei shook his head repeatedly. Number 1 noticed an out-of-place outline in his clothes and ordered, search his body. Hu Fei was pressed to the ground and watched in horror as the 73 Wasp was taken from him. This is one of our guns. He held the gun up to the crowd and shouted, Zero has obviously been here. How dare you all try and lie? Do you want to die? Speak. Where has he gone? The terrified wanderers began to turn their eyes to the person who had first spoken to Han Zio, Kai Luo. Kai Luo was squatting in the corner like an ostrich. What are you guys looking at me for? All I did was sell him some stuff. Ask Huxuan Jun. He definitely knows. Huxuan Jun stood up slowly in the crowd. I don't know, he declared. Kai Luo, wanting to cast away the suspicion on him, retorted, how can you not know? You let him spend the night at your house. No. 1 second face darkened. The other wanderers began to urge Huxuan Jun to say the truth. Hurry up and say what you know. Do you want us to die because of some outsider? Huxuan Jun cursed Kai Luo under his breath before taking a deep breath to compose himself. That person went in that direction, he said, pointing to the opposite of where Han Zio had headed. Bang! A hole appeared in Huxuan Jun's forehead. He fell back and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Dusk had fallen. Han Zio was finally reaching the encampment. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled his nose, causing his heart to sink. I'm too late. Han Zio entered the encampment to a gruesome sight. It was the aftermath of a bloodbath. He spotted Huxuan Jun and his lifeless bodies, causing him to shake with rage. Suddenly, a figure got up from the ground. It was the big bearded merchant who had attempted to scam Han Zio. Kai Luo had fainted at the start of the massacre, and it ended up saving his life. Before he could rejoice, however, he noticed that there was someone looking at him. When he saw that it was Han Zio, he began to tremble in fear. Han Zio walked over to him and grabbed his collar. Tell me what happened here. It was the German organization. The German organization. They killed us because we wouldn't tell them where you went. They massacred us. You must take revenge for us, for Huxuan Jun. Han Zio suddenly heard another person making feeble noises. He followed the sound and found Hu Fei, who was riddled with 5 or 6 bullet holes. He was on the brink of death. When he saw the handgun clutched in Hu Fei's hand, Han Zio understood exactly what had transpired. Mixed emotions filled him. I told you the gun was dangerous, but you didn't listen. Hu Fei clutched onto Han Zio's pants with a shaking hand. The sight of him crying was heartbreaking. I shouldn't have been so greedy. I regret it so much. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hu Fei weakly lifted a finger to point at Kai Luo. Don't believe him. He betrayed my uncle. Hu Fei spurted out a big mouthful of blood. I will help you end your misery, said Han Zio, shaking his head. Crack, don't listen to H. Before Kai Luo could finish his sentence, Han Zio fired a shot. A hole appeared in his head. Kai Luo's body collapsed to its knees. Everyone is dead. You should join them, too. Han Zio closed his eyes tightly. Although Han Zio's killing intent was skyrocketing, it was being restrained by his logic, much like a caged tiger. The cooler he appeared, the hotter he would erupt. Han Zio walked over to Huxuan Jun's body. His finger was still outstretched, pointing towards some car trails, the exact opposite of where he had headed to. Huxuan Jun had not sold him out. Han Zio's heart ached. Even until the end, Huxuan Jun had looked out for him, an outsider. You have activated a Class E quest. Quest hint, eliminate the test subject squad. Quest reward, 15,000 experience. Han Zio left the couple's side and walked into the tent to retrieve Huxuan Jun's prized bayonet musket. For a second, it seemed to glow and call out to Han Zio. You want to avenge your partner, right? Han Zio took all the guns in his bag and laid them beside the bayonet musket. He began to dismantle them and use their parts to remodel the bayonet musket. Han Zio's basic assembly and basic enhancement were both LV-10. Although the names of these two abilities were very simple, they were indispensable abilities of a mechanic. Bayonet rifle. Grade, average. Base stats. Damage, 66-69. Fire rate, 1.1 divided by S. Magazine capacity, 10. Effective range 450. Power output 37. Bonus stats +2 dexterity. Length 0.86 meters. Weight 8.3 kilograms. Additional effect accurate. Wind effects reduced. Additional effect piercing modified to use large caliber ammo for higher penetration. Description: it hungers for vengeance. Although if Han Zio fled in the opposite direction he would be able to shake them off once and for all. An inner voice told him that he would regret it. The quest itself was irrelevant. This was personal. The forest was pitch black at night, making it hard to even see one's fingers. Wolves howled in the distance. Han Zio had been lying in wait for almost 3 hours. Suddenly, the sound of engines approached. Han Zio's face twitched. 4 headlights appeared in the distance. Finally, mumbled Han Zio calmly. He then cocked the rifle and held his breath to aim. After 8 seconds, he pulled the trigger. In an instant, the sniper bullet traveled across hundreds of meters to strike a tire on the front car, causing it to explode. The car crashed into a tree. Do you even know how to drive? Cursed a dazed number 1. Leader, the tire exploded. How can a low-pressure tire explode? One of the squad members knelt down to investigate the tire. There's a bullet lodged in here, he suddenly exclaimed. Ambush. Suddenly, the agent closest to No. 1 was blown up in the head by a sniper bullet. His blood splattered all over No. 1. Go to hell, screamed No. 1 as he stepped on the pedal, not noticing several grenades hanging from mid-air in their path. The vehicle came to a sudden stop as it ran into the rope that Han Zio had tied between 2 trees. The 2 trees were almost uprooted by the force of the crash, and the agents in the vehicle were tossed around like rag dolls. Immediately after, the grenades exploded, setting the night ablaze. The bulletproof windshield was heavily cracked by the shrapnel. It was a simple yet devastating trap. Han Zio tossed the night vision goggles away as soon as the grenades exploded. The fire from the blast gave him all the vision that he needed. He began to fire. The rifle was so powerful that each shot caused Han Zio's entire upper body to shudder in recoil. Bullets whizzed past in Han Zio's surroundings, but Han Zio knew that they did not know his exact location. They were simply panicking. He patiently waited for them to reload. The agents soon realized that they had acted too rashly, but it was too late. Han Zio now had the initiative. Bang, bang, bang. There was a strangely beautiful rhythm to Han Zio's shots. As his comrades began to fall one after another, No. 1 started to tremble. As he wildly fired, he screamed, "Who the hell are you? Show yourself." His confidence had been completely and utterly destroyed. Suddenly, Han Zio walked out into the clearing. No. 1 second eyes widened in shock. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected Han Zio to counterattack. He had, in his hubris, thought for sure that Han Zio was fleeing for dear life. Despite all the facts proving otherwise, he had stubbornly refused to believe that Han Zio was better than him. Now, it finally dawned upon him. Zero was way stronger than him. His false sense of superiority was instantly replaced by jealousy. "Wanna know why I left you for last? Because I don't want you to enjoy a quick death." Suddenly, the communication device on his severed arm lit up. A holograph of the leader appeared in mid-air. "Zero, that's enough," he said. Han Zio frowned. "I am the leader of the Germinal organization," he introduced. "Do you think you can truly escape from us? No matter where you go, the Germinal organization will find you. However, I can give you a chance to live." "How?" asked Han Zio plainly. "Return to the organization obediently. I will allow you to retain your memories. You will be given a position you deserve," answered the boss. He was truly fascinated by Han Zio's strength. "What makes you think I want to work under you? We are destined to accomplish greater things. Join us. What's there to hesitate?" "Oh, I know. Is it because you are still unhappy with how we treated you before? Don't be so petty, think of the bigger picture. Such things are trivial when compared to our ultimate goal." Han Zio replied coldly, "I have no interest whatsoever in your ideology. You killed my friends, so you are my enemy. That is all. If you refuse to join us, there will not be a place for you in this world." Threatened the boss. "I will destroy you all," Han Zio declared. It was the only solution. The boss burst out in laughter. "Destroy us? What do you think you are? You are just a small, pitiful ant that we can squash whenever we want. Did killing a few lowly grunts make you think that you are invincible now? Childish. Wait and see then. The world is bigger than you can imagine." Han Zio shook his head and raised his gun. He fired 3 shots aimed at No. 1 second heart. The test subject squad no longer existed. The boss's mask could not conceal his fury. "You'll regret this," he coldly warned before ending the transmission. "You have killed the No. 1, the Valkyrie experiment test subject, gaining 900 experience. You have completed, gaining 15,000 experience." Han Zhao had gained a total of 20,000 experience tonight. As the germinal organization would surely come for him, Han Zhao needed to find a hiding place. He was indeed still too weak to take them head on. The wealth of information that he carried over from the game was his trump card. In order to make good use of it, Han Zhao needed to seek the aid of a power as mighty as the organization. The 6 nations, Stardragon, Maple, Theseus, Raylan, Hesla, and Ordina. Since he was already in Stardragon, and they were the most peaceful of the 6 nations, there could be no better choice. 0. You have unlocked reputation with the Germinal Organization faction. Your reputation with the Germinal Organization has dropped by 1,000. Germinal Organization, hated. You have triggered the class a quest. Quest synopsis: freedom is priceless, and you have risked your life to earn it. But your troubles are not over yet. The organization has put a bounty on your head. You will be hunted down for the rest of your day. You may have escaped, but your prison has simply grown larger. In order to obtain true freedom, there is only one path. You know what to do. Quest tip: this quest is an achievement quest. You will be rewarded based on the amount of damage and destruction you cause to the organization. Current achievement rate, 0%. You may also choose to finish the quest at any time. If your achievement rate is less than 20%, you will fail the quest. If your achievement rate is higher than 20%, you will be rewarded based on your achievement tier. Han Zhao walked for a while more before seeing railway tracks. He hopped onto a freight train that was on its way to deliver livestock to the western capital. As the wilderness was fraught with danger, and war seemed like it would break out at any moment, most of the public roads connecting Stardragon's cities had been blockaded. Resources were transported mainly by freight. Stardragon's cities were all enclosed in giant electric metal fences. Stardragon, one of the 6 nations. The bad blood between Stardragon and the Germinal Organization can be traced back to the Battle of Andria, where the Germinal Organization had colluded with other enemies of Stardragon to launch large-scale assaults on its cities during the crucial period of the war. All of Stardragon's cities were barricaded by great electric fences of barbed wire, and the only way to enter any city was through a main gate. Only those confirmed not to possess weaponry or carry infectious diseases were permitted to enter. The 6 nations all welcomed wanderers. The war had caused a lack of manpower and talent. Han Zhao needed to find a way to evade inspection. The Germinal Organization had offered a bounty for him, so things could go awry if he were to be recognized. Back in the game, players that were wanted by a country simply had to pay a smuggler NPC a fee to be sneaked in. There was a very inconspicuous man in a corner of the station. He was neither queuing up to enter nor seemed to be waiting for anything in particular. This man was the ringleader of the smuggling business, and normally, he would only serve people who were trusted in their network. Suddenly, he noticed a frail-looking man coming up to him. It was none other than Han Zhao. "Is it safe?" he asked. The ringleader looked up at Han Zhao. It was a face he did not recognize. "Safe?" The ringleader played dumb. "I'll pay with these." Han Zhao tossed his backpack to the ringleader. He opened the bag up to take a look inside. Holy shit, so many guns. Which syndicate is this young master the boss of? As guns were prohibited in the western capital, Han Zhao had to dispose of them one way or the other. "Enough, definitely enough. Where did you learn about my business?" he curiously asked. "That's none of your business." The ringleader took no offense to Han Zhao. Now that Han Zhao had escaped from the Germinal Organization, he no longer had access to the resources that he would need to become stronger. Joining the 6 nations would solve this problem. Han Zhao already had a plan in mind. In Galaxy, there was known to be a secret encounter hidden in the western capital. Han Zhao arrived at the gates of a workshop concealed inside an inconspicuous alley. The workshop was nameless, but it had a spanner for a logo. "The secret encounter will be mine in this life." There was a chess table set up at the entrance of the workshop. 2 elderly men were currently engaged in a game. Their appearances were in stark contrast to one another. The shorter elderly man was bearded and had long, unkempt hair, while the taller old man was prim and proper. Both of them were staring at the chessboard intently. Han Zhao noticed that the tall old man had a missing arm. Both of them paid little heed to Han Zhao as he stepped into the workshop. Han Zhao took a look at the chessboard. They seemed to be playing an intense game of Go. Suddenly, Han Zhao realized that it was not Go at all. It was 5 in a row. "What the hell are you guys looking so serious for?" A woman appeared from within the workshop. "Do you need something repaired?" She had a fair complexion, rosy cheeks, and was around 1.65 meters tall. Her hair was clipped behind with a black pin, and she was wearing a black vest on top of denim shorts. Although Hanzio wouldn't go so far as to call her a stunning beauty, she did have an extremely pleasant-looking face. She was very much the proverbial girl next door who had gentle eyes and a warm smile. She seemed to be in her mid-20s, Hanzio's personal preference. Women at 20 can be compared to peaches, good to look at but not yet ripe. Women at 30, on the other hand, are like ripe grapes. Of course, these things are always a matter of taste. As for women at 40, what about 50? 50-year-old women cannot be described as fruits anymore. They are potatoes. May I know if this place needs an apprentice? Hanzio asked. For some reason, the woman was overjoyed to hear his words. She hastily grabbed Hanzio's elbow and pulled him in, as though afraid that he would change his mind. Come in, quickly. You might catch a cold. Hanzio looked up at the blazing sun and wondered, is catching a cold the dialect here for heat stroke? The workshop was largely colored in black and white, and there was a second floor. The first floor was the working area, and it was a fairly spacious area. There were a number of vehicle platforms and workbenches equipped with various tools and machinery. Hanzio could tell from the blemishes on the workbenches that they were relatively old. My name is Liu Kaiyan. I'm the boss here. You can call me Sister Kaiyan, introduced the woman. Sister Kaiyan, Hanzio greeted. He then inquired, I wish to take up apprenticeship here. Are there any requirements? Tell me your situation, replied Liu Kaiyan. Her first impression of Hanzio was quite favorable. She particularly liked the dead look in his eyes. They made Hanzio look like he was a bum. He will probably be content with a low wage, she thought to herself. I still need to test you. I do need a helper, but you will have to meet my criteria first. Liu Kaiyan went to fetch a faulty household appliance back to test Hanzio. Before Hanzio could begin, the shorter old man at the chessboard suddenly spoke. Kid, why did you come here? Liu Kaiyan frowned in puzzlement. Wasn't it just to find work? Hanzio looked at the old man and replied, I'm just looking for a job. For some reason, his reply upset the old man, and he flipped the chessboard. I am the owner of this shop. Pass my test, and I will allow you to stay. Oi, old man Liu, you're being a sore loser again, erupted the tall old man. I have something important to do, stated old man Liu matter-of-factly. Shameless, replied the tall old man exasperatedly. Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division, also known as Division 13. Hanzio's mind was racing. Old man Liu was none other than the key character in the secret questline, and Hanzio had come here to meet him. However, what Hanzio had not expected was running into the tall old man here. This old man was an important figure in Star Dragon, and Hanzio knew that there was no point in trying to hide his identity from him. Hanzio's original plan had been to gain Division 13's trust before revealing himself. He intended to do so by feeding them with anonymous intel on the Germinal organization. However, that was no longer possible. To have to reveal himself to Division 13 so soon had certainly not been a part of Hanzio's calculations. But Hanzio was not rigid in his thinking. What test? He asked Old Man Liu in response. Old Man Liu looked around as he tried to come up with something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Pointing towards the tall old man's missing arm, he said, make him a prosthetic limb. If it satisfies him, you pass. Why drag me into this? The tall old man was confused, but he quickly understood Old Man Liu's intentions from his subtle winks. Grandpa, you're too much. What if you scare him away? Every day, all you do is drink, play chess, and go for strolls. When was the last time you actually bothered to help out with the business? Can't I even get a helper? Liu Kaiyan was disgruntled, but her words fell on deaf ears. Old Man Liu ignored her as he looked at Hanzio for a reply. For some reason though, Hanzio seemed amused. Are you sure you want me to make a prosthetic arm that satisfies him? He asked to clarify. If you're scared, then leave. I accept. Hanzio happily agreed to the task. He still had the blueprints that sat gathering dust in his inventory. Not only was Old Man Liu's request too simple for Hanzio, it even presented him with the opportunity to curry favor with the tall old man. For some reason, everything seemed to be going well for Hanzio, as though someone was looking out for him. You only have 3 hours. I don't have the time to wait an entire day, Old Man Liu snorted. Grandpa, Liu Kaiyan exclaimed in protest. Creating a bionic limb was not a straightforward task. Measurements first had to be taken, followed by designing, and lastly crafting. Designing alone would take hours, and while using a workbench would speed up much of the crafting process, that would still take another 2 hours. It was completely unfair. As soon as Hanzio finished taking measurements, Liu Kaiyan offered him her help. Tell me your concept. We can draw up the plans together to save time. No need, I already have the perfect design, declined Han Zio unexpectedly. Only 2 minutes. Lu Kaiyan's eyes were wide with disbelief. Your bragging might even reach the moon. Old man Lu burst out in laughter. To come up with a complete blueprint in just 2 minutes was an impossible task even for him. What more a kid like Han Zio? Han Zio passed a list of the materials and tools he needed to Lu Kaiyan, who swiftly went to fetch everything. However, she did not hold much hope for Han Zio as the test was simply absurd and unfair. Han Zio started to use the pressing machine to shape metals into shapes and parts. He planned to use an aluminum alloy as the core material of the arm, as aluminum alloys were light, yet sturdy, but also easy to shape. Having parts like screws, rivets, and chains readily provided saved him a lot of time. Gave Han Zio keen intuition for the composition of machines. For a second, it seemed to him like the parts themselves came to life, as though they were excited at the prospect of being assembled into a machine. As Han Zio began to weld and assemble the parts he created, the prosthetic arm began to take shape. The others were surprised by the fact that Han Zio did not create any excess parts. He had been thoroughly efficient from the start, which proved that he had actually planned everything out. My God, he won't actually succeed, will he? Muttered old man Lu, causing Lu Kaiyan to glare at him. What a sly grandpa. Seeing them look so amazed almost caused Han Zio to burst out in laughter. How could he possibly fail when he already had the blueprint in his memory? You have created, giving you 2000 EXP. Special item. A very realistic prosthetic created using the principles of machine dynamics and suspension. Adjustable to suit the user's needs, it is soft, yet extremely durable. Everyone was shocked. He really made it. As Lu Kaiyan covered her mouth in disbelief, a single thought came to her mind. I've struck gold. This prosthetic will look realistic if you cover it with. Save the bullshit. Let's test it now, interrupted old man Lu as he swallowed his saliva. Although Han Zio had truly exceeded his expectations, his mind was still unchanged. The tall old man rolled his eyes at old man Lu and picked the prosthetic up to examine it. He instantly fell in love with it. It fit onto his stump extremely comfortably, unlike other prosthetics that had non-adjustable, rigid attachments. The reason that he did not like to wear a prosthetic arm was that they always got in the way of his movement. However, Han Zio's creation did not give him this problem. It felt so realistic that when he moved it, it felt like he had grown back an arm. The elastic suspension enabled him to effortlessly make simple movements. Perfection. This was the only word that could describe how he felt about it. What do you think? Satisfactory? Asked old man Lu coolly as he sipped on his beer. The tall old man found himself in a tight spot. Should he help his friend? Or should he say his true feelings? Which was more important? This thing is excellent. I'm satisfied. Old man Lu spat out his beer and glared at the tall old man as he coughed continuously. Weren't we allies? We had a plan. Since you like it, you can have it. Han Zio was not surprised at all. The tall old man nodded his head and replied, I will remember this favor. Old man Lu was flabbergasted. The arm was made with my materials. Did you ask for my permission? Then, can I stay? Han Zio turned to old man Lu and asked, his lips curling. Old man Lu's shock immediately turned into embarrassment. As he turned around to head upstairs, he reluctantly replied, whatever, if you want to stay, then stay. Let's see how long you'll last. Lu Kaiyan shook her fists in celebration. The tall old man smiled at Han Zio before leaving the workshop. After walking out of the alley, he entered a black sedan car that had been waiting for him. The chauffeur respectfully passed a mobile phone to him. As the tall old man picked up the phone, his entire demeanor completely changed. He now looked extremely stern, a totally different person from the genial old man from before. The German organization fugitive has snuck into the western capital. These are the coordinates. He spoke in a deep voice. Have the intelligence department monitor him for now. I have come into contact with the target and will slowly find out his intentions. Unless necessary, do not act. Deserters of the German organization were highly valued by the Six Nations as they sometimes held valuable information. Unfortunately, most of the deserters were usually small fry. Han Zio, on the other hand, was the first person to have a bounty issued for on him. It followed that it was highly likely that he possessed crucial information. In the workshop, Han Zio turned his eyes back from where the tall old man had left. His performance should have let the tall old man know that he was not hostile, and laid the groundwork for a better relationship. There were 3 things for Han Zio to gain from coming to the workshop. The first was that old man Lu kept a very comprehensive collection of mechanic-related basic knowledge. The second was that this workshop was a good place to hide from the Germinal organization. While the Germinal organization had spies across the 6 nations, they did not know every single nook and cranny. This workshop was one of the few places that they were not aware of. And even if they found it, there was Old Man Lu. Old Man Lu was far stronger than the current Gila. Although he appeared like some carefree good-for-nothing, he was actually one of the few Class D superhumans on the planet. The third reason that Han Zio had come to the workshop was the most important one, for the secret storyline. Its rewards were some blueprints of early-level godly equipment. I'll explain your apprenticeship. Your meals and accommodation will be provided for. There is an unused room on the second floor. Your job scope will consist of helping out with maintenance work, as well as orders. I'll pay you $1,000 a month, is that fine? Liu Qian looked at Han Zio nervously. She knew that he was skilled, but she truly did not have the money to offer him a higher salary. I accept, said Han Zio without hesitation, at which she rejoiced. Since there were neither quests to do nor monsters to hunt, the only way to get stronger now was through crafting. Han Zio would need money to make machines, so he planned to find some way to make extra income. Division 13 served not only as Star Dragon's ears and eyes, but also as a hidden knife. Reporting, Zero has been located. A gentle-looking bespectacled female secretary hastily knocked open the office door of the department's director. A stern-faced man was seated behind the desk. Drool could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Speak, he said in a low voice. Director, were you secretly taking a nap again? The bespectacled secretary squinted at him. Cut the crap. The intelligence director glared back. Talk. Zero is currently hiding in a machinery maintenance shop in District 7. The higher-ups want to adopt a friendly approach. You just turned back to wipe your drool, right? I really regret promoting you. The secretary pushed her glasses up and ignored him. How exactly should we proceed? Since Zero came to the Western capital alone, he must want to cooperate. Activate protection protocol immediately. We must not let Germinal's agents learn of his presence here. Have the hackers intercept any news of his trail and prevent leaks. Also, send an undercover agent to check him out. He might just be a spy they sent. A traitor worth a $1 million bounty. There are two possibilities. Either he possesses important information, or he possesses great power. For now, we are unable to ascertain how dangerous he might be, so proceed with utmost caution. I don't want a repeat of what happened with Black Spider. 2 streets bombed yet we failed to apprehend him. I was scolded for 2 whole hours by the minister as a result of that. As the workshop wasn't that busy, Han Zio had quite a lot of free time to look for the extra income he needed. Hero Junkyard, the biggest disposal ground in District 7. Here, endless piles of trash were sorted out every day. This place fell under the territory of an underworld boss known as Big Raccoon. Where there is light, there will be shadows, such as society. And this holds all the more true in times of chaos. Although the Western capital was the main capital of Star Dragon, it was certainly not a holy sanctuary for the law-abiding. I heard that you want to see me. What's your name? He casually asked. Technician Han, answered Han Zio. The raccoon sneered. You should know what will happen to you if you're just wasting my time. Suddenly, Han Zio reached out to steal the bald thug's gun. The bald thug felt a tug at his waist and turned around. But it was too late. The grunts behind Raccoon hastily drew their guns. What's the meaning of this? He asked nervously. Unexpectedly, Han Zio began to disassemble the gun. But it wasn't a simple disassembly. The gun unraveled almost instantaneously, as if Han Zio were performing some kind of magic. The disassembled parts fell and scattered onto the floor. Firearms are a sure profit. I can help you manufacture them in exchange for a little bit of compensation. This kid can make guns. Firearms were hot in demand in the black market. Using a gun and making a gun were 2 completely separate concepts. Mechanics who knew how to create guns were rare and highly esteemed. Even though Raccoon was the leader of a gang, they were just small-time hoodlums. To be able to find a mechanic willing to make guns for them was inconceivable. Yet, here Han Zio was. This is my chance, thought Raccoon. What arrangements do you have in mind? I will make a list of materials and parts for you to gather. Manufacturing and assembly will all be done by me. I'll come here to work for 2 hours every morning. I want $1,500 per gun, and freedom to take anything I want from this junkyard. Han Zio had already thoroughly analyzed the Germinal organization's guns. He was now able to easily make simple guns. Since I'm providing the materials, $1,000, negotiated Raccoon. Han Zio instantly turned around and began to walk away. This caused Raccoon to become flustered. He had only been trying to test out Han Zio and did not expect such a big reaction. Wait, we'll follow your charges, he hastily said. One handgun was worth $3,000 to $4,000 on the black market. Han Zio's asking fee was still quite reasonable. Get a workbench ready along with the materials. It will come from tomorrow onwards. I'll go check the junkyard out now. A skilled craftsman always retained the power to dictate his terms. Han Zio knew full well his own value. Furthermore, his true strength and identity was a mystery to them. This gave him the complete upper hand. Han Zio salvaged quite a number of parts from the junkyard before leaving. As he left, he noticed that someone was following him. Clearly, Raccoon was trying to find out more information about him. However, for Han Zio, shaking him off the thug was an easy task. Division 13 will learn of my mechanic skills, thought Han Zio to himself. The fact that he was working with Raccoon would definitely be found out by them. In any case, it was a way to demonstrate his abilities to them. Plus, he also needed the opportunity to craft machinery for experience. The reason he had chosen Raccoon was due to the junkyard's proximity. When he returned to the workshop, Liu Kaiyan questioned his whereabouts. I went to the junkyard, said Han Zio, pointing to the big bag of spare parts in his hand. The junkyard? That place is not safe. Don't go there in the future. Liu Kaiyan wasn't really concerned with what Han Zio did in his free time as long as he did his job right. In fact, she had a soft spot for people who did not demand high pay. Han Zio put the spare parts aside and summoned the interface. He still had a lot of unused talent points, and he decided he would dump all of them into the 2 unlocked arms talents. This workshop was a treasure trove of mechanic knowledge. It was one of the best places to level up as a mechanic. Han Zio went to look for Old Man Liu to borrow some of his books. He found him cooped up in his room as he expected. I wish to borrow some mechanic knowledge books. Go away, you. There's not a single book for you here. Don't be so petty. Think of it as investing into a promising young man and nurturing him. It seems like you are more thick-skinned than me. However, I simply don't want to lend you my books. What can you do about it? What, indeed, could Han Zio do about it? The following day, Liu Kaiyan entered Old Man Liu's room with a spare key and stole some books for Han Zio. Old Man Liu was infuriated. Why do I have such a disloyal granddaughter? Just you wait. I will make you leave this workshop. Shop owner, is this a repair shop? It was a middle-aged man. Han Zio turned to look at the guest, and he noticed the man was looking at him. The man immediately averted his gaze. Suspicious, thought Han Zio. When he further noticed his above-average sense of balance and solid footing, he realized that the man was most likely an agent from Division 13 who had been sent to test him. Liu Kaiyan walked forward to receive him with a polite smile. Welcome. What is it that you need repaired? My car broke down, replied the middle-aged man as he watched Han Zio. It's outside. All right, no problem. Just as Liu Kaiyan was about to pick up her toolkit, the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Han Zio and said, I want this little brother to repair my car. Liu Kaiyan was stunned. Do I not look capable enough? You're being sexist. I'll do it, agreed Han Zio as he took the toolkit from his dejected boss. The pair came out of the alley into the main street, where an old sedan car was stopped by the roadside. This is the car. Han Zio lifted the bonnet, inspected the interior, and swiftly began to perform repairs. As Han Zio worked on the car, the middle-aged man tried to strike a conversation. Kid, you're quite young, aren't you? I'm 30. 30? Do you think I'm blind or what? The middle-aged man nearly choked. How should I address you? He asked. You should show some sincerity when asking for a person's name, replied Han Zio without looking at him. I'm Feng Jun, answered the middle-aged man awkwardly. That's a nice name, complimented Han Zio, except that he didn't sound the least bit sincere, leaving the middle-aged speechless. But you misunderstand, I just want a cigarette, he added. Feng Jun uncomfortably took out his cigarette pack and passed one to Han Zio. You can call me Han Zio, introduced Han Zio as he took a puff and returned to the task at hand. Feng Jun continued to probe. Han Zio, you're not a local, are you? Where are? It's done, Han Zio suddenly interrupted, cutting his words off. What the hell? I've only just started to probe you. Can you not be so quick? Han Zio expressionlessly stretched out a hand, saying, a pipe was broken. I'll charge you $60. Pay up. Of course I know the pipe is broken, damn it. I broke it on purpose. Feng Jun smiled as he took out his wallet and slowly fiddled around in an attempt to buy more time. You have pretty good skills. Where did you acquire them? Natural talent. Oh, that's amazing. Where are you from? From the countryside. Han Zio raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to get a discount out of me? At his wit's end, Feng Jun coughed dryly before finally pulling out the money to pay up. Will the department reimburse me for this? He wondered. Han Zio sneered. I thought it would take you another hour to find your money. How big is your wallet? As he whistled whimsically, he proceeded to pack up and headed back to the workshop. When he left, Feng Jun cheerlessly made a phone call. Initial observation concluded. The target is a mechanic and his threat level is still an uncertainty. Duration of contact was 4 minutes and 38 seconds. The target named himself as Hanzio. I suggest proceeding with more testing, and to avoid direct confrontation. My analysis of his character. Yes, extremely annoying. The next couple of days went by peacefully. Hanzio's daily routine now included going to the junkyard every morning to produce guns. He was paid in cash daily after each session, and was able to salvage a number of spare parts for creating the rover. A few days later, Hanzio had finished crafting all of the rover's parts, and he was now assembling the robot in his room. 1.2 meters tall and armor-plated to protect its interior. Its top half was the shape of a person, except that it didn't have a neck. It ran on a basic integrated circuit. It had 2-section mechanical arms that could bend and rotate like a person's, and its fingers were remodeled by Hanzio into guns. Its torso could also rotate 90 degrees, and was inlaid with magazine compartments. Instead of legs, it moved on tank tracks. The system prompted Hanzio to name his creation. Adopting his past naming style, he named it Rover 1. Liu Kaiyan was engaged in a conversation with a customer who kept on glancing at Hanzio when he appeared. He was clearly yet another agent from Division 13. Division 13 had, over the past few days, sent many undercover agents to spy on Hanzio, but since Hanzio was a tough nut to crack, they were now attacking from a different angle. "Why are there so many people asking about you?" asked a puzzled Liu Kaiyan when the agent left. "Well, I'm popular, but they're all guys." Hanzio froze up. "It's not what you think. Don't worry, I won't judge you," replied Liu Kaiyan as she started giggling. "Why are you giggling like that?" Suddenly, Hanzio's turned serious. He had received a system alert. "You have triggered the Class E mission. Accept, reject." Hanzio was bewildered. What could have triggered such a mission? Accept. Mission synopsis: the bounty on your head is being eyed. Your enemies are near and they are hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, a certain group of people has been watching you to assess your potential. What will you do? Requirement: avoid death. Reward: 10,000 experience. Bonus reward: 1x skill level up card. Hanzio rolled his eyes at the dramatic synopsis. The group of people referred to in the synopsis most definitely referred to Division 13. Hanzio put the clues together and conjectured that Division 13 could have leaked intel on him in an elaborate setup to test his combat strength. However, if that were the case, the people after him must not be too strong. Since the enemy could appear at any moment, I'd better not stay in the workshop. Hanzio didn't want to rely on Old Man Liu. After contemplating for a moment, he thought of the perfect location for battle. Hero Junkyard. Hero Junkyard was Raccoon's territory. Hanzio planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He put down his tools and called out to Liu Kaiyan with a request. "I wish to take the day off." "Okay," replied Liu Kaiyan, blinking. "Is something wrong?" "No, why?" Hanzio paused. Hanzio always looked lethargic and bored, and Liu Kaiyan, being the observant woman that she was, had noticed the sudden change in air about him. If she had to describe the kind of feeling Hanzio was giving her now, for some reason, dangerous was the word that came to mind. "If you're facing any difficulties, I'll definitely help you," she said in a serious tone. Not knowing what to say, Hanzio stared at her, which caused her to shift about uncomfortably. She turned away from Hanzio and twirled her hair, saying, "Don't you know it's rude to stare?" Hanzio turned away too and replied, "I won't be back for dinner." Hanzio returned to his room to get ready. After a short while, he headed out with a backpack and a trolley. "Boss, is that kid the target?" A man wearing shades was tailing Hanzio. Every time Hanzio turned back, he would instantly vanish by making use of his surroundings, be it a public phone booth or a magazine stand. He was clearly a professional. There was a total of 5 masked men in the van. They were none other than Hanzio's assailants. They were the Bee Sting Squad, a group of mercenaries who specialized in hunting bounties. They were decently well known in underground networks, having successfully completed numerous missions. They had by chance stumbled upon Hanzio's trail. For them, this mission was more important than any that they had ever taken on before. Bounty aside, they were hoping to gain favor with the Germinal organization and earn their backing. Hanzio arrived at the junkyard, to Raccoon's surprise. "Why is he here?" "I've come to find some spare parts," Hanzio casually lied. It was a reasonably convincing excuse. Raccoon then invited Hanzio for lunch, assuming he would decline, but unexpectedly, Hanzio agreed, causing him to be visibly caught off guard. A banquet table was set up by Raccoon's men. Hanzio and Raccoon sat on opposite sides, facing each other as they conversed. "I must say, you have indeed been very cautious all this time." "So what?" Raccoon's face darkened. Do you understand the situation you're in? Hand over everything you know about making guns. Why so cold? Cold? We were nothing more than business partners. Would you believe me if I said that I can slaughter all of you if I wanted to? Hanzio smiled tauntingly. Raccoon snapped his fingers as he sneered. In an instant, the 4 thugs around him were pointing their guns at Hanzio. Other than Raccoon and the 4 thugs across the table, there were 2 more men standing guard outside the room, and there was little space for Hanzio to maneuver in the compact room. Even if I tell you, you will still silence me. Raccoon laughed coldly. It was exactly as Hanzio said. I do hope that you cooperate though. At least it will save you some suffering. And if I don't, I have some men who are good at things like torture. You will talk eventually. Suddenly, as the last rays of sunlight dissipated, darkness descended. Hanzio had been waiting for this. Vroom. The mechanical arm roared to life, shredding the backpack apart. Hanzio flipped the dining table, sending pots and plates smashing into Raccoon and the 4 thugs. Bullets clinked and clanked onto the mechanical arm, causing its durability to plummet. Hanzio smashed the mechanical arm into one of the thugs' chest. One loud thud, and he exploded on the spot. Gathering all his strength, Hanzio ripped out the door from its bolts and threw it at them before running out. Chase, barked Raccoon. Dozens of thugs throughout the entire junkyard were alerted by the gunshots, and they were rushing over to help. Hero Junkyard was Raccoon's main base, and Hanzio had to tread carefully to avoid being surrounded. He looted a gun from one of the thugs he encountered, which made things easier for him. With his fast reflexes, as well as to help auto-correct his shots, Hanzio was able to always have the edge against the thugs in the battle of guns. If he encountered a group of them, he would tumble and duck and fire lethal shots as he evaded. The only limitation that he faced was ammo, so he would loot their magazines after each wave. The trail that Hanzio left behind was bloody and littered with corpses, and Raccoon could hardly believe what he was seeing. Hanzio had effortlessly taken out over 20 of his men single-handedly. A submachine gun was being fired from the side of the battlefield. The thugs began dropping in numbers as their screams filled the air. The Sting Squad was entering the fray. Under the guise of nightfall, they instantly overwhelmed Raccoon's inexperienced thugs. Where did these mercenaries come from? Raccoon was scared shitless. Are they after me? However, the mercenaries suddenly changed direction and advanced towards Hanzio instead, ignoring him. These mercenaries are after him. Raccoon stared at the unfolding events in disbelief. As a villain himself, he understood the simple fact that the stronger a person was, the stronger his enemies. The fact that these mercenaries were willing to risk exposing themselves in the capital to go after Hanzio meant that Hanzio must not have been an ordinary person. He thought back to Hanzio's words. Why don't you try checking the underworld network to see the latest bounties? He wasn't just talking big. Who exactly is he? That's the sound of submachine guns. His mission target had appeared. Hanzio was able to sniff out the Bee Sting Squad's location from their muzzle flashes. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming. It would be unwise to meet them head-on. Lucky, I came prepared with my trusty rover. Hanzio sighed in relief. He whipped out the touchscreen remote control that he had created for Rover 1. When activated, the rover's visual feed would appear on the screen. Connection successful. Activate. In the resting area, amidst debris and dust, the cloth cover on the push trolley suddenly began to vibrate, and 2 red lights appeared from beneath it. The rover's eyes. The rover's engine started to whirl, and its wheels began to rotate as Hanzio piloted it out of the resting area. At this point of time, the Bee Sting Squad had come extremely close to Hanzio. Rover 1's second defenses were not strong enough to take on the collective fire of 6 submachine guns, so it would be too risky to send him in head-on. The sole edge that Hanzio had over them was the element of surprise, as they would never imagine him to have a robot as a reinforcement. Hell rained upon them from Rover 1's second fingers. The entire squad was wiped out on the spot. Your machine, Rover 1 has killed a mercenary. You have gained 800 exp. Kai Lai had managed to take cover in time, but he did not escape unscathed. A few bullets had grazed past his face, leaving him all bloody. He had been so close to perishing with his squad mates. What the hell was that monster? The long-haired man had also survived, but his condition was far worse. Rover 1's second fin armor was slowly dented by the barrage. Seeing that his attacks were effective, Kai Lai and his other remaining teammate began to join the counterattack. Has lost 14 points of armor. Rover 1 has lost 17 points of armor. As Rover 1's armor was made with inferior materials, it was not tanky at all, and its armor integrity plummeted under the trio's assault. In just a few seconds of barrage, the poor rover was reduced to a useless hunk of metal. It couldn't be helped. As Hanzio had to work with limited funds, all he had equipped the rover with were the finger guns. Damn it, where is Division 13? Suddenly, as if in answer to his prayers, the sound of a marching troop began to fill up the night. Disarm yourselves, someone roared out. Quickly retreat, ordered Kai Lai immediately. The long-haired man emptied a final magazine onto the rover furiously before he relented. Okay, let's go. However, right as they were about to flee, the rover suddenly started to charge towards them as it began to glow. Self-destruction. The deafening explosion set the night ablaze, engulfing the trio. About 50 meters away, Lai Hui and his agents were shocked by the massive explosion. Damn it, cursed Feng Jun, this was supposed to be a covert operation. He could already imagine tomorrow's headlines. From the moment that the battle between Hanzio and Raccoon had begun, the situation had already gone out of control. The gunshots alone had already caught the attention of many civilians. However, as they were ordered to act only after the Bee Sting squad appeared, they could only continue waiting in anguish, and it was now too late. When Lai Hui and his team arrived, they were greeted by a blood-curdling scene. Kai Lai's corpse lay limp on the ground beside a blood-soaked, expressionless Hanzio, whose mechanical arm was covered in pieces of flesh. Half of his face was illuminated by the fire while the other half was grimly enshrouded in darkness. As experienced as these agents were, they were unable to remain calm. You have completed the E-Class quest, gaining 10,000 experience. You have completed the bonus condition, kill all 6 assailants. You have gained a skill level up card. Don't move, shouted Lai Hui after taking a moment to regain his senses from the initial shock. He raised his gun and pointed it at Hanzio. 2 agents slung a black bag over his head to block his vision before leading him away, presumably to bring him to Division 13. About time, thought Hanzio to himself. Raccoon's face darkened as he looked at the aftermath of the battle. Bring me a laptop, he barked. As soon as he logged into the underground network and clicked on bounties, he was greeted by Hanzio's face. 1 million bounty. He's wanted by the Germinal organization. Raccoon's face instantly paled and he slammed the laptop onto the ground in frustration. Damn it, he really did have a bounty on him. And it was issued by the king of the underworld, no less, the Germinal organization. When the bag over Hanzio's head was finally removed, he found himself in a bright room. It took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the light. He was seated on a cold metal chair in front of a table. It was a typical interrogation room with a one-way mirror to Hanzio's side. 2 people sat across the table, Lai Hui and Feng Jun. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from the Strategic Defense Division of Star Dragon, spoke Feng Jun. This is not the first time we have met. Do you remember me? I remember, replied Hanzio nonchalantly. The man with the very big wallet. Feng Jun was speechless. Can you not bring that up? Division 13, Lai Hui, introduced Lai Hui. Explain why the Germinal organization has $1 million bounty on you and tell us everything you know. Why should I tell you? Asked a bemused Hanzio. Lai Hui laughed coldly in response. What do you think this place is? If we want you to talk, you have to talk. Threats? Do you think such things will work on me? Come on, you're making fools out of yourselves. If you want us to cooperate, sure. Show me your sincerity. Get someone qualified enough to speak to me. You two aren't. Suddenly, a deep voice was transmitted through the speaker in the interrogation room. As you wish, I will talk with you. Who are you? Asked Hanzio as he turned to the obvious one-way mirror. Division 13, Intelligence Director. Do I qualify to speak to you? I guess you will do, Hanzio nonchalantly replied. Both Lai Hui and Feng Jun's eyes twitched. What a shameless person. The intelligence director let it slide and started to ask, you just said that you are from the Germinal organization. I was. Hanzio corrected him mid-speech. So, you have deserted. Yes. What was your position? A logistics research personnel. What did you research? Machinery and weapons. You are lying, cut the intelligence director. How can that explain your $1 million bounty? Hanzio smiled. He had expected this very question. Rather than call me a liar, haven't you guys already assumed that I possess some kind of valuable intel? Isn't that why you've been investigating me from a distance? I am not your enemy. The Germinal organization is. And they are my enemy too. Why should we even bother to cooperate with you? Asked the intelligence director in reply. Hanzio paused to smile calmly for a moment before suddenly saying, Message log, Galaxy Calendar Year 687, 14th of June. Signal location, Planet Aquamarine. Destination, Planet Blackstar's 8th base. The contents of this message are top secret. The intelligence director remained silent for a full 10 minutes. Lai Hui and Feng Jun gave a start when they realized that although what Han Zhao had spoken of made no sense to them, it was clearly valuable intel to the director, who in turn had to go relay the information to the top brass for further instruction. After the long wait, the intelligence director spoke through the speaker again. This time, though, he sounded extremely serious. "Are you sure?" he asked directly. "How would I know of Black Star otherwise?" "Fine." The intelligence director was wearing a grave expression. If the intel that Han Zhao had given him was actually true, it was extremely crucial to not only Star Dragon, but the entire planet. Shattered Belt, Colton Group, the Garden, 9th System, Planet Aquamarine. This was basically Aquamarine's place in the vast universe. Its precise coordinates would take a combination of words and numbers derived using complex math to describe. The interstellar power that had come into contact with Aquamarine was an advanced civilization of the Garden, the Kedolas. The Black Star that Han Zhao referred to was originally a part of the Kedolas, but they broke away in an attempt to seize power and were now bitter enemies. The world of Galaxy was massive, and many powers and civilizations were constantly at odds with one another. A civilization's degree of advancement largely depended on its space travel capabilities, as the Kedolas could freely travel between systems without relying on wormholes or stargates created by even advanced civilizations. They were considered a galactic civilization, a few levels higher than Planet Aquamarine. If the Germinal organization had actually come into contact with Black Star and gained their support, things would be extremely grim for the Six Nations. An evil power like them paid no heed to the exploration rules laid down by the three powers, the Universal Treaty. The fact that Aquamarine had been contacted by an interstellar power was top secret information withheld by the Six Nations. Hence, the intelligence director believed Han Zhao to be speaking the truth, and this was what made him extremely nervous. However, the truth was that the Germinal organization had made no such contact with Black Star. Han Zhao simply made it up because it was impossible to verify anyway. "Give me a map of Star Dragon and a pen," asked Han Zhao suddenly. Feng Jun went to fetch the items and put them on the table. Han Zhao picked up the pen and circled 3 locations on the map, saying briefly, "These are 3 of the Germinal organization's secret bases in Star Dragon. Treat it as my proof of sincerity." "You only know 3. Han Zhao rolled his eyes inwardly. "Of course not, but you can go check these ones out first. We can talk more after." "What are your conditions?" asked the intelligence director at long last. Feng Jun and Lai Hui closely watched Han Zhao in anticipation. "I just want us to work together against Germinal," replied Han Zhao with a mysterious smile. "That's all," thought the director to himself. "I will relay our conversation to the higher-ups. Sorry, but you'll have to continue staying here for the time being." Click, the mic was turned off. "Don't take too long. I only have a day off." The director, vice director, 13 section heads, and some other top brass of Division 13 quickly assembled in the conference room to discuss how to proceed with Han Zhao. "I suggest we detain him and extract the intel from him by force. Division 13 doesn't need to negotiate with anyone." "You are being ridiculous. Such measures are uncalled for. Han Zhao has already demonstrated his sincerity to us. What we should be doing is accepting it and working together against the common enemy. That is what a coward would do." "You are the definition of brainless." Under the leadership of their respective spokesmen, the other members from the 2 factions began to engage in an exchange of insults. "Since you want to both cooperate with him and control him, isn't there a perfect solution? Let's recruit him to the department." The bickering crowd instantly broke up. Silence ensued. After the conference, the intelligence minister and the logistics minister proceeded to the logistics department together to examine the lightweight mechanical arm. They were interested to see Han Zhao's craftsmanship to gain insight on him. The personnel they had tasked with conducting the examination was Luok Xuan, the ace of the logistics department. He was the top machinery studies student of his year at the Western Capital University and had been recruited directly into Division 13. "Can you crack it?" asked the intelligence director. "No problem," replied the confident Luok Xuan. He didn't think that it was possible for an unknown mechanic to make a lock that he, a genius, couldn't crack. 20 minutes later, however, he had not made any progress and was sweating profusely. 4-layered encryption. Is the bastard who made this machine crazy or something? A 4-layered encryption was extremely complex to crack, as the slightest error would cause the machine's internals to disintegrate, rendering it useless. Luok Xuan was at a loss of how to proceed. The intelligence director's face had long since darkened. "Can you crack it or not? Don't waste my time." Luo Xuan suppressed his irritation and, through gritted teeth, replied, "This encryption is too complex. I need more time." "Enough. I don't have the time to wait for you. Just tell me your thoughts on the arm." Luo Xuan's face darkened in displeasure and he replied, frustrated, "The craftsmanship itself is nothing special. Only the encryption was well made. Feels like the creator is some bumpkin who treats garbage like treasure." The intelligence director's eyes twitched, but he left without saying anything else. Meanwhile, the director was making a phone call to the tall old man. "I have ensured that Han Zio will join the covert ops team." "Good work. Thank you, old man. Is he really worth doing all this for?" asked the director curiously. "Heh. Intel is not all he has to offer. I have a feeling that he will play a crucial role in the battle against the Germinal organization." Elsewhere, ruined skyscrapers crawled with vines. Below, the streets were cold and empty, and fragments of broken glass littered the line of stores. The stores were in an utter mess. Clearly, they had been plundered. A piece of yellowed newspaper from who knows what year danced about on the streets, carried by the faint wind. Moonlight filtered through the thick cloud of dust to lend the city some of its luster, the city's only source of light. This was an abandoned city. It had once belonged to a great nation, but even this great nation no longer existed, and its people had moved to other places. The living conditions here were so poor that even wanderers avoided this place. Countless other cities had been similarly abandoned over the last few decades of change. As soon as the people left, though, these forsaken jungles of concrete and steel became flourishing grounds for vegetation. The nation's top brass had been both shocked and angered to learn of the presence of Germinal bases in the country. Within 24 hours, troops had been dispatched from the nearest military bases to attack. Currently, the city was being bombarded. Over a dozen armored military vehicles had entered the city, and the sound of gunfire and cannon fire was incessant. Screams filled the night. However, the surface battle was just a diversion. 3 covert ops agents had been tasked to infiltrate the base. They'd just arrived at a side entrance. Lai Yilin was an agent with level 4 clearance. A beautiful, young woman with extremely fair skin. She wore a yellow hoodie on top of black compression tights that accentuated her sexy, nosebleed-inducing body. She had an athletic build. Lai Yilin held her hands up in the air as she stretched her back, demonstrating impressive flexibility in the beautifully arched, well-proportioned body of hers. She was clearly the most carefree and energetic of the trio. She stopped chewing on her bubblegum to complain. "I was finally able to take a break because of my leader's injury, but they called me back so suddenly for an emergency mission. Are agents not humans?" Lambert was the ace of a top-secret, unofficial squad during his time in the military, and he had been secretly transferred to the covert ops department after his discharge. He wore a military-style uniform, and on top of the dozen or so daggers strapped across his waist, there was a black sniper rifle across his back. This mission seems to be very important," stammered Lai Yao, a 1.7 meters tall man who looked extremely young. He was the hacker of this 3-man cell, and carried a bag filled with the team's tools. He was in the midst of hacking the door. It didn't take him too long. The trio exchanged glances before entering. Lai Yilin led the front while Lambert took the rear. They hacked through numerous high-tech gates effortlessly as they made their way to the server room. Suddenly, Lin Yao, who was monitoring the hacked feed, began to exclaim, "There are guards approaching from behind the..." Lai Yilin was the quickest to react. She burst forward so quickly that the guards weren't even able to draw their guns in time. Leaping gracefully into the air, Lin Yilin performed a mid-air split to kick the front 2 guards in their heads, snapping their necks instantly. Her power was just as impressive as her flexibility. She landed on her hands and used them as a pivot to spin her entire body. Her legs began to glow yellow as she extended them while spinning, easily sweeping through the crowd of guards. Digital lockdown was 57% complete. If he were fast enough, he would not only be able to make a backup of the base's data, but also use its access to hack directly into Germinal organization's vaults. With the room acting as a fort, Lin Yilin and Lambert were able to put their fearsome combat abilities to full use. Lai Yanlin glowed with a yellow aura as she swiftly and gracefully dispatched of the invading guards with a metal baton on top of the lightweight mechanical arm. Her blows were so powerful that they shattered the guards' bones through their bulletproof armor. The pair was causing a massive number of casualties. Although the guards numbered over 100, they were unable to do anything. Screams filled the base. When they finally escaped, Lin Yao collapsed feebly to the ground, still shaking in fear. Lai Yilin and Lambert seemed accustomed to the sight. Lai Yilin fiddled around with the lightweight mechanic arm. She had grown fond of it. "I wonder who invented this mechanical arm. Could it be that Luo Xuan?" she wondered aloud. Who knows, but I did hear that he is slated to join covert ops. It's possible, conjectured Lin Yao as Lai Yanlin gazed lovingly upon it. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and it was Star Dragon's most successful operation to date. Not only did they destroy an entire germinal base, they also managed to collect large amounts of data. The top brass in Division 13 were pleased, and it wouldn't have been possible without Han Zio's intel. However, Han Zio's past and the Black Star issue remained a mystery as the information that Lin Yao had collected naturally had no mention of them. The Black Star message log was fabricated, while the Valkyrie experiments were top secret. Back at headquarters, Lai Yulin reluctantly returned the lightweight mechanical arm. Was the mechanical arm useful? Her superior asked. Lai Yulin nodded. It's all thanks to it that our mission was a success. Who created it? That, I can't tell you. Yulin's eyes sparkled. That will depend on the higher-ups. Lai Yulin gave up with harassing her tight-lipped superior and headed to the logistics department to look for Luok Xuan. The covert ops insignia on her chest ensured her smooth passage, ignoring the ongoing commotion caused by her very presence. Although all the departments in Division 13 were equal in status, the covert ops department was full of beautiful elite agents, so they were looked up to by all the other departments. Lai Yulin suddenly turned around to the crowd following her and loudly declared, "I'm looking for Luok Xuan." Everyone looked towards Luok Xuan enviously, singling him out. Is Secret Ops here to recruit me? He wondered. Suppressing his excitement, he answered, I am Luok Xuan. How should I address you? Lai Yulin. What can I help you with? Asked Luok Xuan. Are you the one who invented that mechanical arm? Mechanical arm. Luok Xuan immediately thought of the lightweight mechanical arm that had caused him to lose face. Could it have malfunctioned? Luok Xuan celebrated inwardly. Was there some kind of problem? He asked with a straight face. Nothing like that. I just found it very useful. I want to make a personal order. Luok Xuan froze in embarrassment as snickers broke out in the crowd. He had been ranting loudly about how worthless he thought the mechanical arm was to the whole department. I didn't invent it, he replied with a forced smile. Then say so earlier. What a waste of my time. Luok Xuan's face darkened. Suddenly, Feng Jun, who had been passing by, came over and said, the inventor's identity is top secret. Please refrain from guessing or discussing it. Lai Yanlin was startled. Top secret. As the crowd dispersed, all Luok Xuan could think about was the threat that this mysterious mechanic posed to him. I will not let him have a good time if he joins the logistics department. Elsewhere in a secret facility. Boss, Base 45 has been destroyed. By whom? Star Dragon. How did they learn of our base? Not sure. The germinal organization's bases were scattered all across the globe. However, only a few of them were situated within the territory of the 6 nations, and those key bases virtually hibernated all year round to prevent detection. How could they have discovered our base? Is there a spy amongst us? Only a handful of higher-ups in the organization knew the locations of their secret bases. It would be devastating if any of them turned traitor. The boss decided that he would have to conduct a purge. Of course, Han Zio did come to his mind. However, he ruled him out as it didn't seem possible for Han Zio to have access top-secret information as a lowly test subject. Still, the thought of Han Zio caused his blood to boil. It had been a while since the bounty was issued, yet there was still no news of him. You sure can run fast, but I'll squash you sooner or later. Enjoy your remaining days while you can. Han Zio has been missing for 3 days now. Where did he go? Liu Kaiyan was anxiously pacing up and down. Did he lose his way? It's all my fault. I should have gotten him a mobile phone. You said he's a foreigner, right? He doesn't even know this place well. What should I do? Be optimistic. Maybe he just died, consoled Old Man Liu. Grandpa, why are you so biased against him? Old Man Liu continued picking his nose leisurely. An idea crossed Liu Kaiyan's mind. Grandpa, help me ask someone to look for him, she pleaded. You wish, snorted her grandpa. When you stole my books, did you remember that I am your grandpa? Suddenly, Liu Kaiyan smiled shrewdly. Then I'll help you sell all the fine wine that you've been hiding underneath the floor in your bedroom. What are you talking about? Is your grandpa such a petty person? You just want to find him, right? I'll do it. Old Man Liu instantly changed his tune. Thank you, Grandpa, replied Liu Kaiyan with the widest smile. Old Man Liu sighed. He proceeded to make a phone call to the tall, old man. Oi, old man, was Han Zio taken away by you guys? You guessed. What did he do? He didn't do anything. We just want to work with him. If he didn't do anything, then let him go right now, or else my granddaughter is going to ruin my wine collection. I can't. It's against the rules. Cut the bullshit. You are the one who sets the rules. You still owe me one for the last time, remember. I don't care. Just release Han Zio now. The tall, old man rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, I got it. Old man Lu unhappily put the phone down. Why do I have to help that bugger? He sighed, reminded of his own past. Han Zhao had been living in a luxurious one-man cell for the past 3 days. He didn't seem the least bit worried about his situation. Instead, he was more concerned with getting stronger. He was currently consulting the interface. Suddenly, the interface lit up. Class emission, progress rate 1.6%. Looks like Division 13 has made their move. Han Zhao was surprised by the number. Logically speaking, with how massive and powerful the Germinal organization was, even destroying one of their bases shouldn't have that much of an impact on them as a whole. In the game, the war between the Germinal organization and the 6 nations had mostly been a back and forth, with neither side being able to hold a clear advantage. The car stopped, and Han Zhao was pushed out with the black bag still over his head. When the car began to speed off, Han Zhao removed the black bag to find himself a few streets away from the workshop. When he looked up, he could see several glistening moons in the night sky. Tisk, why all the secrecy? He muttered to himself. Nevertheless, Han Zhao was feeling quite pleased for having accomplished his goal. Han Zhao stepped inside the workshop to see an anxious Lu Qian pacing back and forth. For some reason, she became enraged at the sight of him. Why did you only come back now? Do you know how worried I've been? You're a foreigner. I thought something might have happened to you. Han Zhao put on his did something happen expression and stared at her blankly. What exactly were you doing? Taking a stroll. Can you at least try to come up with a better excuse? I thought. It's quite a good excuse. A gunfight at the junkyard was reported on the news yesterday. I thought you got caught in it or something and Lu Qian began nagging. Being nagged at did not irritate Han Zhao at all. On the contrary, it gave him a warm and fuzzy feeling. However, old man Lu appeared to ruin the moment. You came back alive. How disappointing. I'll get you a mobile phone over the next few days. The cost will be deducted from your salary, said Lu Qian. There's no need. I already have one, replied Han Zhao as he whipped the black mobile phone out. Although they had told him not to share the number with anyone else. Screw Division 13. When he saw the black phone, old man Lu gave a start. He pulled Han Zhao away to a corner. This is a Division 13 phone. You joined Division 13, so you know what this is. Since you've joined Division 13, get the hell out of my workshop. You can leave if you want to, I'm not leaving. How dare you talk to me like that? Why would you even want to? Old man Lu suddenly paused. Are you trying to woo my granddaughter? He glowered. No, Han Zhao hastily answered. Suddenly, however, old man Lu's expression grew strange. Hey little Han, now that I think about it, my granddaughter is not that young anymore. What do you think about her? Han Zhao immediately stiffened up. Old Lu, as the saying goes, a stolen melon is not sweet. But at least you would have a melon. Besides, we need a boy to carry on the family name. Old people who want descendants are scary. Han Zhao turned around, and to his horror, Lu Qian had been standing behind him the entire time. She stared at Han Zhao with big, bright eyes that seemed to be on the verge of tears. This is a misunderstanding. Jerk. Lu Qian covered her blushing face and ran upstairs. It's not like that. Han Zhao's life in the workshop returned to normal. After a few days, he asked for an advance of his first month's pay to order some materials from Division 13. At present, he was examining a dark red bullet lying on his palm. It was carved with flame patterns. Causes an explosion in a 3-meter radius upon hitting the target. He also used some good quality metal to craft a 2.5 kilograms, 0.65 meters foldable knife with 13-19 damage. It was an entirely black knife with a triangular tipped edge, and while it was not really ideal for combat, it did have some practical uses. Ever since the night that Han Zhao returned to the workshop, Lu Qian had not once looked at him directly in the eye, and would blush and run away from him after just a few sentences, making Han Zhao feel extremely irked. It did not help that old man Lu would pop up from time to give him knowing looks. As for Lu Qian herself, she actually had mixed feelings about Han Zhao. Of course, she did not hate Han Zhao. However, it was not like she liked him either. Instead, she was more worried that Han Zhao would pack up and leave if she rejected him. After all, where else would she be able to find such a good employee? Suddenly, Han Zhao's mobile phone lit up. The message read, "The paperwork has been completed. Report today. Feng Jun." Finally, the covert ops department had a single floor all to themselves. It was noticeably less crowded than the other departments. Feng Jun brought Han Zhao to a meeting room before leaving. Han Zhao stepped through the door to see that there were already 3 people seated inside. They were none other than Lai Yulin, Lambert, and Lai Yao. You're the logistics guy that the director gave special permission to join our team. Lai Yulin rose up to circle around Han Zio as she examined him. Han Zio raised an eyebrow. Special permission. Logistics guy. Suddenly, he noticed that the woman who had spoken to him was not only slender and perky, but extremely pretty. In Han Zio's books, she was easily up there with Hila. She was wearing a yellow sports-style jacket on top of black tights. I am Han Zio, a mechanic. Lai Yao abruptly stood up, knocking his chair down in the process. Nice to meet you. I am Lai Yao, the team's hacker, he introduced, stretching out a hand. I am the sniper, Lambert, introduced Lambert plainly without getting up. Han Zio shook Lai Yao's hand and casually acknowledged Lambert with a nod. He was obviously the silent type. Hey, why are you wearing a mask? Asked Lai Yulin with big, bright, curious eyes as she reached out to pull Han Zio's mask off. Han Zio dodged. Why are you hiding your face? Don't you trust us? Lai Yulin questioned unhappily. My identity is top secret, Han Zio replied. Hold on. Lai Yulin seemed to recall something, and she jumped in front of Han Zio, asking, were you the one who made the lightweight mechanical arm? Han Zio gave a start. How do you know? Haha, so it's you. Lai Yulin jumped about excitedly before slinging an arm over Han Zio's shoulder. Make another one for me. Han Zio's mouth twitched. It won't be free. Lai Yulin laughed loudly before asking softly, can I have a discount? No, you miser. I still don't know your name. This overly friendly pretty lady was giving him quite a headache. Lai Yulin, in charge of close combat, she reluctantly answered. So the four of us are a team. No, there's still our leader. Where is he? He's not here. He's recovering from an injury. Even the leader gets injured. Covert ops must be some dangerous work, remarked Han Zio. The trio exchanged awkward glances. The leader is sick from food poisoning, explained Lai Yao. We were just issued a mission to take in Black Spider. Apparently, he's still hiding here in the western capital. Han Zio raised an eyebrow. The timing of the mission was too sudden. It was probably deliberately assigned by the higher-ups. Black Spider, Lai Yulin wondered aloud. I know him. He's infamous for being a solo bounty hunter. The last time those field agents tried to bring him in, he blew up 2 whole streets. Why would he still hide here in the capital? When will we depart? Lambert asked. There's no rush, since they've already confirmed his location. Let's just act at night. Since this is your first mission, just familiarize yourself with the logistics preparation. Although it was their first meeting, the trio did not inquire too much about Han Zio's identity. To be assigned to covert ops already meant that the higher-ups trusted him, and that was enough. You have triggered the Class E mission. Accept, decline. Accept. Mission hint. Black Spider is a notorious murderer and bounty hunter. This is your first mission with the covert ops department. Your responsibility is to help the team succeed. Mission requirement, defeat Black Spider. Reward, 5,000 experience. Bonus reward, 40,000 experience or mind stabilizer. Black Spider, isn't that a mini-boss? Thought Han Zio to himself. Black Spider was an Esper who was regarded as one of the hardest bosses to kill in version 1.0. Normally, a mini-boss quest at Han Zio's current level would be at least Class D and reward way more experience. However, in Galaxy, quests rewards were automatically adjusted according to character level and roles. Generally, in a party quest, players who contributed the most damage or healing would earn the most experience. It was a system that prevented experience leeching. I guess it's still better than nothing, Han Zio consoled himself. From what Han Zio knew about Black Spider, this mission would be a piece of cake for his team. However, the bonus reward was a different question. Han Zio knew for sure that the condition for the bonus reward would be to take Black Spider in alive, but it could prove difficult to accomplish as Black Spider was in fact a superhuman, and his abilities made him much harder to catch than to defeat. The apartment building ahead is Black Spider's hiding spot. He should be on the 3rd floor. We need to approach silently, said Lai Yulin to Lambert and Lai Yen. There's no point in acting stealthy, interrupted Han Zio through the intercom. Black Spider has already discovered you all. How do you know? Lai Yulin frowned. Suddenly, gunfire pierced the silence of the night as a storm of bullets rained upon the trio. They immediately jumped into the nearest alley to seek cover. The trio exchanged serious looks as they leaned against the wall. Since when did he notice us? While a simple ambush like that would never have been enough to do them in, they would not have been able to react so fast without Han Zio's warning. Lai Yulin put her game face on and clamped her earpiece tighter. There was a man standing on top of the tall building from where the shots had come from, smiling frenziedly upon the trio's location with an assault rifle in his hands. On the left side of his face was a tattoo of a black spider. With a wave of his hand, 10 masked men armed with guns suddenly jumped out of their hiding spots in the nearby streets and alleys to converge on the alley that the trio was in. Our intel was wrong. Wasn't he alone? Lin Yao's eyes were wide with disbelief. Lai Yulin's heart sunk. Black Spider began to laugh coldly. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, Lai Yulin jumped onto the wall, and, as her legs began to glow yellow, she sprung forward, soaring in the air like a graceful swallow to close in on Black Spider and his men. Kill her, Black Spider frantically ordered. His men began to fire at Lai Yulin, and while a few bullets managed to find their mark despite her being fast to the point of becoming a blur, they simply flattened into metal pancakes upon hitting her clothes. Not only was the fabric of Lai Yulin's bodysuit weaved with bulletproof ceramic fiber, her own body itself was tough enough to deflect bullets. From the start, the trio had only been fleeing to bait in Black Spider and all of his men. 30 seconds later, there was blood splattered everywhere, and only Black Spider, with both hands chopped off, remained. Lai Yulin exhaled as she sheathed the retractable knife. She clearly looked pleased with it. Well done, praised Han Zio. He had chosen to remain silent during the fight so as not to bother them. The heavily wounded Black Spider began to laugh hoarsely as he glared at Lai Yulin without a single trace of fear in his eyes. Little brat, you guys can't kill me, he taunted. Suddenly, Lambert whipped out his gun to shoot Black Spider in the head. Blood splattered across the floor as Black Spider's body collapsed to the ground. Lai Yulin and Lai Yao turned to look at him speechlessly. Can't know until you try, he stated plainly. Suddenly, however, Han Zio spoke. Don't let your guard down. He's not dead yet. Lai Yulin almost stumbled backwards in her stretch. How can he be alive? She fumed as she pointed at what remained of Black Spider's head. He is a superhuman with some tricky abilities. Unmask the corpse next to him. You will understand, replied Han Zio calmly. But there isn't any piece of news on the dark web that says Black Spider is a superhuman. Hesitated Lai Yao. You might be mistaken. Not might, he is definitely mistaken, added a disgruntled Lai Yulin. Hey, newbie, I know you want to earn some credit, but don't make these kind of things up. Just give it a try. Lambert cut Lai Yulin off as he bent down to unmask the agent. To their alarm, the man did not have a face, or rather, he did not have any facial features. What is this? Lai Yao was horror-struck. They proceeded to unmask the remaining 9 men, and they were all faceless. Suddenly, a change occurred in the first man that Han Zio had asked them to unmask. As the mark of a Black Spider slowly appeared on his face, facial features also began to form, and it soon became clear that it looked exactly like Black Spider's face. Next, the wounds on this person actually began to heal up, and after a while, this corpse's eyelids began to move. Blow his brains up, Han Zio instructed firmly. Lambert fired without hesitation. They proceeded to listen to Han Zio and repeat the same procedure one by one on whichever faceless man the same signs next appeared on. Lai Yulin and Lai Yao were thoroughly shocked by what was happening, but they suppressed their doubts and carried out Han Zio's instructions. Although they had no idea how Han Zio knew of Black Spider's secret, he, without a doubt, knew his stuff. When there was only one faceless man left, Han Zio stopped them. Don't kill him, just cripple him. When the mark of the Black Spider and Black Spider's face formed completely on the faceless man, he opened his eyes in horror and shouted, "How do you all know my superpowers?" The name of his ability was. It allowed him to create a faceless copy out of himself after a certain period of time. The copy did not possess intelligence and could only operate and follow simple instructions within a fixed radius of himself. Each copy that Black Spider had was like an extra life, and he could reincarnate indefinitely as long as a copy still existed. Black Spider quickly calmed down and threatened, "I have unlimited copies. Even if you destroy this body, you won't be able to kill me. Mark my words, I will definitely hunt you down for the rest of your lives." Lambert was about to raise his gun when Han Zio hurriedly stopped him. "Follow my instructions." As Lai Yulin listened to Han Zio, she suddenly began to act high and all-knowing as she replied to Black Spider, "Unlimited copies. Stop trying to scare people. You can at most have 50 bodies. As long as we don't kill this copy of you, we can lock you up for as long as we want. You have completed the E-Class mission, Black Spider, earning 5,000 experience. You have fulfilled the secret condition, take Black Spider in alive, earning 40,000 experience or a soul stabilizer." Over the next few days, Han Zio received many orders for the retractable knife. Although all of his clients were Division 13 agents, Han Zio preferred not to meet with any of them directly just in case. He instead relied on Lai Yulin to act as a middleman. The materials were sent directly to Han Zio's workshop, and he crafted dozens of retractable knives over the next few days, earning him quite a lot of experience, some of which he used to raise mechanic affinity to the highest level, thereby gaining another talent point. Back in Division 13, word that Lai Yulin's team had acquired a mechanic named Han Zio and that he was open to private orders spread like wildfire. As a result, the amount of orders he received skyrocketed, and Han Zio found himself barely able to meet the demand. Nonetheless, thanks to this, he was able to earn tons of experience each day. Unlike in his previous life, there were no competitors, so Han Zio had the entire market to himself. Han Zio only intended to take orders for both the retractable knife and high-explosive gunpowder, but he made an exception to craft a lightweight mecha arm for Lai Yilin. While the retractable knife was indeed selling like hot pancakes, Han Zio knew that its popularity would soon fizzle out. After all, most people were only buying it for its novelty. Moreover, as its design wasn't really that complex at all, it wouldn't be strange for imitations and similar products to appear in the near future. The research department had expected Han Zio to refuse their demands. To mechanics, blueprints were like their lifeline. They did not care about Han Zio's personal gain. Or rather, that was to be expected, as the hardliners were hostile to him from the very start. In their eyes, giving Han Zio the chance to cooperate was a soft move, and he should have been locked up and controlled instead. On the other hand, the conservatives thought exactly the opposite. They were willing to give Han Zio the benefit of the doubt as he seemed trustworthy and was cooperative. Why cause unrest and animosity over a simple beginner equipment blueprint? The research department was offering high amounts of cash to the agents for the retractable knives that they had bought from Han Zio, which everyone saw through as a low move. As most of the agents did not know of Han Zio's special status, most felt that it was unreasonable to bully an ordinary mechanic and they decided not to turn in the knives. Doing so would also be, in some sense, disrespectful to Han Zio. However, there were still some who turned them in for the money. Korat was the first agent to strike a deal with the research department. He asked for $30,000, 30 times more than the opening offer, and the research department relented. His reasoning was simple: it was simply worth the money. While most of the agents held on to their morals, he laughed at them for being fools to pass up the opportunity. It's just a small-time mechanic anyway, who even cares? Just wait till the research department mass produces it if you really want it. In the research department, Luo Xuan and the head secretary were examining the retractable knife. Luo Xuan, can you reproduce it? Piece of cake. This thing isn't even well made, plus it's not encrypted. Then I'll leave it to you. If you can figure out the blueprints, I'll pull you over into our department. Of course, your position will be higher. Luo Xuan's eyes lit up. Since his debacle over the mecha arm, he had started to feel that he did not have a future in logistics. If he could gain the favor of the higher-ups again, he would definitely be able to surpass that blasted Han Zio. Han Zio's phone rang. He picked up his phone to see that it was Lai Yilin. Something bad has happened. All the agents want to cancel their orders. What happened? Han Zio was shocked by the news. The research department has reverse-engineered the retractable knife, and they announced that they will proceed with mass production very soon and make it available to everyone. Although everyone could see how blatantly underhanded the research department was being, since they were going to be provided with free retractable knives, it was only natural for them to want to cancel their orders with Han Zio. The retractable knife's profitability had run its course. Han Zio sat in deep thought. He had not expected the research department to be so brazen. Although Han Zio had already known that something like this would happen, he did not expect them to take action so fast. While giving up the blueprints voluntarily would earn him some faction reputation, he would not be able to earn any experience. In any case, they were putting a dent in Han Zio's plans to get stronger. News of the conflict between the research department and Han Zio spread throughout Division 13 like wildfire. As everyone thought Han Zio to be an ordinary mechanic, the outcome seemed obvious. Over the next few days, Han Zio showed no signs of action, so it became apparent that he had, as expected, decided to swallow it. Nonetheless, it still remained a mystery as to why the research department would pick on a normal staff member so much. Lai Yilin also suffered from the incident due to her involvement with Han Zio, and while she kept on trying to call Han Zio to speak to him, the line always failed to get through. Of course, Han Zio was not going to let things end like that. While he had not made his move yet, that was because his preparations were not complete. As the threat of war loomed, guns were heavily regulated in the Six Nations. It was in fact illegal for civilians to possess any, which was why Han Zio had gotten rid of his guns before entering the city. Nonetheless, there were illegal arms dealers situated all across the Six Nations. Neutral vendors such as these were implemented in Galaxy as a way for players to purchase equipment and intel as they carried out infiltration and assassination missions in enemy nations. Naturally, Han Zio knew exactly where these vendors were located. Han Zio was headed to District 8 to look for an arms dealer named Ma Zhu-si. Can you supply them long-term? Asked Ma Zhu-si. Han Zio chuckled. Would you be interested in the blueprint? Ma Zhu-si's eyes widened. Blueprints were extremely important items to mechanics. They essentially gave their owners monopoly over their inventions. It was extremely rare that a mechanic would offer to sell one of his blueprints, so Ma Zhu-si was not only shocked but overjoyed. As he was a veteran salesman, however, he suppressed the excitement boiling within. Name your price, he asked casually. There's 100 here, 5,000 each, and I'll sell you the blueprint for $1 million. Ma Zhu-si frowned, but after a while of contemplation, he relented. Deal. Being able to obtain the blueprint was far too lucrative a chance to miss. Back in Division 13, Chief, you called. Your plans were approved yesterday. The retractable knife will be credited to your department. The research director was overjoyed to hear the news. Thank you for your trust, Chief. The chief chuckled. Don't be happy so soon. The research director furrowed his brows. What happened? If it's about Han Zio, there won't be a problem. There's nothing he can do. Oh, you think so? Questioned the chief. The research director nodded. Good. Suddenly, the chief picked up a folder and threw it in the research director's face. To think that you would abuse your power to sell the division's technology for personal gain. How disappointing. What? When news of the research director being charged with selling weapons illegally broke out, all the agents in Division 13 were filled with disbelief. The fact that he was not immediately sentenced heavily hinted that there was more to the entire incident than met the eye. It did not take long for the agents to put two and two together and arrive at the unbelievable conclusion that Han Zio had orchestrated it all. Previously, they thought that Han Zio had kept quiet due to caving in, but in retrospect, it was simply the calm before the storm. Did he actually frame the research director? The gall of him. But doesn't that mean that the higher-ups are supporting him? What everyone found hardest to believe was that Han Zio actually got off scot-free. This caused a lot of speculation regarding his true identity to arise, and the person happiest to hear the news was none other than Lai Yilin, who was vindicated from all the odd looks that people had been giving here due to her connection to Han Zio. The research director was only given a strict warning for now, and, unable to touch Han Zio, his men suffered the brunt of his rage. Of course, Luo Xuan was not spared. Instead of his promised promotion, what he earned was a demotion to the position of an ordinary staff member. Damn it, curse Luo Xuan. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have obediently continued on in the logistics department. The next day, Han Zio received word from Feng Jun that the higher-ups wanted to discuss the matter of settlement with him. Finally, the chance for Han Zio to negotiate had come. Han Zio knew that in the future, the hardliners would not carelessly take action against him again, so it was probably the one time that he would be able to acquire advancement knowledge. Han Zio arrived at the HQ with his mask on as usual to meet with Feng Jun. Feng Jun led him to the chief's office where three people waited, the chief himself, the research director, and an old man who was faced against the glass window. Han Zio's acting skills immediately kicked in. Tall, old man. The tall old man chuckled. It must be quite a surprise. Who exactly are you? Asked Han Zio as he nodded blankly, similar to how he had once acted back in the Germinal organization. All you need to know is that I have some power in Division 13. Don't be so nervous. I've already noticed you from back then. You gave me quite a favorable impression. Mission accomplished. As Han Zio wiped the confusion off his face, the tall old man scrutinized him for a second before slowly saying, Tell me, how do you want this matter resolved? I just want some compensation, Han Zio stated calmly. Isn't the money you earned from selling the blueprint enough compensation? The research director could not resist shooting his mouth off. Han Zio shot a look at him. If not for you trying to steal my blueprint, I would have been able to make even more money. And if you had even tried asking nicely, I might have even sold it to the division. But ask yourself, did you? The research director could not retort. What kind of compensation do you want? Asked Gu Hui. Han Zio faked a sigh and pretended to contemplate for a moment before replying. I don't want something like this to happen again. That's for sure. In any case, even if Han Zio only chose to sell his goods privately, he would still only be selling to Division 13 Second Zone agents. I want to have a look at advanced mechanic knowledge. The tall old man furrowed his brows. Was it a coincidence, or had Han Zio planned to ask for it from the very start? Advanced mechanic knowledge was top secret in Star Dragon, and only accessible with a level 5 or higher clearance. In Galaxy, the equivalent requirement was an honored reputation. Each of the 6 nations in the Germinal organization possessed different kinds of advanced knowledge, but only the most trusted and deserving would have a chance to obtain them. Although Hanzio appeared calm and firm on the outside, he was actually extremely nervous. Such a request would normally be impossible to ask of. Now, it all depended on the tall, old man. Why advanced knowledge? Just curious. After 5 minutes of tense silence, the tall old man made up his mind. As he looked deeply into Hanzio's eyes, he slowly spoke, "Fine, I will allow it." Hanzio was instantly overcome with relief and joy, but he suppressed his emotions. Suddenly, the research director interrupted, "Hold on. Advanced knowledge requires a level 5 clearance. This is against the rules." Hanzio's mouth twitched. "If this bastard dares to spoil my plans, I'll beat him into a pulp." "What do you suggest then?" Gu Hui asked unhappily. "Rules are rules. Although you, senior, are okay with it, I hardly think that the others will agree." The tall old man smirked. "Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare," answered the research director matter-of-factly. "My word alone will suffice," declared the tall old man plainly. The research head gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Then, I suggest granting him only half an hour of browsing. He doesn't even have the proper clearance anyway." Gu Hui and the tall old man exchanged looks. This was a fair suggestion. Besides, Hanzio himself had only asked to take a look. "We'll give you 1 hour," declared Gu Hui. The research head rejoiced secretly. Even an hour would not be enough time to look through a third of the advanced knowledge. Deep down, however, Hanzio was laughing. 1 hour. Watch me take 1 minute with my talent points. He had to bite his lip to stop himself from grinning. Calm down. Calm down. The advanced knowledge was protected with an extremely secure multi-layered encryption. The code to unlocking it was a combined series of over 148-digit strings that were refreshed constantly. The contents itself were only able to be browsed by using a special terminal. Hanzio was brought by Gu Hui to take an elevator to a secret basement. When the lift doors opened, Hanzio was greeted by the sight of a brightly lit metallic hallway lined throughout with surveillance cameras on either side. While there were no guards, the corridor was full of metal detectors and red lasers, and there were guns concealed behind the walls. Hanzio noticed that there were actually countless optical fibers and advanced-looking computer parts laid inside the glass. The entire room was actually the terminal. Hanzio, however, was not impressed. "Why is the air here so stale? Did you guys forget the ventilation or something?" Gu Hui's eye twitched. He calmed himself down and replied, "That is the interface. The preparations have been made. You will not be able to access any other information apart from the advanced knowledge. For the sake of protocol, I will remind you that we will be watching, and you had better not try anything funny. Got it? I won't make you laugh." Hanzio nodded and proceeded to walk to the panel. "Now, no one in Stardragon will be able to stop me." Hanzio pressed enter without hesitation. Immediately, columns of texts and complex diagrams flashed across on the screen. Advanced knowledge detected. Use 2 talent points to learn. Hanzio began to grow dizzy as all the knowledge on the screen started to transmit into his brain. Learning in progress, do not cancel. You may now choose one of the following 3 advancements: Cannon Master, Technician, or War Machine. These were the 3 paths available to mechanics, and choosing one was an irreversible decision. Over 80% of blueprints were exclusive to technicians, so choosing either path would mean forfeiting the ability to create many higher-level gear and machines. The trade-off was that they were superior to technicians in combat, and, to most, more fun to play. After all, most people considered manufacturing classes to be boring. Technicians were always the least popular class until version 3.0. Congratulations, you have succeeded in class advancement. You are now a technician. When the process ended, Hanzio felt as though his body had been entirely remodeled. He could now see with stunning clarity the tiny specks of dust on the keyboard, and even the previously unnoticeable buzz of the current running throughout the glass sphere room was now clearly audible to him. A month had passed since Hanzio arrived at the Western capital. Since then, Hanzio had earned an overall amount of 200,000 experience, which was equal to a third of what he had earned back in his 6-month stint with the Germinal organization. Now, with over $1,500,000 in his possession, finances were the least of Hanzio's concern. The first-class advancement was the biggest game changer as it granted the player an energy attribute. Hanzio lightly pressed his thumb towards his index finger. As soon as he did so, his index was enveloped by a sort of invisible air. It felt similar to a weak current, and Hanzio could discern that it was magnetism. Magnetism was one of the attributes that a mechanic could specialize in. Combat-wise, it was not as powerful as the destructive attributes of fire or lightning. Instead, its main use was in strengthening the machinery affinity of a mechanic. Oh right, I heard that it was a guy called Korat who stirred up this incident. Help me get word out that I won't be selling anything to this person. Feng Jun grimaced. Do you think I'm a messenger or something? Han Zio raised an eyebrow. Aren't you? Feng Jun opened his mouth, but no words came out. Fine, he groaned. He says he's blacklisted me. Korat laughed coldly, seemingly unfazed. All along, he had only been concerned with personal gain, and he did not see how Han Zio could ever pose a threat to him. Leader is out of the hospital. He's called us up. Han Zio found himself the last to arrive at the secret ops team meeting room, where, other than the trio, was another man. The man's face was extremely square, and he seemed both righteous and stern. He looked extremely reliable and currently had his lips pursed. So, you are Han Zio. The team leader's eyes were filled with both unhappiness and caution as he examined Han Zio. Han Zio was caught off guard by him. Suddenly, Lai Yao tugged on his sleeve and muttered to him, he has the final say in who can join secret ops. But since your case was special, and you had the approval from the higher-ups without going through him, he's a bit unhappy. But don't worry, leader might be strict, but he's not a bad person. Let me introduce myself, interrupted the leader. I am the team's leader, Zhang Wei, he introduced, shocking Han Zio a third time. How casual is your parents' naming sense? I think only Yiku or Yifan could be worse. Han Zio's response, for some reason, caused Zhang Wei to look confused. With your inclusion, our team is back to being a 5-man cell. Although your position is in the backline, I still have to say this, as your background is a complete mystery. And I don't trust your ability yet. I will continue to observe you for now. I don't care if it's some high-level agent who assigned you here. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will kick you out of the squad. Suddenly, Lai Yao's laptop flashed, prompting him to turn his neck around with much effort. His expression changed as he yelled, there's an urgent mission. They want us to depart now. Details, asked Zhang Wei sternly. Ma Qingyong's team was ambushed during their mission to assault a Germinal base. The higher-ups want us to provide assistance immediately. They'll fill us in on the plane. Assaulting a Germinal base, wondered Han Zio. He could guess roughly what had occurred, having previously given Division 13 info on 3 of their bases. All 3 bases were situated within Stardragon territory, which was why Stardragon had been able to immediately mobilize its troops to destroy 2 of them. The destruction of these 2 bases had increased Han Zio's achievement progress rate to 2.0%. However, the Germinal were no fools and had clearly anticipated that the 3rd base would be attacked as well. They had clearly set up a trap. Han Zio pondered for a moment before holding Lai Yilin back to pass her 4 magazines of high-explosive ammo. Consider it a gift from a friend. Lai Yilin's eyes lit up upon seeing them. Is this your new invention? Han Zio chuckled. Don't squander them, they can start quite a fire. You have triggered the E-Class mission. Mission description. Provide assistance to the Secret Ops team being chased by the enemy. Your role is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Mission requirement. Successfully rescue Ma Qingyong's squad. Mission rewards, 8,000 experience. Bonus rewards, none. An hour later, the jet arrived at their destination. It was a cold desert filled with long stretches of dunes, and a bright, scorching sun was hanging in the azure sky, the intense heat of which caused the air to shimmer and the ground to simmer. Upon contact with the sand, the agent's boots instantly gave off a burnt smell. We have arrived, reported Zhang Wei in a deep voice. The trio were fully equipped. Lai Yilin, still with that yellow hoodie and black bodysuit, had a retractable knife by her waist, and a black bag over her back that contained the lightweight mecha arm. Lambert carried 10 modified retractable daggers and a huge, large-caliber rifle. And Zhang Wei, whose equipment gave even Han Zio a shock. It was a powered armor suit. Zhang Wei's entire body was covered inside a sturdy, grayish suit of armor that spotted a few scars of battle. The helmet would have fit right in with the Middle Ages and only had openings for vision, but the arms were modified and fitted 2 thick-barreled machine guns. Soon after, the sound of engines began to approach, and on the vast desert plains appeared a single vehicle being chased by over a dozen others. The sound of gunfire was incessant, and behind the fleeing car was a continuous trail of smoke and blasts. Aboard were none other than Ma Qingyong's squad. Ready, ordered Zhang Wei sternly as he closely waited for the Germinal vehicles to come in range. Fire! Suddenly, from behind the hill, a rain of metal dense enough to cover the sky descended upon the surprised Germinal agents. Bullets rang and clattered non-stop as they hit the armored vehicles. Upon the sudden ambush, the leading Germinal vehicle immediately spun around to avoid direct hits, almost overturning as it skidded. Within the space of a few seconds, the 2 cars exploded into balls of flames. Meanwhile, Lambert was showcasing his skill with the rifle. He remained still as he fired shot after shot of steel core bullets with 100% accuracy to halt the enemy's advance. The reinforcements are here. Aboard the fleeing car, Ma Qingyang and his teammates rejoiced. Right at this moment, a strange gale of wind suddenly descended upon the rescue team's location. The dancing sand began to form the image of a ghostly face. The sight of it was both unnerving and ominous. "Duck!" bellowed Jiang Wei as he hurriedly dropped to the ground to roll away. As the armored suit was too heavy, he did not have many other choices of movement. Lai Yulin and Lambert were the quickest to react, and they managed to duck to a side. As the gale crashed onto the ground, the blast sent a number of field agents flying. Jiang Wei suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout his mind, and his nose started to bleed. As he looked around, to his horror, the other field agents who had not been able to run away in time were all bleeding profusely from their orifices as they twitched uncontrollably. "Mental attack!" yelled a shocked Jiang Wei. "The enemy is a superhuman." As he looked towards the enemy fleet to find the source of the attack, he noticed the hood of one of the cars open up, and a slender woman in a jet black leather suit jumped out and started running towards them at an incredible speed. Her head full of red hair floated behind her, making her seem like some kind of red and black flash of lightning. Han Zhao furrowed his brows. Pushing Lai Yao to take command, he barked, "She is the Germinal's combat commander. Quickly flee." Jiang Wei was about to reprimand Han Zhao for snatching command when, to his surprise, he discovered that Lai Yulin and Lambert were unhesitatingly retreating. It appeared as though they fully trusted in Han Zhao's judgment. "Is the new guy that reliable? She's too fast. Lai Yulin, it's up to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lai Yulin turned around to face the incoming Gila. As she kicked towards her direction, a yellow burst of energy shot out that managed to push Gila back a few steps. "Pugilist." Gila squinted at Lai Yulin as she clasped both hands together, conjuring an even larger ghostly face that smashed towards her. Maintaining her composure, Lai Yulin ducked underneath the ghostly face with a slide and managed to avoid a direct hit. Seizing the initiative, Lai Yulin followed up with a series of powerful strikes with her legs, a stamp, a smash, a sweep, and a kick, the string of attacks flowing beautifully like a dancing swallow. The fact that Gila did not seem to be receiving any damage at all only went to show how far apart they were in terms of strength. Lai Yulin specialized in close combat yet could not overwhelm her. The exchange lasted for only a few seconds, but anything could have happened in that short span of time. Use the mecha arm. It'll let you help Lambert get a chance to snipe her. Biting her lip, Lai Yulin quickly inserted her left arm into the bag and pulled it out with the lightweight mechanical arm equipped. With a powerful strike combining her own power with that of the mecha arm, she finally managed to break through Gila's defenses by blowing her arms away, leaving her chest exposed. The mecha arm followed through into her flesh. A direct hit. Gila's face flashed red momentarily. As Gila examined the familiar visage of the lightweight mecha arm, she yelled in rage and shock. "How are you related to Zero?" "Zero? Who?" Lai Yulin was bewildered. Right at this moment, Lambert saw his opportunity and fired a shot. Gila's expression changed at the sound of the sniper rifle, and she immediately lunged sideways to dodge while enveloping her entire body with her gray aura. The large caliber sniper rifle bullet hit her on the shoulder, sending her spinning backwards in the air, as though hit by a train at full speed. "Jiang Wei, quickly take Lai Yulin and run." Jiang Wei did not take offense at being directly called by name. It was with Han Zhao's direction that Lai Yulin and Lambert had managed to injure the scary woman, and he now had some trust in Han Zhao's judgment. He hurriedly lifted Lai Yulin in his hands and turned around to leap towards Ma Qingyang's vehicle. As they retreated, the remainder of the Germinal fleet arrived at the foot of the hill, and they began to open fire. Sparks flew as the bullets deflected off Jiang Wei's armored suit, only leaving dents and marks. Jiang Wei did not even bother to take a look behind him. All that was going through his head was that the armored suit was truly his lucky charm this day. "Look out above." Above? Jiang Wei gave a start. "Right, they still have a helicopter." The Black Harrier finally made its appearance and began to shoot down at their car. "We have to take that out somehow," assessed Jiang Wei immediately. "If not, our own aircraft will be in danger." "Lambert, it's up to you and your sniper rifle." Lambert shook his head plainly. "I'm all out of armor-piercing shells. Standard bullets won't do against the Black Harrier's thick armor. Even if I had some left, it would take more than 7 shots. Are we really going to die here?" Despair was written all over Ma Qingyang's face. They were only a kilometer away from their escape plan's extraction point, but it did not seem like they would make it. Suddenly, Han Zhao spoke. "Did you forget my present?" Lai Yulin gave a start and hurriedly took out the 4 magazines. One of them was filled with rifle bullets. What does this do? See for yourself. Lambert quickly took the magazine from Lai Yulin and loaded his sniper rifle. As he readied to fire the shot, everyone watched on in anticipation. This single bullet was their final hope. In this critical moment, time seemed to slow down for all of them. As soon as Lambert pulled the trigger, a brass shell flew out from the chamber, and the crimson bullet was ignited as it accelerated out of the barrel, spinning. Whirling, it landed directly on the helicopter's bulletproof glass. Suddenly, the crimson bullet opened up like a blooming flower to expose its explosive contents to the air. Kaboom! The entire helicopter was instantly engulfed in a giant ball of flames. On closer inspection, the fire was actually burning off on the very armor itself, as though it had actually been ignited. The helicopter began to spin out on control mid-air. Even reinforced armor was ignited. What the hell is this ammo? Who got their hands on such good treasure? Asked a stupefied Ma King-yong. Lai Yulin's eyes began to shine. This stuff is good. She immediately loaded up her handgun with one of the magazines and fired a few shots. The pursuing enemy vehicles similarly went up in balls of flames, and even the missed shots were setting the ground ablaze. Back on the ground, Gila's face was pale. Where she had been shot at on her shoulder was only a shallow wound. She was using her gray aura to heal it up. As she grudgingly watched the aircraft leave, she made a call to the boss and said through gritted teeth, "We've found Zero's trail. Completed. You have earned 8,000 experience points, plus 100 reputation." "Bro Zio, you're the best." Lai Yao's eyes glowed with admiration. You only just realized," replied Han Zio with a hint of smugness. Jiang Wei, realizing that he had misjudged Han Zio, apologized. "Sorry for doubting your ability before. Today, we only made it out alive thanks to your guidance and your equipment. Welcome to the team." A late welcome was better than none. Han Zio chuckled. "No need to apologize over such trivial matters. I'm a gracious man." Jiang Wei felt a shiver down his spine. News of how the mission unfolded spread like wildfire in Division 13. Naturally, the incendiary bullets became the talk of the town. Han Zio's new product. I heard that that's what saved their lives. The retractable knife incident had already garnered Han Zio a lot of attention. Upon Ma Qingyong's order of the bullets becoming public knowledge, many agents came forward to inquire about them. It was a revolutionary invention. And this time, the top brass knew they had to make sure that things would not end up like the previous fiasco. They even brought the research director in for a warning before he even did anything. The division offered Han Zio numerous terms to provide both field ops and special ops with the new bullets, and he agreed to sell them at a slightly lower price of $20,000 for 500 bullets. In just the first day alone, Han Zio's stockpile of a few thousand bullets was sold out, earning him $200,000. "Not selling to me." Korat was fuming. Initially, he had thought that a simple apology would resolve the grudge between him and Han Zio. After all, money was money. However, Lai Yulin actually shut the door tight on him. Han Zio said that you're on his blacklist, and he instructed me not to take either your money nor your apology. The other agents who had initially thought of reporting the retractable knife had Korat to thank for taking the initiative back then. Or else, they would be in the same predicament as him now. When Korat offered to buy the bullets from his colleagues at a higher price, he found out that none of them were willing to. Even when he set his price at 200 a bullet, no one agreed, not even his closest colleagues. He was clearly being ostracized, but he could not understand why, until one of his old friends told him, selling to you would offend Han Zio. No one would want to risk being blacklisted by him, seeing as to how he probably will come up with more good stuff. Meanwhile, in a workroom, Luo Xuan opened up a box before him to reveal 20 incendiary bullets. He had gotten someone to help him acquire them. Han Zio had only blacklisted Korat and his team, not Luo Xuan. In Han Zio's eyes, Luo Xuan had simply been doing his job as part of the research department in trying to reverse engineer his blueprints. At the very least, he did not seem as vile to Han Zio as Korat did. Now that the research department was being kept under watch, there was no need for Han Zio to worry about them. "Damn you, Han Zio. Do you look down on me so much that you ignore me?" What he did not realize was that Han Zio did not look down on him. Instead, Han Zio had never even seen him before. To avoid offending Han Zio, the research director laid down an order preventing anyone from researching Han Zio's bullets. But Luo Xuan naturally did not care, and he still thought of himself as superior to Han Zio, and that he could easily reproduce the bullets, like with the retractable knife. "If I succeed, the higher-ups will definitely value me even more. I cannot afford to fail." The more Luo Xuan thought about it, the more perfect his plan seemed to himself. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Luo Xuan began to work at opening the bullet up. Suddenly, a blazing light filled up his entire vision. Ring! The shrill of the fire alarm rang through the hallways as the fire spread. Thick, black smoke filled up the entire research department as the research staff headed for safety. The sprinklers quickly put a stop to the spreading fire, but many documents were ruined, and sparks were flying out of some computers and machines. The walls and ceiling were filled with black burn marks. What could have caused the fire? Luo Xuan, his entire body soaking wet and his entire face black, was supported out by the guards. All his hair had been burnt off, including his eyebrows, and he looked just like a soy egg, or rather, a century egg. Being able to react quickly, in addition to having a fire extinguisher nearby, saved him from further disfigurement. He had not expected the incendiary agent to be gaseous. It combusted the very second it came into contact with the atmosphere. Luo Xuan had clearly overestimated himself. "I've lost," he grudgingly admitted. "What have you done?" yelled the research director. "Are my orders something to be taken lightly of? When the higher-ups investigate, this will all fall onto me again. You bastards." Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Feng Jun, who said gravely, "Han Zio, Germinal operatives are on the move. They seem to know that you are with us and are trying to track you down." "I know." Han Zio had expected this. He had instructed Lai Yilin to use the mecha arm while knowing that Hila would recognize it. "Rest assured, there will be men keeping watch around you 24/7. The Western capital was Division 13 Seconds territory. Even if the Germinal organization were to find out Han Zio's exact location, they would probably not be able to touch him. Not easily, at least. Still, as there were several superhuman assassins amongst their ranks, Han Zio knew that he could not afford to let his guard down. A few days ago, upon learning of the appearance of the mecha arm in the hands of a Star Dragon agent, the boss came to the conclusion that it must have been Zero who leaked information on their 3 bases to Star Dragon. Is he a psychic? The boss found it hard to explain how Zero could have accessed top-secret information. In fact, he had not once suspected Zero. Instead, he had mistakenly assumed that there was a traitor amongst his ranks. As a result, he had even wrongly killed one commander. "I may have underestimated you, but you are still a nobody. I don't believe that you possess more intel. Pass down my order, recruit some wanderers to investigate Zero's trail in Star Dragon. If found, send Rosa to finish him off." The platinum alloy was an alloy composed from a few rare ores. Han Zio had to spend quite a sum of money to purchase enough of them. After making the alloy, Han Zio used it to craft a retractable knife and another lightweight mecha arm. Both had above-average stats, as expected, and the retractable knife was even of a higher grade. Suddenly, a notification sound played. When Han Zio opened up the notification, he received a huge shock. "Beta testing has been scheduled. Retrieving information. Retrieval complete. Beta test period, 12 days. Beta testing. I completely forgot about that." Han Zio vaguely remembered that the beta test had been a 2-day event. As time was accelerated by 6 times in Galaxy, that translated to exactly 12 days. The beta test period was extremely short and only had 30,000 slots. Most of them were taken up by big corporations and gaming organizations, leaving only a fraction to be distributed through a lottery system. Han Zio was not lucky enough to win a slot. NPC functions unlocked. Discussion board unlocked. NPC functions. What's this? As it did not come with any further information, it seemed that Han Zio would have to figure it out on his own. In any case, it was likely to do with the ways that NPCs interacted with players, such as handing out quests, buying and selling goods, and imparting skills. In the beta test, the 30,000 players were distributed across over a dozen planets. Han Zio was not too concerned over this, as 1 or 2,000 players per planet would not really have much of an impact. Official release would be when all hell broke loose. Nonetheless, interacting with some of them would be a good opportunity to learn more about his NPC functions. The discussion board, on the other hand, was something that Han Zio was already familiar with. It was an internal forum that players frequented a lot, especially while waiting to revive. Han Zio clicked it out of curiosity, attempting to connect to the dive capsule. No player detected. Registration failed. It took a few moments for Han Zio to understand why. Accounts for the discussion board could only be created with the unique ID of the user's dive capsule. This rule was implemented as a measure against trolls. Well, I can't create a forum account, but at least I can access the forum for reading. There were a million questions on Han Zio's mind regarding the state of his existence. Perhaps this forum would be able to give him the answers if he watched out for his own username. Interacting with the beta testers will be a good start. Character name, Frenzied Sword. Regular settings selected. Character creation complete. Race, human. Based on your preferences, you have been matched to planet Aquamarine. Starting zone, Bighorn Village. Spawning, please wait. Bighorn Village was one of several starting zones on planet Aquamarine. As Frenzied Sword's consciousness slowly adjusted, he found himself standing atop a Loess field. The warmth of the sun felt just like it was real, and so too did the earthly smell of the soil. When he looked down to see his two arms, he was shocked by how realistic they looked and felt. It was a small field, and Frenzied Sword noticed that there were hundreds of other players around him. They, too, were curiously examining their bodies. Each player's name was displayed on the top of his head. Following the mini-guide shown during character creation, Frenzied Sword opened up the character information window. It displayed that he was LV1 and also showed the default starting equipment that he was equipped with: a shirt, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. They did not come with any stat bonuses. Damn it, I can't strip. A fellow player nearby was causing a commotion. He appeared to be trying to remove his pants unsuccessfully. What the hell are you even trying to do that for? The alarmed Frenzied Sword decided that moving away would be a good idea. Conversation broke out amongst the crowd. This is so realistic. What should we do now? Any hints? Suddenly, a white-bearded, fearsome-looking white elderly man appeared before the crowd and bellowed, "All of you outsiders, if you want to eat, then find yourself a job. Loafers are not welcome in our village. The crops in our farms need picking, and the shops to the south need workers. As long as you work hard, you will have food to eat." Frenzied Sword examined the old man. Based on your level, you acquired the following information. Xander, Bighorn Mountain Village Chief. Level, stats, danger level, middle. Players had an examine function that allowed them to learn an NPC's name and information. As the players went about their quests, many started to find themselves enjoying the game. Quests were tiring yet felt so fulfilling. Today is a blessed day. Let's see. Seems like Stardragon isn't a bad choice. Bighorn Mountain was situated in Stardragon, and the public train station was not too far away. After 3 days, the train arrived at the western capital. Upon arriving at the great metal fences, each of them received a system message, alerting them of a new explored location. So, discovering places gives experience too. This is amazing. Suddenly, he noticed a masked man watching him. Something about the way the man was looking at him seemed odd. As Frenzied Sword felt a chill run down his spine, he instinctively used the examine function. Name, Hanzio. Level, stats, danger level, fatal. Fatal danger. Frenzied Sword gulped. Even the armored security guard just now only had a high danger level. This was his most dangerous encounter yet. Who exactly was this guy whose information was full of question marks? Shouldn't it be safe in the city? Will today be the first time that I die? Suddenly, the man spoke. Examining someone you just met. That's not very polite. Frenzied Sword gave a start. According to the official information, an NPC would know if it had been examined if it was over 30 levels higher than the player using the function. Hanzio chuckled to himself. He had simply predicted Frenzied Sword's course of action. Brave adventurer, do you have time to help me? A standard line for a quest giver. Frenzied Sword's eyes widened. To think that I'd get the chance to interact with a high-level NPC this soon. This place is the best, he replied, as calmly as he could. I am willing to help. I need a loaf of bread. Can you find one? A confirmation window popped up as soon as Hanzio asked the question. Do you wish to issue a quest to Frenzied Sword? Please set the requirements and rewards for the mission. The maximum reward was currently set to 11,600 experience points. It also seemed to be provided by the system, meaning that Hanzio would not have need to fork any out of his own pocket. Daily reward limit referred to the amount of experience reward that Hanzio could issue out in a day. Currently, it was fixed at 5 times the maximum reward. As Hanzio tested the settings out, he discovered a limitation. If the current maximum reward did not meet the minimum amount required for a quest, he would not be able to issue it. A rank a quest such as destroying the Germinal organization would require a rank a reward. Hanzio's maximum reward of 11,600 meant that he could only issue E-rank quests. E-rank quests required a reward of at least 30,000 exp. Hanzio's eyes began to twinkle. It was possible to use this function to manipulate players into doing his bidding. After all, players would do any quest if the reward was high enough. Hanzio suddenly had an epiphany. I have to increase my maximum reward. In most games, it was the key, high-level NPCs who gave the hardest missions and the highest rewards. There was an icon in the shape of a person beside Frenzied Sword's name above his head. When Hanzio focused on it, an RPG-style meter bar popped out. The bar was half red, half green, and with a needle at the center. I can even do this. Hanzio was a bit scared to try. What if changing this also adjusted his thoughts? If I set favorability to maximum, will I turn gay on the spot? No, I can't risk that. Hanzio decided to test it by moving the needle slightly left to reduce favorability by 5. He heaved a sigh of relief when nothing else seemed to change. This function isn't very useful. Your favorability with Hanzio has dropped by 5. Current status, stranger. What the? Why would my favorability go down after quest completion? What the hell? Hey kid, not bad. I only sell my goods to people I like, and I like you. Frenzied Sword's jaw dropped. My favorability dropped, but he still says that he likes me. Do you want to open up a shop to Frenzied Sword? A shop window immediately popped up. An idea suddenly came to Hanzio. I can set favorability requirements to manipulate, attract players to keep coming back for quests. Hanzio was reminded of how he had spent long hours grinding out high difficulty quests just to achieve exalted status with the Alliance of Light, all for the sake of a battleship. Now, however, the tables had turned. A shop interface popped up in front of Frenzied Sword. As he scanned through the items, his eyes began to widen in disbelief. Godly equips, he blurted. Frenzied Sword was shaking uncontrollably. To him, all of these were godly equips that would allow him to surpass any other player. However, his expression changed when he looked at their price tags. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. But Frenzied Sword only knew true pain when he took a look at the skill shop. The sight of these skills caused Frenzied Sword to start drooling. Until he saw their prices. There was also an array of mechanic skills, but none of them were as eye-catching as the godly skill. Hanzio shook his head upon seeing Frenzied Sword's reaction. You aren't a technician, so you are unable to learn it. By now, Hanzio had already been solidified as a secret NPC in Frenzied Sword's mind. If I can make him my teacher, I will definitely become rank 1 in no time. But I really wanted to be a pugilist. That much was obvious from his in-game name. Damn it, this had better be worth it. Are you sure you want to become a mechanic? Yes. You have gained 500 exp, $100. Buying a skill was like paying for lessons, and Hanzio's skill level would remain unchanged. The NPC began to walk away. Where can I find you? Yelled a flustered Frenzied Sword after him. Hanzio thought for a moment before handing him a piece of paper with the workshop's address on it. As Frenzied Sword watched him leave, he began to grow excited. This is my chance. With those skills and equips, I will definitely be able to climb to the top. Suddenly, his expression froze. I cannot let anyone find this secret NPC. To a city as big as the Western capital, a few beta testers were truly insignificant. For now, Hanzio did not have any interest in them. The only reason he had come into contact with one was to test the NPC functions, and they certainly did not disappoint. Hanzio was already thinking up ways to use them for scamming players. Frenzied Sword. As Hanzio thought back to the player from before, scenes from another lifetime began to play out in his mind. In his previous life, Frenzied Sword had been part of the first batch of professional Galaxy players. As a pugilist, he had taken the first competitive season by storm and won one of 24 spots to represent China internationally. This honor alone had cemented his status as a legend. Unfortunately, this future pugilist legend was now a mechanic. Hanzio did not know exactly how Frenzied Sword's fortunes would play out in this timeline. But he did know one thing for sure, there would be no Frenzied Sword representing China in the near future. The only reason Hanzio dared to choose the mechanic class was that he knew it would eventually become the strongest class. However, this was something that no other player could know. In fact, the class seemed so bad from the start that in Hanzio's past life, numerous gamers, including pros, who chose the mechanic class would give up their characters and restart in another class. I feel like I scammed him big time or something. Hanzio shook his head. Scam? Nah, he made the decision himself. On the contrary, if he can endure a few patches then he'll have me to thank. Yeah, from enlisting in the Stardragon army to joining underworld societies, there was no lack of work opportunities for players in the Western capital. Even just by walking on the streets and interacting with NPCs, there were plenty of quests waiting to be triggered. From the money that they earned from these common quests such as find the missing purse, rescue the cat stuck on the tree, and other collection missions, it became clear to Sleepy Winter that exploring had been the right thing to do. Of course, as the Western capital was a high-level zone, there were many places that the trio found inaccessible at their current level. Rainy Kim had been rejected at the gates of the Western Capital Academy while Twinkle Fried Rice had been held at gunpoint when he'd tried to enter District 1, almost giving away his first death. The day after, the trio enlisted in the Star Dragon Army, thereby gaining their first combat class. In order to test out the limitations of the quest function, Han Zio entertained Frenzied Sword and issued him with all sorts of strange quests, such as, and many more. From these tests, Han Zio learned that as long as the maximum reward was able to match the quest's difficulty, he would be able to choose any type of quest scenario that he wanted. Meanwhile, things were a bit different on the receiving end. Frenzied Sword, who found himself only being assigned crude and twisted quests, gradually began to develop a sense of fear toward Han Zio. Nonetheless, he religiously completed all of the quests, as the experience that Han Zio rewarded him with was several times more than the standard reward. That alone was enough for him to ignore his own morals. The quests allowed him to level up rapidly, and he used the earnings themselves to learn more basic skills from Han Zio. The beta test might have been unexpected for Han Zio, but overall, it did not do much to disrupt his plans. The beta players were simply too scattered and few in number to have much influence on their respective starting planets. 12 days was not enough time for them to level up significantly. It would take longer for a breeze to develop into a storm. In the long haul, however, the influx of players would be like a gold mine to Han Zio. Helping to strengthen Frenzied Sword was only the first step. Soon, his progress would definitely catch the attention of the other players and his own association. His association would certainly capitalize on it and release information on this secret NPC in order to gain popularity. That was when the money and experience would start pouring in for Han Zio. Frenzied Sword might have thought he was hogging Han Zio to himself, but he was actually dancing in the palm of his hand. The women on Aquamarine are so beautiful, urgently looking for party members to fight the Sand Bandits. Location: Fallen Dragon Valley, Planet Longtoon. Coordinates are: a shot of Planet Brighton's magical floating city. I somehow transformed myself into some tentacled monster. How do I change back? Damn it, teach me how. Most of the threads were posted to request help or share information. As Han Zio refreshed the forum page, a new thread caught his attention. First B-Class Quest. Han Zio narrowed his eyes. He recalled that the first B-Class mission had only appeared after the official launch. How could someone have unlocked such a high-class mission during the beta test? The Throne of Gods Guild had 15 players in the beta test. It was a team of core members led by both the leader and the vice leader. Before the beta test started, they had already decided to list science as a preference. Their reasoning was simple: since the world of Galaxy had a galactic setting, science would definitely be a core driving force of the game. As such, they were all able to start together on Aquamarine and had also quickly purchased a map to begin exploring. The leader, Jupiter, was the one who decided to join the Germinal organization. Their starting zone had also been close to a Germinal base. The Throne of Gods sure has deep pockets. If only I could find Zero. The reward on Zero's wanted poster was extremely alluring, but Frenzied Sword knew that as he was operating alone, it would be like trying to search for a needle in a haystack. While it might have been a pity, it did not bother him too much. Frenzied Sword's eyes filled up with fire as he took another look at Han Zio. As long as I latch onto this guy, I will level up faster than anyone. Initially, performing all the strange quests that Han Zio gave him did give him a sense of aversion. However, he gradually discovered that they not were that bad after all. At the very least, they were interesting to do. Compared to hunting monsters, running around to carry out these errands was much simpler. Of course, this came at the expense of his morality. One day, he realized that his mind was becoming more open, and he had an epiphany: shame is but an obstacle to human evolution. Me, a pervert? No, I have simply transcended. I have found the way. Does that guy like you or something? Asked a bemused Liu Kaiyan as she pointed at Frenzied Sword. He was staring at Han Zio dreamily from the entrance of the workshop. He seems pretty sincere. Why don't you give him a chance? She teased, giggling. It was the first time that she had spoken normally to Han Zio since the misunderstanding. Han Zio rolled his eyes and reached out to tickle her, causing her to yell out and dodge, startled. Hugging her sides with crossed arms, Liu Kaiyan watched Han Zio closely with puppy eyes in anticipation of his next attack. Her grandfather's attempts at playing matchmaker had initially caused her much headache. However, she soon discovered that there was no cause for concern as Han Zio was not particularly interested in her. To be more specific, he did not even seem to be interested in women at all. Although this eased her worries, it also raised other concerns. A woman's heart is unfathomable. Pay her attention and she might become wary of you, but neglecting her won't do either. Unfortunately, one's looks also play an important factor. If you are good looking enough, you won't have to worry about it. Liu Kai's casual attire was revealing a tantalizing view of her front, but it did nothing to stir Han Zio's heart. Having been working for up to 15 hours almost every day recently, crafting had become the only thing that he could think about. Sometimes, he even found himself designing guns and weapons in his dreams. And the scary part was that once, when he woke up, he realized that the designs were all practical. Suddenly, the interface lit up. You have triggered the sudden quest. Quest hint, the assassin is closing in. Completion requirement, survive the encounter. Quest reward, unknown. Han Zio's face stiffened. The attack could happen at any moment. Damn it, old Liu is not home now. For the quest to have triggered despite Feng Jun and his men keeping watch in the neighborhood meant that the enemy definitely had some kind of special ability to invade without getting detected. There was a high chance that it was a superhuman. It was vital to avoid dragging old Liu and Liu Kaiyan into the mix, as it could jeopardize his plans to unlock the hidden scenario that he had come here for all along. Facing his attacker head-on was also more of his style. An illusion. Han Zio forced his eyes open. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your INT is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. The darkness around Han Zio began to shatter as the effects of the illusion faded. As Han Zio regained his senses, he discovered that there was a man standing 5 meters away with a gun pointed directly at him. Click. He pulled the trigger. Han Zio's eyes widened. How am I supposed to dodge a shot at point-blank range? People often say that time slows down in the face of danger. What happened next was on a whole new level. In the face of imminent death, the world around Han Zio suddenly began to slow down. The expression of panic on Han Zio's face was replaced by a look of absolute coolness as his mind cast aside all unnecessary thoughts and emotions in order to process the situation. Han Zio was able to dodge the fatal shot by moving just 2 inches. The bullet grazed past the side of his face. All it caused was a searing sensation. The assassin's expression changed. How could he have dodged my sure kill shot? With his illusory powers, Norsa had successfully carried out over 100 assassinations for the Germinal organization. So far, it had not mattered whether his targets also had superpowers. However, according to the intel given to him, Zero should at most be at the level of an elite agent. How could someone who relied on machinery to fight be able to break free of his illusion? The intel was completely off the mark. As Han Zio dodged, he whipped out both berserk eagles from his waist and activated as he fired a volley of deafening shots. The recoil from the shots was so powerful that it caused his hands to shake. Bang, bang, bang. All of the shots found their mark on Norsa's chest. A perfect counterattack. Norsa began to stagger backwards. He had used energy to protect his body, otherwise he would have been shredded to bits. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he immediately summoned whatever energy he had left to back up and flee. Han Zio narrowed his eyes and gave pursuit as he loaded a gun up to fire a shot in the direction of Norsa's escape. The ensuing sea of fire forced Norsa to stop in his tracks. Gritting his teeth, he turned around to face Han Zio. Norsa's eyes began to glow with a mysterious 7-colored aura. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your INT is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. Bang! Han Zio unhesitatingly fired a single, precise shot that drilled a hole through the assassin's throat. Norsa clutched his neck in horror. My illusory powers have never failed me. Why is he unaffected? Han Zio strode forward to smack Norsa onto the ground with both guns. He then pressed them against his chest, pinning him to the ground. Bang! The sound of the shot was dull. As the incendiary bullet penetrated Norsa's body, his internal organs were immediately set ablaze. He began to flail his limbs wildly, but only for a moment. You have killed the Germinal Organization Executor, Norsa, earning 7,500 EXP. You have completed the sudden quest. You have been rewarded with a character summoning card. Feng Jun arrived late to the party with his team of fully equipped field agents. When he saw the blood on Han Zio's mask, his first reaction was to feel Han Zio's chin for any wounds. Are you hurt? Are you blind? Snapped Han Zio, pointing to the graze on his cheek. That's good. Feng Jun heaved a sigh of relief before looking at Han Zio apologetically. They had failed in their duty to keep him safe. It's not your fault, consoled Han Zio. This man is the Germinal Organization's executor, he explained, pointing toward Norsa's corpse. He's an assassin who has never failed. Norsa was widely feared even among the 6 nations. Once, he had gunned down a high-ranking Star Dragon official in broad daylight despite tight security. Upon confirming the identity of the corpse, Feng Jun's shock turned into amazement. Hold on, he came to assassinate you. But you killed him instead. Are you really that strong? You only realized that now. Han Zio glared at him as he checked the interface for the quest reward. Character Summoning Card. You are able to use this character's ability once. Character Norsa Connor. Ability Illusory Power. Only targets with more than 50 INT can resist this ability. If Norsa has found me, then it means the Germinal organization must know exactly where I am. Not necessarily, replied Feng Jun. The intelligence department has the network locked down. Hey, where are you going? Called out Feng Jun hastily. I still have to take you back to HQ for debriefing. No time to explain. Quickly request for permission to seal all of the city's exits. It was possible that Norsa had learned of his whereabouts from the spies in the city, and that he had come straight for him right after. In that case, it was not too late to take action. Han Zio knew exactly who the head honcho of the spy network was. The reason he had not taken action against him so far was that the Germinal would simply send a replacement to take over. On the contrary, leaving him alive had its advantages. Norsa's death would confirm Han Zio's presence in the western capital, but if he could stop the intel from getting out, the Germinal would not be able to pinpoint his location. Through a series of twisting alleys, in the process, disposing of 3 muggers, Han Zio soon arrived at a small, dilapidated church building. It was now used as a means of shelter by some homeless people. In the warring period of the old era, religion had served as a means of mental support for many. At one point, this church in particular had managed to amass millions of believers. However, the savior that they believed in never appeared, so eventually, people stopped believing. There were a number of vagrants in the building, but when Han Zio could not see the one that he was looking for, he abruptly grabbed the nearest one up and questioned, "Have you seen a tall, bearded man with the tattoo of a red wolf on the back of his hand?" The vagrant shivered at the sight of the blood covering Han Zio. "You mean Lu Gaoen?" He answered meekly. "We call him tongueless because he never seems to speak. I think he went somewhere in the afternoon." Even regular citizens needed to go through lengthy checks at one of the 3 guard posts in order to leave the western capital. As it was currently only 2 p.m., there was still a chance for Han Zio to stop him. He could not count on Division 13 to pass a restriction order. Even if they were willing to, it would take some time for them to come to the decision. By then, Lu Gaoen would most likely have left the capital. Han Zio furrowed his brows. Which of the 3 exits was Lu Gaoen at? Time was ticking. Lu Gaoen left less than 2 hours ago, meaning that he must have received Norsa's intel just then. Since Norsa had come directly to assassinate him, he must have tasked Lu Gaoen with reporting the information back to their organization. Lu Gaoen would definitely not have expected Han Zio to know of him, so he would not see a need to deliver the intel with haste. Under such circumstances, the city pass that he would use would most likely be the one nearest to him, the Northwest Pass. However, it was still possible that he would choose to use either of the further passes. There was no way to tell. As they set off, Han Zio immediately hopped into the driver's seat of Lai Yalin's car. "Hey, it's my car," grumbled Lai Yalin immediately. "I'll drive." "You drive too slow. You don't trust the driving skills of a top agent." Lai Yalin was so outraged that her eyebrows were almost contorted upside down. Unfortunately, she knew that there was no time to argue, so she grudgingly got into the passenger's seat. "Tighten your seatbelt," reminded Han Zio. Lai Yalin rolled her eyes at him, replying, "You must be joking. I'm a pugilist. I'll be fine no matter how fast you go." "Suit yourself," replied Han Zio with a plain nod as he stamped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, a yellow sports car appeared at the south entrance. Spinning almost full circle, the car left 4 sizzling, black tire marks on the road as it came to an abrupt stop. Hey, I thought you were a pugilist." "You, don't talk to me, N. Bliarik." Lai Yalin puked non-stop as she leaned on the car door. "Who taught you to drive?" Han Zio raised an eyebrow. "Does driving have to be taught? Doesn't it? The first driver didn't have anyone to teach him, did he?" Lai Yalin gaped in the face of Han Zio's perfect logic. She was about to shoot back at him when, suddenly, the urge to vomit kicked in again, causing her to throw her head back to the side. As they neared the post, the station troop yelled out, "Stop. Show your ID." As Han Zio reached into his pockets to take out his ID card, his expression froze as he realized that he had forgotten to bring them along. Without asking, he directly reached into Lai Yalin's pockets to find hers. "Top pockets? None. Bottom pockets? None. Where's your pass?" he asked. As Lai Yalin still seemed too dizzy to think straight, Han Zio continued feeling around that dynamite body of hers for it. "Oh, I found it," rejoiced Han Zio. He then held the pass up toward the guard, who had been gulping at the show. "Oh, you guys are agents. Come on in." Lu Gaoen worked for an intelligence organization known as Storm Eye, one of the many subgroups that were secretly under the wing of the Germinal organization. In most cities, Storm Eye had one head contact in charge of relaying information back to the Germinal organization, as well as a few covert agents who gathered intel and only reported back to the head contact. Upon finding out that transmissions leaving the city were being blocked, he realized that Division 13 must have gotten wind of him somehow. Hence, he decided to go offline and take his computer apart in order to prevent being traced before heading toward the city entrance to leave. At present, Lu Gaoen was blended in with a crowd of people approaching one of the city's entrances. Norsa must have completed the assassination by now. Suddenly, the great metal fence gate before him closed up. "What happened? Why are we being stopped?" "We have orders to temporarily seal the exits," announced a soldier, starting a commotion among the crowd. "He's the one." The sudden shout from behind caused Lu Gaoen to turn around. There was a bunch of troops walking menacingly in his direction. They were obviously after him. Impossible. Lu Gaoen immediately looked around him to find an escape path, but it was too late. Not only was he surrounded by the crowd, there were simply way too many troops in the vicinity. As despair filled him, he allowed a soldier to pin him onto the ground without resistance. As Han Zhao appeared at the scene, he sighed a breath of relief. "We made it in time." As Lu Gaoen resigned to his fate, he decided to activate the poison sac stored in his tooth. He would rather die than divulge any information regarding the organization that he had dedicated his whole life to. Suddenly, Han Zhao pulled out his handgun to fire a shot at Lu Gaoen's head, sending a trail of blood and brain matter spurting out. "You have killed Lu Gaoen, gaining 3,500 experience. Why did you kill him?" Wei Yulin was stunned by Han Zhao's sudden action. Division 13 could obviously have extracted a lot of vital information from him. There's poison stored in his teeth, his nails, and he even has some needles concealed in his clothes. We wouldn't have been able to stop him from killing himself. Han Zhao shook his head. In any case, Lu Gaoen's death was truly insignificant to him. He already possessed all the information that he needed. Nonetheless, things were getting a bit dicey. In Black Raven Valley Base, the Throne of Gods Guild had gathered together for a meeting in-game. Things had not gone according to plan. As the other beta testers were all preoccupied with leveling up, their call for information had gone unanswered. Leader. The quest hint changed. Jupiter gave a start. Upon checking the quest tab, he discovered that the quest location had actually been updated. It now stated that Zero was inside the western capital. The mission was updated. Jupiter scratched his head. However, while he was confused, he was not upset. It was the 12th and last day of the beta test, and they had barely made any progress thus far. "We'll send members to search the western capital after the official launch." Jupiter clenched his fists. "This B-class quest is ours for the taking." In Germinal's headquarters, a report was being read out to the boss. Commander Rosa was last heard from in the western capital. Another man also disappeared along with him. Lu Gaoen, our head contact in Storm Eye. Lai Ruo has said that he will find a replacement for him immediately. "It's Zero," said the boss abruptly. He silenced Rosa and Lu Gaoen in order to keep his exact location a secret. "Humph, so you are in the western capital. Star Dragon's Division 13 must be keeping him under their protection." Rosa was the ace assassin of the Germinal organization, while even Lu Gaoen had given the boss a favorable impression. It was a huge loss. That blasted Zero. The boss was furious. "Zero, did you think that you would be safe as long as you found protection?" While he had at first belittled Han Zhao, over time, he had come to recognize the threat that he posed. According to the analysis of the security footage from the Valkyrie laboratory, Zero had never displayed any unusual behavior. Where he had gotten hold on their intel from remained a complete mystery. Order Storm Eye to pinpoint Zero's location. "I don't care if he's hiding within Division 13 Seconds HQ, find him no matter what it takes." The boss voice was filled with murderous intent. Beta test concluded. Countdown to game's launch, 122 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes. Han Zhao shook his head upon discovering that the discussion board button had been grayed out. "Looks like I was right. The amount of time between version changes in the real world is not synced with my current time." "Why are you shaking your head?" asked Gu Hui suddenly. "I wonder what other information you possess." Han Zhao was currently inside a conference room back at Division 13 Seconds headquarters. There were 3 big shots seated in front of him, Gu Hui, the division director, as well as the 2 heads of the intelligence department and the secret ops department. Breaking out of his daze, Han Zhao stroked his chin as he evaded the question. "My location is now exposed. Germinal might not know exactly where I live, but they will definitely send even more killers into the city. Gu Hui furrowed his brows. Although unsatisfied with Han Zio's reply, he followed Han Zio's lead. Then what do you intend to do? There's no more need for hide and seek. I want to participate in the next operation. It's too dangerous, protested a livid Gu Hui. If you show yourself, that will only give them the chance to take action. I can change my appearance. Gu Hui was visibly shocked. You have superpowers. Han Zio shook his head. I can create a gadget that allows me to alter my looks, so there's no way that they will be able to find me. A skin mask? Not a bad idea, thought Gu Hui. However, Han Zio sounded as though he meant something more advanced than a simple skin mask that Division 13 already employed. There were two reasons behind why Han Zio wanted in on the action. The first was, of course, for the experience. The second was that he did not want to remain cooped up inside the Western capital. This was the only way that he would be able to participate in more incidents. The Black Raven Valley base was situated near the border of Hesla, one of the 6 nations. It was a major base on a completely different scale from the 3 sites that Division 13 had taken action on previously. Not only were the security and defenses extremely tight, the commander of the base was a superhuman. He was known as the Sword Phantom, Pan Kwang, a pugilist close to reaching D level. Near Black Raven Valley was a gathering spot for many wanderers known as Black Raven Village Town. It was a beginner starting zone. Han Zio planned to destroy Black Raven Valley base as it would prevent a substantial number of new players from joining the germinal organization simply because of the base's proximity. This idea had occurred to him upon discovering the Throne of God's post, after which he had given it some proper thought and became fond of it. It was not only an act of revenge toward the germinal boss, but it was also a preemptive strike that would have unseen but deadly impacts. Han Zio grinned with glee at the prospect. Han Zio left the headquarters to return to the workshop. As it was more likely than not that the operation would be passed, Han Zio also needed to prepare new equipment. The mecha arm and the retractable knife would not allow him to keep up with the level of the opponents they were about to face. Looks like it's time to learn a bunch more stuff. Suddenly, someone knocked the door. It was old Lu, with a chicken leg in one hand and beer in the other. Little brat, what are you doing here? I want to borrow a few mechanic knowledge books, replied Han Zio as he turned his attention back to the bookshelf, expecting old Lu to chase him out. To his surprise, he instead said, the key is in the drawer. Just remember to return it when you're done. Han Zio's jaw almost dropped. You actually agree? Since when had they been on such good terms? Old man Lu put down the chicken leg in his mouth and snorted. Treat it as a show of thanks. Thanks? Han Zio frowned. Are you still trying to promote your granddaughter to me? Old Lu's face immediately stiffened. What's so bad about my granddaughter that's stopping you from falling for her? But that wasn't why he wanted to thank Han Zio. Instead, it was because the tall old man had told him that back then, Han Zio had lured the assassin away from the workshop in order to prevent Lu Kaiyan from getting involved. This alone had changed old Lu's impression of Han Zio considerably. Not bad, kid, praised old Lu with a satisfied smile. He gave Han Zio a pat on the shoulder before leaving him to his own devices. As he left, Han Zio noticed an oily handprint on his shoulder. That old imp. Back in his room, Han Zio took a deep breath as he prepared to learn all of them at once. Do you wish to spend 1 talent point to learn the energy talent? Large streams of information began to fill up Han Zio's mind, causing him to feel like his head was about to explode. After a short period of recovery, Han Zio gritted his teeth and continued with the other books. Just like that, Han Zio spent 20 of his 21 talent points. Han Zio was currently sitting on 38,000 experience, accumulated from mass-producing incendiary bullets. His daily experience gain was about 2 to 3,000. As for money, that was the least of Han Zio's concerns. He had earned a whopping $3,600,000 thus far. It's time to try and get the disguise blueprint. Before he started, Han Zio invested a few thousand experience to raise to level 3. Talent combination, also known as talent fusing, was not only limited to the fusing of 2 talents. However, the cost for adding additional talents was extremely high. Adding a third would only cost 5,000 experience, but the cost of subsequent ones increased exponentially. A fourth one would cost 40,000 experience. Generally, lower-leveled mechanics would perform talent fusion with only 2 talents because fusing more was not guaranteed to give better results. However, some blueprints, like the one that Han Zio was aiming for now, could be crafted easily with the correct talents. After playing with the mask a bit more, Han Zio removed it and headed back to headquarters to look for Gu Hui. You've created your mask? Asked Gu Hui. Han Zio smiled and put the mask on. As Han Zio did not intend to reveal the mask's transformation capabilities just yet, he had prepared it to display the face of an ordinary-looking young man beforehand. To Gu Hui, it simply looked like an extremely realistic mask. However, while Division 13 could already make such masks, none of them were as realistic as Han Zio's. Furthermore, not only did it seem to be extremely portable, it was clearly very easy to wear. Interested in selling the blueprints to us, Han Zio faked a burst of laughter. It's just a simple mask, why would I need a blueprint to make it? You guys can make them too, right? That's true, thought Gu Hui to himself. Inwardly, Han Zio let out a breath of relief upon seeing Gu Hui give up the idea. I managed to fool him. Then, continued Han Zio, can I join the operation? Gu Hui thought for a moment before nodding. The Hesla Intelligence Service has decided to join us for this operation. You will come along with your team. Han Zio had known that Hesla would agree to taking action. It was the Germinal organization, after all. 3 days later, the doors to Han Zio's workroom opened. Out came a tired Han Zio with listless eyes and dark bags under his eyes. Han Zio received a call as soon as he turned on his phone. It was Lai Yulin, and she did not sound pleased at all. Han Zio, why were you unreachable for the past few days? You have dozens of overdue orders. You'd better not take the cash and run away when I'm putting my own reputation on the line for your business. Also, don't forget that you promised to make a set of specially tailored equipment. Han Zio could barely open his eyes. Ignoring her as she rambled on, he climbed into his bed and curled up under his blanket to fall asleep instantly. When Han Zio finally woke up, the first thing he did was to make his way to the toilet in his dreamlike stupor. After washing his hands, he stretched, yawned, and proceeded to brush his teeth. Afterwards, with eyes still half closed, Han Zio went over to the kitchen in the main workshop where he pushed Lu Kaiyan off her seat at the dining table with his butt and helped himself to the remainder of her breakfast, all the while ignoring her feeble protests. When he was done, he simply cast her an unapologetic glance before strolling out as though nothing had happened. Back in his workroom, Han Zio opened up a small box. Inside were the fruits of his labor, what appeared to be numerous thin scales of metal. They looked black, but on closer observation, they were actually an extremely deep shade of blue. Although they resembled nothing like armor, these tiny pieces of metal were, without a doubt, the magnetic armor, well, unassembled, and still quite incomplete, to be exact. With the additions of the enhanced facial simulator, Desert Eagle, lightweight mechanical arm, foldable machete, sky swallow gliders, magnetically controlled armor, and last but not least, these flight-capable bombs to his arsenal, Han Zio had finally finished with all his upgrades. Although Division 13 would definitely still provide them with more equipment, at Han Zio's current level, his gear could be said to be semi-godly already. What about me? What about me? You promised to customize some equipment for me. You have to wait till I have some inspiration. As a pugilist, you should focus on using your fists to punch people. Why are you always eyeing my mechanic equipment? Since time is running out, I will have to focus on the most essential modification. Firstly, I will increase the energy capacity. Then, work on the structure will begin to reduce the weight and upgrade the skeleton of the mechanical parts. This will help to improve your overall movement. That will be great. Jiang Wei's face brightened with happiness. The suit was extremely heavy for him. After every use, his whole body would ache badly, worse than after running 10 kilometers. Next, I will modify the sensing system. I will fit a simple chip onto the suit to survey the situation outside, and I will personally donate a firepower control system, which will give your long-range weapons an auto-aiming ability. The total cost will be $360,000. How much? Jiang Wei stared at him, his mouth agape in disbelief. His total saving had not even reached $1 million. Do you think this is too pricey? Are your parents still alive? Why are you asking about them? They have already passed on. Jiang Wei was startled by the strange question. Do you have any siblings? No, I'm their only child. Do you have a wife or a girlfriend? No, I'm all alone. Zio Han shook his head with a perplexed expression. Then what's the point in saving so much money? The comment shot right to his heart. Fine, stop talking. I will pay. Jiang Wei gripped his chest in pain. He felt like his heart was being stomped on by 1,000 rhinos. It was move-out day. The team of 4 gathered in the garage. The gathering point is the East Sentry Post. Okay, let's board the truck, Jiang Wei said solemnly. As soon as he gave the instruction, Lai Yulin moved rapidly onto the driver's seat and stared at Zio Han anxiously. Can I drive the truck? Zio Han rubbed his eyes. He had been burning the midnight oil for the past few days, so he was sleepy beyond measure. Thus, he did not insist on driving. He told her to drive steadily before moving to the back of the truck. He used a few backpacks as blanket and lay on the floor to sleep. Lai Yulin sighed in relief at once. She felt as if she had just escaped death narrowly. She didn't even have the energy to point out the irony in Xiao Han's words. Drive steadily. West Capital, East Sentry Post, Military Train Station. The superiors highly valued this attack on the base at Dark Crow Valley. Division 13 sent 3 covert ops teams to take part in this large-scale mission. The first was Zhang Wei's team, and the other was Ma Qingyong's team, the one that saved Zhang Wei's team. The last team was Covert Ops Ace team, led by the team leader Dai Su. The 2 ops teams were waiting at the train station, accompanied by an officer from the staff department. A loud engine sound traveled from afar. Everyone could hear the huge horsepower of the incoming vehicle. They felt the floor shaking as the vehicle got closer. Kai Baijia looked up at the source of the sound and saw a gigantic and ferocious military truck approaching. Ma Qingyong flicked his cigarette butt off and crushed it with his heel. Dai Su clenched her fingers tight, gripping the coin in her palm. Kai Baijia adjusted his collar. They are here. You have grown prettier since the last time I saw you. Screw off. We are not that close. Lai Yulin frowned and shoved Dai Su's annoying hand away. Dai Su was not bothered by it. She scanned around and asked curiously, "Where is your mechanic? Where is he hiding?" Lai Yulin crossed her arms in front of her chest. She gave a cold look and refused to answer. Zhang Wei answered, "He's a little tired, so he is still sleeping on the truck." "This truck is." Zhang Wei stood upright and said with a face full of pride, "Our logistical support vehicle." Jealousy filled Ma Qingyong and Dai Su's teams. They gave their team leaders a bitter look. "We want our own logistical support vehicle, too." Han Xiao woke up soon after he felt the vibration of the train. The ceiling of the carriage was installed with lamps that illuminated the room under a soft white light. The carriage was filled with lifeless, ice-cold machines and mechanical weapons, but they actually gave him a sense of security. Han Xiao rubbed his eyes forcefully before he got his full concentration back. He opened the carriage door only to realize that he was on a high-speed train that was already on the move. He followed the trail of light and entered the carriage from the front. The sound from the wind disappeared the moment he entered the carriage. Noisy chatter filled his ears instead. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, everyone stopped talking. Every pair of eyes was fixated on Han Xiao. They scanned him with curiosity. Dai Su was the first person to stand up. She moved her beautiful waist and moved seductively toward Han Xiao. "So, you are Han Xiao?" she asked curiously. "I think you've got the wrong person," Han Xiao replied nonchalantly. Han Xiao knew that he would lose a lot of face if he answered all the questions directed at him truthfully. Everyone's face stiffened. What a blatant lie. Everyone was here in the cabin. Who else could he be? Lai Yulin was instantly delighted as she saw the scheming Dai Su getting rejected. She waved at Han Xiao. "Xiao Ji, come here and sit." Han Xiao nodded and moved beside Zhang Wei and the others. Lai Yulin whispered to Han Xiao, "Great job. You just embarrassed that scheming Dai Su." Scheming? Han Xiao was surprised by her description. "That's right. Dai Su is a scheming, cunning, and sly snake," Lai Yulin said with a mouth full of detest. Kai Baijia clapped his hand. "Since everyone is here, I will now explain the details of this mission. Field personnel, please take your leave." Field personnel knew that this was the rule, so they left this carriage without hesitation. The place immediately quieted, as only the 3 covert ops teams and Kai Baijia were left inside. "This is a joint mission between Hesla's intelligence department and us. Hesla's troops are stationed at the border, and they could move out at any moment. Our job here is to infiltrate the enemy base to gather information about their defenses so that we can provide the troops with intelligence support. Hesla has sent us a map of the Dark Crow Valley. This place is easy to hold but hard to attack, and with deep forests, we will not be able to locate the coordinates of the base with our satellites. We have zero information about their troop number and location. We can only attack from land." Everyone was very serious when it came to their mission. Dai Su scratched her forehead and frowned. "This sounds like a heavily guarded best. Is it possible for Hesla's troops to storm the base on the ground?" They refused. Kai Baijia shook his head. Everyone understood the reason. As long as Hesla could take down the enemy with 2/3 of their effort, they would never deploy their full strength. Lai Yulin grumbled. "Then where is the infiltrating point?" Kai Baijia pointed at a spot on the map. "On the west side of the valley, there is a large town called Crow's Forest. The fact that they have the courage to build a town near a base of the Germinal organization suggests that the 2 parties are colluding. Therefore, there must be a few scouts from the valley base stationed in the town. This is our opportunity to obtain crucial intelligence. And according to intelligence from the higher-ups, there are 3 noteworthy enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base. Pan Kwang, head of the base, 35 years old, Asian, E+ pugilist, is one of the German organization's executive officers. His weapon is a blade, nicknamed Blade Soul. His last recorded feat was 3 years ago, when he defeated 12 Theseus agents at the border alone. 4 of them were superhumans. The page showed an emotionless man. He looked like any ordinary man but gave off an extremely fierce vibe. Jai Jai, deputy head, male, 29 years old, mixed Asian and Caucasian. Limited information. We only know that he seems to be a relative of the leader of the Wind Eye organization, Jai Nuo. Dormund, captain of the security force, 43, from Raylan. He specializes in different firearms, and he is an extremely elite special agent. He used to lead a whole Night Owl squad. For this combined exercise, Hesla will be sending teams of agents from the intelligence department. They will move with us when we meet at the rendezvous point. Jiang Wei's expression became unnatural, and he questioned, agents from 2 countries working on this mission together. Kai Baijia was feeling embarrassed and coughed. Yes, that was just courting trouble. Hesla was unsatisfied with the intel from Stardragon. Also, they didn't want to expend much of their own force, so they requested that Division 13 deploy manpower for this mission. The agents looked at one another with unease. The relationship between the 2 countries were rather stale. The agents even seemed hostile toward one another. It seemed like the mission would turn out to be a flop. None of this intel was useful for Han Zio. He yawned and looked out of the window. He squinted after he caught sight of something. He immediately interrupted the discussion and shouted, "We are under attack by beasts." Everyone was stunned and could not react. The train vibrated violently, causing the agent to almost fall. At the same time, there was a loud and horrible cry from the field personnel in the back carriage. The covert ops agents, who were trying hard to maintain their footings, peeked out of the windows, and the sight in front of them was shocking. Under the cover of darkness, a gargantuan black worm was coiled up around the last carriage. The worm's body spanned over tens of meters, and it had a glossy, black exoskeleton that was composed of chitin, reflecting the moonlight. The creature looked hideous. The head of the worm housed its gigantic mouth, with sharp teeth that continued way down into its throat. The worm was chewing on the metallic exterior of the train carriage, perforating the carriage's exterior. An unfortunate agent ended up in the worm's mouth, and in a brief moment, the screaming ended as the victim turned into minced meat. The bold ideas he previously had vanished instantly. It is the dark earthly worm. One could see the fear on Kai Baijia's face. Zio Han drew his berserk eagle out from the holster and fired a shot at the worm. He tensed up the moment the stats of the worm flashed on the screen before his eyes. The dark earthly worm. Level 48. LV 10 LV 10 LV 10. The dark earthly worm had a long lifespan. Its length increased proportionately with its age. Under normal circumstances, it peacefully resided in darkness with little activity. However, it would be awakened by violent vibrations in the ground. It became clear to the folks that the worm had been woken up by the noise of the passing train. To prevent encounters with wild creatures, every rail line had maintenance personnel who would inspect the infrastructure and survey the traffic, which also included surveying the underground for signs of life. If the worm had come before the last survey, it meant that the personnel in charge had slacked and failed to inspect the ground thoroughly. The agents, who were considered prey by the worm, reacted to the situation with shock by firing their pistols. However, the smaller bullets formed the pistol dealt almost zero damage to the worm, whose defense points were way above 100. All the explosives and Gatling guns were in the store carriage. However, the agents were unable to obtain these weapons. Their access to the store carriage was blocked by the worm. "Move aside," Lai Yulin shouted as she leapt forward with the foldable machete in her hand. She channeled the flames of yellow energy and hacked hard into the worm's exoskeleton. A crack was heard, and a distinct cut appeared on the worm's body. It was useful. Pugilists could channel their internal energy to deal astonishing damage. In this case, the punches and kicks had immense power and worked effectively. After a quick glance, Dai Su also went forward. With the foldable machete in her hand, channeling the flames of green energy, she hacked hard and fast, like streaks of lightning. A small piece of exoskeleton fell off the worm, and a faint glow of green could be seen. The worm showed no signs of apprehension. It had its thick flesh and armor for protection and was, therefore, especially calm. It subsequently shrank its body to give the carriage a harder squeeze. The monsters on Aquamarine were ferocious, and many had stacked abilities that made them especially hardy. The worm was evidently a wild boss-level creature, and without the firepower of the modern military, it would be difficult to slaughter the monster. The worm was a creature that required at least 50 players of the same level to defeat. However, there were some instances where the monster was defeated by solo players. In 2 gulps, another 2 agents were swallowed by the worm. The flesh of humans tasted much better than that of the sandworms underground. The dark earthly worm ground its teeth as if it had enjoyed the meal. The agents were shivering, and the brutality of the predator caused many to almost collapse to the ground. Use fire. The worm is afraid of fire. Dai Su Su yelled. The worm had poor eyesight and was especially sensitive to heat and sparkles of ember, which had a similar effect on the worm to flashbangs on humans. The agents realized that if the situation remained stagnant for much longer, the train would be destroyed. The only solution was to use flames to push the worm back. Jiang Wei immediately took out the magazine housing the high-explosive ammunition. Bang! Instantly, the impregnable exoskeleton of the worm started burning. The worm lost its composure and started wriggling violently. The flames and the temperature made it especially uncomfortable. It became as agitated as a restless baboon. The increasing magnitude of the jolts made him worry about the carriage flipping. Almost all of Division 13's agents had purchased the high-explosive rounds, so he was confident that they could handle the situation effectively without him getting involved. The fire started growing on the worm, and in less than a moment's time, the worm could no longer withstand the glaring ember. It gave a shriek and loosened its grip on the carriage. Following that, it tunneled into the ground. In a matter of seconds, it was deep in the ground, leaving only piles of dirt. The agents that managed to escape the wrath of the monster were still feeling shocked and fearful. They collapsed onto the ground. "We are saved. We are not dead yet, not dead yet. Mama, I miss you." Although the worm only appeared for a few minutes, the damage it had caused was immense. 3 days later, the train arrived at the Hesla border station. Hesla and Stardragon belonged to the same continent. The more liberal culture on Hesla was perhaps due to the hot and humid climate. Even outside of the beaches, bikini girls and topless guys could be seen walking on the streets. The train pulled into the military train station. Looking through the window, a man in shades wearing a loose-fitting flowery shirt could be seen standing on the platform. He was probably the next point of contact. Han Zhao alighted from the train together with the rest as Kai Baijia led the way. Kai Baijia walked up to the man and introduced himself. "I am Kai Baijia from the Stardragon's Division 13. The man laughed and removed his shades. He had unshaven stubble and looked unkempt, as if he was a fishmonger from the market. "I am Yifan from the Hesla Intelligence Department." Yifan saw the whole studded train carriage and immediately asked, "You guys encountered a monster?" "It was just a small worm, no real threat." Kai Baijia gave a dry cough. Despite of the danger caused by the worm, there was no way he would admit that the situation had been greatly perilous. He needed to maintain the reputation of the Stardragon agents and wanted the folks on Hesla to believe that they were strong. "It must have been really fortunate for you guys to arrive safely." Yifan laughed. He did not further probe into Kai Baijia's words. Yifan put his shades back on and said, "Let us quickly head to the command center and report in." Jiang Wei, Dai Su Su, and Ma Qingyong became really quiet, a stark contrast from their usual chatty behavior. It was their nationalistic sentiments affecting them. Han Zhao realized that he should not do anything overboard at that point in time. The commanding officer was a muscular Caucasian man by the name of Colonel Carl. Colonel Carl was studying the operation plan hanging on the wall. Upon hearing the door creak, Colonel Carl, who thought that it was his assistant officer entering the room, blurted out, "Do not disturb me when I am thinking." Yifan coughed and said, "Colonel, the agents from Stardragon are here to submit their report. Take them down to rest. We will set off together in an hour," he ordered. Carl seemed unfriendly to the agents of Division 13. Yifan took the agents to a room and asked them to stay put at the location since they would be moving out shortly. After Yifan left, the agents were left alone. Lin Yao finally dared to speak and asked softly, "Why do I get the feeling that the Hesla soldiers, especially the commanding officer, seem to not like us?" Ma Qingyong gave a sarcastic grin and said, "In the past, there were wars between Stardragon and Hesla. Therefore, the people of Hesla are unfriendly toward us. It is really frustrating that we have to face such situations even when we are on a collaborative mission with them. I am going out to take a puff." Han Zhao stood up and walked out of the room. He lighted his cigarette and took a deep puff, which went all the way down to his lungs, then out of his nostrils in 2 trails of smoke. He felt a sense of relief. He ignored the unfriendly stares from the Hesla soldiers and diverted his attention to the mission plan on the screen of the tablet. You have activated. Mission brief. This is a small-scale military operation. As a member of Division 13 and participant of the operation, look out for what you can do. Hint: the mission is a part of the Camp Destroyer series and you can claim these rewards upon completion of the mission. Reconnaissance 1 Team Mission. Monitor the situation in Crow's Forest Town. 3000 EXP rewarded. Reconnaissance 2 Team Mission. Monitor the situation in Dark Crow Valley Camp. 8000 EXP rewarded. Logistics Member Solo Mission. Complete 20 tool repairs for your teammates. 8000 EXP rewarded. Assassination 1 Kill Dormant. Rewards based on contribution. As Hanzio was smoking, a lady with short red hair approached him and asked, "Are you from Stardragon?" Staring at her in the eye, Hanzio nodded. "I suppose so." Immediately, the lady drew a knife from her waist and stabbed toward the neck of Hanzio. Hanzio stared at the red-haired woman without flinching. The knife was only 3 centimeters from his main artery when it stopped and turned away, displaying the woman's strong skill wielding her weapon. The woman gave a fierce look. "Why aren't you dodging?" "Why should I dodge?" "So, you think I do not dare stab you? You can try." Hanzio's face did not change one bit. Somewhere beneath his clothes, the magnetic-controlled extendable suit had already inched near his collar. He could protect his neck at a moment's notice, and therefore he was fearless. Furthermore, since she was able to move freely in the military campsite, she had to be a Hesla agent. She would not really harm him like this. This would most likely be a test of his ability or to instill fear in him. However, how dare they picked him as the target? Hanzio was slightly irritated. His eyes turned ice cold. The red-haired woman suddenly felt a shiver down her back and did not realize where it came from. She had just finished talking when she felt something pushing onto her stomach. She looked down. A large caliber pistol was pointing right at her stomach. Only then did Hanzio laugh and say, "Hanzio, that was fast. I didn't even see how he drew his gun." Her pupil constricted. She put away her knife. Hanzio withdrew his gun, too. "I will remember that." When it turned around and left, Hanzio narrowed his eyes. "Hesla personnel sure are hostile toward us. They'd better not drag me down." After Wenna walked some distance away, she gave a sigh of relief. She realized cold sweat was dripping down her hairline and became serious. That Stardragon agent gave her an extremely dangerous vibe. Hanzio finished smoking and stepped on the cigarette butt. He walked back into the lounge. Since it was only a test meant to scare him, he did not want everyone to hear about it. Firstly, it was to protect the mission. And secondly, he didn't think he wanted to be strayed by emotions. Kai Baijia gave Hanzio a complicated look. He was sitting by the window and had seen the whole incident unfold. He had gone on a lot of field missions before, and he knew that the other country's agents would surely test their ability and show off their own prowess. This was a covert rule. All the agents were proud and arrogant. They would not get respect and power without showing off their ability. If anyone were to complain to their superior, they would actually be laughed at. Kai Baijia greatly approved of what Hanzio had done. He did not let Stardragon's reputation down, and he was glad that Hanzio had kept his mouth shut. Soon, it was time for them to depart. Everyone gathered at the border exit. Ifan, together with Winna, brought a dozen agents, armed and ready to go. The first stop of the mission was a position far away from the Crow Valley town. There was an abandoned secret hideout of Hesla's. They would be using it as their temporary base. Division 13 transported the Land Rovers using the train. They were just regular all-terrain cars. Only Hanzio's Big Black was unique. He drove his team off amid loud revving of the engine. This time, he drove steadily and comfortably. Lai Yilin was almost moved to tears. The other 3 teammates, cramped in the other seats, were puzzled. They didn't understand Lai Yilin's big reaction to all this. It was half a day's ride. Hesla's motorcade was leading, and Division 13 followed. Suddenly, Hesla's motorcade sped up, gradually increasing the distance between the two parties. Dai Su Su and Ma Qingyong accelerated when they realized it. Only Hanzio, driving Big Black, followed slowly at the back. "Zio-ji, we need to catch up with them," Lin Yao said anxiously. Hanzio's had one hand on the steering wheel while the other one was out of the window and enjoying the wind. "Why do we need to catch up? No matter how fast they drive now, they will have to wait for us later." "I do not want to waste my petrol," Hanzio replied briefly. Ma Qingyong chimed in on the radio. "Jiang Wei, this is Hesla's agents showing off. We must not lose to them." Jiang Wei pondered for a few seconds, and he patted on Hanzio's shoulder. "Let's catch up with them." Lai Yilin's face immediately turned pale. She grabbed Jiang Wei's sleeve hurriedly and urged, "Please don't. This speed is great. What exactly do you fear? Zhang Wei was really puzzled. Captain, is it not good to be alive? Lai Yilin said in a trembling and sobbing tone. Zhang Wei was extremely baffled. Han Zhao raised his eyebrow. You really want to pursue them? Yes. Zhang Wei nodded his head. Han Zhao sighed and changed the gear with ease. Okay then. You guys had better hold on tight. Lai Yilin was deeply fearful. She held onto the car door as tightly as she could and clenched her jaw. You guys will definitely regret this. In the afternoon, everyone arrived at the destination. As soon as they alighted their vehicles, they all looked at the big black truck with shock, horror, and disbelief. Cold chills ran down their spine whenever they thought of the scene from before. Even though they were experienced agents who had seen many things, such as S and Z-shaped movements, this was the first time they had seen an N-shaped movement, and it was faster than anyone else. This could not even be counted as drifting, more like flying. The truck driver must have been heavily under the influence. Zhang Wei, Lin Yao, and Lai Yilin fumbled out of the vehicle, held onto a tree at the side, and started vomiting everything they had inside them. At that moment, they felt like they'd be better off dead. Oh my god, I feel like I'm dying. Blarg, told you that you would regret this. Han Zhao strolled down from the car and clamped a cigarette comfortably in his mouth. He smirked and said, well, you guys told me to chase. Do you specialize in driving bumper cars? Han Zhao curled his lips. Bumper cars? Don't look down on me. I used to drive mechas. Lambert got out of the car with sturdy steps, as if nothing had happened to him. Han Zhao's eyes gleamed. See, there is someone normal enough to enjoy my driving. Just as Lambert opened his mouth to speak, vomit came out like waterfall. Only after everything was vomited out did Lambert commented with a poker face, if you ever touch the steering wheel again, I will just jump out of the car. After everyone moved their equipment into the secret base, they began their pre-mission briefing. We have two operations. Firstly, disguise as wanderers and blend into Dark Crow Forest Town to gather intel. Secondly, search for sentry guards from the Germinal organization that are left alone and force information about their base out of them. We will handle the sentries. Your people can go to the Dark Crow Forest Town, Winna immediately stated. Dai Su frowned. There would mostly likely be spies hidden in the town. If they attempted to blend in, they might be exposed and be put in dire danger. If so, they would not achieve anything. Searching for sentries would be much safer and easier to accomplish. Hesla just could not wait to throw all the dangerous and tough jobs to Division 13. This attitude annoyed them greatly, but someone had to do the missions after all. If it was not going to be Hesla, then it had to be Division 13. Once the mission plan was finalized, those Division 13 agents who were going in mixed together to form a team with Dai Su as the leader. They were disguised in wanderers' clothes and looked travel-worn and weary. They hunched their backs to look as if they were being weighed down by stress. They carried giant backpacks and looked exactly like those real wanderers. They then headed toward the Dark Crow Forest Town on foot. The secret base was equipped with many computer screens that were connected to agents' camera and earphones. Han Zhao, Lin Yao, and Kai Baijia would rotate to monitor the situation. As night fell, the team moved out in different groups and pretended to spend money, probe for intel, and gather information. You guys should go to the southern part of town, where you will see a casino. There should be a bald-headed dude who knows the intel about the base. Han Zhao was describing the spy from the Germinal organization stationed at the town. Those real players who were born at Dark Crow Forest Town could only join the Germinal organization through this guy. Everyone was shocked. Dai Su frowned. Where did you get this information from? I have my ways. What if the information is incorrect? Dai Su was adamant. Listen to him. Kai Baijia spoke up for Han Zhao. Before the mission, higher-ups had told him to trust his intel. This showed that the higher-ups valued Han Zhao highly. Without fail, they found the bald-headed guy, who was the banker of the casino. What should we do now? If we act rashly, we could alarm our enemies. He might have companions from the organization around him, asked Dai Su. Han Zhao was speechless. We've already found our target. Can't you just be professional and do what you usually do? Dai Su felt her chest tighten, enraged by his comment. But at the same time, she realized that she had asked a dumb question. She gathered her teammates to secretly surround the guy. Han Zhao looked at the time. He got up and let Lin Yao take over his duty. He did not feel that he needed to supervise the actual execution. If they could not even catch the guy, those agents should just knock themselves out with a piece of tofu. At the same time, Winna and her team of Hesla agents left for their objective after she gave Han Zhao a fierce glare. Winna's team sneaked among the trees silently as if they were hunters searching for prey in the dark forest. There was a series of protocols to follow for the shift changing of the sentry guards in the next few hours. By then, Other soldiers would discover the disappearance of the sentry guard who had been killed. However, their first priority was still to gather sufficient intelligence even if that risked revealing their positions, since ultimately, the enemy would realize the impending invasion by the Hesla military. They needed to find out the military strength and defenses at the Dark Crow Valley base. There must be important information hidden in the daily logs. Let me do it. Yifan instructed Magarnu to plug the chip into the computer, which allowed Yifan's computer to also access the server. There was a look of seriousness on Yifan's face, and his fingers started to punch the keyboard and input the codes like a butterfly dancing in the air. Level 1 firewall, hacked. Level 2 firewall, hacked. In less than 3 minutes, all the encrypted documents were decoded. At that point, the enemy technicians realized what was happening and started deleting the documents frantically while Yifan was copying the files. In a brief moment, all the documents were deleted. Yifan's computer was too slow and only managed to copy 28% of the documents. The more confidential documents were deleted first. However, the copied documents contained sufficient intelligence, including defense blueprints, internal structure information, and the military strength of the base. A member of staff from the central control room of the Dark Crow Valley base reported, "Sir, our external server was hacked." The assistant director of the military base was Jai Jai. He was a tall, lanky man with a sly appearance. He proceeded calmly to the screen and asked, "What data was stolen?" The daily activity logs, internal structure of the military base, the coordinates of the base, the sentry logs for the base. Even though so much critical information had been stolen by the hackers, there was no sign of panic within the base. Were the hackers actually from Hesla? The bait is set, now we are just waiting for the fish. Jai Jai gave an eerie grin. Jai Jai went into the director's office and reported the situation to Pan Quang. Our external deceptive server was hacked. I presume the hackers to be from Hesla, and they will probably launch a military invasion soon. Pan Quang was polishing his dark, long machete with his handkerchief. The machete had an icy cold blade and a thick body with its handle wrapped with strips of cloth. There were clear spots of dried blood on the cloth. The machete had been used to slay many enemies throughout the years. Pan Quang was fixated on polishing his blade. He then asked calmly, "What do you think we should do?" Jai Jai cleared his throat and said, "Although the information stolen by the enemy is false, we have unfortunately revealed the existence of the base. Therefore, I hope that the chief can evacuate the base and bring along all necessary equipment and information. In addition, I also recommend that we deal a hard and decisive blow to the existing enemy forces." "Okay, just tell me when you need me to fight," Pan Quang replied. "How was last night's operation?" Han Zio asked. Lin Yao replied with fatigue. "The bald guy revealed the positions of his comrades to us in the forest, and we managed to apprehend them. Also, we discovered the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base from the captive's statements. Fellow agents of Division 13, our guys have successfully obtained critical intelligence of the Dark Crow Valley base." Kai Baiji was puzzled. In less than a day, the Hesla agents had managed to complete the mission. Their efficiency seemed too impressive to be true. "You guys really secured information about the base." Yifan nodded in affirmation. "Winna captured an enemy officer. Our operation is done, and we are getting our agents back. After which, we will compile the gathered intelligence and pass the critical information to the military." Although it was claimed that the mission was completed, Han Zio's tablet indicated that was not completed. He frowned and then questioned, "Can you ensure that the information we obtained is accurate and not fake? Also, can you explain the flow of events to us?" Of course, Yifan and Winna briefly described the completed operation. "Don't you think the mission seemed to be too smooth sailing?" muttered Han Zio. "The mission was indeed easy, but there is nothing especially suspicious. Perhaps it was a result of the enemy letting their guard down. Also, our mission this time was supposed to be a covert assault. I have second thoughts to the reliability of the information obtained. In our line of work, we must not be too trusting, but you must also back your word with evidence." The frustrated Yifan frowned even harder and ordered, "In any case, we will move out at dawn tomorrow." Looking at the Yifan's back as he left, Han Zio's face dimmed. He could confirm with 100% certainty that there was something wrong with the intelligence gathered by Yifan. Han Zio started thinking about the events that Yifan had described. Although Winna and her fellow agents were a little too brash with their actions, they had not made any critical mistakes. Therefore, the only possibility was that Dark Crow Valley contained hidden traps that outsiders were unaware of. Han Zio unfortunately had no evidence, and even if he voiced his opinions, nobody would believe him. A mere speculation was insufficient to convince anybody. "Looks like I have to go and take a look at it myself." Han Zhao carried the heavy sniper rifle and trudged through the condensed vegetation. The target was now within the range of the rifle. Lambert's rifle had a silencer that allowed it to fire out a large beam of energy at a sound that was as light as a finger knocking on wood. In this dark and condensed vegetation, a seasoned agent would be able to spot any slight movement within the range of 100 meters. However, Lambert's rifle could be operated from a distance of 800 meters. The target was the enemy's head. The wind was blowing in 8 o'clock direction. Wind speed at 1.3 meters per second with a 43 millimeters in accuracy. All the corrections and modifications were completed. Han Zhao pulled the trigger. His body absorbed all the recoil coming from the butt of the rifle, and his hands gripped the rifle to stabilize it. Through the thermosensing scope, Han Zhao could see that the bullet had managed to hit the target. The target had instantly lost his head, and blood was spurting out. One after another, the sentry guards were killed, and Han Zhao gained 18,000 EXP from the kills. The mission proceeded smoothly. After killing so many sentry guards, reinforcements were bound to arrive. And there they came. If a large number of channels operated by the sentry guards fell silent, it would raise suspicions at the Dark Crow Valley base, which would dispatch quick response teams to the field to investigate the situation and response. The search teams discovered the headless sentry guards. The armed troopers immediately started searching warily, using the torchlights on their machine guns. The tree beside the trench was Han Zhao's hiding spot. The spot had been carefully selected by Han Zhao. The rays of a torchlight flashed beside the tree. Han Zhao gradually lowered his body and held the thin metal wires tightly. He concentrated all the energy in his legs and was preparing to launch himself forward like a mantis. The moment the trooper's foot crossed the tree's body, Han Zhao moved his body like a phantom and instantly went behind the sentry guard. Although the enemy had already detected Han Zhao's movement and had intended to fire at him and call for help, Han Zhao reacted faster and managed to strangle the trooper by coiling the metal cables around the trooper's neck. Han Zhao quickly changed into the trooper's uniform. The trooper was a Caucasian of similar height to himself. He then used his finger to tap his forehead to activate the face scanner. A light beam emerged from his forehead and scanned the dead trooper's face. Replicate the scan. Almost immediately, Han Zhao's face morphed into that of the trooper. That was the trump card to be used in his successful infiltration. H-223. What happened to your voice? A man that seemed to be his captain spoke. I have a sore throat. After searching the area for a while, Han Zhao was recalled. More than 20 troopers gathered at the jeep, and Han Zhao had not yet raised any suspicions. The captain asked, "None of you found anything?" "No, sir," the troopers replied. The captain frowned and said, "Get in the car. Let's head back to base." 13 sentry guards were killed. Jai frowned in disbelief. Based on his prediction, since the enemy agents had obtained the necessary intelligence, they would not kill any sentry guards, unless they were suspicious of the information they stole. It appeared that these invaders were indeed meticulous and careful with their actions. Jai shook his head and said proudly, "But they are still greenhorns." The more nervous he was, the harder it would be for him to infiltrate without being exposed. Han Zhao had many experiences infiltrating enemy bases. Thus, he was very calm and walked as fast as blowing wind, without alarming anyone. He gradually understood more about the base after exploring it for a while. The base was hidden at the hillside, and it was about 5 to 6 times larger than the laboratory that he used to stay in. A few armed guards were gathered together and having a discussion. They looked worried. As they saw Han Zhao, one of the guards shouted, "Hey Mandela, did you guys find anything from the search inside?" Mandela was H-1223's real name. He was a Caucasian. Han Zhao covered his skins fully with his uniform so that the rest would not get suspicious. These few guards seemed to be acquainted with Mandela. The sentry guards outside were all shot in the head by a sniper. "We still haven't uncovered the enemy." "I bet it was done by the Hesla agents," lied Han Zhao while innocently blinking. The guards looked troubled. They were all armed personnel, so if the enemy were to strike, they had to be at the front line to defend the base. "I am so jealous of the non-military personnel. They get to evacuate the base first." A muscular-looking guy walked over and shouted, "What are you idling here for? Don't you have things to carry?" The guards apologized in great trepidation. It was the captain of the base's security team, Dormund, a buff Sharnak. A core member like him would definitely know the secrets about this base. Dormund left after some reprimanding, and Han Zhao followed from a distance behind. After turning a few corners, Han Zhao was dumbfounded. He barely looked away for 2 seconds, and Dormund was already missing from his sight. There was no one on the walkway, only a storage room. Han Zhao walked over to the room and turned the knob. It was not locked. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The room was about 100 square meters, and it was filled with miscellaneous items, with no one else inside. There must be a secret door somewhere here. Otherwise, Dormund would not have disappeared so quickly. But Hanzio could not locate the door. What would be behind the secret door? All of a sudden, Hanzio pretended to cough while bending his back. He took this chance to take out the spider from his pocket. He then threw it into the corner silently before leaving the room immediately. He took out his tablet in a spot that was hidden from the surveillance cameras, switched the spider on, and stared at the storage room. It took Hanzio 2 hours of high-intensity monitoring, during which he started to become quite weary. Before that was some movement in the storage room. One of the walls creaked open, and a secret metal door was shown. 2 people, unarmed, walked out. They seemed to be technical staff. There is my secret door. As the 2 personnel left the room hurriedly, Hanzio followed behind quietly. He suddenly sped up to bump onto the staff from the back. 3 of them almost fell. Sorry, I am really sorry about this. Hanzio apologized as he stabilized the 2 staff with his hands. They did not make a fuss over it and left. Hanzio turned around to continue following them. However, this time round, he had gotten a white card. It was an access card from the pocket of one of the 2 staff. He followed the 2 staff for a while and arrived at the side gate of the base. The 2 greeted the door guard and left through the gate. You are not allowed to enter or leave the base without a mission. Hanzio took out the access card he had stolen and said, I bumped into those 2 people just now, and they dropped this card. I want to return it to them before they walk away. The door guard nodded his head before allowing Hanzio to go. He chased them up quickly. The staff turned around as they heard footsteps coming from behind and looked guarded. You dropped your access card. As Hanzio walked near, they realized that he was the colleague that they bumped into in the base beforehand. They let down their guard. One of the duo searched his pockets and exclaimed, Where did I drop the card? Thank you very much. You don't have to thank me. We are all comrades of the Germinal organization, working hard to build a new tomorrow. Hanzio's face instantly turned serious, and he launched his attack all of a sudden. His fist punched hard onto the person's stomach, injuring the internal organs with its sheer force. The person stared with astonishment as his vomited. The other person almost screamed before Hanzio quickly grabbed his neck to choke him. Hanzio took out his foldable machete and rubbed its blade. He was clearly threatening them. He said in an ice-cold voice, I know the 2 of you know something that the ordinary members are kept in the dark about. You'd better tell me honestly now. They gulped in fear and stuttered, We are just low-ranking members who do not know anything. Low-ranking. Hanzio laughed before he moved his knife swiftly toward one man's crotch. The person screamed as if his soul was tearing apart, like a pig that was being butchered. But he suddenly realized he was not in pain. He looked down and saw the shiny blade had grazed past his inner thigh and cut into the soil beneath. It was only 3 centimeters from his genitalia. His crouch could feel the chill from the cold metal blade. I know that is a secret door in the storage room. Tell me everything you know, or I will make you the first eunuch in the Germinal organization. Hanzio said in a murderous tone. Although they did not know what a eunuch was, Hanzio's action was quite telling. They were badly shaken up immediately. How did you learn about the secret door? I am the one asking questions. Hanzio lifted his machete to brush his genitalia gently, as if he would just lop it off at any moment. He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants and he really peed his pants. Damn, my machete. Reconnaissance 2 completed. You gained 8,000 EXP. Dawn, at the secret base. All the agents were busy packing their equipment as it was time for them to evacuate. Brother Zio. Where are you? Lin Yao slapped on the door of the truck's container. He looked frustrated. He had been trying to find Hanzio for the past 15 minutes, but his efforts had been futile. The rest of the agents from Division 13 were running out of patience. He is not in the truck. Where could he possibly have gone? Liu Lin was puzzled. Everyone looked at one another and did not have a single clue. We are going to stay back to wait for his return, Zhang Wei replied. Is there a need to do so? Dai Su was rather surprised. Because the truck key is with him. Zhang Wei was gnashing his teeth in great anger, and the vein on his forehead was about to pop at any moment. Everyone was rendered speechless, not sure whether they were lucky or unlucky to have such a member on their team. I thought we agreed to move together. Yifan frowned. He went to find Kai Baijia to get an answer on this, after which he came back and explained the reason to the Hesla agents. Who is the agent missing? It was the agent that was wearing the mask. His name is Hanzio. It's him. Winna's face suddenly tensed up and said, Last night, when we received the intel, Han Zio rejected it without any supporting evidence, and then he was gone for the whole night without leaving a message. This seems quite suspicious. Is it possible that he is a spy? All the Hesla agents startled. Be careful of your words. Yi Fan frowned. He did not buy that deduction, but Han Zio's actions definitely aroused his suspicion. Wenna and Yi Fan went to report to Colonel Carl immediately. A Division 13 agent was missing for the entire night. Colonel Carl walked back and forth, and his brows furrowed. Is this 100% true? He asked. Wenna nodded. He left last night without telling anyone, and it was right after we uncovered the intel about the Dark Crow Valley base. Although it seems suspicious, this does not mean that he is a spy, Yi Fan added. Colonel Carl's eyes turned sharp as he said decisively, then let's attack immediately before anything changes. Yi Fan was hesitant. The Division 13 agents left at the secret base will be in danger if the army attacks now. To achieve our strategic objective, it is reasonable to sacrifice 1 or 2 people from Stardragon. Since they are not from our country, we need not care so much. Colonel Carl did not give it a second thought. The sun was shining brightly above the sky. Han Zio calculated the time and sighed. Crap, I went beyond the stipulated time. I guess all the other agents have already left. He dug out his toolbox and took out his radio equipment to contact Jiang Wei. Hello, Yangtze River, this is Yellow River. Please reply if you can hear me. Jiang Wei's fury could be heard through the earpiece. Where exactly did you go? You were missing for the whole night, and all the other agents left. We could only stay at the base and wait for you. That's right, you'd better make up for this. I want new equipment. Lai Yulin chimed in on the radio channel. One could hear the annoyance in her voice and imagine her pouting. It was actually a little cute. Kai Baijie received the radio message at the border army camp. Jiang Wei, what are you calling me for? Is Han Zio back? He asked. He wants to speak with you. He'd better cook up a good explanation for his actions. The 2 captives had told him that the base was divided into 2 sectors. The inner sector was hidden deeper in the mountains, where all the important supplies were stored. It was the real core of the base. The higher-ups in the base did not tell the periphery personnel anything about the inner base, so it was a secret to many of the Germinal Organization personnel. Kai Baijie was dumbfounded. He could not believe that Han Zio's solo act could bear such critical intel. Cough. Even though it was a move well played, I still have to emphasize that it is unacceptable to act on your own without any orders. Hold on for a while. I will report this to the commanding officer immediately. One of my team members just discovered some critical information that needs to be reported to you. Han Zio. Yes, Kai Baijie nodded, but he did not realize that the other 3 started having a weird look. Colonel Carl's eyes flickered. Speak. Han Zio repeated what he said before. And at the end, he added, if we attack brashly, we will only take down an empty shell. I hope we can pause the operation until our guys get hold of the enemy's evacuation route, and the detailed structure of the inner base. Where did you get this intel from? He suddenly asked. I infiltrated the base by disguising my face, and I managed to capture 2 personnel from the inner base. All of a sudden, Colonel Carl yelled, you are lying. To Colonel Carl, it was impossible for Han Zio to infiltrate, even if he said he could disguise his face. It would take at least tens of minutes to make a legitimate face mask. During that time frame, Han Zio would have faced all kinds of danger. At the same time, he could not predict which enemy he would encounter next, so it was impossible for him to make the face mask beforehand. The function of the facial simulator was his trump card. He would not divulge such information. I have the capability to do so. Han Zio had to give an ambiguous answer. Unless you can demonstrate, there is no way we can believe you. Han Zio's brows furrowed. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Kai Baijie quickly provided a solution as he trusted Han Zio. I have 2 captives with me. You can test them with a lie detector to confirm that I am not lying. Colonel Carl squinted. Well then, you can bring them over. Kai Baijie heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was skeptical of how Han Zio had managed to infiltrate the base, he chose to believe that Han Zio had his own ways. Fortunately, he had captives to prove to them that what he said was true. However, after the radio connection was cut off, Colonel Carl told his deputy, order the troops to move out. Our target will be the Dark Crow Valley. Kai Baijie was stunned. It was the complete opposite of what was previously promised. Colonel Carl was reluctant to explain his rationale. It would take Han Zio a few hours to bring the so-called captives in, and if Han Zio was to play tricks and delay further, the enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base might seize the opportunity to evacuate completely before his troops could reach the target. As the commanding officer, he would not simply alter his decision based on certain unverified intel. He was more inclined to trust Yi Fan's intel. It had witnesses, evidence, and originated from reliable sources. Colonel Carl believed that he would not risk any damage for moving out earlier even if Han Zhao was right. Han Zhao could still bring the captives to him. The only difference was that the base would be on high alert earlier, and that would cause danger to Han Zhao's team. But he didn't care about the lives of a bunch of Star Dragon agents. My men are still stationed near the base. Your rash attack will put them in great danger. Kai Baijia was clearly enraged. Such a great opportunity may pass at any moment. We cannot risk a delay because of 1 or 2 agents. Carl pressed on an electric bell to summon a section of troopers. They pointed their rifles at Kai Baijia. Send our friends from Star Dragon to the vehicles. We will move out together later. I do not want them to communicate with anyone else as that may leak our plan, so remove all of their communication devices. Carl emphasized the word friends to stress his point. After the connection was cut off, Han Zhao's face blackened. He had a hunch Carl was a radical commanding officer, so he would most likely attack in advance. This guy is eager for a quick success. Han Zhao was clearly irked. It seemed like he had to complete the mission by himself since time was running out. However, he only knew about the existence of inner base but not the enemy's evacuation route and time. Han Zhao forced his mind to focus and used his remaining energy to drag the 2 captives toward their secret base. He reached it in the afternoon, and his teammates came out to welcome him. Are you all right? Lin Yao quickly came forward to support the exhausted Han Zhao. Han Zhao shook his head and said, there is not much time left. We need to make 2 facial masks based on the captives. Lin Yao and Lambert will use their identity cards to infiltrate the inner base. I will explain the details later. Brother Zhao, I have no experience in spying. Can you give the job to another person? Lin Yao's face turned pale due to the overwhelming fear. You are our only hacker, so it has got to be you. Lin Yao looked petrified. I will take the other slot. Lai Yilin volunteered herself. Han Zhao peeked at her and shook his head without any hesitation. What are you trying to imply? Are you looking down on me? Lai Yilin was infuriated. These things are too big, making them hard to conceal. Han Zhao pointed at her breasts. After more than an hour, Lambert and Lin Yao's disguises were completed. They looked exactly like the 2 captives. Brother Zhao, how concrete is this plan? Lin Yao asked Han Zhao softly. If you dream of its success with sincerity, you will make it. Lin Yao felt a clot of blood stuck in his throat as he was made speechless by that answer. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the gate. Lin Yao was so nervous that his jaw was trembling. The security guards checked the access cards, and shortly after, they opened the gate for them. They then walked to the storage room under Han Zhao's instruction. They found the access card reader and successfully opened the secret door using the 2 captives' access cards. A metal pathway appeared before them. The pathway was long. It took them 10 minutes to reach the inner base. The defenses were much tighter in the inner base, and many computer screens were seen hung on the walls. All of a sudden, a screeching alarm was heard in the base, and the lights turned red. Lin Yao was scared to death as he thought that they had been discovered. Lambert frowned slightly and held on to Lin Yao. Calm down. The alarm was not triggered by us, he said softly. The personnel in the base were whispering to one another. What is happening? Is the enemy invading us? Jai Jai walked out calmly and updated everyone, be quiet. Hesla's border troops are advancing toward the base. The military personnel in the outer base have already set up the necessary defenses. They will be able to hold our enemy back long enough for us to get ready to evacuate. Lin Yao's expression changed, and he whispered anxiously over the radio, you guys must leave now. As expected, Carl did not choose to wait. Instead, he ordered the early deployment of his troops. Such a scenario had been predicted by Han Zhao, and therefore he looked rather calm. The rest were puzzled when they saw Han Zhao being so composed. The truck was parked not far away from the Dark Crow Valley base, and once the base entered the battle mode, more enemy troopers would be deployed. The tracks of the truck would definitely be discovered quickly. Zhang Wei's heart sank. Han Zhao was not affected by the heavy rocking of the moving truck. He started preparing the weapons to be used for the impending battle. Drive fast, Yilin, Zhang Wei yelled. I know, Lai Yilin replied, biting her lips. She was trying to change gear to speed up even more. The full power of the truck's engine was unleashed, and it growled like an enraged beast. Can't you go faster? Zhang Wei shouted. This is a truck, not a sports car. Lai Yilin was evidently irritated by Zhang Wei's comments. The 4 buttons beside the gear lever can be used to activate the nitro boost, Han Zhao said. You added nitro boost to the truck. Lai Yilin was shocked yet excited to try it out. The enemy troopers from the jeep started firing their machine guns. Thick smoke emerged from the guns' barrels. Countless enemy bullets were sprayed at them. However, the shots fired from further away were largely inaccurate. The firing encompassed a huge radius, and trees along the way were getting destroyed. Some bullets also managed to scrape the surface of the container, and sparks were created from friction. Lai Yulin glanced at the rear mirror, and the next moment, the rear mirror was destroyed by a bullet. She cursed in silence. Jiang Wei, change into your armor. Jiang Wei felt a surge of adrenaline. Even before the command, he had prepared for the moment of his suit up. The clanging of the bullets that were crashing against armor became denser. Retaliate now, Han Zhao growled, and following that, Jiang Wei kicked open the door of the container. He had a clear vision of what was in front of him. The head armor covered the fury in his eyes. He lifted the triple-barrel machine gun and started firing. The high-frequency gunshots created thunderous blasts. Thick ember emerged from the wild firing formed around the gun's barrel. Shells were spat out of the gun and fell to the ground. The large, long bullets coupled with traces of ember were directed at the armored jeeps. Boom! The bulletproof windows of 2 jeeps were shattered, and the passengers of the jeep were crushed. Jiang Wei held 2 chains of bullets tightly. The chains extended all the way behind his back and led to a box. The box contained the ammunition that Han Zhao prepared. Jiang Wei had sufficient ammunition to spray to his heart's content. The enemy troopers fired back using the machine guns mounted on the jeeps. Jiang Wei was standing right at the opening of the container wearing his armor. Jiang Wei mounted the hexagonal shield before his body to shield himself from the bullets. Most of the bullets were blocked by the thick armor. Han Zhao put aside his sniper rifle and grabbed the mechanical dragonfly explosives from the box. He threw them forward as if they were free of charge. The mechanical dragonflies glided close to the ground, and they were detonated once they reached the jeeps. Boom! The armored jeeps were overturned by the explosions, and the momentum from the blast resulted in the jeeps tumbling in midair before landing. Once the flames reached the fuel tanks of the jeeps, it resulted in a second explosion that caused more deaths. The never-ending death toll started flashing on the tablet's interface. Every delayed explosion caused by the mechanical dragonfly could kill 4 to 8 enemy troopers in the jeep. In addition to the kills, EXP was also awarded for the destruction of the vehicle. Therefore, every jeep destroyed generated 5,000 to 7,000 EXP for Han Zhao. The rewards motivated Han Zhao greatly, and he strove to cause greater damage with the explosives. Direct conflict completed. You gain 35,000 EXP. I can see the military forces of Hesla. Lai Yulin screamed in excitement. Han Zhao looked ahead and saw the army of vehicles operated by the Hesla military. Commander, there seem to be skirmishes ahead of us. Carl looked at the video feed on the operation vehicle and was thoroughly shocked. More than 20 armored jeeps were chasing after the bullet hole-riddled heavy-duty truck. Carl's eyes lit up, and he ordered, provide fire support and blast everything in the vicinity. Carl's assistant understood the hidden agenda behind Carl's order. He was shocked but still carried out the order. The area of attack was locked in. The team of vehicles equipped with missile launchers moved forward, and in an instant, the rockets were launched. The truck fell inside the radius of the missile strike. The agents from Division 13 were sharp-eyed and figured out what Carl was trying to do. They were enraged and astonished. The assistant officer explained, "Damn it, we miscalculated the radius of the attack." Such words were only sufficient to fool little kids. Even though tension was bound to occur during joint operations involving different countries, nobody expected the commanding officer from Hesla to make such a brutal move. Also, he could shirk off the responsibility by conveniently claiming that it was an accident. Han Zhao focused and shouted, "Nitro boost." Lai Yulin immediately pressed the button. Blue flames emerged from the exhaust of the truck. The acceleration of the truck was exponentially increased, charging forward like a wild rhinoceros. 300, 200, 150 meters. Boom. Finally, the blast arrived and created a wave of heat that resulted in a mushroom cloud of dust. The flaming smoke rose on the plains. At that instant, everyone lost their senses. The sound of the blast exceeded the audible range of the human ear. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. All that was left was a rising glow, which illuminated the night sky. Everything within the radius of the strike, regardless of vehicles or humans, had been demolished. After 3 seconds, an incessant ringing became audible. Rage and fury were written on the faces of the agents from Division 13. They are still alive. The agents from Division 13 were surprised. Lai Yulin was not yet out of her state of shock. It had really just been a matter of a few meters. They were really lucky to have escaped the radius of the strike in time. If not for the nitro boost, all of them would have vanished into thin air. Han Zhao coughed out the blood from his throat. He'd suffered from injuries due to the shockwave of the blast. Almost 200 HP had been lost due to the blast. Kai Baijia could not contain his anger and lashed out, prepared to be questioned by Division 13. Carl couldn't care less. Division 13 had no jurisdiction over him. Moreover, what happened just was an accident. There was no evidence to justify that he had done it on purpose. At most, he would be reprimanded by the foreign diplomats. Take him to the medic. Let them check his injuries. Han Zio had no expression on his face. He followed the medic to the logistics vehicle. All his injuries were due to the shock on his soft body. With his endurance, he would recover quickly with a sufficient amount of rest. Therefore, he dismissed the medic. Han Zio, who was now with the logistics division, was far from the battlefront. Han Zio asked the two soldiers guarding by his side, "What's the situation of the battlefront?" One of the soldiers replied, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. Our troops have successfully reached the 4th sector." Han Zio nodded, and just when he was about to proceed out, the two soldiers blocked his path. "The colonel wants you to rest and recover from your injuries here." Upon hearing that, Han Zio realized that he had been intentionally imprisoned here by the colonel. Han Zio frowned and asked, "Where are my friends? Your officer also tasked us to look after you and ensure that you have sufficient rest." Han Zio understood the intentions of Kai Baijia. He did not want Han Zio to risk his life anymore. Ultimately, Han Zio had almost been killed by the flaming missiles. Kai Baijia wanted to keep Han Zio away from the battlefront. Such a move is better for my plan, Han Zio thought. Han Zio took out the communication set from the box and adjusted it to Lin Yao's frequency. "Lin Yao, are you still alive?" "Of course, I am, but don't jinx it." Lin Yao's unfriendly voice blared out from the earpiece. "What's the situation now?" "We are preparing for the retreat." Apparently, according to the higher-ups in the base, the troops stationed around the base were all deployed to fight Hesla's army. They have yet to discover their path of retreat. Seems like I'll have to follow the order to locate the exact route. Oh, I also managed to find out the false information that Yifan collected. If Hesla's troops attack according to the information Yifan provided, they are bound to suffer heavy losses. Have you told them yet? Nope, you are the first guy that contacted me. That's good. Don't tell that to Hesla's people. Lin Yao was confused and asked, "Why so?" Han Zio told him the series of events that had happened previously. Upon hearing the incident of the misfire of the missiles, Lin Yao's blood started boiling with rage. That is just too much. Carl revealed his intention to wipe out his allies, so it was no longer logical for Division 13 to continue assisting him in the operation and minimize his losses. The intelligence that Han Zio provided was all aimed at eliminating Pan Kwang and Jai Jai, who were high-value members of the Germinal organization. Only the successful elimination of them would ensure the mission's success. Carl treated them like they were merely tools. Now it was time for Han Zio to reciprocate. They wanted his intelligence reports, and he wanted their troops. Both parties were merely using each other to their advantage. As long as Hesla's army accomplished the mission using his intelligence, he could not have cared less about the number of troops they lost. What Han Zio had not expected was Carl's intention to kill them. It is time for a change of plan. Han Zio's eyes sparkled brightly. Morning was always the best time of the day. Likewise, morning was also the best time to fight a battle. The previous night, the Hesla troops had managed to clear the 4th high alert sector. Carl had ordered his troops to rest for an hour before continuing their advancement at first light. They wanted to reach the base in one final attack. The information Yifan had obtained was of great use. The enemy's defense mechanisms were practically useless against the attacks. The troops managed to secure their objectives with minimal losses. Once the confident troops entered the 2nd high alert sector, the favorable situation started to turn around. Not long after stepping foot into the 2nd high alert sector, the Hesla troops faced their first enemy ambush. 2 armored vehicles and dozens of soldiers were wiped out by well-hidden mines. And that was, in fact, just an appetizer. The Hesla soldiers were soon completely devastated. The death toll was rising steadily, and there were traps and ambushes everywhere. Yifan's intelligence was practically useless at this stage. Following the false information provided led to even greater losses. The various platoons were at a complete loss. The intelligence about the first 4 high alert selectors had allowed Hesla's military to successfully penetrate deep and eventually enter the ambush zone that Jai Jai had marked out. Indeed, the information they had obtained was only bait. Han Zio's predictions were right. They were indeed responsible for the huge losses. What was supposed to be a smooth sailing situation had flipped around. The easy win had reversed, becoming a complete disaster. Even if they managed to prevail in the battle, it was going to be a costly victory. Suddenly, a grim-looking man who held a long machete in his hand emerged from the enemy side. He was surrounded by cold and transparent waves of energy that bore similarity to flames. The air beside him distorted as he dashed toward Hesla's army. The soldiers immediately started firing their rifles, but the man span as he ran and speedily slashed his machete. The approaching bullets were disintegrated by the slashes and fell to the ground. Pugilist. While the soldiers were still in shock, the man barged into the crowd. Within seconds, the combo of powerful slashes from the shiny machete diced numerous Hesla soldiers into many bits. Blood sprayed everywhere, and broken limbs, heads, and torsos could be seen all over the ground. The man stood with conviction amid the sea of red. Pan Kwang. The agents were all astonished. Pan Kwang was the man in charge of the Dark Crow Valley base and the executive officer of the Germinal organization. In addition, he had managed to kill many powerful individuals and had a glorious battle record on the Darknet. Based on his battle record on the Darknet, Pan Kwang was highly adept with his machete. His fighting style originated from that of Rui Lan, and he was becoming known as the Soul of the Blade. The light reflected by his shiny blade was usually the last thing his slain enemies saw. The armored vehicle adjusted its position. Larger bullets were fired out from the readjusted barrel at Pan Kwang. Pan Kwang started leaping with unbelievably fast movements and dodged the incoming shots by ducking behind the trees. It was impossible for ordinary Solider to accurately trace the position of Pan Kwang. More often than not, in the blink of an eye, Pan Kwang would disappear without any trace, and the fired shots would all miss. Like a life-claiming reaper, Pan Kwang slew one soldier after another. He even managed to slash open a couple of heavily armored trucks and kill the soldiers inside the vehicles. The morale of Hesla's soldiers was at its lowest. They had suffered heavy casualties, and the initial fatigue accumulated from the attacks on the previous 4 sectors was beginning to take its toll. The situation forced Carl to slow down the attack even though he was unwilling to do so. The final 2 sectors had cost 70% more losses than expected. Carl's superiors would definitely be less impressed when they saw the battle report. We found the storeroom, but no hidden doors can be seen. There are only solid concrete walls. We also tested our explosives on the walls. Maybe there is something wrong with the intelligence report. Carl frowned hard. He summoned his assistant and said, "Bring the agents from Division 13 here. Also, get me Han Zio. I want to ask them about the intelligence report they submitted." "Brother Zio, we are going to retreat together with the core team of the enemy. I have planted the virus in their system, so we can now jam their communications anytime." "Good job." The Dark Crow Valley base had detonated. The entire base crumbled, and the main entrance was completed sealed by the falling rocks. Hundreds of elite soldiers were buried. The turn of events obviously infuriated Carl. The troops had fallen into the enemy's trap just as victory was in sight. Countless lives were claimed, and the base was also destroyed. This greatly depreciated the value of the victory. Carl knew that, as the commander of the forces, he would face a lot of backlash. Carl had a gloomy look, and he thought of Han Zio's advice. If he had heeded the advice, he could have prevented the heavy losses. But even if he had the opportunity to choose again, Carl felt that he would still make the same choice. He was completely frustrated and vented that frustration on the wall of the commander's vehicle. The army had suffered heavy losses, and Carl could feel the pain in his heart. He then gave several orders to raise the morale of the dejected troops. If Han Zio did not obtain the critical intelligence, you would have foolishly thought that you have successfully destroyed the base, when in actual fact, you have only managed to destroy the outer region. You would not even be aware that the enemies have escaped. "What other information can you guys offer?" Carl asked anxiously. Jiang Wei, who was trying hard to suppress his detest for Carl, bellowed, "2 of our companions retreated together with the enemy. Once they confirm the enemy's path of retreat, they will send it to us." Carl's eyes lit up and said immediately, "Inform me as soon as you receive any news." He had not expected that Han Zio would accomplish so much in his operation. His troops had suffered way too many losses in the previous battle, so he needed to atone for his mistakes by successfully eliminating the core of the enemy's retreating force. Pan Kwang, Jai Jai, and over 200 core members were exiting the secret passageway via their vehicles. The vehicles carried huge amounts of logistical items and also contained precious information about the base. "I suppose Hesla think that they have won the battle." Jai Jai let out uncontrollable laughter. Pan Kwang looked at him and said, "Don't let your guard down." Jai Jai nodded and ordered the teams to advance faster. They needed to travel for another 2 hours to reach a secret hangar that housed several Black Harrier helicopters and a small cargo plane. Lin Yao took out a tablet and activated the dormant virus planted in the enemy communication network. Everyone was shocked by the piercing shrieks in their earpieces. They immediately removed them from their ears. Jai Jai was disgruntled. Just as he was about to order the vehicle fleet to stop and inspect on the communication set, he heard a series of engine hums approaching from all directions. Pan Kwang's expression immediately changed. He pushed Jai Jai, who had yet to react, to the ground. After Pan Kwang completed these actions, there was a wave of gunshots. Bullets rained on the fleet from all directions. The exploding grenades overturned the vehicles of the fleet. Flames and glaring light could be seen. Jai Jai could not believe that his trap had been discovered by the invaders, who had leaked the information. Run! There was no time for any disappointment. Jai Jai was dragged toward the forest swiftly by Pan Kwang. Carl, who was commanding his troops from the forest, felt a great sense of excitement. His troops had encircled the core of the retreating enemy, and he knew it was a golden opportunity for him to turn things around. A distance away, Han Zio, who had changed his appearance, was driving the jeep alone. He held a thermosensor in his hand and was searching the battle zone. He quickly discovered his targets, Pan Kwang and Jai Jai, who had managed to escape the heavy encirclements. Troops who managed to catch up with Pan Kwang were mercilessly destroyed by his powerful fighting abilities. Han Zio was tailing both of them from 100 meters away with the help of his thermosensor. Pan Kwang wanted to destroy the jeep. However, every time his distance from the jeep shortened, Han Zio would change course and increase the distance between them again. The jeep was just like an irritant. Pan Kwang thought Han Zio was operating a reconnaissance jeep that reported their location back to the enemy. Also, they expected the entire army to be following them, and therefore they were afraid to stop moving. Pan Kwang, who was dragging Jai Jai in his escape, could feel the quick depletion of his energy. We just need to reach the hangar. The helicopter will help us with the escape. Pan Kwang knew that was his only way to escape. Although Pan Kwang was a superhuman himself, his fear of being surrounded by a gargantuan enemy force prompted him to increase his speed. He failed to realize that Jai Jai was deeply fatigued. After chasing for about 20 minutes, both parties were far from the front line. The time is right. Han Zio could feel a sense of determination. He changed his course and went in front of his targets with the help of a map he had stolen from the logistics department. The engine stopped, and Han Zio took out all his gear. He slotted his left arm into the modified lightweight mechanical arm and attached the box housing the magnetically controlled retractable armor to his waist. He stuck his Berserk Eagle into its case and then buried 10 delayed explosion explosives in the shape of a circle with a radius of 5 meters. A thin thread was lined through the safety rings of the delayed explosion explosives, so a slight pull would activate them all. Han Zio grabbed a sniper rifle he had sourced from the logistics team and lay prone on a rock. He had a clear view of the valley and aimed his rifle in the direction his targets were expected to arrive in. Jai Jai was panting heavily. His face was all pale from the running. He was not a superhuman, so he had limited stamina. If it wasn't for Pan Kwang, he would have collapsed long ago. Breathlessly, he said, "I can't run anymore." Pan Kwang frowned. He was slightly irritated, but he knew he could not leave Jai Jai behind. Jai Jai's sister was in charge of the entire intelligence network of the Germinal organization. "Carry me on your back." Jai Jai was halfway through his sentence when a gunshot rang in the air. Pan Kwang reacted quickly and ducked backwards. However, he was not the target of the shot. Jai Jai's head was thrust backwards as if a punch had been thrown at him. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Jai Jai's expression froze as he collapsed to the ground. He showed no signs of life anymore. Assassination 2 completed. 100% of energy expended. You gain 4,000 EXP. Pan Kwang's pupils constricted. He drew out his machete and dashed toward the source of the shot. Pan Kwang was closing in. Han Zio spammed the trigger of the rifle. Chains of bullets skipped out of the barrel and pierced through the air, heading in the direction of the target. It was as if Pan Kwang had the danger-sensing ability of a beast. He always changed his position before Han Zio fired the shots. Han Zio fired a total of 13 shots, and Pan Kwang dodged 9 of them. The remaining 4 bullets lost their momentum after hitting the blade. The bullets were reflected by Pan Kwang's protective energy, and their total damage was merely 80 HP. A high-class superhuman would have a stronger defensive capability. Ordinary weapons and ammunition were useless against Pan Kwang. "Damn it, he's quick." Han Zio cursed softly and threw his rifle to the side. He tugged the thread in his hands and activated the delayed explosion explosives, then pretended fleeing. Pan Kwang was much faster and went up the cliff in a few steps. He stepped into the ambush circle and sensed something was off. His face changed, and he leapt into the air. His shiny blade was spinning beneath his torso. It was as if he was riding a hurricane, pushing him up the skies. Boom! The 10 explosives detonated together, and Pan Kwang was engulfed by the flames. Here delayed explosion explosives dealt a damage of 34 HP to Pan Kwang. 10 messages appeared on the interface, and after a quick glance, Han Zio confirmed that the series of explosions had dealt more than 400 HP damage to Pan Kwang. Due to your level, you gained some information about the enemy. There was a huge difference in level. Also, much of the information was unknown. Han Zio looked at the experience that he had accumulated on the interface, and it was as high as 520,000 points. He channeled all the experience points into raising his levels. Like a rocket, Han Zio rapidly gained 4 levels. His HP was raised to 985, almost exceeding 1,000. Pan Kwang emerged from the flames, and he was charred from head to toe. He looked battered, and his eyes were locked onto Han Zio like an exasperated wolf. He growled and shifted his feet as if he was gliding. In the blink of an eye, he slashed his blade with fury in an attempt to disintegrate the scoundrel who had ambushed him. The light from the blade flashed, and Han Zio retreated 3 steps. Han Zio's speed shocked Pan Kwang. Han Zio dodged the slashes from Pan Kwang and took out his berserk eagles. With his increased attack speed, he fired the pistols. The bullets, which had ferrous cores, went straight toward Pan Kwang's chest. Pan Kwang moved his machete back and forth, and the bullets were slashed apart. Only one bullet managed to hit his chest, but Pan Kwang's immense energy lowered the bullet's momentum. The bullet was stuck between his muscles. Han Zio realized that ordinary bullets were of little use. He immediately switched the magazine for high explosive rounds. Pan Kwang made use of this moment to approach closer. "How dare you switch magazines right before my eyes? Are you tired of living?" Changing magazine in front of a pugilist was a sign of insufficient battle experience. Pan Kwang, with a sinister look on his face, slashed toward Han Zio's throat. He tried to pierce through Han Zio's neck as if it just was a piece of meat on the skewer. Pan Kwang could tell that Han Zio could not dodge his hack. Ding! The edge of the blade managed to touch Han Zio's throat, but it was blocked by metallic scales. Pan Kwang's pupils constricted. When did this armor appear? Han Zio felt a little suffocated. Although the magnetically controlled retractable armor could withstand the shock, there was still some leftover force that landed on his body. He raised the pistol and started firing continuously. Pan Kwang blocked the bullets with his blade again. This time, the high explosive rounds detonated the moment the blade touched its tip, and the flames enshrouded Pan Kwang's body and burnt him. What the hell is this bullet? Pan Kwang's heart skipped a beat. He channeled his energy to shake off the flames, but to no avail. The orange flames could not be shaken off, and his skin burned harshly. He could only retract his energy to protect his body. That resulted in a huge amount of energy being expended. The high explosive rounds were highly adhesive. Therefore, they were able to cause substantial, continuous damage. Pan Kwang had a high defense, so his HP was falling at a very slow rate. However, using the high explosive rounds was still more effective than normal rounds. At the cost of taking another powerful blow, he put away the berserk eagles and took out the retractable machete. He held the machete in his right hand and the mechanical arm in his left. It was as if a barbarian had taken over his body. He had the courage of a beast that was unafraid of death. He was ready to give Pan Kwang a hard fight, which was also likely to be a bloody one. The 3 items that Han Zio was equipped with could all be used as shields, and in comparison, Pan Kwang was heavily disadvantaged since he could only use his body to defend Han Zio's strikes. However, in reality, Pan Kwang was steadily gaining ground. For most of the time, Han Zio could only make a strike at Pan Kwang after receiving 7 slashes. The fighting abilities of the 2 individuals were too far apart. Pan Kwang was a legitimate pugilist, and his fighting technique was stronger than that of Han Zio by leaps and bounds. Han Zio's close-range combat technique was considered a joke by Pan Kwang. If not for the gear he was equipped with, Pan Kwang would be unscathed by Han Zio's attacks. Pan Kwang could not understand how Han Zio had the courage to challenge a pugilist in close quarters. In his mind, he considered such an act to be extremely arrogant. Han Zio was challenging Pan Kwang's greatest strength with his greatest weakness. A slash toward Han Zio's face resulted in a deep cut that bled profusely. Han Zio had taken off his mask before the battle as he had been afraid that it would be destroyed in the battle. He revealed his genuine appearance, and Pan Kwang recognized him. Han Zio was the traitor that escaped from the organization not long ago. 0. Why did number 0 attack him here? Pan Kwang did not know, and he did not care. He only knew that the man before him was an enemy. Han Zhao depended greatly on the armor. With the armor, he had the ability to fight opponents of much higher levels. Han Zhao locked his hand and grabbed hard on Pan Kuang's blade-wielding hand. Pan Kuang was not afraid. He twisted his arm flexibly and broke free. At the same time, he gave Han Zhao another slash, which landed on the lightweight mechanical arm. If not for the platinum alloy, the mechanical arm would have long disintegrated into pieces and shards. Han Zhao attentively discovered that Pan Kuang had a brief moment after every strike when he slowed down. Pan Kuang was instinctively trying to conserve his energy. He is starting to feel tired. He used up too much of his energy and lost his additional attributes. He is no longer sharp. Han Zhao's eyes started flashing, and his sharp acumen allowed him to discover Pan Kuang's weakness the moment that he was waiting for had arrived. He selected an option on his interface. A new character, Norsa Connor. The summon card for character has been used. 1/1 card used. The card has been exhausted and will disappear. Pan Kuang saw a faint shadow at Han Zhao's back. Who is that? He looks like Norsa. Isn't Norsa long dead? What's going on? Pan Kuang was alarmed and wanted to move back, but it was all too late. He succumbed to the illusion and was paralyzed. Scanning. The scan is complete. The target has an INT of less than 50. The illusion is successful. Without hesitation, Han Zhao's lightweight mechanical arm headed for Pan Kuang's crotch, which housed his most vulnerable body part. Mega load. The power of the mechanical increased by 30% instantly, and the punch landed right on the target. Pan Kuang's wiener exploded. Han Zhao had learned this move after observing a series of tapes. He had derived this legendary move from the faraway home of the warrior, the Third Twilight. Once the move was activated, even the skies would tremble. Han Zhao's right hand was also put to use. Using the machete held in his right hand, Han Zhao stabbed hard into Pan Kuang's chest without any hesitation. Pan Kuang was still affected by the illusion, and thus the protective energy shielding his body was non-existent. You killed Pan Kuang. 21,000 EXP gained. The enemy killed was 10 levels above you. You gained an additional 280% experience worth 58,800 points. Your individual contribution rate was 99%. You gained an additional 58,212 points of EXP. Completed. Contribution rate was 99%. You gained 79,200 EXP. A total EXP of 158,500. That was Han Zhao's total gain from the successful killing of Pan Kuang. 10 seconds later, a virtual image of the chief of the Germinal organization appeared. Jai, have you guys retreated successfully? Yo, haven't seen you for a long time. Han Zhao laughed. It felt weird that Han Zhao was talking to him like a long-lost friend. The chief could not think of a reply immediately, so he paused for a moment. The chief then questioned, "Where did you obtain the confidential information?" That was the greatest puzzle in the chief's mind. "Why do you think I will tell you the answer?" Han Zhao replied snobbishly. "Do you think you can damage the power of the organization with such means?" "What a fool." The chief yelled back. "I sabotaged 4 of your bases. I can destroy you easily with my hands. Don't you think that you will be able to escape from our clutches by pledging your allegiance to Stardragon? My guys will disintegrate every bone and tendon in you once they catch you." Han Zhao started laughing. Following that, he blew a kiss at the chief. "Come and find me if you can." Ha ha ha. The chief was completely enraged upon hearing Han Zhao's words of contempt. He wanted to say something, but before he could, Han Zhao destroyed the communication device. The screen blacked out. The chief's words of fury were stuck in his throat. He was shaking in anger. Increase the bounty on $0 to $5 million. Initially, Han Zhao turned to Stardragon to seek temporary asylum from the Germinal organization and had the motive of advancing skills. He had long planned to use his facial simulator as a way to escape. Once he had the facial simulator, it was almost impossible for the Germinal organization to locate him. He no longer had to worry about being discovered and captured, which meant that he could go anywhere he wanted. He did not want to be restricted to an area where there was always a risk of angering the head of state. Furthermore, he could mislead the Germinal organization with regards to his whereabouts. Even if he wanted to borrow Stardragon's strength and resources to crush the Germinal organization, he no longer needed to put himself under the government's control. It was now time to drop his pretense of sincerity towards Stardragon and go solo. He could now go anywhere he wanted on the vast planet. Han Zhao was in deep thought. Suddenly, a new message was shown on the interface. Completion rate 100%. Contribution rate 72%. You gain 36,000 EXP. Mission ended. It seemed that the Heslian army just finished the battle. Han Zhao was quite satisfied with the result. He would only have gotten a completion rate of 40 to 50% if he did not kill Pan Quang and gang. Because Dark Crow Valley Base was the nearest point of contact for future players to join the Germinal organization. Without it, many real players would join a camp that was nearer and more convenient for them. This would greatly contain the rate of expansion of the Germinal organization in the near future. The head of Germinal still did not realize the importance of this base. He was only dismayed by the loss of an ordinary large base. In the middle of the troops, Colonel Carl was sitting in the command vehicle. He was deliberating over a very grave problem. In this mission, he did not have an outstanding performance. Instead, he made a critical error in his decision, which resulted in unnecessary casualties. Carl had an idea. He could perhaps write on the report that it was him who instructed Han Zhao to take his two teammates to spy in the base that gave them critical intel. In this scenario, his significance as a commanding office would be greatly elevated. This can work. Division 13 will leave as soon as the mission is completed. They can't possibly come to Hesla and expose me. Colonel, there are two corpses in front of us. They seem to be Pan Quang and Jai Jai. Carl was in shock. He left the vehicle quickly to check out the bodies. It was really the two directors of the base. The troops were astonished, and they started chattering. They remembered how strong these two directors had been just few days ago, but they had been killed just like this. Who did this? Who left the bodies here? It must be Han Zhao's doing. It's unbelievable that he actually succeeded. But why did he place the bodies on the road? This is just giving free credit to the Heslians. Carl was beaming joyously. He could claim credit for killing the directors. He waved at his troops to wrap up the bodies and take them back to camp. Just as the troops moved the bodies, the sound of landmines being activated was heard. The troops were terrified, and they quickly jumped away in different directions. Carl was caught off guard. He only had the time to drop on the floor. However, there was no explosion after seconds had passed. A brave soldier stood up and went to dig out the landmines. He weighed it in his hand and realized that it was very light. This is not a real mine. They are all empty. The troops were infuriated by the prank. This is not funny at all. What a wretched move. I just peed in my pants. Division 13 agents had a weird look on their faces. They did not know whether to laugh at what they saw. This seems like something Han Zhao would do, Lai Yulin mumbled. Carl stood up with a flustered look on his face. His clean and well-pressed officer uniform was now covered in mud and grass. He was now livid. What a childish play, he said in anger. Bang! A faint gunshot was heard far away. The bullet pierced through Carl's temple, and it brought a dash of blood out of his head. Just a moment ago, he had been dreaming of his military success and his bright future. He could not believe that he had been killed on the way back to claim credit for his success in the mission. At this moment, everyone, including the Division 13 agents and the troops, was shell-shocked. They could not believe what had just happened before their eyes. On a faraway cliff top, Han Zhao raised his head from the scope of a sniper. He was looking relaxed. What goes around comes around. He calmly stowed the disassembled sniper into his backpack. He had handpicked the position for an easy escape after the assassination. After turning around, he jumped off the cliff, and a feeling of freefall hit him immediately. He smacked the button on his back, and two fine, foldable metal wings expanded. He was then gliding in the air toward the forest beneath the cliff. Sky Swallow gliders. When the Hesla troops arrived at the cliff, all they could see was a nimble shadow rapidly disappearing before their eyes. 20 minutes later in Division 13 Seconds headquarters, Gu Hui called for an emergency meeting. Han Zhao ran away, Gu Hui said in a sobering tone. Everyone gasped. Is he defecting? Unclear. Before this, he sniped a Heslian military officer. It is possible that he is afraid of the consequences, so he escaped. What about the GPS tracker that we planted in his phone? The tracker has not moved in the last 24 hours. Han Zhao discovered and removed it. He is going to defect. The Germinal organization has increased the reward for capturing or killing Han Zhao by 5 times to 5 million on the darknet, the head of intelligence said all of a sudden. Everyone was utterly surprised. This mission had been announced as a joint exercise between the two countries. How did the Germinal organization know that Han Zhao was the main catalyst? Was there a mole within them? The increase in reward implied that the Germinal organization was determined to kill Han Zhao more than ever. Furthermore, the organization had already located Han Zhao to be in the West capital. Could that have been the reason for Han Zhao's departure? He came to Star Dragon to seek protection in the first place. How did he suddenly have the guts to leave? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Gu Hui knocked on table and concluded the meeting. We will continue to keep his identity as our agent and file him under missing personnel. 2 days later in Hesla's Morning Wind City, a coastal city near the border, Morning Wind City had a massive seaport that handled a massive volume of transcontinental ships. The city was a metropolis with many high-rise buildings. Hesla had the strongest maritime force among the 6 nations. It focused on developing its navy to protect its numerous coastal cities. There were 4 continents on Aquamarine. They were separated from one another by the massive oceans. There was an old saying, "He who controls the sea controls everything." There were tons of resources beneath the seafloor, including petroleum and natural gases. Extraction of fossil fuels from the sea was the main pillar of Hesla's economy. Now, Hanzio, with a new face, was waiting at the branch of Fabian Company in the city. He had used the black gold card from Matthews to receive VIP treatment at the place. It was his temporary rest stop. There were 3 months to open beta, and moving around on his own would yield him the greatest amount of benefits. He could use Fabian Company's channels to purchase mechanical parts with the huge amount of cash that he had accumulated to make more machinery. He could then earn a lot of EXP from this and even sell his products for more cash. Old Man Lu's secret quest would only be triggered after the open beta. He had established a good relationship with him, so he was in no rush to continue this mission. At Fabian Company's Morning Wind City branch, the man in charge, Antonio, was smoking a cigar. Hanzio took out a shopping list for supplies and said slowly, "I want all the items on this list." Antonio took the list and looked over it. The total cost will be $100,000. After the 20% discount from your black gold card, it will cost $80,000. Also, I want to buy an entry pass for the Darknet's Blood Pact Society. $20,000. Antonio's eyes narrowed. The Darknet was the hub of all intelligence related to the underworld. It was fully controlled by the Darknet organization, a neutral faction that strictly followed the principles of not getting involved in conflicts and developing peacefully. Many factions were business partners with the Darknet organization. They provided people from the underworld many kinds of services, including, but not limited to, smuggled firearms, package transfers, safe houses, hired assassins, mercenaries, and intelligence. The Blood Pact Society was the organization for hired assassins under the Darknet organization. Although Blood Pact Society was a lousy name, it had another world-famous name, the Assassin Union. Of course, one could also call it the Assassin Social Club, which instantly degraded its class. Hotel Victoria was a 43-floor tall luxurious hotel, and it had branches in every major city of the 6 nations. It was owned by the Darknet organization, and it only permitted members of the organization to stay. The hotel would use the excuse of no available rooms to deny normal people from staying in the place. While it acted as a safe house for the members, it was also the transaction hall for people from different camps. No fighting was allowed in this place, and anyone who broke the rule would receive endless assassinations. After obtaining the pass, Hanzio went to Hotel Victoria. Hanzio came forward to the front desk before revealing his Blood Pact Society coin. Then he was brought to the 23rd floor by a servant. 23rd to 25th floors belonged to the Blood Pact Society. The 23rd floor was the resting and transaction areas for all the assassins. They would get employed or paid here. The floor also had numerous entertainment facilities such as a bar, cafe, and restaurants. What will your code name be? Hanzio thought for a moment, and he decided to use an enchanting name, which might help his universal reputation in some ways. Apostle-level observer number 9527 from the Crimson Dynasty stationed in Cowton Group. The server was stupefied. Assassins usually had minimalist names like Silver Fox, Devil Snake, or Ghost, the kind that was more appreciated in the age when reduced attention spans were the norm. Can you shorten the name? What? I've only ever heard of others complaining about short names. I didn't know people would dislike name for being too long. Hanzio pondered for a while before he came up with another name. Black, your name is too short now. A single world code name is permissible, but code names that are just colors have long been taken by other assassins. All the names like Red, Blue, Orange, and so on were mostly names of the honored assassins of the previous generation who have passed away. The organization will not allow someone else to reuse their code names. Mr. Black. Alright, this name was much more ordinary. The server quickly recorded it. You are now a reserve level assassin with a blank resume. You can only rise to Scorpion level upon the completion of your first assignment. Employers will usually pick from our whole list of assassins. If someone chooses you, we will contact you. Until then, you can take up assignments that are open to everybody on the market or assassinate wanted personnel. Of course, you can also accept private jobs. We do not have any hard requirements for our assassins, but we will take 5% of the reward as our commission. If you have any questions in the future, you can always call up our reception at Hotel Victoria. All of these are wanted assignments. The servant took out a tablet and opened a page on the dark net before passing it to Han Zio. Han Zio instantly saw the most popular personnel on the list, himself. $5 million reward. Dead or alive. Location, West Capital, Star Dragon. All the best. If he had returned to the West Capital, his movements would have been heavily restrained. Fortunately, he had escaped early. Han Zio sniggered. It would take a long time for the Germinal organization to realize their efforts were all in vain. He was the most popular target on the wanted list as the Germinal organization had spent a lot of effort in chasing him down and hunting him recently, but he was not the most wanted. Some of the accumulated prices had even reached tens of millions. They were mostly impossible assignments such as stealing top-secret intelligence from a certain country. Based on the security and defense around Division 13 Seconds Underground database, this mission's success rate could go as low as 0.001%. with the probability of death being 99.999%. This assignment only looked good on the list. No one would really attempt to do it. Mr. Black, you have a new personal assignment. Han Zio was pleasantly surprised. He received an assignment within 5 minutes of uploading his particulars onto the net. This organization's business is really thriving, Han Zio remarked sincerely. Such happenings are actually quite rare. The employer hopes to speak with you personally. Take a seat first. He will arrive in about 10 minutes. Han Zio complied. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in hastily. What will the bounty for this assignment be? And tell me more about the target's protection and location. 12 to 20 bodyguards. The location is right in this city. The remuneration will be $10,000. Only $10,000. Han Zio frowned slightly. That price was insufficient to employ an assassin. Cheng Shan Shui nodded anxiously. He had immediately been turned down by other assassins when they heard the price. He lacked enough money to pay for the usual price, so he had decided to try his luck on new assassins like Han Zio. I will take it, Han Zio agreed. Cheng Shan Shui cheered inwardly. He took out a stack of documents and passed them to Han Zio. Han Zio stood up and prepared to leave. Cheng Shan Shui quickly stopped Han Zio from going and asked, "How long will you need to finish this job?" Han Zio paused. He looked out the window and saw that it just reached noon. I'm guessing you haven't had lunch, right? He will be gone by the time you finish your lunch. Cheng Shan Shui's heart skipped a beat. Based on his impression, assassins would normally do some pre-assignment preparations, such as reconnaissance and escape route planning. Was this Mr. Black really that powerful, or was he just being arrogant? We meet again, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Shan Shui was anxiously waiting for the result of his assignment when he heard a voice. He raised his head and saw that it was the man, codenamed Lawson, who had previously turned down his assignment. He was a Scorpion-level assassin. Oh, it's you. How are you doing? I have some free time for now. I can take your assignment, Lawson said coolly. Cheng Shan Shui's eyes glimmered for a moment before they became gloomy again. I'm sorry, my assignment has already been accepted by someone else. Cheng Shan Shui gave a bitter smile. The Blood Pact Society's rule dictated that once a contract had been established, no one could alter it. Lawson was slightly disappointed upon hearing his words. His phone suddenly rang. He looked at the incoming call. It was from an old client of his, Yu Zhu. Hey, Lawson. A man's voice was heard on the phone. Yes, it's me. How can I help you, Mr. Yu? Lawson said nonchalantly. I have a job that I hope you can help with. Tell me more about it. Lawson took out his tablet and looked over the information. He then raised his head suddenly and looked at Cheng Shan Shui. He was the target. So, what do you think? I will take it, Lawson replied confidently. Great. I will ask my guy to transfer the deposit to. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of someone dropping onto the floor was heard through the phone. A gunshot was heard from a distance, and Lawson's body stiffened. He recognized the sound. It was a gunshot from a sniper rifle. Soon after, he heard people shouting and screaming in panic. He did not bother to speak as he knew Yu Zhu had just been killed by someone. This sniper killed the target, who was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards, with just one shot. He's a fine sniper. Lawson's face tensed up as he immediately deduced the whole sequence of events. Cheng Shan Shui's assignment was to kill Yu Zhu. After all, they were enemies. Using the information provided by Cheng Shan Shui, Han Zio stationed himself on top of a high-rise building a few hundred meters away from Yu Zhu's base in advance. He aimed his sniper from a high vantage point and wanted to snipe Yu Zhu through the window. However, Yuzu walked out of the main gate, which made Hanzao's job much easier. Even though he was surrounded tightly by a dozen bodyguards, they were no use in defending Hanzao's shot. His newly produced was strong enough to penetrate any non-metal object easily. The bullet pierced through a bodyguard's body, and with no sign of slowing down, it went right into Yuzu's heart. One shot, one kill. Assassinating a regular person was too simple for Hanzao. As soon as Hanzao was back in Hotel Victoria, the troubled Cheng Shanshui stood up with a look of anxiousness. The job is done. Cheng Shanshui's body loosened up instantly. He subconsciously looked at his watch, and he realized that Hanzao had only spent 45 minutes between leaving this place and coming back, which meant he had taken less than 10 mins for the actual assassination after subtracting the traveling time. He took out a suitcase containing $10,000 and handed it to Hanzao. Completed. You gain 25,000 EXP. Hanzao pressed the bell to call the servant in so that he could take up the wanted job on the Rose Militant. Suddenly, he was aware of something, and he turned around. Someone is watching me. A man, sitting at the bar, looked at him as if he was sizing him up. Hanzao did not recognize him, but the man clearly showed a hint of provocation. He gathered his power and threw a freezing stare toward the man to send a universal message. What are you looking at? Lawson's whole body turned rigid as if he was being locked onto by a menacing sense of hostility. The feeling of danger was hitting his mind in waves. He hurriedly moved his eyesight away from Hanzao, and the ill feeling finally disappeared. In just a few short seconds, Lawson's forehead had become covered in cold sweat. What a terrifying feeling. I should never provoke this guy again. Lawson quickly gave up on his previous scheming thoughts and left hastily after paying the bill, refusing to stay a moment longer. We meet again. Hanzao smiled gently at the servant. It was the first time the servant had encountered a newbie who ranked up to an official member of the society so quickly. He was left in wonder. Now you are officially a Scorpion-level assassin. Higher tiers of benefits will be available to you. Additionally, you will receive primary VIP benefits in Hotel Victoria and other cities. What is my current ranking on the Darknet Assassins ranking list? Hanzao suddenly asked. The servant was dumbfounded by question. Only the top-ranking assassins will appear on the list. You are at least more than 1,000 over rankings away. Right now, the top 10 assassins were on average at level 40. They were not of top-notch capability. Only the top 3 assassins were more terrifying as their powers were near the upper limit of version 1.0. I want to take the assignment to eliminate the Rose Militant. Alright, your request is now being processed. Please give us a few moments. The servant wrote down the request on some paper before placing it in a specially made metal tube. He went forward to the reception desk and stuck the tube into a metal pipeline, which fitted the metal tube perfectly. Swoosh! The tube was sucked into the pipeline. The tube traveled rapidly through the pipeline, bypassing numerous openings and other similar tubes, before coming to its new exit. It was a spacious room decorated like a customer service room. Rows of tables were lined up neatly with a few computers on top of them. The administrative staff were busy processing the documents on their computers, and every table was connected to the pipeline. An administrative worker dressed in an all-black suit took out the paper from the metal tube and started typing furiously on the keyboard to upload the information. You have triggered sea-level quest. Quest information. The Sommer Desert is filled with many factions, including wanderers and hired militants. But how did a desolated land like this attract so many powerful factions? Perhaps it has something to do with certain incidents in the past. You should explore this land. Quest requirement: kill all members of the Rose Militant. Time limit: 15 days. Quest reward: 15,000 EXP. Special reward: 25,000 EXP. Unknown reward: I need to use your cargo plane, Hanzao said to Antonio. Antonio was slightly shocked. We only use the military cargo plane for large-scale transactions. Even if you are a black gold VIP, you are still required to pay the stipulated charges, Antonio stuttered. Okay, got it. Well, how many guys you want to transport? When will they leave? Just myself. I'm leaving immediately. He paused for quite a while and eventually said, what a waste. The glaring sun was shining brightly on the endless desert. The yellow sand was heated to a temperature unbearable for the human body. Dorothy, nothing again this trip. Luo King, the chief of the Rose Militants, questioned. This time, we searched in sectors E4, E5, and D4. There are still no signs of Felonia, Dorothy replied with frustration. Rose Militant was a mercenary organization made up entirely of female members. They were active in the Sommer Desert and had been searching for Felonia for years. The Fabian organization was a global arms-dealing organization that had branches everywhere for more convenient business dealings. Welcome to Sommer Desert. Antonio descended from the plane. Why did you follow? Haha, the chief in charge of the Sommer branch was killed in a recent battle. Therefore, I am here to take care of some administrative matters. Han Zhao felt confused as he could not understand what the different groups of forces were fighting for in the barren terrain. To find Felonia. What's that? Han Zhao was very curious. Antonio yawned. I am equally clueless. Han Zhao realized that Antonio was trying to hide something from him. He raised his brows, collected his gear, and walked toward the jeep without saying another word. The campsite of Rose Militant was heavily guarded. It had concrete walls and barbed wire on the walls. The metal gate was the sole entrance and exit to the base. Within the base, there was a tall sentry post. The sentry guard on the post observed the surroundings, while the sentry post was also equipped with a huge searchlight that would be switched on at night. Han Zhao came to a conclusion. Unless he could burrow into the sand and dig a tunnel into the base, it was almost impossible for him to infiltrate the base. Furthermore, Rose Militant consisted only of women. They had big breasts and perky asses. Han Zhao had a perky ass, but he could not squeeze out any breasts. Even if he could disguise himself as a woman, it was highly likely that he would be discovered. The infiltration was bound to fail. Han Zhao glanced at the weapons on the sentry post. There were several grenade launchers and dozens of heavy machine guns in addition to the tough concrete walls encircling the base. An assault of the base was also bound to fail. It seems like the only way to achieve success for the mission is to lure the snake out. Fusion. Success. Congratulations, you have discovered. Oh, Han Zhao raised his eyebrows. The product from the fusion was not what he had anticipated. However, the visor was of great use to a sniper since it offered greater accuracy compared to using the thermoscope. Let me try it again. Congratulations, you have discovered. That's the one. Han Zhao nodded. The EMP interference machine was a common blueprint. He was still short of some highly destructive explosives, mines, and traps. He touched his chin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had a new idea. I guess I can try creating the items and skip the fusion process. The core concept behind the highly explosive rounds was flammable gas. By compressing flammable gas into a container, its power would be escalated to an extent that was no lesser than the mines of shattering shards. After a while, a circular mine with a 30mm diameter emerged from Han Zhao's production. The gases were very hard to control. A slight mistake meant that the entire process had to be repeated and modifications of the mechanical parts had to be made. Finally, after 13 failures, an angelic line emerged on the interface. Success. You have successfully created a new prototype blueprint. After witnessing the effects of this new weapon, Han Zhao whispered, it's too conventional to call the explosive the highly flammable, poisonous, delayed explosion mine. I shall call the mine flaming poison. The naming is successful. You have gained the blueprint of the new creation. After setting up the trap, Han Zhao parked his jeep at a sand dune that was around 400 meters away from the ambush. He then silently lay prone on ground and looked through his scope like a patient hunter waiting for his kill. The jeeps of Rose Militant were speeding through the desert. The rotating tires threw the sand into the air, and a long dragon of dust trailed behind the vehicles. An eerie sound of electricity could be heard in the air. Dorothy and 5 other troops could sense that there was a special wave that originated from somewhere not far away. Simultaneously, all the meters on the cars cracked, and the 4 jeeps instantly lost control and collided into one another like drunkards. No matter how much the drivers stepped on the pedals, the jeeps were still out of their control. Enemy ambush. Dorothy was shocked and started to scan the surroundings alertly. What was the cause of the paralysis of the vehicles? Could it have been an EMP? The troops searched around, and they could only see the yellowish sand in the darkness. The cold wind of the night howled. The troops could feel the goosebumps on their arms. He then changed to the highly flammable magazine and fired a shot at the trap lined with the flaming poison mines. Fire started burning at the point the bullet landed and ignited the flaming poison mines. Boom! After a thunderous sound, a sea of flames emerged, and it resulted in a chain reaction that lit up the other mines, causing continuous explosions. The merciless flames swallowed 4 jeeps, and the poisonous gas was released everywhere. Coughs were heard everywhere. Dorothy felt nauseous, and her teammates looked as if they were suffering worse. Their heads were spinning, and they were vomiting uncontrollably. If all of them continued to remain at their current position, they were bound to die from either the flames or the poisonous gas. What a sly bastard! Dorothy tried hard to overcome the nauseating sensation in her chest and yelled, "Charge toward the sniper and kill him." That's the only way we can survive. The Rose militants staggered toward the direction that the bullets originated from. The venomous gas had infiltrated their bodies, and they were clearly poisoned. Only Dorothy, who had the physical attributes of a pugilist, was able to withstand the poison. She led the troops in the charge. Han Zhao calmly switched to the cartridge with the spindle-shaped penetration bullets. He fired the sniper, and the gunshots sounded as if they followed a steady tempo. Shot by shot, he wiped out the militants one by one. The bulletproof vests were unable to withstand the power of the penetration bullets. Han Zhao deliberately made Dorothy the sole survivor of his attacks. Firstly, he killed all of Dorothy's assistants, and he was only left with the strongest of them all, Dorothy, to fight. After Han Zhao killed the last of the ordinary militants, Dorothy finally got close to him. Dorothy wielded her axe and slashed it at Han Zhao's head. Han Zhao dodged the strike and slid backward 3 steps like a mudskipper. Dorothy missed her strike. Strafe. Like a phantom, Han Zhao drew the berserk eagles from his waist. The continuous firing by Han Zhao instantly led to countless penetration bullets piercing Dorothy's body. Dorothy shrieked in pain. However, her eyes revealed a tinge of arrogance. She took out a shotgun from her back and fired at Han Zhao. Shotgun bullets are the deadliest close range. It is a sure kill, you're a dead man. Dorothy expected Han Zhao to be dead, but the next moment astonished her. The scale-like armor covered Han Zhao's upper body, and the bullets from the shotgun struck the hard surface of the armor, resulting in sparks. With his current skills, Han Zhao was able to create a magnetically controlled retractable armor that covered his entire upper body. I have armor, you fool. Han Zhao then fired all the bullets in his magazine at Dorothy's body. A pugilist that reached Pan Kuang's level was able to withstand the penetration by the bullets only if he focused hard. Compared to Pan Kuang, Dorothy was much weaker, and it was impossible for her to withstand the penetration by the high-caliber bullets. Blood spurted out from her mouth, and her bloodshot eyes stared hard at Han Zhao. She was mumbling, as if she wanted to say something. Boom! Han Zhao blasted Dorothy's head with his pistol. You killed Dorothy. You gained 7,500 EXP. Han Zhao searched Dorothy's body and discovered that her gun was modified. From the modifications, it seemed like Rose Militant had a skillful mechanic. The endless flames from the flaming poison mines would soon attract more enemies. Han Zhao retrieved the EMP interference machine and returned to his jeep, quickly leaving the site. The Rose militants brought back 20 bodies of their dead comrades. These bodies had grievous wounds created by the bullets of a sniper. Looks like Dorothy and the others were not ambushed by the Cautonians. They were killed by a sniper, Ghostly Fox said. Luo King's face sank as she started thinking hard about the culprit behind the attack. Rose Militant had not been approached by assassins for almost a year. Perhaps after a year, some rash youngster had forgotten about the painful lesson the Rose Militants had taught the assassins. Dorothy had suffered a painful death. She was murdered at a close range. This indicated that the sniper possessed some close combat abilities. A petite woman approached. She was wearing an oil-stained coat and said, I found the killer's vehicle tax. He headed toward the southeast. There are 3 distinct camps based there, and the nearest one belongs to the Fabian organization. Good job, Su Lai. Su Lai was the mechanic of the Rose Militants. I found some shards of the exploded mines at the site, and I presume the incident was a well-planned ambush. The outer shells of the mine belong to the Fabian organization. It is highly likely that the killer is residing in the camp of the Fabian organization. I tried to piece back the mine that was used, and it seems like a new type of explosive. The explosion involved the use of several gases. Luo King squinted. They had met a tough foe this time, but she was determined to take revenge. She made an encrypted phone call to their secret sponsor, Mr. Sebastian. A team of 20 of our troops were hunted down by an unknown assassin. An old raspy voice emerged from the other side of the line. I will send someone to handle it. Every time an assassin emerged, the sponsor behind the Rose Militants would send out other professional assassins to punish the culprit. That was the reason Rose Militant had managed to wipe out so many assassins in the Sommer Desert. A helicopter landed on the helipad within the compound of the base camp of Rose Militant. 3 cold-looking men alighted from the helicopter. They seemed to possess an air of mystery that prevented others from wanting to go near them. How's the situation? Code 3, who was the captain of the team, asked directly. Luo King gave him a brief of the events that had occurred. Code 3 squinted and said, the enemy is a sniper, and his ambush on your men was to scout on your abilities. He wanted to lure all of you out. The enemy possesses detailed information about you guys, and based on the latest information provided, the enemy is probably residing in the camp of the Fabian organization. However, the Fabian organization is not a party you want to mess with. We are unable to conduct assassinations in their territory. What are you guys planning to do then? Luo King asked. You guys are the target of the killer. Therefore, we are going to use you as bait to lure him out. After that, the three of us will ambush him and secure the kill. Ghostly Fox, you will be responsible for taking our teams out over the upcoming few days, Luo King ordered. Ghostly Fox nodded. In the Fabian organization's campsite, Hanzio was scratching the unshaven stubble on his chin in his room. The combat skills of Dorothy made him feel strange. If that was what Rose Militant was capable of, there was no reason the bounty had yet to be collected. Once again, the suspicion in Hanzio was activated, and he felt like he was missing some critical information. Hanzio sat in front of Antonio and faced him directly. Hanzio then asked, I want to know more about the different militias active in the Sommer Desert. I passed you the report previously. You can find all strengths and territories of these militias on it. I want something not on the report. Hanzio raised his brows and said, You know what I mean. I guess you realized it. All these militias are merely tools used by the rich families who act as their funders. They sponsor these militants to help them search for Felonia. If these backers are not wiped out, there will only be endless streams of militants pouring into the desert. What's so special about Felonia? How can it draw the attention of so many different forces? Hanzio felt that the mystery of Felonia had something to do with the rewards of his assassination mission. Since a large number of reinforcements was expected to arrive, Hanzio had to plan out his next steps carefully. You want me to help you drive? Antonio looked shocked. Yes, I need you to drive since my hands will be tied up with firing the shots. Wait, this is your mission. How does it concern me? Why must I help you? Antonio was puzzled. It is rare for you venture out, so how can you just stay here and do nothing? Come out with me and experience the beauty of nature. Antonio pointed to the barren desert and asked, What nature is there to see here? This is all just on the surface. Maybe we will see a magnificent mirage. Maybe there will be hidden mountains and rivers. The desert is very big. I am sure these sights can be discovered if you explore the area with a devout heart. I don't think we are close enough to travel together, Antonio replied in an awkward manner. Then give me a chance to be friends with you. Hanzio laughed out loud. Did anyone ever tell you that you are very thick-skinned? Hanzio touched his face mask. He was obviously thick-skinned. His mask alone was 2 layers thick. Antonio thought for a moment and said, If you want me to participate in the mission, I want a share of your earnings. How about 5%? No way. That's too little. Antonio shook his head. Don't argue with me. You are just going with me to drive the vehicle. 5% is already a generous offer. If we meet any enemies, the driver will surely be the first target. At least 20%. Hanzio widened his eyes in disbelief. Why don't you just go and rob someone? That's precisely what I'm doing now. There was a hint of cheekiness in Antonio's tiny eyes. After arguing for quite some time, Hanzio finally decided to appease Antonio with $20,000. Enemy is approaching. Ghostly Fox was delighted. An eerie voice sounded from the communication device. The voice was cold and had the vibes of a killer. The prey is finally in the trap. Hanzio stuck his rifle barrel out of the car window. A high explosive bullet spun out of the chamber and reached accurately on one of Rose Militant's jeeps. The bullet exploded, engulfing the car in massive flames. However, all these desert jeeps had a specially made protective exterior that offered protection against the high heat. The destruction caused by the high explosive bullet was limited. Hanzio assessed the situation before he decisively changed to the penetration bullets and fired them at the bulletproof windows of those vehicles, causing numerous cracks. Surround it. Ghostly Fox's team turned around immediately, and 2 other vehicles followed to encircle the place. Where is the ambush? Since Hanzio was undeterred by the dangers ahead, he was naturally vigilant about his situation. All of a sudden, he covered his face with his magnetic armor, and it deflected a sniper round that was aimed at his forehead. He raised his eyes and saw a new enemy jeep charging toward him from the side. On the back of the vehicle, a foreign enemy was operating a sniper rifle. A person who could fire such an accurate round on a fast-moving vehicle had the 30% chance of being a mechanic or a 60% chance of being a sniper-type assassin. The last 10% accounted for the possibility of it being sheer luck. Antonio skillfully changed gear and stomped on the accelerator. The car drifted before it changed direction and sped to escape. All of a sudden, another jeep, as if it had been waiting in place for days, appeared right in the direction of their new escape route. This time, it was driven by Code 5. He fired his bazooka at them. The anti-tank warhead, driven by the flaming rocket propeller, approached them rapidly. Antonio's face slightly paled, and he immediately turned the steering wheel forcefully to make a sharp turn. The rocket brushed past the rear end of the car and landed on the sandy ground. A loud blast was heard, and sand was flying all over the air. The shockwave smashed onto the back of the vehicle, tilting it 30 degrees upward before it fell hard onto the ground. Hanzio, who was sitting on the back seats, was bumped up and down heavily. His butt was in great pain as a result. They dodged it. Code 3 squinted and said, Code 9 is waiting for them in front on Thorns. Thorns was an armored battle vehicle modified by Su Lai. It had extremely strong firepower, massive horsepower, and an ultra-thick armored exterior. It was the perfect fusion of a tank's attack and defense capability, and a jeep's mobility. We definitely cannot withstand the firepower from that damn thing. Antonio had a grievous look. They were blocked by the enemies from all sides and surrounded. They were on the brink of death. Drive south. You don't have to worry about the firepower from that vehicle. I will handle it, Hanzio said solemnly. There was only Code 3, armed with a sniper rifle, on the southern path. He was the lowest threat. Antonio had no choice but to have faith in Hanzio, and he quickly turned the steering wheel to run Code 3 down. Too late. Code 9's expression was icy cold, and he was about to fire the cannon on Thorns to blow Hanzio's jeep up in the air. Suddenly, Hanzio turned around and fired a shot in his direction. The round hit the glass window and instantly flashed a blazing light. Code 9's eyes were blinded by the light and started tearing. He shut his eyes in the moment of pain. Flash bullet. A massive volume of flames and smoke was coming out of the Gatling cannon on Thorns, but it was fired in the wrong direction. The explosive rounds landed more than 10 meters away from Hanzio's jeep. Crap, how did Code 9 flounder that shot? Code 3 was dumbfounded, and he quickly ordered the driver to block Hanzio's vehicle. Antonio was fearless. He stomped on the accelerator, and the vehicle collided with the side of Code 3's jeep front unyieldingly. Both vehicles vibrated violently. However, Antonio chose an excellent angle of collision. He was able to force a path out, creating an opening for them to escape the encirclement. Antonio opened a small cover beside the gearshift, which exposed the button for the nitro boost. He then pressed hard on the button. Blue flames were gushing out of the exhaust pipe at the back of the jeep, and its speed soared, pulling their distance apart rapidly. The resultant force pushed the two in the vehicle into the back of their seat, restricting their movement. A futile struggle. Code 3 thought nothing of it. He believed that the nitro boost would run out sooner or later. It was just a last-ditch effort to extend their lives. They would eventually be caught up by Thorns and be blown up. The nitro boost was exhausted when the distance between the two parties extended to 400 meters. They are slowing down. Code 5 loaded a new rocket, and he stood up through the roof window and aimed at Hanzio's jeep from a distance. All of a sudden, his car braked at once. The sudden momentum threw Code 5 into the backseat. What the hell? Code 5 was shouting when he saw the driver changing gears frantically. However, the vehicle was not responding at all. His heart sank, and he turned around and looked out the window. All their jeeps had stopped moving, including Thorns. They had all lost their driving power. All the cars are paralyzed. What is happening? Everyone from Rose Militant was frightened. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered now that they had lost control of their vehicles. This is the effect of EMP, she screamed. Ghostly Fox felt a chill down her spine as she recalled how Dorothy had died. Run. The next moment, a high explosive sniper round flew over from a distance, targeting an area beneath Code 3's feet. Then, the landmines buried underneath the ground exploded. This time, the explosives included not just the toxic explosive mines but also the good quality ordinary landmines from Fabian Company's warehouse. The blaring sound of the blast was heard non-stop. Glaring flames shot up into the air, creating a dazzling mixture of orange, red, and white in Hanzio's eyes. Flames and explosions engulfed the whole 100-meter radius of Rose Militant. There was not a single figure in sight. Hanzio lifted his sniper rifle on his shoulder and gave an evil chuckle. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? It has been a while since I last saw such beautiful scenery. I almost forgot what an explosion looks like after sitting in the office for so long. Go ahead and enjoy the scenery. Hanzio stretched his neck to relieve some of the fatigue as a result of the pursuit. Hold on. There seems to be an enemy missing from my kill history. Hanzio's eyes flashed and immediately surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly fired at the ground 20 meters away. A shadow jumped out from beneath the sand. Ghostly Fox. She dashed rapidly and stabbed her dagger swiftly toward the nearest person, Antonio. Her pugilist training had taught her simple ground tunneling techniques. She had escaped the devastating explosion by tunneling into the sand the instant before the explosion. She had intended to continue hiding until all the enemies were gone. But since she had been spotted by Han Zio, she had to fight for her life. Sunlight was reflected off the surface of the dagger, emitting an icy glare. Antonio's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his massive arms rapidly toward Ghostly Fox. Antonio threw her more than 10 meters away as if he was shot putting. The sheer amount of force created wave-like tracks around her on the ground. She was badly injured from the throw. However, she gritted her teeth hard and dived toward Antonio again. With Han Zio watching on the side, she would be sniped down if she attempted to run away. She had no choice but to continue the fight. Antonio was about to strike back when Han Zio fired a few rounds with his double pistols, which turned her into a sieve. You killed Ghostly Fox. You have gained 9,400 EXP. Han Zio started scavenging loot from the bodies. He found a substantial number of firearms and ammunition, which could be sold for a handsome amount of money. However, his greatest loot was the modified battle vehicle, Thorns. He would be able to use it after he fixed its internal electronic components. Ghostly Fox lost contact. They had 3 assassins ambushing and better intelligence, yet they fell into the enemy's trap. Luo was heavy-hearted. She had just lost 2 teams in the modified battle vehicle, Thorns. Enemy attack. Rose Militant had suffered great losses, so they were bound to fall prey to other powerful factions at this opportune time. And the Coutons were the prime candidate. The militants dropped the supplies in their hand and quickly got back into their defense positions. Behind the 4 walls of the base, Luo was seen commanding the militants tirelessly. Su Lai walked over and whispered into her ears, "Due to insufficient manpower, 1/4 of our defense system is unmanned. Furthermore, as we are walled inside the base, we will face serious danger if other factions decide to butt in." A vehicle's tracks had been left in the desert, heading away from the base. The remaining members of Rose Militant escaped using the vehicle. "I'd better chase them quickly." After half an hour of pursuit, a roving jeep suddenly appeared in the distance. "I am finally catching up." Han Zio's psyche was rejuvenated instantly. Just as Han Zio spotted the jeep, the members of the Rose Militant on the jeep also caught sight of Han Zio. "It's Thorns," Su Lai cried out. Luo's face tensed up before she anxiously surveyed the surrounding and realized that the pursuing force consisted of only a single vehicle. She was immediately incensed. "How dare you pursue us alone? Do you really think we are this easy to defeat? Let's run until he finishes his ammunition." She was slightly embarrassed. The 2 vehicles were in a high-speed pursuit as they drove past sand dune after sand dune, scorched sand marking the course of their chase. Raggedly dressed pilgrims were seen gruelingly trekking through the desert. At times, the elderly pilgrim could not help but become skeptical about the existence of Felonia. However, if he gave up, it would render his years of perseverance meaningless. An engine sound was heard from a distance. Han Zio and Rose Militant's cars appeared in their view, and mounds of sands thrown into the air by the vehicles. The pilgrims were not at all shocked as such a scene was commonplace on this desert. A small-scale missile flew in the sky and landed on thin sand. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The ground vibrated abruptly, and sand fell downwards at the position where the missile exploded. As more sand fell downward, a pitch-black hole appeared in front of everyone. The hole expanded continuously, like a gigantic mouth being opened. The appearance of the running sand implied that there was a huge, empty space beneath this desert. You discovered a hidden location. You received 1,000 exploration EXP. Bounty Hunter hidden requirement completed. Han Zio was so surprised that he almost overturned his car. "What the hell? I completed the mission by accident. Am I that lucky?" Although he was very curious about what Felonia was exactly, his hunt for Rose Militant was more important at this juncture. After he left the coordinates of this place on his radar, he continued to chase after Rose Militant. The 2 vehicles were 400 meters apart. Han Zio already stopped his vehicle. A distance of 400 meters allowed him 8 to 10 shots. It took him 4 spindle bullets to shatter the bulletproof window. The 5th shot flew directly at the driver. Luo, sitting on the front passenger seat, suddenly raised her hand and shielded the driver. The bullet, as if it had hit an invincible wall, generated a wave of reflective white light before it was squashed into a metal cake by the deflecting force and was left levitating in the air. An Esper with force field type ability. The force field related abilities included remote manipulation of objects, invincible walls, and invincible strikes. It was the natural counter to gunfighting abilities. As he finished his thought, Han Zio quickly stuffed HAIM bullets into his gun and fired again. Luo deflected the bullet again with her force field. However, as the bullet was being compressed, it released a light green poisonous gas. Everyone in the vehicle was instantly poisoned. They started feeling dizzy, their chests tightened, and their HP dropped continually. From the battle data, Han Zio knew that Luo was the same level as him, level 30, so she had not mastered the skill to manipulate gases. After being repeatedly plotted against, she could no longer contain her rage. She walked out of Jeep and started the force field under her feet, which allowed her to move a few meters with a single step. She charged toward Han Zio rapidly like an incoming missile, and the force field around her was rather erratic. "Are you so eager to die?" Before Luo even reached Han Zio, her ravings thundered in Han Zio's ears. Superhumans of the fortified type possess the innate ability to counter the powers of a sniper. However, the poisonous gases emitted by the HAM bullets were depleting Luo's HP. Furthermore, the impact from the collisions onto the energy shield also impacted Luo's body and decreased her health. However, the impact was relatively low after a reduction of 95%. Luo could sense the fury building up in her body. The killer in her was overflowing like water from a fountain. Han Zio suddenly drew out his retractable machete. He held the blade in his right hand and wielded the mechanical arm in his left hand. He was unafraid of fighting Luo head-on. Luo focused on using all her strength to smash Han Zio's head. However, she realized that Han Zio was clad in a thick metallic armor. At that instant, Han Zio's retractable armor extended up to his head, protecting his face and skull. Han Zio moved his head back slightly, and with the help of the armor, he managed to withstand the shock from Luo's strike. Han Zio used his machete and mechanical arm to continuously penetrate the energy shield of Luo. The battle was fierce, and white sparks were emitted with each contact made. Pan Quang, who was level 40, had problems defeating Han Zio in close-range combat. Therefore, Luo's close combat powers were not much of a concern for Han Zio. Force push, Han Zio could feel an invisible impact to his knees. Luo made use of the opportunity to pull backward and created more space. She could feel tightness in her chest, as if her lungs were being scorched. The high-intensity combat had taken its toll on her body. Her stamina was running low. Superhuman abilities often required the use of huge amounts of energy. In order to replenish her energy, Luo exhausted her stamina. She was deeply fatigued and looked at Han Zio in disbelief and shock. How on earth is this sniper so powerful? He can fight better than pugilists. The last few remnants of Rose Militant were finally approaching Han Zio. They immediately concentrated all their firepower on him. To retaliate, Han Zio fired his berserk eagles wildly, and the militants bled uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. Su Lai was the only one that managed to dodge Han Zio's attacks. She was nimble and swift. She had the swag of a pugilist. She was wearing a pair of special gloves. There were a couple of circuits on the gloves, and the gloves emitted blue light. Han Zio sensed impending danger. Mechanical pugilist. The three were engaged in an intense battle. The pair of gloves that Su Lai was wearing managed to suppress Han Zio's power. Han Zio was at a loss how to counter them. The two ladies realized that and made use of the opportunity to gain the upper hand in the battle. The situation gradually turned disadvantageous for Han Zio. If I don't make some sacrifices, it will be almost impossible for me to kill both of them. With a look of determination of his face, Han Zio approached Su Lai suddenly and pressed his body head on her gloves. The sudden collision shocked Su Lai. The gloves were touching Han Zio's armor. An uncontrollable current was flowing through the scorching hot armor. The endurance of the armor depleted exponentially. It reduced by almost 100 points. In fact, it was the first time the endurance of the armor had faced such a huge reduction. Han Zio felt a burn to his chest. The high temperature exceeded the threshold of the armor, and the heat scorched his body. Han Zio had no time to look at the new messages that were flashing on the interface. He employed the wind-slicing slash and stabbed the machete hard into Su Lai's chest. An eye for an eye. Su Lai's eyes expanded in astonishment. Han Zio pressed the berserk eagles to her forehead and started firing hysterically. A mechanic without any form of armor was very vulnerable. Kill the enemy. Luo yelled in anger and attacked Han Zio back while he was busy taking of Su Lai. There was a sharp pain in Han Zio's spine. He could feel his back shattering. Han Zio endured the pain and glided forward. He turned around and fired the last of the remaining bullets. Han Zio focused his attention on Luo's legs. Luo used too much of her stamina in her ambush on Han Zio. She forced her last bit of energy, but she no longer had the energy to maintain the energy shield that protected her from the bullets. A bullet penetrated her knee. There was a change in the Luo's expressions. She understood the fact that she was facing a sniper, and the reduction in her mobility would lead to fatal consequences. In her state of panic, she wanted to use all her energy and deliver one final blow to Han Zhao. She was attempting to paralyze Han Zhao's movement by blowing up his legs. Once Han Zhao succeeded in his attacks, he quickly pulled away from the two of them. Luo's heart sank. Her legs went limp, and now she really was reduced to sitting duck for Han Zhao's attacks. Han Zhao fired his shots from afar, and all she could do was forcefully repel the bullets. Her energy was on the verge of depleting completely, and desperation filled her heart. "SHT, I'm done." Finally, a bullet pierced through her head. She collapsed with fury and unwillingness in her eyes. "You killed Luo. You gained 12,000 EXP. Han Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally relax his senses. He did not have time to whine about the pain from his burns. He immediately moved towards Su Lai's body and retrieved the pair of black gloves from her hands. The functioning of the gloves was based the theory of, which Han Zhao had not yet mastered. There was a microelectricity to heat transformer embedded within the gloves. The power source of the gloves was a high-voltage battery since the gloves needed a huge amount of electricity to be powered. The gloves had immense power and was able to deal multiplied damage to metals. Han Zhao held onto the gloves for his own use in the future. With the mission finally complete, it was time to return and collect his rewards. The image of Felonia suddenly flashed in Han Zhao's mind, and he decided to take a closer look at Felonia before returning. Upon completing his repairs, Han Zhao drove the vehicle along the path, as directed by the radar coordinates, up to the entrance of Felonia. Instantly, he saw the trail of footsteps that disappeared along the edges of the cave. After a short moment of contemplation, he predicted that a group of wanderers had entered the cave. If Han Zhao was an ordinary individual, he probably would have been worried that the valuables housed in the cave had been taken away by others. However, Han Zhao was also unique in his thinking. He felt that having others to explore the unknown territory first was in fact beneficial to him. The eerie atmosphere alarmed Han Zhao. He could feel a chill in his bones that was creeping toward his heart. He wanted to slow down his heart, which was thumping so quickly, so that he could ease the sense of nervousness within him. It was dead silent apart from the occasional faint sounds of crawling insects. However, if one tried to pick out these sounds individually, they would just disappear. It was very creepy and made Han Zhao uncontrollably nervous. After walking for a long while, a junction appeared in front of him. The footprints of the pilgrims led toward the path on the right. While Han Zhao was in a dilemma over which path to take, he heard footsteps from the path on the right. He could see many people running toward him hysterically. Han Zhao immediately moved to the other side of the junction. He switched off his torch and put on the night vision visor that Fabian Company had provided. "Run, quickly run. A monster." The frantic pilgrims ran out of the junction as if they were escaping from some creature. Their clothing had many blood stains. Also, the size of the group was much smaller. What are these guys hiding from? Han Zhao was puzzled. Suddenly, from the nearby path, there was a deep growl that originated from a beast. The growl was raspy and deep, like the sigh of a giant. "This place is too scary." The pilgrims were shivering, and shock was clearly written on their faces. It was as if all their energy was being drained away. They said, "This place is not Felonia. We will not find the things we want here. Let's leave and continue the hunt for the real ruins." According to legend, the magical ruins were supposed to be mysterious and archaic. There were supposed to be countless incomprehensible carving. This is not the place we are looking for. The real ruins of Felonia must be hidden in some other corner of the desert. The old pilgrims sounded assertive and firm. The pilgrims helped on another up and left the place. Han Zhao regained his senses, and he revealed himself after the pilgrims left. He was also unsure which path to take at the junction. The pilgrims said that there was a monster on the route at the right. However, the path on the left was unknown territory, and it could very well be more dangerous. How should he decide? Based on my experience, these pilgrims are bait to lure me into the instance dungeon. They hinted that there was a monster on the right. There are two interpretations of their words. The first is that they are right. The second is that they are leading me to the path on the left on purpose. Han Zhao ground his teeth firmly and chose to walk the path on the right. Han Zhao wore the thermo-electrical incisor gloves. He was not using any torchlight. He only had his night vision visors on. After entering the path on the right, there was dark green filled his vision. He could barely see the road ahead. There were abnormally large footprints on the ground. The footprints were the work of the monster. Like humans, the monster had 2 legs and 5 toes on each foot. The monster was estimated to be 3 meters tall. Hanzio walked for a while, and he came across a room, its door wide opened. The footprints of the monster stopped there. Hanzio nudged closer to the door, and he could smell a disgusting stench that seemed like rotting meat. He raised his head and looked inside of the room. A pair of eyes, which were as large as bronze bells, was staring at him. He was only half a meter away from the monster. Hanzio was both shocked and frightened. The magnetically controlled retractable armor was ready to be activated. Hanzio was either going to fight or escape. However, the monster was merely staring in the direction of the door. It was as if the monster had not noticed the existence of Hanzio. It was standing there without moving. Night blindness. Hanzio felt a tinge of elation in his heart. Luckily, he did not switch on his torch, else he would have suffered the fate of the pilgrims before him. Hanzio moved backwards carefully. When he realized that the monster was still not moving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He walked down the corridor and quickly reached the second and third metal gates. This place was a secret military facility decades ago. However, the facility was abandoned a couple of years back, and it was probably a site used for biochemical experiments. The experiments probably failed, or could they have succeeded? The room seemed to be a gigantic lab. There were rusty machines everywhere, and experiment pods were sitting in the center of the room. It seems like there is no danger. The dust in the room choked him, and the pungent rotting smell filled his nose. There was a corpse on the table, and it was shriveled up. There were torn fragments of fabric on the body, and Hanzio could faintly tell that the pieces of cloth belonged to a white lab coat. Hanzio found a book at the table near the body. He wiped the dust from the cover of the book in an attempt to find out some useful information. After taking a closer look at it, he realized it was a diary. The 13th of July, the professor modified the Felonia serum for the 67th time and injected it into the lab rat. The effects are amazing and have exceeded our expectations. If there are no negative reactions, we can proceed with human trials. The 17th of July. The lab rat is dead. It is a failure. The cause of death is organ failure. The professor is disappointed. He locked himself up in his room. I could hear him smashing things in his office. The lab report for the experiment was missing. The 20th of July. The professor insisted on carrying out human trials. The higher-ups approved the professor's request. The 26th of July. The base released a new set of regulations. All researchers are supposed to submit their electronic devices. We are not allowed to connect to any external networks. Are we going to be defeated? The 5th of August. This is the 7th day of Experiment 8. The human subject is in a stable condition. There are no special changes in the subject. The professor is dejected. The 11th of August. The higher-ups sent out orders for us to retreat. The battle is not going well for our side, and we have to preserve whatever resources are left. Everyone is feeling scared. As usual, the professor is unwilling to face the reality that we have been defeated. I have prepared myself mentally for this outcome. I noticed that the guards protecting the base have become sparser over the past few months. We are heading to Base 3 to seek shelter. There is not much time. We backed up all data related to the Felonia serum. The guards are so rough. They want to blow the entire facility up. The professor took some serums with him. The rest of the serums were all destroyed. The entries in the diary stopped there. Hanzio flipped back to the front, but he could not find any more valuable information. Many pages were torn away from the diary. The corpses at the side evidently showed that the people in the facility did not manage to escape. An accident must have happened between August 14th and August 15th that resulted in the deaths of the researchers and guards in the facility. Also, most of them had died in the basement. That explained the countless red-eyed necroworms active in the basement that Hanzio had seen. The worms fed on the dead bodies. Hanzio was intrigued by the serum. The diary also noted that the professor has the serum. The body of the professor was most likely in the basement. He then looked up and took a deep breath. He saw a block box in the center of the table. He walked toward it hastily and opened the cover of the box. There were 3 tubes of a fluorescent serum in the box. At that instant, an ancient saying flashed in his mind. In times of desperation, there will eventually be light. What you search so hard for can actually be obtained so easily. In fact, it is just right before your eyes if turn back and take a closer look. Hanzio looked at the body on the table. He bit his lip and wondered to himself, could the dead body be the professor? You gained X3. Felonia Serum. It is a serum with the medicinal ability to improve one's physical capability. The formula has yet to be perfected. After the usage of the serum, mutation is a distinct possibility. Note, these are the last 3 remaining Felonia serums. It is highly likely for mutations to occur if I injected the serum into my body. I will probably become the muscular beast I just saw. Hanzio felt a cold shiver up his spine. There is probably nothing else left here. I am going to leave this place as soon as possible. This place is very creepy. Hanzio turned around and met the gaze of the muscular monster standing there silently. The monster raised its muscular arm and slammed his hand down at Hanzio as if he were a fly. As the rotting stench filled his nostrils, Hanzio quickly slid to dodge the attack like a mudskipper. The monster's strike missed him by a few millimeters, the strong wind blowing his hair into a mess. When the monster's palm hit the ground, there was a huge boom. He fired the berserk eagles violently at the rotting flesh of the monster, sending smelly pus spurting into the air. You dealt 57 points of damage to Subject 2. You have entered combat mode. Based on your current level, you will have access to the following information. Subject 2, level 42, main class, low-level mutated organism. As Hanzio fired both his pistols continuously at the target, the large diameter bullets slammed into the body of Subject 2, forming holes in the monster's body. Hanzio had a heavy heart. Luckily, Subject 2 was in a rather poor physical state. If the monster had full HP, it would have been tough for him to escape. Subject 2 seemed to be unable to feel pain. It lowered its head and barged toward the target. Hanzio felt like a steam train was barging at him. Swiftly stowing his pistols, he took out his blade. He slashed the retractable machete hard at the skull of the monster. With a dang, the blade pierced hard into the skull. Pus spilled out from the monster's head. Hanzio was also hit by the monster's charge. He only had the time to put his hands before him, and it felt like he was facing a wild rhinoceros. The monster attempted to growl in anger, but it could only make shrieks since its vocal cords were also decomposing. Hanzio dodged the fists of the monster. He quickly moved to the back of Subject 2 and activated the thermo-electrical incisor gloves. He pressed the gloves hard on the enemy, and a glaring pale blue light was released in the darkness. The gloves were scorching, and the heat burnt through the rotten muscle tissues of the monster. There was an intense charred smell in the air. Hanzio managed to grab a sticky internal organ of the monster. He tried to rip it hard with his hands, and white smoke emerged in the air. Subject 2 was constantly trying to wave its hands and attack Hanzio, but Hanzio managed to evade the attacks. The thermo-electrical incisor gloves were able to cause high damage to the enemy continuously. In less than 10 seconds, it inflicted a total damage of around 800 HP. The heat from the gloves managed to scorch the body of the monster. After flashing for a few times, the light from the gloves disappeared, indicating that the battery providing power to the gloves had been depleted. The battery powering the gloves could only sustain the gloves' activities for a few minutes. Sulai had used the gloves before Hanzio snatched them from her, and Hanzio had managed to deplete the last bit of energy left in the gloves' battery. Hanzio retreated quickly, and by utilizing his nimbleness and agility, he managed to evade the attacks of the monster. The monster was like a low-level creature with almost zero intelligence. Although it was physically strong, it was no match of Hanzio's quickness and intelligence. Only the monster's charges were considered threatening. Hanzio made good use of the terrain and obstacles around to evade the monster's attacks and finally defeated the monster with his never-ending gunshots. The monster swirled unsteadily on the spot like it was drunk before collapsing to the ground. The monster stopped breathing, and the pus flowed out of the monster's gunshot wounds. You killed Subject 2. You gained 32,000 EXP. As you killed an enemy that is 10 levels higher, there will be an addition gain of experience by 280%. The total experience gained will be 89,600. Your rate of contribution, 23.7%. You gained an additional 21,235 experience points. A shuffling sound could be heard. It grew louder. The sound surrounded the entire area. Limbs started to protrude out of the cracks in the metallic flooring. Hanzio realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he started fleeing toward where he had come from. There was a huge boom from afar that sounded like the collision between metallic objects. There were also roars from a beast, and they sounded as if they were heading in Hanzio's direction. All signs indicated that although he had successfully wiped out Subject 2, he had triggered the activity of something else. Hanzio had managed to kill Subject 2. However, as recorded by the diary, the last subject of the series of experiments was Subject 8. Since Hanzio had already obtained what he wanted, it was time for him to flee. Ignoring all sorts of creepy sounds, Hanzio fled the base at the speed of light. He managed to leave the area safely and started crawling back up the cliff. The light from the sun hit his body, and he could finally relax his senses. The abandoned facility had an atmosphere that was too creepy. It was as if danger was everywhere. Fortunately, he had managed to obtain the 3 tubes of Felonia serum, and Han Zio could not imagine the value of these serums. However, he had no time to check out his loot. The different military groups in the Samar Desert would quickly arrive after discovering the events that had occurred in the area. With that thought in mind, Han Zio left the area on his jeep. About an hour after Han Zio left the scene, the fleets of vehicles arrived at the entrance to Felonia. They all looked at the entrance of the cave in shock. The huge amount of people entering the facility made it seem less creepy and frightening. There are desert necro-worms in the basement. Tell someone up top to bring the flamethrowers down. The flamethrowers started spitting fire through the metallic flooring into the basement compartment where the worms were active. The worms squealed as they were engulfed in the flames. The mixture of the smell of the burnt worms and the rotting stench of the facility was nauseating. There were tens of thousands of such worms in the facility, and the waves of worms started to retaliate. The worms crawled up and approached the militants from two directions. The various militias decided to team up in a defense against these worms. They used their flamethrowers and bullets to push back the waves of worms. Just as the situation stabilized, the worms suddenly dispersed, and a few rotting creatures barged out. They did not care about the bullets or flames and penetrated the formation set up by the troops. The militants were all astonished. What's that? They look so fucking disgusting. Maintain formation. Fuck, the worms are invading our positions. Kill the monster first. Wait, there are 3 monsters. We need backup. I repeat, we need backup. The gunshots went on for a while before the scene fell silent. There were burnt worms and their shells everywhere. The monsters had been battered to death by the bullets and embers. The militants had also suffered substantial losses. The only consolation was that they had won the battle. The most valuable discovery were the last dregs of the dried-up neon-colored serum left in the experimental pod and the dead body of the experiment subject. These items led to the secret that the leaders of these militant groups were looking for. Perhaps they could test the effects of the serum in their own labs. However, looking at the monsters that the experimental subjects had turned into, it seemed that the serum was not yet complete. The militants went into the lab that Han Zio had discovered no long ago, and they found another dead experimental subject. Subject 2, with fresh wounds. Someone came ahead of us. Cowton looked into the case that housed the 3 tubes of serum, and it was empty. There were signs that someone had tampered with the case. His eyes instantly lit up. The trip to Samar Desert was concluded. The allocated time for the quest was 15 days, but Han Zio took only 6 days to complete it. Han Zio rushed to Hotel Victoria without a break to complete his quest at the Blood Pact Society's floor. The server quickly reported it to the higher management level. Mr. Black, your bounty assignment has been verified. We will immediately transfer the funds into your account. You have completed the quest. You gained 15,000 EXP. Hidden quest requirement. Discover the Felonia plan completed. You gained 25,000 additional EXP. You gained a special reward mid-grade gene blending potion X1. Reputation with the Blood Pact Society increased by 550 points. Currently neutral. Han Zio's eyes shimmered. Gene blending potion was a very powerful game item. It was chiefly used to reduce the failure and mutation rate of biochemicals. After submitting the assignment, he got up and was about to leave. However, the person in charge suddenly said, Mir Black, may I ask you to stay in the Morning Wing City for 2 days? An important guest wants to meet with you. Important guest? Han Zio was puzzled. An emissary from the Rothschild family, the client for the Rose militant assignment. Han Zio left Hotel Victoria and went back to Antonio's base. He immediately entered his temporary workshop and took out the Felonia serum and the gene blending potion. The Felonia serum had a yellow fluorescence. It was sealed nicely and thus did not go bad after so many years. The gene blending potion was as dense as mercury, and it had little shiny star-like sparkles that made it glitter. To use or not to use? That was the question. The Felonia serum was a secret game item that he had never seen before this. The gene blending potion would greatly reduce the risk of using it, so it was rather safe. After Han Zio calculated his chance of success, he decided to roll the dice. With the help of the gene blending potion, even if the serum failed, he would not become like the muscular and ugly-looking test subjects. He took out a syringe and a catheter. He then poked the syringe into the vein on his arm, injecting the gene blending potion first. A cool and refreshing sensation was carried by his blood circulation and distributed throughout his body. He felt as if he had just taken a refreshing bite of ice cream in the blazing summer heat. His mind was simultaneously calmed. The gene blending potion was not harmful to the body, and if it was not activated by a biochemical, its effect would gradually disappear. Han Zio took a deep breath before he started injecting the blood serum. The fluorescent serum passed through the catheter and entered his bloodstream. The feeling of his body swelling was instantly felt. Hiss, Han Zio gritted his teeth. He was spasming due to the overwhelming pain he felt throughout his entire body. He felt as if the interior of his body had been blown up into a paste, bones smashed into ashes, blood vessels broken apart, and muscles melted. The insufferable pain hit his brain without a stop, and he almost fainted. Real players had only needed to rely on progress bars for using in-game items and making machinery. Therefore, the maximum pain they could feel was limited. But Han Zio had to experience the pain in reality. He used a Felonia blood serum. Mutation progress 100%. Mutation completed. Compatibility good. You gain 3 strength and 5 endurance. You gain the ability. Han Zio was dumbfounded. He glanced at his stat board with a look of disbelief as the new ability appeared. I possess a molding ability. Han Zio was utterly shocked. There was a special type of ability called a molding ability. As far as he knew, he had not heard about any real player obtaining this type of ability as it belonged exclusively to NPCs and bosses, and it had very powerful effects. It was even rare for NPCs to have it. Han Zio was only LV30, and his HP had broken the 2000 mark. The LV38 pugilist Pan Kwang did not even have as much HP as him. If a real player used the Felonia serum, they would probably only gain stat points, without the molding ability. This ability, my magnetic armor, and all the future mechanical armors will together make my tank ability so powerful that my enemies will vomit from trying to kill me. With a huge sum of money in his wallet, Han Zio could spend extravagantly. He purchased a new batch of mechanical parts from Fabian Company. In one day, using the skills from his job advancement, Han Zio upgraded all his equipment and made blueprints for new items. The electromagnetic hover boots looked like a pair of metal boots. The heels and soles had a special device that could utilize the electromagnetic field to reduce surface friction, the power for which was generated by the high-energy battery inside the boots. The user could glide and coast on any type of surface, as if ice skating, at an extremely high speed that was comparable to that of a car. Soon, the Rothschild's representative visited him. In Hotel Victoria, Alphonsus was seated in the VIP lounge. He rested his hands on his knees while he waited for his guest to arrive. As the door opened and Han Zio walked in, Alphonsus got up and held out his hand elegantly as he said with a deep and magnetic voice, "I am Alphonsus from the Rothschild family. I want to discuss some matters with you." Han Zio went on to shake his hand. He felt Alphonsus' thumb pressing firmly on the area between his thumb and index finger while he steadily shook for a moment. It was the type of handshake that was habitual for a person of authority, mostly used to exert dominance over the other person. As both were seated, Alphonsus said, "The assignment for Rose Militant has been on the list for nearly 3 years, and many assassins failed miserably. You, Mr. Black, actually completed it alone, much to my surprise. You flatter me. This was just a standard operation, nothing to praise. Yet, your tone does not sound at all humble," Alphonsus quietly thought. The two made some small talk before Han Zio cut straight to the point. "Our relationship is only limited to that between a client and an assassin. Since the assignment is completed, we have no need for any further association. You clearly came to visit me for something else." "You are right. I am here to ask you some questions." Alphonsus nodded. His body suddenly leaned forward, creating a hint of tension. He stared right at Han Zio and said solemnly, "Did you visit an abandoned base in the Sommer Desert?" Alphonsus continuously observed Han Zio's expression and eyes whilst he spoke. He would immediately know that Han Zio was lying if he showed any hint of hesitation. Much to his surprise, Han Zio actually took out a tube of yellow fluorescent blood serum and placed directly on the table. "Name your price," he said nonchalantly. Alphonsus was startled. He did not expect Han Zio to be so frank. "This item is useless to me. Since you want it, you can pay to buy it." Alphonsus glanced at the serum. He did not worry that Han Zio was lying to him. Those who dared to scam the Rothschild family had all died. "How much do you want?" "It depends on your sincerity." Han Zio grinned and looked unfathomable. This attitude gave Alphonsus a headache. He had been hoping that Han Zio did not know the value of the blood serum, but based on his behavior, it was unlikely. He hesitated for a long while before he made an honest offer, but it was not a high price considering the item's rarity. 1 million. This price? You didn't show any sincerity at all. Alphonsus was just about to prepare his negotiation speech. "I accept. This blood serum has been kept for a few dozen years, and I don't even know if it still works. So, the value is greatly reduced. Hold on. You agree with this price?" Alphonsus looked shocked. Han Zio pushed the blood serum toward Alphonsus and smiled. "This is for making a friend. Alphonsus started to take a liking for Han Zio as he had originally planned to spend a fortune on this. He tucked away the serum and recollected himself. The funds will be transferred to your account as soon as possible. Also, you will gain the friendship with Rothschild and myself personally. You unlocked a new camp reputation. Reputation with the Rothschild family increased by 1,800 points. The Rothschild family, friendly. Han Zio smiled lightly. Earning reputation points with the Rothschild family by giving up some money was a very good deal for him. He could always earn money from other places, but the opportunity to unlock a new camp would be fleeting. Han Zio was curious. He was puzzled by the fact that a simple serum like this was eyed by so many different factions. Alphonsus was in a happy mood, so he explained. There was a country in the Samar Desert that was entangled in the wars of the Old Age. They initiated a large-scale research project called the Felonia Project. The name was taken from a legendary tale of the country, and the project involved building many military bases to conduct research in a dozen different branches of technological development. The serum was one of their research directions. It turned out to be this. I really thought there was some sort of magical ruins. Han Zio finally understood the whole thing. Alphonsus chuckled. There is no magic in this world. You thought too much. Han Zio laughed and touched his chin. Alphonsus passed his phone number to Han Zio. This is my number. If you need something, just give me a call. It just so happened that I have a question. I want to quickly raise my rank and authorization level in the Blood Pact Society. Do you have any good suggestions for me? Alphonsus pondered for a moment and decided to do Han Zio a favor. The top of the document was clearly stamped with no unauthorized access. Han Zio's brows furrowed as he read on. Internal call-up. Call-up objective, Blood Pact Society Assassins, Contract Mercenaries. Current participants, 18 assassins, 245 mercenaries. Assignment location, East Star Dragon, 20 kilometers north of Seagull City, River Valley Manor. Assignment details, defend River Valley Manor, protect. Only assassins of dark level and above will receive this call-up. You are not supposed to participate in this assignment since you are only a Scorpion level assassin. However, I could give you backdoor access to this assignment, and upon completion of this assignment, you can immediately rise to dark level. Once you arrive at the location, someone will brief you in more detail. With so many participants, this assignment is definitely not a small-scale battle. Han Zio thought silently to himself. He went back to the Fabian Company base and made some machinery that he had been planning to make for some time. Second-generation rover. Type, robot. This rover was made with much better technology. It was equipped with a smart chip, titanium armor, a high-power battery, and a firepower that was much more fearsome. Han Zio was a lot richer compared to when he first entered the Western capital, so he no longer needed to budget carefully. The cost of the second-generation rover robot was more than $20,000, already a discounted price with his more specialized skills in making machinery. It was a price that players of the same level could never afford. This time, he paid $50,000 to use Fabian Company's aero transport service again. He reckoned no one would spend money as extravagantly as him. The Western capital was the capital city of Stardragon, and Seagull City was an important city in East Stardragon. After he passed through the checkpoint and left the city, he headed straight toward the manor. It was a small forest with a river 20 kilometers north of Seagull City. Only mid to small-sized gentle wild animals resided in this forest, so it was not particularly dangerous. Han Zio could already see the manor. Just as Han Zio was ready to walk over, he suddenly halted. At the next moment, a bullet hole appeared on the ground in front of him. It was made by a sniper rifle. If he had stepped forward before this, it would have shot his legs. It was a warning shot. The shot had come from the direction of the manor. Han Zio bent down to dig out the bullet shell from the ground. It was an armor-piercing round. The people in River Valley Manor were probably all friendlies, so this was just a warning shot. Otherwise, the sniper would have aimed for his vitals. As Han Zio finished this thought, he took out an old brown coin, raised it, and waved it in the air. The sniper in the manor could definitely see it through their scope. The coin had been passed to him by Antonio before he departed. He had said that it could be used to vouch for his identity. After waiting for a minute or so, Han Zio stepped forward again. Indeed, no one was firing at him this time around. He then successfully arrived at the gate of the manor and realized that the manor's outer defense had been greatly reinforced. Chen Lai, there is a new assassin here. Quickly come and pick him up. Wait for me. I'll be there in a minute. A person was swearing on the other side of the walkie-talkie. The mercenary named Chen Lai soon arrived before the gate. What kind of assassin are you? Chen Lai asked. Sniper. That's good. We need a long-range attacker. Previously, an assassin who only knew how to sneak attack from close range was sent here. He could not be more useless. Han Zhao turned around and glanced at the mansion in the center before he asked 3 key questions in his mind. Who exactly are we protecting? How long will we defend here? Who are our enemies? Perhaps every newcomer asked the same questions. Chen Lai answered quickly and smoothly. Our boss did not say how long more we have to defend. In any case, if we cannot defend anymore, I will be the first to evacuate. I don't care how much they pay me, I will not be cannon fodder. I am not sure who the enemies are. Sometimes, we will get attacked in the day. Other times, at night, we get attacked every few days. There will always be new enemies attacking us. And as for who we are protecting, hey. Chen Lai suddenly laughed coldly before he continued. I heard that the target hides in the mansion, but they have never appeared before. The assignment forbids us from entering the mansion. It could very well be that the mansion is just an empty shell, and we are protecting no one. Whatever the motives of the employer, as long as he pays me, I'm fine. By the way, which level of assassin are you? Dark or ghost? Chen Lai asked thoughtlessly. Mr. Black. Scorpion level. Chen Lai jolted his head around and looked rather surprised. Scorpion? Why would you be here? Only dark level assassins and above would receive the call up. You are not qualified, right? I'm already here. My level is not important anymore. Han Zhao had no interest in explaining himself to some mercenary. I can do whatever I want and need not explain myself to you. Can you see 3 fortresses there? You will go to the middle one. The Hornet brothers will make arrangements for you. Han Zhao walked to the middle fortress and climbed to the top floor. He then spotted 2 men who were carrying sniper rifles in their hands and snoozing by the wall. As they heard Han Zhao's footsteps, they quickly opened their eyes and looked over. Newcomer. The tall one spoke nonchalantly. Codename, level, ability. Han Zhao's brow furrowed. Mr. Black, Scorpion, Sniper. What is a Scorpion level newbie doing here? The tall guy frowned, and he became impatient. Go to the left fortress and be the assistant sniper. You will be responsible for taking down all the small fries that escape our shots. It was only a dozen minutes in the manor, and Han Zhao had moved to 3 different locations. There was already a person in the left fortress, an assassin with a large beard. He looked Han Zhao up and down, and after Han Zhao introduced himself, he cut to the chase. Scorpion level. You will take the left side while I take the right side. The left side had the most limited field of vision, and therefore it was the easiest job. The bearded assassin did not trust his ability, which was normal. Han Zhao did not give it a second thought. He was fine with taking care of his own area. You triggered a chain quest. Quest summary. First, do not probe for the identity of the protection target. Second, do not leave your post. Third, do not let enemies infiltrate the manor. Fourth, try your best to become useful. Hint, this is a chain quest. Please act according to instructions. First round, beat off the first wave of enemies. First round reward, 20,000 EXP. Han Zhao looked through his scope. There were many headlights in the distant forest quickly approaching the manor. The mercenaries started to shout, prompting each other to quickly go back to their posts to get ready for the upcoming battle. The concentrated footsteps sounded like peas being fried. Han Zhao stretched out his arm, and a crisp cocking sound was heard on his rifle. He was preparing himself, too. Here comes the first wave. Just by looking at the headlights, Han Zhao figured out the enemy's military composition, all armored vehicles, and they were fast approaching. Troops armed with heavy firepower were running close behind. The next moment, the mercenaries in the manor began firing. Heavy machine guns were blasting and roaring continuously. Flashes of flames on muzzles became an attention-grabbing source of light among the darkness of the night. Han Zhao glanced over for a moment, and soon his mind was put at ease. The enemy had limited numbers and average firepower, so they would not be able to penetrate the curtain of machine gun rounds made by the mercenaries. Han Zhao looked over at his area and realized that it had a limited range of vision and tough angles. Most likely, only those enemies who slipped through the net would accidentally barge into this area. However, it just so happened that a small team of enemies had infiltrated this place. He raised his red falcon before he aimed through the scope and fired. The shot pierced through multiple enemies' necks at once, pumping out masses of blood fog. Big Beard Guy was initially skeptical of Han Zhao's ability, but after taking a few looks at him when he was not occupied, he was secretly shocked and knew that he no longer had to worry about this Mr. Black, because Han Zhao had made every single shot. The battle only lasted for half an hour, and the enemies suffered great losses. They did not even manage to get within 200 meters of the manor. Han Zhao managed to take down 9 enemies in total. First round completed. You gain 20,000 EXP. Change in quest requirement. Second round requirement, defend the River Valley Manor. Duration, 3 days. Reward, 80,000 EXP. The first wave was too simple, and the EXP rewarded seems to be very little. But the increase for the second round is not too bad. Han Zio rubbed his chin. The first round gives 20,000 EXP. The second round rewards 80,000 EXP. Based on this increment, the third round may yield me 320,000 EXP. Han Zio felt it was a waste of time to do the second round, which would last for 3 entire days. But he quickly changed his thought. He could stay there and earn some EXP by borrowing the facilities and workshops from the mechanics there to repair the mercenaries' equipment for free. Han Zio had always been a doer. Once he made up his mind, he immediately went to the logistics area to find the local mechanics. The group of repairmen agreed to Han Zio's request without hesitation. They were even slightly eager to welcome him. The repair jobs were dreary and tiring, and they did not even get extra pay for it. As he arrived at the scene, Wang Zai was shocked by what he saw. The bunch of low-class repairmen were crowding around a man in black, and they stared at him attentively with looks of amazement, jealousy, and curiosity. Wang Zai was dumbfounded after he took a proper look at the man. The man in black moved his hands at lightning speed, like a phantom, to operate all sorts of equipment rapidly. By doing so, he was repairing several weapons simultaneously in a natural and flowing style. It was so smooth that he did not even need to pause and think. Wang Zai had never seen any technique like this. He was definitely a higher-class mechanic. Originally, the repairmen had only the mindset of pushing their repair jobs to Han Zio so that they could relax. But when Han Zio started his repairing process, his technique, which was extremely speedy, quickly grabbed all their attention. They were intoxicated just by looking at it and wanted to note down his every single step. Many details of the technique were massively inspirational for them. If they possessed an interface, the follow message would have appeared. You gained insights from observing Han Zio repair machinery. Repair skill proficiency increased. Han Zio was engrossed in his repair work and did not care about what others around him thought. As a result, his EXP increased speedily. The effective was considerably better than ordinary repair skills. They were not skills from the same class. The more basic weapons and machinery could be repaired quickly and easily. Han Zio could even have been more efficient if not for the lack of better equipment. For the next 3 days, other than taking some rests in between, Han Zio was continuously involved in battles and repairs. 4 waves of enemies attacked the manor in this period of time through variety of methods, including a speedboat attack, an armored vehicle attack, and a stealth raid. One group of enemies wore frog suits and attempted to infiltrate the place by diving through the river on the west side. They were spotted and killed by the snipers. The enemy's attacks were gradually increasing in intensity. Han Zio could sense, with his perspicacity, that the guards in the manor seemed to be getting too weak at defending against the enemy's attacks. Numerous days of continuous high-intensity battle were taking a toll on their psyche, and the effect of their accumulated exhaustion was erupting. As a result, errors and casualties started appearing on the battlefield. The mercenaries' struggle did not have much of an impact on Han Zio. He was feeling at ease with handling his small area by shooting down all the enemies that went into it. At the same time, he realized that there were more and more fishes that escaped the net and entered his area. It seemed that the Hornet brothers were slowly showing their incapability in handling attacks with such intensity. 3 days passed without any problems. When the first light appeared in the sky, a message was sent immediately to the interface. Round 2 complete. You received 80,000 EXP. Change in quest requirement. Third round, defend against the next wave of attack. Reward, 150,000 EXP. Han Zio cursed. He had a bad feeling about this round of the quest. The next wave of enemy was most likely very powerful, and there was a 90% chance that the mercenaries would not be able to defend against them. It was a thundery shower. The dark sky was repeatedly torn apart by streaks and streaks of glaring lightning. Rain was pouring down in torrents. The curtain of rain was limiting everyone's field of vision, which in turn reduced their shooting accuracy. The mercenaries had to cover the weapons and equipment with waterproof covers against the violent storm as they were not waterproof, and they also sent their ammunition reserves to sheltered areas. Heavy rain flooded the entire world, and its sound filled everyone's ears. The fortresses were saturated with moisture. Han Zio placed himself far away from the window to avoid getting soaked. He looked at the weather outside and frowned. Terrible weather like that is clearly generated by the system purposefully. I bet the next wave of heavy attack will come at this time. Otherwise, Han Zio was only halfway through his sentence before stopped that thought. How could he joke around like that and risk jinxing himself? A series of engine sounds were heard in the rain. The enemy was coming at them viciously this time. Hordes of armored vehicles were driving toward the manor in the storm. Countless rain droplets smashed onto the ice-cold metal armor. Fire! The mercenaries in the manor yelled furiously, and the sounds of machine guns and grenade launchers followed. The next moment, even greater firepower erupted from the enemy's motorcade. More than a few small-scale missiles landed on the outer wall of the manor, which blew up the 2 machine guns and the gunner there. Whilst Han Zio was shooting his rifle, he heard Chen Lai and the black dude yelling over the walkie-talkie. "The enemy has rocket launchers, we must evade. Go and hit them hard with our machine guns and grenades." Shit. Helicopters. The sound of rotating wings was heard in the sky. 2 Y-5 Snake helicopter gunships were attacking from above. Flashing lightning in the dark sky highlighted the ferocious features of the helicopters. The gunner, wearing wind-shielding glasses, controlled a large caliber 6-barreled machine cannon on the side of the helicopter and unleashed astonishing firepower. The size of the cannon rounds was almost like that of a small-scale missile. Their penetration capability and damage power were unmatched by the rounds of ordinary machine guns. The mercenaries' casualty number surged. The sounds of swearing, yelling, crying, raining, guns firing, and engines roaring formed a symphony of battle, as grand as it was horrifying and as messy as it was fevered. The helicopters were their biggest threat. "Snipers, kill the pilots," Chen Lai was yelling in exasperation. "We will handle the helicopters. Other snipers, go and stop the ground troops from coming in." Han Zio could see the sparks generated when the sniper rounds landed on the exterior armor of the helicopters. The pilot's window was made high-grade bulletproof glasses. It would require at least 7 to 8 rounds to penetrate. Han Zio suddenly felt something was wrong. He swiftly shouldered his gun and moved away from the sniping window. "How dare you leave your post without authorization?" Big Beard Guy was infuriated by what he saw. However, he was only halfway through his words when the sound of a violent explosion stopped him. The fortress wall exploded violently, and Big Beard Guy was instantly struck flying by the shockwave and landed on the other wall. His arms were completely broken, and he cried in pain. The 2 Y-5 Snake helicopters were equipped with 4 airstrike missiles, which were used to directly blow up the 3 fortresses. The central fortress was hit the heaviest. It exploded into complete ruins, and as a result, the Hornet brothers were killed instantly. Without the threat of snipers, the helicopters became much more aggressive, like a horny wild dog. The massive firepower had the mercenaries hiding under cover, and they dared not even expose their heads. The people outside cannot withstand the attack anymore. 2 men were looking out the window at the battle from the living room of the mansion in the center of River Valley Manor. "Seems like it's time for me to act." The bald old man nodded. "We have defended for so long. Xena should have eradicated all the traitors in the organization. My life depends on you now, my old friend." The gentleman nodded and prepared to walk out. Suddenly, he stopped his footsteps and noticed a sudden change in the battle situation. "Seems like there is an interesting guy who just appeared. They don't need me anymore." The bald old man was startled and looked out the window. Suddenly, a crimson bullet penetrated through the rain curtain and shot the ammunition belt on one of the helicopter's machine cannons with extreme accuracy. The crimson round then cracked, and a flame erupted from within it in the heavy downpour. The helicopter, which had been acting all triumphant a moment ago, exploded in that instant as all the cannon rounds exploded at once. The high-explosive round was not powerful by itself, but it ignited the fatal large-caliber cannon rounds, which were as powerful as land mines. Those in the helicopter were all killed. In the half-ruins of the left fortress, Han Zio, who fired that shot, cocked his sniper rifle to unload the cartridge that was still smoking hot. His eyes were serious and calm. He had hit the cannon rounds on the helicopter's ammunition belt from an extremely obscure angle. However, this shot had also caused several bad consequences. The other Y-5 Snake helicopter aimed all its firepower at the left fortress. In addition, the enemy ground troops knew that the helicopters were their trump card. Therefore, they all cooperated and fired at the fortress together. A terrifying number of rounds smashed the rain curtain and exploded on the left fortress. Big Beard Guy's face turned ghostly pale as he thought he was going to be blown up in pieces. How could he run faster than the cannon rounds with his 2 short legs? Right in his moment of desperation, he suddenly felt a large hand picking him up by the scruff of his neck and a great force that dragged him along to run away at lightning speed. The next instant, the entire left fortress blew up into ruins. If it had been a second earlier, Big Beard Guy would have been blown to smithereens. After escaping from danger, Big Beard Guy felt his collar being released. His butt landed right on the ground. Big Beard Guy did not bother with thanking Han Zio for saving his life before he asked in shock, "How did you run so fast?" "Because I am as free as the wind." Big Beard Guy was completely dumbfounded. "What kind of crap are you talking about?" As soon as Han Zio finished quipping, his both feet landed on the ground. His electromagnetic hover boots then lit up with a dark blue glow, and electromagnetic force blasted out of them, causing Han Zio to slide out swiftly as he was skating on ice. He was moving faster than a car, and so, with 2 to 3 slides, he reached the top of the raft of the outside wall. Much to the mercenaries' astonishment, Han Zio was dashing left and right rapidly like dark-colored lightning on the wall raft. No enemy could accurately lock onto him. He dodged all enemy fire. "See my majestic skill." Han Zio started sniping whilst he was moving around at high speed. The field of vision for sniping was a few times greater there than that in the left fortress. His snipe skill, which had just reached LV9, could control the entire battlefield. The movement provided by the hover boots was smooth and steady, so Han Zio did not spend much of his effort controlling the boots. The difficulty in controlling the boots was only as high as those commercial electronic skating shoes. Therefore, the high-speed movement did not affect the accuracy of Han Zio's shots significantly. The most useful bullet was always used at the most appropriate time and place. For instance, when a vehicle was attempting to fire a grenade at one of the Manor's machine guns, a flash bullet appeared at the most opportune time and made the enemy fire at the wrong angle. You are currently sniping while on the move. You learned a technique. Han Zio's eyes brightened. This skill could only be triggered when the snipe skill was above LV8. Han Zio evaded the majority of attacks from the enemies with the help of the hover boots. However, the enemies recognized his area control ability as a sniper. They would have much difficulty taking the next step without bringing him down. Thus, Han Zio soon felt their intense enthusiasm, and he once again received concentrated fire from the enemies. At this moment, the mercenaries in the manor started fighting back and actively complement Han Zio's battle tactics. Someone once said that if one reviewed one's previous life, one would realize that one's wrongdoings in the past would come back to haunt one. If those words were true, Han Zio felt that he was bound to become a haunted house owner, surrounded by hateful specters, since every enemy that he killed stared hard at him with vengeful, angry eyes. The enemies planned to suppress Han Zio with heavy fire failed badly. The troops working with Han Zio managed to relieve his stress and pressure. In turn, this brought out the best of his strength and made his fighting easier. The enemies realized their assault was going downhill. They started their retreat and left piles of dead bodies. The Y-5 Snake helicopter turned back and flew away from the site. The helicopter did not have the audacity to fly close to the ground. Chen Lai suspected that Mr. Black was a new member of the dark web, which would explain his rather low level. Based on his performance in the previous battle, as long as he survived, he could easily attain ghost level. Third round completed. You gained 150,000 EXP. Change in quest requirement. Fourth round requirement. Defend against 5 waves of attacks. Reward, 40,000 EXP per wave. Special reward, 100,000 EXP. Han Zio felt helpless. Why is it another defense mission? Can there be more variety? 3 forts have been destroyed, and many mercenary troops have also perished. Is the whole mission going to be an endless defense against enemy attacks? The only consolation is probably the experience and the special reward. Han Zio made his way to the logistics zone to start the repairs of the damaged equipment and replenish the exhausted ammunition. On his way there, he was met with looks of respect given by the mercenary troops. Their looks seemed like they had given the green light to let Han Zio be the leader of all the snipers in the force instead of the Hornet brothers. Han Zio was prepared to close his eyes to take a short nap when he heard a commotion emerging out of the communication device. The targets have appeared. Han Zio opened his eyes and looked toward the mansion. The bald old man and a fine-looking gentleman appeared behind the fences of the mansion. All the mercenary troops were alarmed, and they stared curiously at the targets that they were supposed to protect. When all the mercenary troops and assassins arrived before him, the bald open man started speaking. Thank you for the protection you guys have offered for the past few days. I will now call out the names of some of the guys whom I want to speak with. The bald old man chanted out a list of names. The names belonged to the commanders of the mercenary troops and assassins with outstanding performances in the mission. Mr. Black, which was Han Zio's code name, was also mentioned. He managed to recognize one of the guys. It is him, Bennett Anderson. No flashy adjectives were required to describe Bennett. In fact, one simple sentence was enough. Bennett was the main character of Planet Aquamarine. All the troops were looking at the selected individuals as they entered the mansion. The interior of the mansion followed a minimalistic classical style. Other than a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, there were no signs of extravagance in the other parts of the room. The bald old man sat on his sofa, and the friendly gentleman was standing behind him. Sit anywhere you want. The selected individuals took their seats on the sofas and chairs in the different corners of the room. Today, I called you guys here so that I could meet you all. Also, the mansion will be open for you guys to visit. If you guys want to, you all can even rest in the mansion. Wang Yuan. Never heard of the name before. Everyone looked at one another in confusion. You guys are the central force defending River Valley Manor, and once the mission is done, Wang Yuan said, I will hand out additional rewards to you guys in private. The eyes of many mercenary commanders lit up. The stipulated reward from the mission was supposed to be shared with all the fellow troops. However, an undeclared reward privately handed out to the commander need not be shared with their men. The hustle and bustle moved into the mansion, and soon, people began moving in and out of the mansion endlessly. Wang Yuan and Bennett stayed for a while before they made their moves. Han Zhao moved quickly up to the two of them. Mr. Black, what's the matter? Wang Yuan gave a slight grin. He remembered the stunning performance by the sniper last night. It was still fresh in his mind. Han Zhao looked at Bennett and said, I want to speak privately with him. Wang Yuan and Bennett both looked shocked. They looked at each other for a moment. Wang Yuan smiled and made his way to another side of the room so as to give Han Zhao and Bennett their personal space. You are the legendary guy who was active back in the times of the old warring period. You previously trained in the Masai training camp, which was directly under the Ordina Intelligence Agency. You were one of their best agents and a cold-blooded killing machine. Halfway through the warring period, you became the captain of the elite team of Ordina agents that went by the codename. You carried out hundreds of infiltration, sabotage, assassination, and covert operations. You left Ordina and became a traitor eventually. Your head is now worth a bounty of 15 million. After you defected, you disappeared for 2 years. Legend says that you were undergoing some tough training in the harsh terrain of the northern continent. You were supposedly hunting beasts in the Coroso mountain range. When you appeared once again, you became the strongest man on this planet. You entered the war again, but you did not help any of the parties involved in the war. Instead, you assisted the refugees in their escapes, and through that, you built a strong organization that was the predecessor of the existing dark web organization. Bennett was the main character of Planet Aquamarine. Even Gila could not be compared to Bennett at an equal standing. The rise of the goddess of death belonged to later versions. After listening to the words of Han Zhao, Bennett was astonished. Han Zhao was the first out of all his guards to actually point out his true identity. Even after decades, someone could still recognize him. Bennett had looked really cold, like a block of ice, in the past, and he looked completely different now. He really did change a lot, so how was it possible for his true identity to be recognized? The most probable speculation appeared in Bennett's heart. He asked hesitantly, so, are you my fan? Admire you, my ass. Although Han Zhao wanted to say that, he reckoned that it would be no fun offending Bennett. He still wished to extract some benefits out of Bennett. Be serious, be serious. Han Zion made a dry cough. I heard of your stories, and I have always wanted to meet you. Bennett gave a friendly smile and waved his hands. Don't mention the things in the past. What did you want to speak to me about? It can't be for a signature, right? Han Zio's eyes twitched. All right, enough showing off. After regulating his breath, Han Zio gave a stern expression and said, I heard you are the strongest human on this planet. Bennett's eyes flashed. He was too familiar with such an introduction. Perhaps it was another person that wanted to challenge him to a fight. The war created power beings that emerged from the flames and bloodshed of the battles. Bennett took pride in his amazing battle record. I want to learn some combat techniques from you. Interesting. You are the first person who has wanted to learn from me. Bennett contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. You are a sniper. It's impossible for you to learn my combat tactics. As expected, Bennett used the same tactic again. It was Bennett's standard line when he wanted to reject someone. As long as the prerequisites were not met, the same line was thrown out to be used in rejections. It was always the same line. You are a pugilist, it's impossible for you to learn. You are a superhuman, it's impossible for you to learn. By merely changing the noun of the sentence, large numbers of players were rejected. Hanzio was not going to fall for this same trick. Bennett was a hidden general skills trainer, and gifts were required for him to actually teach the skills to a player. Over the next 2 days, the enemies carried out raids each night, as if they were a bunch of crazy monsters that could not have enough of night attacks. They extended their devilish clutches toward the manor. Hanzio took over the role of the Hornet Brothers and was in charge of holding the ground. Reliable and stable were the perceptions that the troops had about Hanzio. Hanzio's fire support allowed them to have easier fights. A sniper who could control the entire situation of the battle was of indescribable threat. Deaths were bound to happen in a battle, and new troops and assassins arrived to replace those that were killed in action. That was to ensure that new blood was being injected and a robust fighting force was constantly present. Golden Fox was one of the new blood. She was a dark-level assassin. Once she entered the manor, there was someone to receive her. The mercenary leading the way took a glance at the perky ass of the Golden Fox. From the look in his eyes, one could tell he was aroused. The Golden Fox had long gotten used to the perverted stares of men, so she simply ignored that mercenary's action. The situation is looking good. Although the enemies are attacking more frequently, our defenses are very strong and tight. The southeastern and northeastern sectors are managed by Mr. Black, so nothing will go wrong. The trooper laughed. Mr. Black. The Golden Fox was very sure that she had not heard of such a codename. She asked curiously, "Who is Mr. Black?" Mr. Black is a Scorpion-level assassin. His sniping skills are unbelievably amazing. Only Scorpion level. Golden Fox felt uneasy. She locked her brows. She did not trust the ability of Hanzio and said in a confused tone, "Isn't it too brash and unwise to let a Scorpion-level assassin to be in charge of the battle?" After she finished that sentence, Golden Fox realized that the mercenary leading the way was no longer friendly or attracted toward her. His eyes turned cold. He pointed in the direction ahead and asked Golden Fox to go to the place by herself. The man then turned around and walked away. Golden Fox was astonished. She had only questioned the ability of Mr. Black. Was it necessary for the trooper to make such a big reaction? Was Mr. Black really that reputable? That night, when the enemies approached, Golden Fox finally saw Mr. Black's performance and his ability to control the situation of the battle. She was shocked. It was as if Mr. Black possessed the legendary eagle eye and could see every corner of the battlefield. There were almost no missed shots. Even if some of the shots did not injure or kill the enemy, they played other vital roles such as to limit the enemies or to support the allies. Golden Fox realized that she had nothing to do on the battlefield. All the work was already settled by Mr. Black. The work of Mr. Black impressed the Golden Fox more than the total number of enemies he killed. As sniper, the Golden Fox realized how much work Mr. Black was actually doing. Mr. Black took all the work away from the other snipers. One Mr. Black could replace a team of snipers. She finally understood why the mercenary troops let a Scorpion-level assassin take charge of battlefield. That is surely the strongest sniper I have seen. You defeated a wave of attackers. After seeing the enemies retreat, Hanzio heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Lai called out to Hanzio through the communication device. "Mr. Black, someone from the Rothschild family is looking for you." He received the items from the delivery man, or rather, the courier from the Rothschild family. The two items were the Silver Defender Leader's saber and the Lockhawk sniper rifle. The two items dated back to a few decades ago. They were no longer in production, and the countries that manufactured the items no longer existed. The two items were considered antiques. Bennett was an avid collector of antique weapons, and these items were the necessary prerequisites to learn the new skills. After Hanzio got the items, he immediately went to find Bennett. "Sit anywhere you want." Bennett was holding a cup of herbal tea in his hand, and after opening the door, he sat on the sofa and looked at Hanzio happily. He liked Hanzio as Hanzio was the first to recognize his true identity. "I want to learn fighting techniques from you." Bennett did not know whether he should laugh or cry. "I thought I said no." Is that the Silver Defender Leader's saber? The Silver Defender Leader's saber was manufactured in an ancient country that no longer existed. That country's weapons manufacturing techniques had a history of more than hundreds of years. Every weapon manufactured was considered as a prize piece that displayed great craftsmanship. There were only about 100 of such sabers left in the world. The saber was truly a classic. There were carvings of scriptures on the blade of the saber. The words inscribed were aesthetically pleasing, and every saber was carved with a different paragraph. The paragraphs were joined together to form a saga of the ancient country. "You want to give the saber to me? How did you know that I like collecting antique weapons? You must be my admirer." Hanzio was speechless. Indeed, what he was doing to Bennett was a little out of the ordinary. It was hard to explain why he wanted to give the saber to Bennett. He thought to himself, as long as I can learn new skills, I can accept any form of misunderstanding. Bennett thought for a while and then raised his head. He smiled at Hanzio and said, let's do it. Hanzio could feel his goosebumps rising, and he immediately retreated backwards. He held his hands in front of his body. His body was tensed up and prepared to face the upcoming move he expected from Bennett. What are you thinking about? I meant that I am willing to teach you some skills. Bennett slapped his hand on his forehead. Can you say the full sentence next time? You should clear up all these filthy thoughts in your mind. Bennett did not know how he should react. He shook his head and contemplated for a moment. He eventually confirmed the skill he wanted to teach Hanzio. In the early days when I was weak and young, I experimented and discovered many fighting techniques. One of such techniques gave me the power to make a comeback when I was down. I named the technique. The brain is the protector of one's body but at the same time a limiting factor. If one can remove the limiting factor, even an average individual without any form of training will be able to release an immense amount of power. However, such a method takes a heavy toll on one's body. Once, when I was faced with danger, I unexpectedly unlocked the limiting factor, and with a few tries, I managed to uncover a way to remove the limiting factor for a short period of time without hurting my body. Bennett Anderson taught you the skill. Your intelligence exceeds 100 points and met the prerequisite to learn the skill. Your current progress is 3%. The lesson lasted all the way from morning to afternoon. The soothing voice from the interface highlighted Hanzio's progress up till the point when Hanzio mastered the skill entirely. Flaming Will LV1. The next attack will deal 130 to 150% of damage. There is even a small likelihood of 180 to 200% damage and a minute likelihood for 250 to 300% damage. Lastly, although super rare, there is a microscopic chance of 500% damage being dealt. The cooldown for the ability is 10 minutes. There were 100 Silver Defender Leader's Saber, therefore, about 100 individuals could master the skill. Hanzio was one of them. After seeing the excitement in Hanzio, Bennett felt puzzled and asked, "You finished learning?" "Fast right." Hanzio beamed with pride. Bennett was shocked and could not believe what he heard. He moved backwards and said, "Give me a punch, and I will know if you have really mastered the skill." Upon hearing that, Hanzio, who could no longer wait to test out his new ability, threw a powerful punch at Bennett. You used initialization complete. Your next attack will deal 136% of the basic damage. The punch landed on the left side of Bennett's face. Bennett's face felt like an indestructible wall that was harder than steel. A -1 damage was shown above Bennett's head. Bennett stroked the cheek that had been hit by Hanzio's punch and said helplessly, "Don't hit my face. You are lucky it was just your face." Hanzio stared silently at Bennett for a moment. Bennett suddenly felt a cold wind breeze past the area between his legs. He gave a cold shiver and was puzzled. Was it an illusion? After bidding farewell to Bennett, Hanzio went back to his sniper post. He suddenly felt a weird sensation in his heart and turned back. The female sniper beside him was staring deeply at him. Hanzio did recognize the lady. She was known as Golden Fox and was a new assassin that had arrived at the site only yesterday. Hanzio felt his face a few times to confirm that he had a mask on his face. He was really confused. There is no way that she can see through the mask. How can she be attracted by my handsome face even when I have a mask on? Golden Fox walked forward to him. She had a pretty smile on her face and said cheekily, "Mr. Black, I was wondering if you can teach me some sniping skills." As she was speaking, Golden Fox surreptitiously squeezed her breasts with her hands to reveal her deep cleavage. "She's trying to seduce me." Hanzio squinted his eyes. Regardless of her intention, Hanzio had no interest in such seductions. He raised his hand before his body and said sternly, "Miss, please have some self-respect." Golden Fox's eyes flashed. She realized that Mr. Black was very resistant to sexual seductions. She immediately changed her strategy. Her expression turned from a sexy one to that of a helpless little girl who was seeking help. The sudden change was even faster than a Sichuan mask-changing show. She crossed her hands in front of her breasts and said breathlessly, I just want to ask you for some guidance. I don't have any other intentions." Hanzio rolled his eyes and said, "Miss, don't waste your energy. I don't like ladies." The expression on Golden Fox's face stiffened up, and she looked at Hanzio in astonishment and stuttered, You like?" "No, I don't like men." Hanzio touched his china and said, "Actually, I am not even interested in humans. Or anything that is living." Golden Fox was completely dumbfounded. She lowered her head and said, Sorry to disturb." She then turned around and ran away without hesitation. Hanzio laughed heartily. Can't believe she tried to seduce me. She is just a greenhorn. Speaking of which, I was so popular with women back then. But that is all in the past, and it really meant nothing. After laughing to himself a couple more times, Hanzio suddenly stopped. He then gave a deep sigh and took out a cigarette and popped a light. At that moment, a car neared the manor. Hanzio looked over and was instantly shocked. The car was painted black. It had an emblem on the car's door. The emblem was a dragon that surrounded 3 stars. It was Division 13 Second's vehicle. Why is Division 13 here? Heeding the instructions given by Wang Yuan, the mercenary troops opened the gates and directed Division 13 Second's car into the manor. A leg wrapped in a combat-tight suit emerged out of the doors of the car. The leg was slender, and it drew plenty of the troops' attention. Once the boot landed on the ground, the first person to emerge out of the car was his old friend Dai Su. Dai Su had an air of arrogance, and it was as if she did not want to be approached by anyone. The other members of the team followed behind her. Some of the boorish troops were attempting to tease her with their wolf whistles, and they were checking out the beautiful figure of Dai Su. The group headed toward the mansion. Dai Su could feel a chill up his spine. There was also a cold feeling emerging within of her heart. She knew that she was locked onto by a very dangerous individual. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged man suited up in complete black leaning against the wall with his sniper staring at her. His look was actually pretty calming, but even with that, she could feel herself on edge and the chill in her heart as if she sensed some sort of impending threat. Who is that person? Dai Su was alarmed. She then felt a sense of familiarity about the man in black. Before she could even think about the issue, she entered the mansion. Wang Yuan, long time no see, the old man leading the agents said. Although he said it with a poker face, the tone of his voice sounded like he had finally met his longtime friend. Moran, Wang Yuan said, it has been more than 10 years. You are one of the trump cards of Division 13, and I am the leader of the dark web organization. If not for the situation this time, we probably would not have met again. Yeah, Moran nodded. In the battles of the past 10 days, although they all took place outside the city, it also resulted in negative influences. The sounds of the cannons and the gunshots are too obvious. What are you guys doing? Wang Yuan shook his head. We, the original leaders of the dark web organization, want to maintain our neutral position. But some of the greedy higher-ups want to give up the neutrality as they are keen on the powers they might get if they take sides. They are eyeing for our leadership positions and want to replace us to gain control of the dark web organization. The attacks are all planned by these traitors. Xena is trying to track the location of these traitors through any clues she can find. Many of the attackers were wiped out, but we expect the traitors to make their last stand within these 2 days. Find me in Seagull City in 2 days. We need a proper catch-up, Moran said. With Bennett around, he was not worried about the security of Wang Yuan. After settling the important matters, Moran turned and left. Efficiency was Moran's style. The agents of Division 13 boarded the car and left the manor. After leaving the forest, Moran asked the driver to pull over. He then stepped out the vehicle alone and said to the agents in the car, Dai Su, get some agents to monitor the battle situation together with you. Report back to me later. 2 days later, the bullet leapt out of the barrel of the sniper rifle and killed the final enemy sniper who was a few hundred meters away. The burnt smell of the smoky battlefield was very pungent. The enemy forces, which suffered a lot of casualties, retreated like a huge wave. Hanzio let out a deep breath and leaned against the wall to sit down. He closed his eyes to ease the tension in his heart. The enemies were getting stronger one wave after another. There were helicopters, armored vehicles, and small tanks. There were also a couple of strong superhumans and elite soldiers that appeared on the battlefield, which posed huge threats. The past 2 days in the manor had been very hectic and dangerous, as if they were all on a little boat stuck in a massive whirlpool. You defeated a wave of attackers. The 4th round completed. You gained 200,000 EXP points. The hidden request to prevent the appearance of Division 13 has failed. You activated the additional 5th segment of the mission. After pondering for a while, he then realized why he missed out the hidden request. If every one of his battles ended fast and decisively and created less commotion, perhaps Division 13 would not have entered the picture. However, such a request was too difficult. Even if he was able to find out about such a request, it would be very hard to accomplish it. Hanzio was not particularly upset about such a result. Ultimately, the odds of completing a hidden request were 50-50. 2 days earlier, in a dim abandoned warehouse, Bai Jin was in his hideout. There was a bolt of lightning surrounding his arm, and the lightning illuminated his face. There was a sense of eeriness in his eyes. Baijin flipped his palm, and the lightning bolt fused into his skin and vanished. Ding! The computer on the table in front of him lit up. He received a confidential email. Baijin clicked on the new mail. Target for assassination, Wang Yuan. Assignment location, East Star Dragon, 20 kilometers north of Seagull City, River Valley Manor. Bounty, 2 million. Baijin's eyes dimmed and muttered coldly, "You really expect me to make a move when the bounty is merely 2 million? How can you put me on the same level as the other trash assassins in the market?" He sent a mail back to reject the offer. A moment later, another email entered the inbox. The bounty had been raised to 6 million. That's more like it. Baijin gave a sly grin. There was an air of evilness and arrogance around him. All along, Baijin had only cared about the bounty he would receive. He had no other goals in mind. In the evening, Wang Yuan gathered everyone. "I need to make a trip to the Seagull City to meet with Division 13. I need to bring some powerful individuals with me for protection, and the rest of you guys will remain here to guard the manor." Before anyone could even respond, Wang Yuan started pointing out the selected few. "Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, and Mr. Black, I need you to protect me for this trip. I will raise the rewards for you guys. If you all are unwilling to do so, I will not force it upon you." "No problem." Hunter was the first to respond. The other few agreed to the request. Han Xiao knew that if he rejected the request, he would fail his mission. The team followed Wang Yuan into the vehicle and headed towards Seagull City. Han Xiao realized that the people on the car did not speak at all. They all had an air of "don't come and talk to me, I need to stay cool." Han Xiao had trouble to find anyone to banter with. Looking behind him, Han Xiao saw Golden Fox hiding in another corner, and she was staying as far as she could from him as possible. When Han Xiao looked toward her, she immediately turned to avoid eye contact with Han Xiao. "I only made a small joke out of her. Is such a reaction really necessary?" The night sky was studded with stars, illuminating Seagull City. This city of Star Dragon was a heavy industrial city. There were plenty of factories in the outskirts. The huge chimneys of the factories were like gigantic fingers pointing into the sky. Since the city was filled with factories, there was a unique sense of heaviness in the atmosphere of the city. The two cars drove all the way to the curfew area that fell under the jurisdiction for the Seagull City branch of the department. Only at the gates that blocked access to the area did the agent mention that weapons were not allowed into the cordon sector. Wang Yuan nodded. He then turned around and said to the assassins, "You guys will spend a night in Seagull City. Assemble here at the same time tomorrow." After the instruction, Bennett and Wang Yuan entered the base. The assassins were left to themselves. Volcano was a massive Chinook. He said in his deep voice, "What do you guys plan to do?" Hunter grinned and said, "I'm going to the bar to have some fun." He then glanced at Golden Fox and smiled. "Do you want to come with me?" Golden Fox smiled and waved her hand to reject Hunter. "Forget it, I am more interested in suave guys." Hunt was unhappy to hear the words of Golden Fox and snarled, "Hunter, I'll go with you." Volcano laughed out loud. He looked in Moonlight and asked, "What about you?" Moonlight was expressionless. He solemnly replied, "I will be patrolling around here." Volcano then invited Han Xiao to join them enthusiastically. Han Xiao waved his hand to say no. Upon seeing that, Volcano did not continue to pressure Han Xiao. As Han Xiao walked on the street, he could sense someone in a black windbreaker hiding under the darkness of the night. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt that there was someone following him. Han Xiao pondered for a moment and finally realized the reason. They should be the agents from Division 13. He maintained his walking speed and did not reveal any sort of anomaly. He knocked into the pedestrians on the road discreetly and stole the hard objects on their bodies, such as keys and cell phones. Once he turned a corner, he took out the hard objects from his pocket and threw them at all the CCTV cameras, shattering those cameras. Dai Su frowned hard and spoke into the communications set. "The target is very alert. Follow close." The agents in charge of tailing behind Han Xiao dashed toward the target only to find that Han Xiao had vanished into thin air. All the other assassins were being watched. Perhaps some of them already realized that they were being watched, but none of them accepted the man in black to try ditching the agents. Dai Su remembered that it was the man in black that sent chills down her spine. Check the footage of all the CCTV cameras in the city and find that man. The footage was quickly consolidated and analyzed using the facial recognition system. The results shocked Dai Su. There was no one that matched. The man could not be found. Wait, this scenario seems pretty familiar. I have experienced it somewhere before. Dai Su thought of Han Xiao, who had vanished completely from the face of the planet. Shaking her head, she realized that she was probably thinking too much. It was unrealistic to think that every vanishing individual was linked to Han Zio. There were many in this world with great powers, and Han Zio was just one of the many. I have probably been under too much stress lately. The famous Street 53 located in the south section of the Seagull City was also known as the Antique Street. Li Xin was locking up the doors of her antique shop. Business at the shop had been bad lately, and she was preparing to end the operations for the day. The sound of knocks on the door was heard. Li Xin lifted her head in shock, and a very charming and handsome man was standing right her eyes, merely 20 centimeters away from her. Li Xin could feel her heart skipping a beat, and her face immediately blushed as if she had drunk too much alcohol. What do you want to buy? The handsome figure knocked on the window and said, "Please let me in. I want to check out the antiques." "Oh, okay." Li Xin immediately opened the door and stared hard at the charming man. The man looked perfect from all directions. She tailed behind the man, and her hands were fidgeting nervously behind her back. The handsome man looked at Li Xin and smiled. He then asked, "Are you the owner of the shop?" He smiled. The power of his smile was simply too great and irresistible. Li Xin seemed like she wanted to just scream in excitement. Seeing that Li Xin did not speak, the man moved closer to her. Towering above her, he asked, "Are you the owner of the shop?" The moment the man approached, Li Xin could feel numbness in her brain. She was so excited to the point that she lost control of her 5 senses. She could not hear what he was saying, and she was all flustered. Seeing the look of admiration on Li Xin's face, Han Zio felt confused. He then touched the mask on his face. He thought to himself, "I wonder how I look like this time round." Han Zio decided not to beat around the bush and blurted out the reason for his visit. Where is Tang Shu? The expression on Li Xin's face changed drastically as she moved backward and knocked into the furniture. Han Zio lifted his shirt and revealed the pistol he was carrying. "Take me to him." The two of them arrived at a dilapidated factory that had been abandoned for years. Li Xin knocked on the door shakily. A skinny old man appeared before their eyes. The man looked as if he was severely dehydrated, and one could not help but worry that the old man was weak to the extent that it was highly likely for him to be blown away by a strong gust of wind. The old man looked especially creepy, like a rat. Anyone that saw how the old man looked like would lose his appetite and feel disgusted. The eyes of the old man scanned the area like he was preparing to escape at any moment. Tang Shu was indeed a fitting name for the creepy old man that looked like a rat. Tang Shu was both a robber and a mysterious businessman. The items he sold were all rather unique and out of this world. "Hold it right there. If you dare move an inch, there will be another hole in your ass." Han Zio fired a warning shot at the area slightly in front of Tang Shu. Tang Shu immediately halted in his steps. His body stiffened, and he was too afraid to fidget. He broke into a cold sweat, stuttered, Did Jack send you here? After I complete my latest trade, I will definitely return the money I owe him. I have nothing to do with Jack. I am here for something else." What? Tang Shu thought hard about all the people he had once offended. There were too many of them, and he could not think of who exactly was before him. He was completely flustered. "I want to be part of your latest business deal." The normal route to activate the mission involved gaining the trust of Li Xin, since she was the one that would take the players to Tang Shu, who would then trigger the mission. Han Zio took the unconventional path and instead threatened both Tang Shu and Li Xin with his brute force. "Although I do not know why you are here to help, you look really sincere." Tang Shu glanced at Han Zio's pistol and coughed. "Anyway, we welcome you to the team. You use 2,000 EXP points to trigger the mission." Mission brief: Li Xin's family heirloom was forcibly taken away by the city museum. You are required to help to retrieve the treasure. Requirement: return 10 pieces of the antique items back to Li Xin. Li Xin's father had 10 pieces of prized antiques. After the city museum got their hands onto this piece of information, the chief curator of the museum dropped by to convince her father allow for the display of these treasures at the museum's gallery. He claimed that these items were very valuable and had huge historical and cultural significance. The chief curator had a glib tongue, and he managed to persuade her father to agree to his request. After her father passed away, Li Xin tried to retrieve the antique items from the museum, but the greedy and despicable curator acted as if the items were wholly owned by the museum. "When shall we move?" "Anytime, as long as you're ready," Tang Shu replied. Han Zio nodded in agreement. Tang Shu glimpsed and turned, rubbing his hands. "How shall we split the reward?" he asked, smiling humbly in the process. Han Zio waved his hands. I don't need that reward of yours. Let's act quickly, I have limited time to work with. Hang on, if he isn't after the money, why is this uninvited guest participating in the heist? Lai Xin's heart began beating loudly, and scenes of various dominant CEOs came into her mind. Her 2 hands were placed over her heart, and she stared at Han Zio in adoration. Could it be because of me that you are thinking too much? Han Zio and Tang Shu spent over an hour traveling to the other end of the city to get to the municipal museum. It was already late into the night, so the gates of the municipal museum had closed. Tang Shu held onto the map and explained the plan. The municipal museum has 3 floors in total. The first and second floors are exhibition halls, and the third floor is the staff area. Here are the blueprints. Our goal is on the north exhibition area of the second floor. My plan is to sneak in from the window of the third floor, and then... Hey, where are you going? Tang Shu had yet to complete his sentence when Han Zio walked toward the door of the municipal museum with wide strides. Tang Shu could not call him back in time as Han Zio raised his foot and kicked the front door open and flying. The sound of the slamming doors traveled through the entire street. Tang Shu was dumbfounded. What on earth? What about the plan of sneaking in? Han Zio turned toward Tang Shu and shouted, why are you still daydreaming? Get in now. What on earth are you doing? Tang Shu was stunned. That plan of yours is too complicated. It's just a museum. At the most, only a few cops will appear. Don't waste time playing Assassin's Creed. Playing Berserk is the best option. The 2 of them ran to their target on the second floor. Han Zio broke the showcase without much hesitation and took the 10 antiques. Such extreme behavior immediately triggered the alarms, and the museum's guards, awoken from their sleep, rushed over. Thief, catch them quickly. Han Zio ran with the antiques in his arms, while Tang Shu followed behind hurriedly. They were soon back at the entrance of the museum, only to see 4 cops already blocking the way out. Han Zio, with the antiques in his arms, was unable to raise a fist, so he turned to Tang Shu. It's your time to shine. Tang Shu pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. Do I look like someone who can fight to you? You chose this plan, so shouldn't you be the one to fix the situation? While they were still conversing, the guards rushed over. Stop hesitating. Han Zio kicked Tang Shu's butt, and he flew toward guards. There, I gave you a boost. The guards swung their batons. Tang Shu was terrified, and he anxiously took his crowbar out to defend himself and fight off the guards. However, his head was beaten into a bad shape in one round of fighting. He could not take the pain and rushed back to Han Zio, crying, it's impossible. I'm just too weak. Tisk, let me teach you a mysterious spell that would double your combat ability. Say it after me, Ruwa. Then, Han Zio kicked the Tang Shu back toward the group of guards while he was still confused by what was happening. Tang Shu was not able to go against Han Zio, and he became extremely furious. He could only vent his anger by hitting hard on the guards, and he managed to take down 2 guards. However, he was soon concussed by a strike to the back of his head from one of the guards, and as a result, stars started appearing before his eyes. He ran back to Han Zio, crying out desperately, I really can't do this anymore. I am begging you. You have a gun, and you can fight so well. Can you please finish them off? I can't help you even if you beg me. Han Zio did not move an inch, and without a second's hesitation, he kicked Tang Shu back into the fight scene for the 3rd time. I'm supporting you in spirit, and if you really need, I can give you a buff to enhance your combat ability. Tang Shu was in a tight spot. He eventually took down the guards with much effort. His face was fully battered, and he was panting heavily. Suddenly, he felt a gush of wind blowing past him. Han Zio had run out of the door. You'd better wait for me. Tang Shu followed behind closely, flustered and exasperated. The alarm suddenly sounded, and the 4 police officers who were patrolling nearby quickly rushed over. They blocked the entrance of the alley. As they saw Han Zio, who was carrying the bags, they immediately drew their guns and aimed him. Don't move. To the side, Tang Shu was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Han Zio grabbed Tang Shu's throat and used him as cover. He took out his pistol and pointed at Tang Shu's head. Place all the guns on the floor. I have a hostage. Tang Shu was stunned beyond comprehension. What kind of plan is this? The 4 cops had looks of disbelief on their faces. They were lost for words. A young cop could not help but say, Who are you trying to kid? He's your accomplice. Tisk, I guess that plan didn't work. Han Zio pouted. Tang Shu turned his head around and shouted at Han Zio, Did you actually think that could succeed? Well, I was just trying my luck. We had nothing to lose anyway. Han Zio then threw the bags into Tang Shu's hands and grabbed him by his collar. Within a split second, he activated his electromagnetic hover boots and rushed toward the entrance of the alley. The 4 cops were shocked by the bursting speed, and they simultaneously fired their guns in his direction. But his magnetic armor deflected all the shots. Han Zhao's crossed his arms, and using the extreme speed at which he is moving, he rushed toward the cops like a bowling ball. Strike! The wind gushed past them, and Tang Shu's mouth was wide open whilst he was being dragged by Han Zhao. The wind gushed down his throat, and his lips fluttered as a result. Even though Han Zhao noticed Tang Shu was in a state of discomfort, he still decided to increase his speed further. Mo Ran's office of Division 13 2nd Seagull City Branch. 3 assassins were killed last night. Moonlight, Volcano, and Hunter Dai Su reported to Mo Ran. The wounds are all very similar. They seem to have been cut by a sharp object at an extremely high speed that either pierced through the heart or slit open the throat. Based on evidence collected from the surroundings, the fight lasted less than 10 seconds. These 3 assassins were not weaklings, especially Moonlight. He had the ability to absorb energy, which gave him a boost in physical strength. Since the killer easily got close to the 3 assassins, his ability must have been extremely lethal. Is there any footage? No. The murderer must have chosen locations where there are no surveillance cameras. Are there any suspects? Mo Ran asked. With a hidden ability, extreme speed, and the ability to killing other elite assassins and a spurs with the snap of a finger, there seems to be a matching character on the danger list. Invisible Demon. Wang Yuan's face turned dark. It's him. Invisible Demon, a terrifying killer, used to be a convict on death row, but he was chosen as a subject for an experiment. As a result of the experiment, his whole body started to change. Other than the eyes, his entire body had an ability to adapt to the surroundings and blend in with the environment. He basically became an invisible man. Furthermore, the invisible demon also awakened his own Esper ability, which was extreme reflex and speed. This gave him the ability to escape from the facility. Since then, he had been active in the underground world and became a mysterious killer that no one knew much about. It is not cheap to hire the invisible demon. How much dirty money have these traitors pocketed from the organization? Mo Ran, please get the people following my assassins to inform them to gather immediately. Dai Su was helpless. Golden Fox is resting in the hotel, but Mr. Black has gotten rid of his tail. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Please send some people to try their best to look for him. The demon was a sniper's worst enemy. Even Bennett believed Han Zhao would most likely not survive the attack. Although he liked Han Zhao and wanted to save him, he was burdened with the responsibility of protecting Wang Yuan, thus unable to help him. He could only pray for that Han Zhao could keep himself safe. The instant the eyes appeared, Han Zhao activated his magnetic armor to cover his back and his neck. The next instant, sparks deflected off the surface of the armor as if the armor had been hit by a sharp weapon dozens of times within the split second. He had long known about the dangers this mission would bring, so he had always remained prepared to engage in battle. This was how he managed to react so quickly. The enemy is invisible. Han Zhao immediately realized the issue at hand. Suddenly, Han Zhao slid backward before he drew out his guns and fired at the place where the sound was heard. However, the rounds did not land on the enemy. Storage compartments were shattered instead, and bullet marks appeared on the wall. The invisible enemy struck the armor again, giving out a harsh grating sound. The movement is too fast. Han Zhao could only use his reflexes to preempt the strikes and then shield himself with the armor. Fortunately, his armor covered 3/4 of his body. As long as he protected his vitals, the threat of the enemy was greatly reduced. Invisible Demon, LV-44 and extremely high agility. His invisibility is only limited to his bare body, which means the weapon he used to attack me are his nails. And he is moving around entirely naked. Talk about decency. Strike after strike hit Han Zhao, and he blocked each one with his armor. He then took some candy-sized electric bees and threw them into the surroundings. The electric shock bees, also known as bee colonies, had stingers that carried a dangerously high voltage that could cause temporary paralysis upon contact. Han Zhao accidentally discovered the blueprint when he was making the hover boots. The demon could escape with his speed, but the space that he could move within was heavily constrained, and as a result, his attack rate was reduced. Bang bang bang. Han Zhao fired non-stop, but the shots were all dodged. The demon was even faster than Pan Kwang. Han Zhao changed the magazine and loaded the HAME rounds. He then fired insanely. Green toxic gas filled the air within the small space, engulfing both of them. You have been mildly poisoned. You will lose 3 HP per second for a minute. You will remain in the poison state for as long as you are within the range of the poisonous gas, and the degree of damage will continue to increase. If the invisible demon attacked, he would be injured by the poisonous gas as well. Han Zhao was fearless as he had brought along with him a low-level health potions. With his HP over 2,000, he turned the battlefield to his advantage and managed to defeat the opponent's invisibility ability. The situation was in a stalemate. The invisible demon was unable to deal with him, nor could Han Zhao shoot down the invisible demon. Upon second thought, he decided to abandon on the comfortable situation he had created. He activated his hover boots and fled from the battlefield. As expected, the demon chased after him. He pretended to control the armor slowly, showing his flaws to the demon. Unsurprisingly, it then scratched him forcefully on his back. Despite being racked with pain from the demon's claws, Han Zhao maintained a straight face. This was all to test the impact of the demon's attack on his body. You have been attacked by invisible demon. You have lost 37 HP. Just one attack and I've lost almost 40 health points. Furthermore, the attack frequency is extremely high. Lucky I am wearing my magnetically controlled armor, or else my blood level would have depleted within 10 seconds. After numerous trials and tests using different speeds of the hover boots, he finally estimated the speed of the demon. Han Zhao fished out his phone and called Antonio to bring the second-generation rover over. After putting down the phone, he then concentrated on baiting the demon. Baiting was not an easy technique. The key was to ensure that the enemy never realized that he had a trump card. The game of chase lasted for a few minutes. Suddenly, Han Zhao sensed that he was no longer in crisis. He came to a stop before surveying the environment, when he realized that the invisible demon had not fallen for the trick and fled moments ago. The invisible demon was always on his feet. Initially, when Han Zhao released the poisonous gas, the demon had already planned to retreat. However, Han Zhao gave up on his favorable environment and acted as though he was unable to withstand the damage caused by the gas. As a result, the demon took the bait and caught up quickly. Even though there were no loopholes, the invisible demon noticed something was amiss almost instantly. This made him feel threatened, so he decided to retreat, giving up on the target decisively. After some time, Antonio arrived with his van. He looked left and right, then asked, "Where's the enemy?" Ran away. Han Zhao hopped onto the van and simply said, "Let's return to the plane. I need to fix the equipment first and then think of a new plan." "Do you really take me for your driver?" Antonio had no choice but to drive Han Zhao to the airport. The battle between Han Zhao and the invisible demon created a great commotion. Division 13 investigated and discovered traces of the battle. A sniper, not afraid of being killed by the invisible demon, and even managed to force the demon to flee. Bennett's eyes shone with surprise. Where is he now? He is related to Ferry & Company. He is on that company's aircraft at the moment. He should be preparing and fixing his equipment now, Wang Yuan replied. Let's not alert him yet. Moran, can I trouble you to have someone send a message to ask Mr. Black to come to River Valley Manor tomorrow morning? All right, Moran nodded. Inside the aircraft, Han Zhao was busy fixing the magnetic armor. At the same time, he thought about the construction of the magnetic gun. The most suitable type of gun would be a sniper, as it could complement his movement ability and maximize the gun power at the same time. With 7 talent points, Han Zhao spent 5 points to upgrade. He then constructed many magnetism-related blueprints as he penned down his ideas, regardless of their viability. Each skill set would be incorporated at least twice. With tons of blueprints in his hands, his brain juices were finally used up. He massaged his temples and sighed. I think that's enough, time to construct. Ferry & Company had no contacts through which to acquire materials in Seagull City. The electromagnetic materials that Han Zhao had brought along with him were limited, yet it would be enough if he removed and reused the parts from his failed products. However, some of the parts might become worn out when the products failed. With that, the recycling rate was approximately 80%. At night, Wang Yuan and friends sat quietly in the car and made their way back to the manor safely. Xena has locked away all the traitors, and the operation this time was successful. Other than getting rid of the traitors, the organization can also start to implement your ideas, said Wang Yuan. Getting the 6 nations' help will be highly beneficial. With his aid, we will be able to escape the crisis. I am just afraid there will be ambitious parties eyeing our resources. This is a plan to save many innocent lives. I will deal with anyone who tries to get in our way. At that instant, Wang Yuan was about to speak when a sharp piercing sound reverberated outside the manor. The two looked outside the window and saw lightning shoot up into the sky. The manor gate was then struck by the lightning, and it was thrown into an armored vehicle. Someone flashing with light walked toward the gate, and it looked like the frightening lightning earlier had been shot from him. The strong gate, which had withstood a storm of bullets, had been instantly destroyed. He shot up 10 meters into the air and blasted his original spot on the ground. A strong burst of electricity flashed, burning the cornea of every mercenary on the ground. Boom! The area where all the machine guns were located was blasted. A few of the mercenaries who were struck by the light were electrocuted before they could even utter a word. The smell of smoke filled the entire area. The impact of this battle left all of them shocked. With the death of Volcano and Moonlight, there was no one in the manor strong enough to defeat the enemy. Even Mr. Black was not around. We can't defeat this level of superhuman. A mercenary backed away fearfully. Chen Lai's eyes were fierce with determination, and he gave the order to start the attack again. When he saw that the mercenaries still had the will to fight, he smirked coldly. Bunch of idiots not knowing your limits. He then raised his hands and thrust his palms forward. An invisible electromagnetic pulse spread across the manor and damaged all electronic components, resulting in total darkness. The mercenaries were all shocked. Even the vehicles were damaged, so there was no way to escape even if they wanted to. Despair filled the air quickly. Wang Yuan took a look at Raging Bolt, and his face darkened. Raging Bolt Bai Jin's power is the generation and control of lightning. He's a superhuman with great potential, and he has been very active in the criminal underworld in recent years. Oh come on, it's just a young man. Let me deal with him since the lads outside can't handle him. Bennett maintained the same expression as he pushed open the window and jumped to the ground. Pushing aside the mercenaries, he captured all their attention as he walked toward Raging Bolt. Only then did they realize that there was someone who could defeat Raging Bolt. An ray of hope shone upon them. What? There was actually a strong opponent. Raging Bolt excitedly licked his lips and mobilized all the energy stored in his body. No matter how many weak opponents I defeated, the pleasure of beating a strong opponent is just incomparable. Raging Bolt stared at Bennett with the eyes of a wolf. The vehicle of Division 13 was situated in the forest, monitoring any movement in the manor. Raging Bolt is way too powerful, thought Dai Su Su as she wiped away the sweat on her brow. I have to report this to Mo Ran quickly as such threats could cause dire consequences to our city. Dai Su Su immediately picked up the phone and called Mo Ran. On the screens, the battle between Bennett and Raging Bolt was ongoing. Both were about to release their strongest moves any time. It was the moment when everyone held their breath. However, Raging Bolt's chest suddenly burst into a bloody fog, following which, everyone heard an eerie gunshot from afar. Flaming Will, Han Zio shouted. Shouting was not required, but he felt that it would give him a higher chance of getting what he wanted. You activated. Your next attack will cause 180% base damage. Han Zio then pulled the trigger, and the exposed part of the gun glowed bright blue. The bullet flew out at such a high speed that the enemy could not react. The recoil was minimal, and it had little effect on accuracy. The blue light penetrated the body of the Raging Bolt, not allowing him to escape in time. Raging Bolt spat out blood as he fell to the ground. I cannot die here. Raging Bolt bit his teeth, holding back the pain as he was about to escape. Han Zio, who was hiding a distance away, shot Raging Bolt a second time, sending a bullet through his brain. The third shot then followed, shooting the left eye, causing red and white fluids to spill to the ground. Fatal attack. Raging Bolt fell to the ground, his remaining eye full of despair. Everyone was stunned. Those 3 shots were like the god of death wielding a knife, taking away his life. The air of death had silenced the entire audience. Bennett heaved a sigh of relief. 3 shots. It had only taken 3 shots. A criminal who had taken the lives of many could actually be killed in seconds. The mercenaries around were shocked. The turn of the situation had exceeded their imagination. That thunder-like enemy had been defeated in just 3 shots. Impossible. In the distance, even Dai Su Su's tone trembled as she yelled, "Who shot that?" Footsteps could be heard creaking through the forest, and everyone's eyes immediately veered toward the sound, full of curiosity, awe, and fear. At that very moment, dark clouds gradually began covering the moonlight, and the silver moonlight faded into the clouds. Han Zio, who was in a black suit, walked out of the forest with the moonlight shining on the bottom half of his face. The moonlight seemingly backed away as he advanced, and darkness was following his every step. It was as if he was bringing about nightmares with the darkness. He was a spirit concealed in the night. This scene made him look ever so cool and led everyone to hold their breath for that moment. This very moment was deeply ingrained into everyone's memories. Mr. Black, it's him. Everyone gasped in shock, for they knew Mr. Black was extremely strong. But little did they know he was this powerful. Well done. It wasn't much, Han Zio replied, modest as always. Stunning 3 shots. This old man here was shocked by you as well. You're too polite. Han Zio waved his hand and glanced at Bennett next to him. With him around, you won't even be in any risk. Wang Yuan smiled. I've checked the file. The Rothschild family introduced you to this mission. Your strength widely exceeds the level of dark. I will raise your level directly to Ghost. This was an obvious act to gain his favor. An immediate promotion to Ghost made Han Zio surprised. He nodded, accepting Wang Yuan's kindness. In the woods, Dai Su had solemnness written all over her face. She reported on Han Zio's performance. Mr. Black possesses immense sniping ability, and his lethality is hard to behold. I suggest that we add him to the Extreme Threats target file. Permission granted, Mo Ran responded. Division 13 had a database for all extremely dangerous targets, and this was also called the Extreme Threats file. Han Zio's performance had already attracted their attention, especially the fact that he was a sniper. The 5th round has been completed. You gained 30,000 EXP points. The hidden request to ensure that Bennett did not join the battle has been completed. This time there was not an additional mission segment, which meant that the chain mission had ended. Finally completed this mission, Han Zio felt more relaxed. He went on to find Bennett and gave him the Lockhawk sniper rifle. You're giving me another present. Bennett was bewildered, noting that this present was to his liking yet again. He could not help but ask, what request do you have? I would like to learn the art of combat. Why is he saying this again? Bennett's head hurt. After thinking for a while, he decided to teach a set of skills suitable for Han Zio's sniper ability, and began to explain. In my early years, I was once an assassin known for my stealth. Perhaps these skills can help you a little. After hearing Bennett's explanation for over an hour, Han Zio was awarded with a new mission. You have triggered level D mission. Task summary. You have learned some special skills from Bennett's explanation, but you still need practice them to perfect them. Mission requirements. Complete 5 assassination missions in the dark. Reward, class, Night Stalker. This was a class that Han Zio had long wanted to attain from Bennett to be able to learn stealth skills, critical strike bonuses from stealth hits, and other skills. Coupled with his Flaming Will and Ghost Sniper Rifle, he could perfect the art of stealth battles. I can tell that your energy is not strong, but your lethality is unfathomable. Here's my number, you can find me anytime you need me. Who knows, I may need your help in the future as well, what do you think? Sure, Han Zio blinked, promptly recalling one of Bennett's main story missions. Since he had no objection to this, they exchanged numbers. Han Zio drove back to Seagull City Airport and departed on Ferry & Company's plane. Having leveled up through 2 highly rewarding missions, Han Zio had accumulated tons of experience. The list of killers in the dark net had a shocking major change. An unknown killer by the name of Mr. Black was added, and among the 1,000 names, he skyrocketed to number 23 on the killer list. I've never heard of this name before. Where did he come from? Mysterious and powerful, Mr. Black's codename became known by everyone in the underworld. It entered the list of people to take note of for many forces. Thorns was traveling alone in the endless plains of Karst. The vehicle definitely looked scary and threatening, like a spiky porcupine. The vehicle was dragging a huge container as it traveled. There were huge batches of raw materials worth millions stored in the container, all of which had been purchased by Han Zio in a single consignment. Han Zio was the only one on the car. As he was driving, he was looking at the radar coordinates. He was heading toward the ruins known as Grey Metal Ruins. Before Han Zio carried out the plan for his assault on the Germinal organization, he planned to create a secret base for him to deposit supplies and round up weapons and essential equipment. That was to ensure that he had a place to retreat to if his mission failed. Han Zio knew this place very well. In fact, this base was also his in his past life. However, it was unfortunately taken over by a guild. At that point in time, Han Zio had still been a young lad who was easily bullied by others. However, when he looked at the base again now, he realized that the base had great defensive infrastructure in place. As long as he was able to supply electricity to the building, the base was practically impregnable to attacks. He switched out the faulty items in the power station and connected the electric cable from the military base to his new solar-powered generator. When Han Zio returned to his base, the base was already powered up. The lights were switched on, and the interior of the base was clearly shown before his eyes. The base, which had been covered in darkness for so long, was finally embraced with light. The solar-powered generators were clean, efficient, and discreet. Han Zio started to clean up the base. Due to the prolonged period of inactivity, everything was covered in a layer of filth. It was while he was cleaning that he started to miss Liu Kaiyan, who had superb housekeeping skills. Han Zio had not seen Liu Kaiyan for some time, and her cooking was something he longed for. I wonder what her reaction is for leaving without a word. Thinking back to Old Man Lu's repeated recommendation of his granddaughter, Han Zio could not help but smile. Hello, who is this? Feng Jun's voice emerged out of the cell phone. Guess Han Zio teased. Feng Jun almost choked. The sly voice was too familiar to not recognize. You, how dare you call back? Feng Jun was dumbfounded. In Division 13 Seconds headquarters, Director Gu Hui and the intelligence minister stared at the phone on the desk, while Feng Jun stood to the side with a clear look of nervousness. Can we trace the location? The technician replied hesitantly. We can't break the opponent's anti-tracking protocol. He is a highly skilled hacker. Gu Hui's vein throbbed with anger. When did that guy become a hacker? How could I not know? Han Zio, you left Division 13 without permission. You violated the code of secrecy. This behavior is abominable. Han Zio chuckled and laid bare Gu Hui's thoughts. You want to ask me when I'm coming back, right? You should know better yourself. Gu Hui said. I am not going back. Are you defecting? Gu Hui's eyes darkened, and his tone changed. You misunderstood, Han Zio slowly said. I still want to continue to work with you guys, but the way we work needs to change. Gu Hui frowned. What do you mean? The others in the room pricked up their ears to wait for Han Zio's reply. With a click, Han Zio hung up the phone. The intelligence minister was expressionless, but the twitch at the corner of his eyes revealed the storm in his mind. Gu Hui took a deep breath and thought to himself, I am the director, I cannot flip the table. Ding! The phone vibrated with a new message notification. Gu Hui narrowed his eyes and opened the text message. A page of dense information was thrown into his view. He was struck dumb by the content of the message. It was all intelligence on Germinal's bases in southern continent. It was very detailed and complete. Is this what he meant by changing the way we work? Gu Hui was uncertain. Nonetheless, his anger with Han Zio dissipated. This was the intelligence they had always wanted, and Han Zio had actually given it to them so easily. Stop searching for Han Zio, keep his official secret agent identity, and move his files to the field agent files. Feng Jun was taken aback. The director's decision would mean that Division 13 was reconciling with Han Zio. They would acquiesce to Han Zio's solitary behavior and regard him as one of their own. With the information he needed in hand, Gu Hui was in a good mood. He praised the intelligence minister lightly and was about to leave when the bespectacled secretary in the intelligence group stumbled in, panting for breath. Director, Minster, the intelligence departments from Hesla, Maple, Ordina, Fuse, and Raylan have all sent us a request for communication. The look in Gu Hui's face hardened. Only with truly urgent incidents would the intelligence agencies of each country contact another country. With a heavy heart, Gu Hui walked to the conference room. 5 individuals appeared on the big screen. They were the heads of the intelligence agencies from the other 5 nations. They had the same rank in their respective agencies as Gu Hui. What happened? Asked Gu Hui. As soon as he spoke, he found the 5 heads of intelligence agencies stare at him with a very strange look, making him feel a little confused. The representative from Ordina took the initiative and said, Division 13 Director, you. Do you know Germinal's top wanted man? 0. Gu Hui stared dumbfounded. He had a bad feeling. What happened was, all 5 of us received intelligence from 0, including maps of Germinal's secret bases across the South, West, and North continent. We have always been cautious about information from unknown sources, but he had added a line to his intelligence. Stardragon's Division 13 can testify as to the credibility of my intelligence. So, we are here to clarify with you. Damn you, how could you even send the information to all the other nations and expect us to testify for you? Han Zio, you just scammed us again. Gu Hui almost fainted from the shock. He could almost see Han Zio's sniggering face in his mind. Time flew past as Han Zio completed more and more missions. He gained vast amounts of EXP and wealth, and he was growing stronger day by day. Mr. Black was also becoming feared by more and more underground forces. He had risen to the 10th position on the assassin leaderboard. Meanwhile, the underground world gave Han Zio a new nickname, Black Phantom. One could only take on a bad code name, not a bad nickname. Planet Universal Reputation Legend, Black Phantom. Legend has it that he comes from the darkness of the night with 1,000 faces. No one knows when he will come. No one knows when he will leave. When you see him turn away, the kiss of death has already been printed on your forehead, leaving fresh bullet holes in blood. He pays a bullet and takes away your life. Han Zio had been one of the most active members in the underground world lately, and he was getting on the good books of the Blood Pact Society. 2 months later, the attention of the whole world was on another big event. As the last civilized countries on Aquamarine, the 6 nations were so powerful that whatever they did would affect every single person in the world. The 6 nations sent out troops almost simultaneously. The armies were sweeping across the 3 continents, wiping out Germinal bases one by one. It shook the whole world. The war came without any warning. The world fell into a turmoil. Many was starting to fear that the nightmare of a terrible war that happened decades ago would explode again. Their wounds from the war had not healed fully, and no one was too eager to be devoured by such a man-made disaster again. A war is coming. Bennett looked up at the hazy sky with furrowed brows. His mood was as gloomy as the sky. Wang Yuan whispered to him from the side, "It seems like we need to get the shelter plan up ahead of schedule. There are still a lot of things left unprepared." Bennett shook his head. "I guess we can never be fully prepared. Let's roll out the shelter plan. Contact some allies and get strong independent fighters to join us. We must rally all our forces." In the Germinal Organization headquarters at Andria Mainland. Bam! A fist covered with a black glove slammed against the wall, creating a sound like a steel rod being swung against a car window. The thick force made a large piece of the wall shatter and collapse, exposing the steel bars. His fist, however, was not injured. How much information does Han Zhao have? This was a question that the leader had always been suspicious about. He felt that Han Zhao was not in a position to be aware of key intelligence. Zero was a monster created by the Germinal Organization, and all the organization could do was accept it. Regret. The leader did not allow himself to have this kind of emotion. The pin-drop silence continued for 3 minutes. The leader's low, hoarse voice slowly sounded, and it spoke of deep savage intentions. Even though the Germinal Organization's members in the room knew that the leader was not targeting them, it still sent a chill down their spine. Move all the bases in the 3 continents. There is no need to care about the loss and damage. Withdraw whatever can be withdrawn. Start the crisis plan, and all activity is to be moved underground. All intelligence personnel are to thoroughly investigate Zero's tracks. Not a single clue is to be neglected. Before we find Zero, the full-scale war plan is to be delayed indefinitely. Current progress 13.8%. At the gray middle base, Han Zhao lay on the sofa, sliding his fingers across the tablet and brushing through the information collected and organized on the dark net, almost all of which was related to the movements of the 6 nations. 2 months ago, he had provided intelligence to the 6 nations. Naturally, none of the 6 nations acted immediately. They first sent people to confirm the accuracy of the intelligence, then they secretly dispatched resources to prepare for the war. The military operation only became official 2 months later. The results were very gratifying. A large number of Germinal bases were removed. Yet, there were some secret bases that Han Zhao was not aware of. The Germinal Organization was not a pig that would stretch out its neck dumbly to be slashed. They were determined to preserve their last breath by any means. They had evacuated all remaining bases and were trying to minimize losses. About 50% of the Germinal Organization's bases in the 3 continents had been conquered, whilst their base camp on the Andria continent had only half its size left. The morale of the Germinal Organization had been so badly hurt that it would not be able to declare war against the 6 nations in 3 months' time as per the original scenario. This had a far-reaching impact. One such impact was that the Germinal Organization's sub-bases on the 3 continents had been removed, cutting off the channels for most players to join the organization. That meant that the players in Germinal's camp would be 90% less than originally. In Han Zhao's opinion, this was the biggest gain. In addition to becoming a legend in the list of killers, Han Zhao had also unexpectedly become a legend for a different reason. The legend of Planet Aquamarine, the mysterious Zero. As a traitor of the Germinal Organization, you have uprooted the solid foundations of the organization based on your sole effort. No one expected such a course of events. You have already become the arch-enemy of the Germinal Organization. Perhaps you should protect your identity, as there are many people who are searching for you. The public beta countdown was counting down to the last minute. Looking at the time, Galaxy Calendar, July 3rd, 688. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The public beta is now open. Player forum open. Open beta duration, 1271 days. Welcome to Galaxy 1.0 Adventure. On the first day of the launch of the public beta, millions of players joined the game, and they were assigned to different planets, with at least around 100,000 players on each planet. As the news spread, the numbers rose at a rapid rate. With the next half a year, the numbers would likely snowball into tens of millions. The public beta players were overjoyed with the game, while some of the closed beta players were not having it so well. In Dark Crow Valley, Jupiter and the other members of the guild looked at their surrounding forests with a blank look. All around them, the woods were green, the evening wind lightly caressed their skin, and the calm atmosphere was like a gentle palm, warming their hearts and making everything seem so harmonious. The view was amazing and pleasing to the eye. But where did the base go? Jupiter hesitated before he asked. The place we are going to should be the base, right? Everyone nodded in unison. There is no longer a connection with the camp. Poseidon exclaimed. Everyone then checked their interface and realized that their original was gone. Everyone was flabbergasted. What is this situation? Quick, check the tasks. Waking up from the trance, Jupiter checked his interface immediately, before heaving a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mission is still there. OSHT. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Zero, a mysterious traitor. He has caused the organization to suffer many losses. Find Zero, and you will become a great friend to the organization. The level of difficulty had changed from B to A. The Guild of Gods had made a lot of preparations, and the results of the discussion could fill up an entire blackboard. This change had caused all the preparation in the past few days to go to waste. What have we missed? Jupiter then thought of the official introduction of Galaxy and lost his voice. Don't tell me Zero is the main character on this planet. What shall we do now? Poseidon asked. Let's go ask around. Jupiter and his group returned to Dark Crow Forest Town, and upon hearing from the villagers that Dark Crow Valley base had been destroyed by Stardraken, they were shocked. After getting a rough idea of what had happened, they thought to themselves, how is it possible that the base could have disappeared just like that? Wow, who knew this game would be so intense? Last week's efforts had all been wasted, and their advantages from the beta testing were almost all lost. Now that Dark Crow Valley base, the organization that had been issuing quests, was gone. Even if they completed the quest, they had no idea who to get their rewards from. Everyone looked at each other and cried in dismay. How could this actually happen? Jupiter felt terrible, but he was reluctant to give up on this great a quest. The Germinal organization definitely won't just stop here. Let's go look for other bases. There should be a way for us to return to Germinal camp. In the western capital, in a blur of vision, Frenzied Sword realized that he had spawned in an alley that was not too far from the site where the beta testing had gone offline. Public testing has begun. Frenzied Sword was so excited. My dear Zio, I'm coming. Based on his memories, he found his way to Old Man Lou's repair shop. Han Zio, that kid left long ago without even a goodbye. Who knows where he went? Old Man Lou gulped down a can of beer, and his tone was a little depressed. He secretly doubted if his granddaughter's charm had truly lost its effects. Upon hearing the news, Frenzied Swords was struck dumb. He bore a sluggish face and stood rooted to the ground. How could his master run away? What am I to do now? In one of the Germinal organization's laboratories, Electrolux opened his eyes wide and found himself soaking in a light blue solution. He was in a vat of nutrition fluid and was surprised that he did not need to breathe. He looked through the glass and saw a scientist holding a tablet, recording scribbles on the outside. Realizing that he could not control his character for the time being, Electrolux waited patiently. According to his experience, this should be an intermission animation. You have been injected with DNA improvement solution. Your total attributes have increased by 3. You have acquired the skill. You have a much higher chance of awakening Esper abilities, and the power will be increased by 10%. Electrolux had a look of joy on his face. He felt like Lady Luck was shining upon him. He raised his palm, and his palm amassed a white whirlwind. The scientists rejoiced. Eureka! He's awakened. Electrolux knew that since he wanted to stay, it was best to show his potential. The scientists' reactions made him very satisfied. But the next moment he saw a scientist calling for the guards, leaving him puzzled. Why did he have to call the guards at such a nice moment? Germinal guards sped to the site, and without much effort, they handcuffed him. He was dumbfounded. Did they not say that they valued him? Why were they treating him like a prisoner? What are you doing to me? The guards spoke in a chilled manner. We have orders from above that every successful test subject must be brainwashed 5 times over and then observed for another month before they can move freely. Electrolux was stunned. What logic is that? The reaction is simply too radical. He really was clueless. The original DNA improvement program did not need brainwashing. The golden rays of dawn were shining in the sky. It was a cool and refreshing morning. Whilst driving a truck, Hanzio made his way toward Bighorn Mountain. He had based his directions off a radar. Despite him driving all night, he was not tired at all. In fact, he was alert as he had pulled over to nap the night before. The moment Hanzio parked his truck, he caught the attention of the players. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Hanzio got out from his truck and leaned against it while puffing out a cloud of smoke. He put on an air of arrogance, misleading the players to think that he was an important character. A deep understanding of players' mentality was Hanzio's specialty. He had analyzed the situation. With the new game being released, all the players were thrilled. No matter what kind of tasks were given to them, they were all willing to try. This was known as the hunger stage, and since there was an overwhelming number of new players, there would definitely be a few players who could not obtain any missions. You have encountered a mysterious NPC, and he seems to have some work for you. Try to please him as much as possible, and you might receive unexpected surprises. The mission was to collect a plant known as snake venom. These players realized that the reward given was more generous than the novice tasks that they had received in Bighorn Village. It was reaching up to 1,000 EXP. Thus, the players received their missions excitedly. Snake venom was a relatively common plant. This plant could be collected near Bighorn Village, and it was also sold in the settlement to make poisoned arrows. I will stay here for a few days. I can provide some weapons for you should you need them. Hanzio then opened the window containing goods that he could sell to the players. He had only set up a few types of weapons: foldable machete, ordinary pistols, and submachine guns. However, Hanzio also had a powerful setup called lightweight mechanical arm, the price of which was so steep that the players were unable to afford. It was actually bait that was as effective as hanging a carrot in front of a donkey. Those firearms are cheap though. They only cost $1,500 for one. The player then called their friends and flocked over, eager to have a look. Hanzio was surrounded by them in an instant. The novice players were attracted to the firearms like a moth to a flame. The cost of Hanzio making a pistol was only about 800 aqua coins, and the selling price was twice the cost price. He was considered kind because his price was affordable. He doubted that anyone could find a cheaper pistol than his. Furthermore, Hanzio's pistols were of great quality. It was not as if he was trying to cheat the players' money by offering inferior quality pistols. Because there were limited firearms, the players rushed to make a purchase. Those who managed to get their hands on the guns were exhilarated, while those who did not manage to get one were disappointed. The real profits from selling firearms were the sales from ammunition. Having bought the firearms, the players would have to buy ammunition as well. This was known as bundled sales, where one product generated the demand of the other because they had to be bought together. This was also what Hanzio had realized previously when he had bought instant noodles without the seasoning from the shop downstairs. Those who had no shooting skills were unable to unleash the gun's power fully. A lot of the players realized they had this problem, and their excitement slowly turned to distress. This was what Hanzio had been anticipating. Now he could offer his after-sales service. Hanzio smiled to himself and set up a window for shooting lessons. This time round, he did not announce it to the players. He said it in a way that to learn from him, the players would have to have a reputation of 5 points. The players discovered this service almost immediately. We can actually learn skills from Black Phantom. Oh my, there are so many abilities to learn. We need 5 reputation points to learn though. How do we increase our reputation? I just discovered how. For every $500 spent, your reputation with Black Phantom will increase by 1. The players were hesitant, but Hanzio was not at all worried. There would be someone who eventually decided to start eating the crab first. Just as he expected, a cute girl with the ID Maple Moon finally decided to do it. I can actually learn the basic knowledge required for class advancement. The moment she said those words, players began to chatter and their level of excitement went through the roof. Besides tycoons and those who were willing to spend a lot of cash in this game, most of the ordinary players had experienced problems with advancing as they still did not know to obtain the basic knowledge required. This mysterious NPC Black Phantom was willing to sell basic knowledge. Players who were initially hesitant instantly made up their minds and were determined to raise their reputation with Black Phantom to 5 points. They were not willing to let such a good opportunity slip by. In a short while, hundreds of players have learned the basic knowledge. This meant that Hanzio obtained hundreds of thousands of experience points. This number was still quickly climbing. While entertaining the players, he was casually scrolling through the forum. All the players from the new planets were sharing this information. Players from Bighorn Village were all enthusiastically advertising Hanzio on the forum. He was the first high-ranking character in all the new planets that ever appeared in the novice villages. Therefore, he quickly gained popularity. Your product has been sold. Hanzio was shocked. He had previously set the high price of 20,000 for this item, yet someone was able to afford it. He surveyed the surrounding players and found their leader. His ID was Jade Green Sky. The moment Hanzio saw this name, he was immediately enlightened. Jade Green Sky was the chairperson of a guild named Sky Territory, and with the wealth of the guild, he would naturally be able to afford the item. Out of a blue, Hanzio spoke. There will be a troop from the German organization passing by here in a few days, and I need some people to help me set up the traps in the forest. Are you free to do so?" With that, he set a quest and released it. E-level difficulty. The description was set up any kind of trap in the forest, and you will gain 500 EXP. Additionally, Han Zio offered 3 reputation points as part of the reward. By luring players to complete his quest using reputation points, he could both complete his quest and gain more business. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could arbitrarily attribute the reputation points with a certain value. This method was like the theory behind paper currency, whereby something was made to appear valuable, but in actual fact, it was worthless. This could be effective in attracting the Sky Territory Guild, Destroyer Guild, any guild's players into picking up the quest. Han Zio had always felt that the currency system was built on a bubble. With this thought in mind, he would spend any cash he earned. Unspent money could become a hindrance to one's motivation to work. Most of the players went into the forest to set up traps. The traps that they could use were the more elementary ones. They were monster traps. Han Zio took some time off and visited the forest. The forest was so full of traps that anyone with claustrophobia would have been triggered and covered with goosebumps instantly. On the forum, there was a live broadcast. A godly player from the Deluxe Sanctuary Club, who was ranked 2nd in the country's esports field and 21st in the world, had officially announced that he would join Galaxy. His ID was Song. The number of viewers had already reached millions, and yet it was still rising rapidly. Song, may I ask if your work from now on would be entirely focused on Galaxy? Galaxy is the game of the century with unparalleled potential. It has countless possibilities, vast maps, and an incredible amount of freedom. From my personal point of view, I believe that Galaxy will become a phenomenal game. The World Esports Association has already begun to prepare the first league for Galaxy, and it will be on a worldwide scale. Do you have any comments on the issue where your old nemesis, Lost Angel, claimed that he is going to defeat you in Galaxy? One reporter asked. Song chuckled before he spoke with a strong sense of self-confidence. I will never be afraid of any enemy. I will be the best in Galaxy and lead the Chinese players to defeat every player from other countries. This conference was like a signal that hinted the rise of Galaxy. Its influence soared immediately after the conference. The entire esports field roared, and countless professional players announced their plans to enter the game. A group of curious new players who had just arrived gathered outside Bighorn Village. Their faces were full of curiosity. This is the novice village, right? A player with a pistol around his waist walked past, and he immediately caught the attention of those new players. Bro, where did you buy that gun? Oh, you must be newbies. You asked the right guy for this. A word of advice, never head to Bighorn Village to purchase a gun. Go straight west. There is a high-ranking character called Black Phantom who not only sells guns at a really affordable price, but can also help you with class advancements. The player with the pistol said. More and more players came to find Han Zio the moment they arrived in the game before heading to Bighorn Village to receive quests. They then used all their hard-earned money from the quests to buy more items from Han Zio to earn reputation points. They were just like hard-working bees, promptly supplying Han Zio with a large amount of money. Black Phantom, why do you want to be enemy with the German organization? Han Zio turned his head and saw a petite young female player. She was below his chin and had delicate short hair and watery eyes full of curiosity. Her face was just like an apple, which made people want to poke her cheeks. Her ID was Maple Moon. She was the first female player who learned skills from him. I can't believe we've met again. Han Zio raised his eyebrow as old memories started appearing in his head. Maple Moon, one of the mechanic representatives in the 3rd season, was originally a casual player. She became extraordinary in the 3rd season competition and was then signed by a club to become a professional player. In his past life, it was revealed on the forum that Maple Moon liked to dig into hidden story plots, and all the benefits she gained from doing so accumulated and compounded until the 3rd season where it was advantageous for a mechanic. It was only then that she really showed her true combat prowess. Han Zio blinked and had a new idea. Players like this seemed to be able to. Based on the quests that Han Zio assigned to the players, Maple Moon had guessed that Han Zio and the German organization were enemies. Most players would just want to complete the task and get it over with, so they would not even bother with understanding any background information about the quest. However, Maple Moon enjoyed exploring the story plot and became curious about the background story of Han Zio. Han Zio casually pointed his finger to ask Maple Moon to sit wherever she wanted. He then lit a cigarette and began smoking. The smoke created a mysterious atmosphere, and Maple Moon, upon seeing this scene, knew immediately that something exciting was about to happen to her. The German organization is an evil organization that is using the grief the people who lost their country to manipulate them into fighting for their personal gains. They outlandishly try to start a world war and add more scars to this world that is already covered in wounds. As Maple Moon listened to Han Zio attentively, her emotions fluctuated up and down. Her impression of the German organization plummeted as she felt the anger brewing within her. Maple Moon was the kind of person who would get emotional from the storyline of a game, and she would always make decisions based on what her heart wanted. She had never been motivated by personal gains. He coughed and asked a question that was clearly leading to a quest. Would you be willing to become an enemy of the German organization? It was basically a yes or no question. Maple Moon nodded solemnly. Your reputation with Black Phantom has increased by 5 points. After adjusting her reputation points, Han Zio took out a mobile phone and handed it to Maple Moon. Good, I have seen your courage. When you have grown stronger, contact me using this phone. You received the quest. Reach LV20, then contact Black Phantom. Maple Moon was secretly delighted by her correct choice. She was right, there were hidden plots that could be triggered. Han Zio secretly chuckled as he saw Maple Moon's delighted face. He was planning to spread a wide net to catch all these players with good potential. However, due to the limited number of players he could train, choosing each player carefully was a very important thing. Maple Moon would be a famous mechanic in the future and could be a good assistant for him. She was definitely a good spare tire. An alternative. After he sent away the excited Maple Moon, he waited till noon before creating a new quest for the players. Follow Black Phantom to attack a troop from the German organization. This quest is a prize pool mission, and the base reward is 35,000 EXP. 500 EXP will be consumed by accepting the quest and be placed in the reward pool. The total reward will be split proportionally among the top 5 players. The Kill All Guild was the first to discover the prize pool mission. They were shocked by the sheer size of the reward for the quest. Only 5 players or teams can receive the prize for this quest. The Big Horn Village has few 100,000 players, which even includes some professional players. Rather than competing with all of them and rely on luck, why not just get the 35,000 EXP into our hand? If we are the only ones to accept the quest, we can easily manipulate the ranking and distribute the reward without the rest of our guild. Slice You Up ordered his guild members to hold up pistols and guard the area around Han Zio. He then gave an order. Warn any person that's coming near him. If anyone defies the warning, fire immediately. The Kill All Guild had more than 20 core members located within Big Horn Village and more than 100 secondary members. It was the biggest player faction at the moment. This guild trying to swallow my prize pool mission alone. How fearless. His original intention of the prize pool mission was to get more players to join in and become his cannon fodder, but the Kill All Guild was now interfering his plan. A large group of players gathered on the side. They were indignant. They are too authoritative. I just want to buy some ammunition, that's all. What right do you have to forcibly occupy Black Phantom? Your reputation with Black Phantom decreased by 10 points. Current reputation, -5. Current relationship, cold. Slice You Up was astonished. With no one blocking the way anymore, the players realized there was a prize pool mission. They finally realized Kill All Guild's motive. They were filled with righteous indignation, for that was totally unfair. Look at them trying to claim the entire prize pool. Gross. After crusading against Kill All, the players then turned their focus to the prize pool mission, becoming increasingly attracted to it. Everyone accepted the quest, all wanting a slice of that huge cake. The prize pool slowly amounted to over 500,000 EXP, and to those players, it was simply an unthinkable sum, to the point that just thinking of it would make them stop breathing. There were only 5 people that would be entitled to the prize pool rewards. The ranking depended on the energy expended. Compared to the number of participants, 5 was undoubtedly a small number, but the problem was that everyone thought they would be the lucky person. Maple Moon was a little down. Every player had a team. She was just a step slower and did not manage to find anyone to team up with. Han Zio noticed and called Maple Moon. He took out his modified sniper rifle, as well as several rounds of ammunition, and handed it to Maple Moon. I'll lend you this gun, stay by my side. Maple Moon clasped her 2 hands over her tiny mouth in surprise with a cute look of shock. She had thought that this was the benefit of triggering the secret quest, but upon seeing the traits of the sniper rifle, she was stuck in a difficult position. The sniper rifle required an attribute of at least LV1 in. Maple Moon pouted. But I don't know how to use this. Black Phantom has imparted the ability to you. Do you want to expend 2,000 EXP to learn it? Hanzao had not taught the gamers about this sniper ability. Maple Moon was shocked and happy at the same time. She agreed without a second thought. Since Maple Moon was worthy of trading, Hanzao naturally became biased toward her. Of course, this was a secret between them. If other players felt that it is unfair, what can they do but restrain their complaints? In this materialistic society, people without resources had no say. The sound of the engine came from far away. The sniper rifle's electromagnetic scanner showed the German organization's troops on its radar. Hanzao reoriented his vision, becoming extremely alert. Maple Moon followed Hanzao's every word and action, sprawling on the ground with the sniper rifle. Suddenly, Hanzao seemed to have disappeared. He was clearly right in front of her. How could he have vanished from her vision? This made her very uncomfortable. You have entered state. Agility stats plus 8%. The German organization's evacuating troops entered the trap and were almost immediately caught off guard by the many animal traps set up. But they were also puzzled by the animal traps. Was this really a trap? If this was not a trap, how fierce was the beast in the area to require so many animal traps? And if this was a trap, who would be stupid enough to use animal traps to deal with an armed force? The troops slowed their advancement. Carrying the metal detectors, the minesweepers overtook them. The German organization had been shifting their bases in massive operations, and many troops had been intercepted. Just as the German troops were sweeping the field for mines, the players who were hiding in the bushes spotted their enemy as well. The heavily armed German soldiers and armored vehicles looked formidable. The players dared not anger them. But at the slightest thought of the huge reward pool, the players were unable to resist. Some jumped out of the bushes immediately, firing their pistols from afar. The German soldiers habitually wanted to sprawl down and hide, but they realized that the enemy's bullets were almost going into outer space. Their aim was just so bad. Counterattack. The German troops returned fire without hesitation. The submachine guns fired away. The armored vehicles' machine guns roared, and some heavy firepower guns could be heard, too. The fierce artillery instantly tore the players running toward them into pieces. What the hell is this damage? I died instantly when the explosion blast grazed me. My EXPs dropped so drastically. The first wave of players eliminated died tragically, leaving the rest of the players in awe of the German organization's firepower. The penalty in Galaxy for dying was not light to say the least. EXP was deducted proportionally to a player's level, and the player could only be revived up to a maximum of 10 times within 6 days. With every death, the waiting time before the next revival would increase. After hitting the limit, there would be a temporary ban on the player. All these enemies are rushing to die. Sabera was surprised. He had never seen such a fearless army, like a pack of starving wolves, dying to get a piece of them. Their spirit and momentum were impressive, but in terms of combat ability, they were shamefully pathetic. They are just a motley crowd. Let's satisfy them since they want to die so badly. Shit, can't even touch them. I already died twice. The German troops was dominating the fight. The other players were being massacred, yet they refused to give up in the hope of dealing some damage to claim the quest rewards. I will give them a surprise. Sabera smirked. He saw absolutely no threat from these enemies. He was itching to toy with them. Frere frowned slightly. Don't go crazy, we are in a rush. Humph, I'm always quick with my kills. Sabera hopped off the armored vehicle. With his strong physical attributes, all he needed was a slight push against the floor with his feet, and he was off dashing toward the players like a cannonball. His foot landed on a player and instantly caused the poor soul's chest to cave in before the player was sent flying, hitting against a tree with an explosion of blood and flesh. Sabera. Level. Class. Threat level. Extremely fatal. Another extremely fatal dude. No one knew what this threat level meant until this moment, but the contrast in skill level was apparent. The combat strength of a high-level character was indeed to be feared. Black Phantom and Sabera have about the same combat strength. This thought flashed across the minds of many of the players. Sabera was covered in his enemy's blood, like a ravaging beast. The scene looked so realistic that it scared some of the more timid players, who quickly adjusted the graphics to PG mode to reduce the gore. Some turned on the recording function to capture this highly bloody scene. Suddenly, blood spilled out from Sabera's chest, and a gaping hole appeared at the place where Sabera's heart was supposed to be. Sabera stopped moving, his entire face frozen. Then, he collapsed and fell to the ground without a sound. Jade Green Sky, slice you up, and all the other players that were still alive glanced unanimously in the direction of the rifle. Everyone remembered that it was roughly where Black Phantom was camping. Sabera is very strong in terms of energy attributes. How could he have been killed instantly? Frere was shocked. This shot sounds familiar. The ability to instant kill a superhuman. Only one person is capable of doing this. Frere's face changed immediately. Must be the ghost-level Black Phantom from the Blood Pact Society. Frere wanted to retreat, and he ordered for it with no hesitation. All force retreat. It was too late. Han Zhao activated the EMP disruptor he had buried. Some of the Germinal troops' armored vehicles were in the effective range of the disruptor, and they broke down immediately, crackling and sizzling with electricity. Don't even think about escaping after you have entered my sight. Han Zhao's glaze was as cold as the frozen ice as he activated a particular program. Having max leveled, Han Zhao could bind most mechanical control systems to his computer. 3 metallic plates were lying at a spot 300 meters horizontally away from the Germinal troops. Suddenly, they all cracked open from the center and started a series of self-folding, forming a multi-barreled heavy machine gun. They were equipped with automatic firing systems, and the ammunition loaded was all highly explosive and could pierce through armor. The firing range had a 500-meter radius. So, this is how mechanics fight. One guy soloing against the whole army. He is way too strong. Han Zhao did not idle either. He began sniping the enemies one by one. He smiled upon seeing the excitement among the other players. He did not have to use the battery turret against the small Germinal troop, but he did so anyway for the sake of demonstrating the destructive power of mechanics. With the enemies mostly defeated, the rest of the players realized that it was the best time for them to deal extra damage, and they all began to rush forward to attack the army. Maple Moon also started firing. Her sniper scope was equipped with electromagnetism detector and aim assist, so almost every shot of hers could hit the Germinal soldiers. She gained momentum, and her damage output became steady. Although the realistic battle scenes were too gory for Maple Moon, she got used to it quickly as she had experience with gory scenes from other games. Moreover, she could change the game setting to make the graphics less bloody. Han Zhao, clad in full black, appeared. The players started to quieten down despite their excitement. He stood in front of Frere, squatted down, and stared into the latter's eyes that were filled with shock and anger. Black Phantom, Germinal will never let you off. Frere was furious. You got it wrong. Han Zhao expressionlessly dragged Frere into the forest by his collar. Shortly afterwards, bone-chilling screams could be heard. It was not difficult to imagine that Frere was being tortured, and everyone felt a shiver down their spine. After 10 minutes, the screaming finally ended. Han Zhao reappeared but without Frere. Now that he had the information that he wanted, he was free to end the mission. All the players received a notification simultaneously. Has been completed. The prize pool has 520,000 EXP. Everyone was shocked. No one expected this ranking. She overtook Sky Territory and Kill All, hitting the scoreboard with solo output. Incredible. Who is Maple Moon? Is she a professional player? I never heard of this ID before though. The crowd was going crazy. Jade Green Sky and Slice You Up were shocked. A solitary player's output was actually higher than that of a guild. The EXP earned by a team had to be divided equally among the players, but Maple Moon could keep the hundreds of thousands of EXP to herself. What this meant was extraordinary. In an instant, she had exceeded all the players to hold a safe lead, and that included the other novice planets. Maple Moon was hit with shock by her unexpected success, her face full of disbelief as she stared at the EXP bar on the interface. Han Zhao returned to the car, and Maple Moon immediately returned the sniper rifle. Some players followed them and were surprised to realize that Black Phantom was actually interacting with Maple Moon on close terms. Jade Green Sky immediately reacted. There is a secret quest. She is so lucky. Everyone stared enviously at Maple Moon. Maple Moon was not used to the attention from the crowd, so she blushed and hid in the car. Han Zhao saw this but did not chase anyone away. Instead, he started driving his car back to Big Horn Village. The players had no choice but to follow on foot. Once he got to the settlement, the players that had hesitated in switching their class were now fervently picking up the basics. Prior to this, the entire Big Horn Village had only 20% of players choosing mechanic. After the video went viral online, players' excitement for mechanics was just breaking through the roofs. In the short few days at Big Horn Village, he had collected 2 or 3 million EXP just by lazing around. Jade Green Sky approached Maple Moon and asked politely, "Babe, I wonder if you're free now." Maple Moon looked up doubtfully and saw a group of male players with a look of thirst in their eyes. She stepped back nervously and warned, "What are you up to? I warn you, this game prohibits any sexual harassment." The members of Sky Territory were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Babe, we are curious about your secret quest, not in you." Jade Green Sky coughed. "I only want to ask how you triggered Black Phantom's secret quest. Don't worry, we'll reward you fairly. Maple Moon shook her head, rejecting his request without a pause. She enjoyed unearthing secret quests, but that was not because of the profit, and she did not want Black Phantom to dislike her. With no alternative, Jade Green Sky could only give up and walk away. Just then, a member suggested we could ask around to see if there were other players who overheard the conversation between Maple Moon and Black Phantom. Jade Green Sky's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. And there were really some results. They managed to find out the secret way to trigger secret quests from a player. Hanzio was sending off the last few players who had come to switch to mechanic when Jade Green Sky rushed up to him. With the question that Maple Moon had asked in mind, Jade Green Sky asked, Black Phantom, why are you enemies with the Germinal organization? Oh, someone is rising to the bait. Hanzio looked at him. Although Jade Green Sky was the leader of a guild, his potential was not good at all. It was better to answer directly. What does it have to do with you? Jade Green Sky was at a loss. Why was he getting a different reaction compared to the response Maple Moon had gotten? Was he cheated? He was not in a hurry to go to the next novice village. He had a friendly chat with Freyr and fished out some information on the Germinal organization's withdrawal route in South Continent. This is a large-scale war, which meant that he could probably get quite a number of A-level missions. With his character, he was sure to get a foot in. What would become of him if he did not try to get involved? With the wistful gaze of players in the Bighorn village, Hanzio drove his vehicle away. Just half an hour after Hanzio left, Frenzied Sword arrived at Bighorn village, panting furiously. He grabbed a player and asked, "Where is Black Phantom?" "He has already left." Frenzied Sword's face turned white. He was late by half a day because the western capital was under martial law to search for Germinal spies. He felt like weeping but had no tears left. In the woods outside Bighorn village, Frenzied Sword was walking down the path, downcast in despondence. "I must find him." Frenzied Sword quickly broke away from his despondent mood and was talking to himself to boost his own spirits. "Are you looking for me?" A voice came from ahead. Frenzied Sword looked up. A truck was parked a few meters ahead with a man in black standing by it, staring at him intensely. Black Phantom. Frenzied Sword was ecstatic with excitement. Every cloud had a silver lining. You, have we met? He could not be certain that Black Phantom was in fact Hanzio. With much worry and fear, he felt like he was almost waiting for a verdict after he had asked the question. Hanzio smiled, revealing a tinge of amusement in his eyes. "What do you think?" That familiar look. The look that made his hair stand on end. Frenzied Sword was seized by joy. He was certain that this person was Hanzio. With a faint smile on his face, Hanzio gestured toward his truck with his head. Trying his best to conceal his excitement, Frenzied Sword followed closely behind and got into the truck. Frenzied Sword had great potential, and he was worth grooming. "What are we going to do now?" asked Frenzied Sword after his excitement died down. "Something evil." Hanzio took out a tablet and opened the map. He drew a circle around one region and threw it to Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword took a brief look. "Tedramira River, what kind of place is that?" "A battleground," Hanzio replied calmly. As a result of the Six Nations cleanup campaign, the Germinal organization's bases had begun to withdraw. A small number of important personnel was taking the air route. Most of the resources, transportation vehicles, and ordinary armed personnel were evacuating via a water route. The evacuation was nearing its end. This fleet was the last remaining unit to withdraw from Southern Continent. The person in charge, Lin Yu, was the chief officer of the largest Germinal base in Southern Continent. Now he had taken the role of a commander and was also within the fleet. Lin Yu was a middle-aged man, yet he was also an executive officer that was combat-ready. A bitter battle was inevitable. Only by tearing past the blockade line could his troops escape alive. "As long as we follow along the Tedramira River to the sea, we can get out of this nightmare. But don't hold the illusion of a smooth passage. Lads, we will be facing a premeditated ambush. The Stardragon and Hesla Navy will do whatever they can to sink us near the mouth of the sea. I've been through 13 wars. Some of them were big battles, others small. Some of you may be veterans like me, and some of you may be new recruits. Regardless, our destiny is the same. Break through the blockade line, and we can stay alive. If you are captured, even if you can survive, you will face indefinite imprisonment by Stardragon and Hesla. You can say goodbye to freedom in the sun. The Six Nations are a group of hypocritical and insidious villains who speak of peace and freedom but started a war. Don't forget that your motherland was destroyed by the guns of the Six Nations. Never forget that hatred of blood. We have no choice but to fight till the very end." These words were Lin Yu's speech for his subordinates. The armed personnel on board knew that there was going to be a fierce battle ahead, and they were all ready to fight. There was a number of Germinal executive officers in the fleet, and Hila was among them. She was worried and apprehensive about the impending fight. In her opinion, it was a naive hope to think of breaking through the blockade of Stardragon and Hesla's ships. Many of them would perish, and only a small number of people could survive. However, Commander Lin Yu seemed to have it all worked out. Thus, Hila could only suppress her unease and conceal it from others. On the outside, she seemed the stoic person she had always been. In fact, for Hila, even if every Germinal member on the fleet died, she could not care less. To rule death meant that she was destined to be banished to hell. But her sister, Aurora, was completely different. She was an angel who used her love for the world to touch everyone she met. The only thing Hila regretted was that she did not protect her sister well, resulting in her falling into the hands of the Germinal organization. The Tedramira River branched out into the sea. The fleet of Stardragon and Hesla ships formed a tight blockade, and the riverbed of the estuary was also planted with many mines. Both countries knew the whereabouts of the Germinal organization's evacuation troops. Stardragon and Hesla regarded this battle with high importance as it was an excellent opportunity to eliminate an army of the Germinal organization. The battlefield was divided into two areas, and each country was responsible for one of the two areas. Hesla was mainly responsible for the sea blockade, while Stardragon's forces were in charge of land interception. This method of cooperation split the responsibility and prevented command conflicts. Division 13 also sent secret agents to act as an emergency team and an assault troop. They would take on special tactical tasks and were waiting at a small dock near the estuary to be dispatched by the army commander. Jiang Wei's team was among them. You've been with us for a month now and have been through enough training. This mission is really important, so do not make any mistakes. He nodded and smiled arrogantly. Leader, you worry too much. During this past month, which task have I not completed successfully? Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. Lai Yalan hugged her hands to her chest and sat one side with her legs folded. She was frowning and appeared to be in a bad mood. The truth was, after Han Zhao had skipped town, the agents who had lost their deposits all came to get their money back, and since then, her mood had never been good. Yu came over and sat next to Lai Yalan. He teased, "Beauty Lai, what are you thinking about?" Lai Yalan glared at him and retorted, "Are you a curious baby? How is this any of your concern?" Yu wanted to get close to Lai Yalan badly. When he first joined and laid eyes on Lai Yalan, he was stunned by her beauty. It pleased him to no end that he was teammates with someone this beautiful. Hence, he frequently tried to strike up conversations with Lai Yalan. However, after being fooled by Han Zhao, she had developed a strong dislike toward newcomers. Thus, whenever she saw Yu, she would think of Han Zhao, so naturally, she did not have a good impression of Yu. While speaking, she clenched her fists and cracked her knuckles. One could almost see the anger fumes rising from within and forming in her fists. Yu recoiled immediately. He knew that once Lai Yalan showed this expression, she meant to beat people up. When he first joined the team, he had experienced it firsthand and spent 3 days in the medical department. Lin Bio, who was watching from the side, shook his head and feigned maturity. "Little monkey, you are still too terrified. In terms of courage, I only admire Brother Zio." Who exactly is Brother Zio? Yu was puzzled. Since joining the team, he had learned that this team's full strength was 6, but there was always one person missing. Lai Yalan exploded immediately and fumed. "Do not mention his name in front of me. Do not forget that we still have a mission to complete." Jiang Wei shook his head, let out a breath, and explained, "Han Zhao was originally our teammate. However, he left because of some special reasons." Special reasons? Yu used his imagination and probed. Was he sent to carry out a special mission? Jiang Wei shook his head. Was he transferred to another team by the superior? Jiang Wei shook his head. Then where did he go? Yu was bewildered. Lai Yalan huffed. "He could be dead for all we know." "Who are you kidding? Why keep his spot if he really is dead? You all speak as if you all hate him, but why do I feel like you all actually miss him a lot?" Silence. After a long time, Lai Yalan stood and smiled slightly. "Choose a way to die." Yu scampered off. Lambert shook his head and kept his sword sheathed. "Old Black, we've arrived," Pilot Antonio lazily called. "I can see. Also, do not call me Old Black," Han Zio retorted. "Call Black Phantom if you must. Foolishly calling me Old Black will affect my luck." Antonio removed his earmuffs and puffed out a cloud of smoke. "Forget it, you don't have much luck anyway. Get lost," Han Zio said irritably. In the past 2 months, Han Zio had maintained a good working relationship with the Fabian company, and Antonio was warming up to him day by day. "Mr. Black Phantom, may I help you?" Ever since Han Zio made it to top 10 of the killer list, the Blood Pact Society valued him greatly and gave him special treatment. There was someone on standby 24 hours to answer his calls and provide special services. Yup, decent and proper services. I need the latest movement of both the retreating Germinal troops as well as Stardragon and Hesla's troops. Sure, I'm accessing the documents now. The information will be sent to your computer shortly. Okay, I also need a helicopter on call at the small dock near the estuary of Tedramira River. As you wish. Tedramira River divided into branches flowing through Cloud Valley and eventually reaching the sea. The location where Hanzio had landed was on the edge of Cloud Valley. According to the information from the Darknet organization, Germinals evacuating land troops would converge with their maritime troops after passing through the valley. Hanzio's target was to intercept the land troops. He was clear that the two countries would have planted their land troops in ambush. It was highly possible that the troops were placed within Cloud Valley. Hanzio sat inside the truck and took a look at the detailed map that had been sent over through the Darknet. He was about to drive off when his phone rang. Hello, Black Phantom, you're joining in the Germinal commotion. Bennett asked over the phone, surprised. Yes, you should come and play, too, Hanzio jokingly replied. The Darknet has always been neutral, don't go overboard. Don't worry, I've never cheated my teammate. Bennett doubted his words. Forget it. Anyway, I will need your help with some matters later on. Over these past 2 months, Hanzio had often called Bennett to keep in touch since he had Bennett's number. Furthermore, with Hanzio's growing fame, Bennett was more than happy to converse with him. Hence, the relationship between the two of them was good. The truck stopped at the edge on the other side of Cloud Valley. The tip-off had shown that this was a route that the Germinal land troops were unable to take as it was very far away. Hanzio did not enter the woods and took out a pile of spider detectors, more than 40 in fact. They were activated through his tablet computer and started vibrating. They looked like a bunch of troops waiting for orders. Hanzio sent most of the spider detectors into the woods and left a few to advance in the opposite direction to scout for the Germinal organization's arrival. Frenzied Sword was by his side, receiving small tasks from him every day. Even though he thought that Frenzied Sword had potential, he would not groom Frenzied Sword fully. The EXP he gave Frenzied Sword was limited compared to those players in the same period. Yet Frenzied Sword was extremely satisfied. Commander Huang. The radar is showing a suspicious target, shouted a soldier in the Stardragon Strategic Department tent. Huang Qiyuming strode over to the radar display screen, which was showing a flashing light entering Cloud Valley region. Reporting to you, sir. The radars have been deactivated by very strong electromagnetic radiation, which is coming from the direction of the Germinal army. Huang Qiyuming seemed composed and quickly issued his commands. As for the suspicious target, he could only leave it aside. It was more critical to deal with the huge Germinal army at this point in time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a screeching sound could be heard coming from the horizon. A dozen mid-range missiles were steadily approaching Stardragon camps, leaving fiery trails behind them. The Stardragon army aimed and fired their missile-intercepting machine guns toward the cluster ammunition, creating explosions and intercepting the bullets in mid-air. Both sides were ready for the battle. The only question here was, who was more prepared? Enemies will soon reactivate their radars. We don't have much time left, we need to launch attacks now. Uger commanded in a dead serious tone. Bomb detecting team, you go first. With the vehicles carrying portable bomb detectors leading the way, the Germinal troops were able to quickly detect where Stardragon had planted bombs and detonate them with their machine gun. Germinal was steadily and safely advancing. Nihox, after your troop gets out from the jungle, lead the assault troops to fight the enemies head-on. Your task is very important, you have to distract the enemies. Uger spoke into the walkie-talkie. Nihox was sitting in one of the transport vehicles, and he replied with a light grunt. This large-scale battle scene left the logistic team leaders, Sleepy Winter, Flash Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim, in awe. Thought I was going to die when the missiles flew over just now. Twinkle Fried Rice heaved a sigh of relief. Sleepy Winter laughed bitterly. Let's just stick to delivering resources. No way we can handle any battle tasks. Rainy Kim's expression was calm. With a hint of determination, she said, I want to give it a shot. We only have a few handguns, what can we do? I want to try. Forget it. If we go, we will just court our own deaths. I want to try. Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice made eye contact and relented. Okay. You're the boss, you are the prettiest. We'll follow you. Let's go together. Expressionless, Rainy Kim started walking right away after getting their agreement, and the other two could not do anything but keep up behind her. It was a party of gunfire and explosions. Hanzio slowly drove his car to the target location on the cliff, where he could see the grand fireworks in the distance in the jungle. There were spider detectors hidden in the jungle. Some of them had been destroyed, but some lived and were loyally updating the battle situation for Han Zio. Judging from their location, Germinal troops were going to get out of the jungle and into the open fields very soon. In the distance, on the Tedramira River, explosions appeared on the surface of the water as well. Han Zio took out his binoculars, and he could see that the Germinal ships were also getting attacked, and the attack was worse than the one they were facing in the valley. Germinal ships had yet to reach the straits, and they were already getting bombed heavily by fighter jets. It's time to get ready. Han Zio took out a few foldable battery ports, came up with a task with decent rewards, and issued it to Frenzied Sword. Tasks like setting up traps and stuff were obviously for these fresh, young players. As Frenzied Sword rushed off to set up the traps, Han Zio took out a mechanical neck brace and wore it around the back of his neck. It was a soft layer made from unknown material. He turned it on, and a numbing electric shock started to spread from his neck to his brain. Boom! An area of trees was blown up. The Germinal troops had finally made it out of the forest. Airstrike. Star Dragon's missile-carrying vehicles fired mercilessly at the Germinal troops. The missiles approached with high-pitched screeches, adding to the heavy atmosphere. Yuger did not panic. He commanded the troops to close up the gaps in their formation, with the vehicles carrying multi-barreled machine guns at the front, forming an assault formation. This reduced the area of target, and the machine guns destroyed all the missiles in the area in midair, forming a vacuum, allowing the troops to smoothly sail through the explosion waves. Wang Qiuming paused. He had just received news that the battle at Tedramira River was at a heated stage. The strategic team had primarily marked out a few locations where Germinal teams could have gathered. The strategic team advised him to change from the original plan to use Plan B. Wang Qiuming made some rearrangements and instructed the interception ring to leave a gap. At the same time, Rainy Kim and the others made it to the front line. Twinkle Fried Rice suddenly pointed to the battlefield and shouted, "Someone is coming." OSHT. It looks like a high-level player. The other two turned to look in the same direction. They watched as a buff man led a team of well-armed soldiers on heavy armored motorbikes to separate from the main troop. They sped toward the Star Dragon base while smoothly dodging all the bullets. Mihawk dodged a series of attacks on his heavy armored bike, but he inadvertently triggered a mine, and his bike was blown apart. He began to run, at a speed almost as fast as the motorbikes, through the bullets. His task was to deliver the bomb that he was carrying to the Star Dragon base. Superhumans usually fought in assault teams on the battlefields. Mihawk could see that the enemies had sent their elite teams toward them. He concentrated expressionlessly and adjusted his inner energy to save up for later. Suddenly, Mihawk instinctively felt that there was imminent danger. He reacted extremely quickly, pushed hard with his legs, and was going to change direction. But he was not fast enough. A bullet with blue light trailing behind it hit Mihawk's neck from the side and caused a huge splatter of blood. He was critically injured. He groaned and spat out mouthfuls of blood. There was absolutely no cover on the fields. His only choice was to keep running forward, but his wound caused him to slow down significantly. A combat fighter, who could fight through gunfire, had been critically injured by one shot. Wang Qiuming was shocked. "That was not us. Who's the sniper?" He remembered the suspicious target that had been detected at the start and felt that this shot seems really familiar. He pondered for 2 seconds, and his eyes widened. Only a monster sniper could critically damage a superhuman, the Black Phantom that only recently had become involved in underground activities. Bullet with blue light, it must be him. What is he doing here? Why help us? Commander, what do we do now? The vice captain asked. Wang Qiuming considered and made up his mind decisively. He doesn't look like enemy. Don't care about him. Focus on fighting Germinal. Usually, snipers' skills would be of very limited use in this kind of battle. But when super snipers like Black Phantom came into the picture, it would be a completely different story. The Star Dragon did not know why Black Phantom was helping them, but needless to say, this helped them greatly. Yuger was furious. One shot to critically injure Mihawk. That must be that damned Black Phantom. Not long ago, he got Freyr's team too. This monster must have joined the fight at Star Dragon's request. Yuger felt immense pressure when he thought of Black Phantom's kill statistics that had been circulating on the dark web. He had been crowned a superhuman killer, way too dangerous. Even though Yuger was stronger than Mihawk, he did not want to have a taste of Black Phantom's strength. Mistaking Han Zio for someone on Star Dragon's side, Yuger angrily commanded, Team 3, locate and terminate the sniper. Take the test subjects with you. You must at least divert his attention away from us. After his first shot, Han Zio activated a new task. You have joined in the battle between Stardragon and the Germinal organization. Since you have chosen your side, see what you can do for your allies. This was a Class C mission. The player had to kill Germinal soldiers and prevent them from escaping. Reward would be based on task performance. The reward EXP shouldn't be less than 300,000. Because Stardragon was also present, Hanzio intentionally avoided using the high explosive bullets. A sniper rifle could only deal limited damage to armored cars, so Hanzio activated the portable battery that had been set up beforehand. 300 meters in front of the Germinal troop, 4 portable batteries transformed into small multi-barreled machine guns. They fired rapidly, and some of the armored vehicles exploded on the spot. The remaining soldiers had to spread out and launch counterattacks on the portable batteries. Once the team spread out, the portable battery was a lot less effective because it had to rotate and aim instead of aiming at one spot. The portable batteries did not have defensive mechanisms, even if Hanzio used platinum as the surface material, and 2 out of 4 were blown to bits very quickly. Overall, the result was good. More than half of the vehicles were destroyed, and the enemies were significantly weakened. At this moment, the troops did something that Hanzio did not expect. He opened the rear of one of the armored vehicles. 3 humanoids jumped out of the car and ran toward the portable batteries at a speed faster than car. They looked really strange, and Frenzied Sword was taken aback. What in the world are those things? Frenzied Sword wanted to use detection on them but was informed that he was too far away. The 3 humanoids were well built and expressionless. There were large amounts of metallic joints and structures inside the arms, legs, and spinal regions. The metal was fixed into the bones at joints, such as in their knees and elbows. As they were running, the metallic joints would have blood seeping out. There was no doubt that every movement would inflict great pain. But the trio seemed emotionless, as if they could not feel any pain. Moreover, there was a layer of thin armor growing from the skin of the humanoids. Hanzio recognized the humanoids the second he saw them. The 3 successfully drew close to the portable battery, bombarding it with countless attacks using their fists wrapped in exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton that was rooted to the joints released smoke. As they used more power, they instantly destroyed the portable battery, causing it to fall to its side as it cracked open. After taking down the remaining portable batteries, the 3 sprinted toward Hanzio, each step moving them 7 to 8 meters ahead, with an overwhelming killing intent completely directed toward him. Hanzio's gaze remained unfazed as he pulled out his tablet, quickly unleashing another hidden weapon. The trailer shook violently as 2 second-generation rovers rushed out to Hanzio's side. Instantly, they activated. With both hands, the machine gun released its rounds, as their chests shot out mini rocket missiles, ravaging the 3 test subjects. The damage was dealt heavily but was almost entirely blocked by the exoskeleton armor, with only its endurance dropping. The 3 test subject stats were also exposed. Based on your level, you acquired the following information. Super Soldier Experimental Body, level 40. The 3 test subject stats were considered extremely low for LV40. With such a high level but low level stats, it meant that they had no potential. Individually, their health points were very low, but the defense and endurance provided by the exoskeleton was able to reduce the damage to the body to a large extent. The second-generation rovers fired several rounds, which only took off a fifth of their health bar. Hanzio realized that Experimental Body was actually at LV45, and his stats were at an even higher level than his 2 counterparts. Perhaps he was the leader of the 3. Take the briefcase with the red triangle marking from the trailer. I have something I want you to do. Frenzied Sword instantly carried out the orders, carrying the briefcase in hand. Inside it was a bomb with massive destructive power. Hanzio quickly scribbled down the task and tossed it over. Take your unfulfilled dreams and explode into glorious sparks. Frenzied Sword unconsciously gulped down his saliva. Go for it, youngster. I'll leave the stage to you, Hanzio casually remarked as he continued to barrage the test subject with attacks. I got it. Frenzied Sword clenched his jaw. The rewards from the task were extremely attractive and could definitely make up for the death penalty. Steadying his heart, he leaped forward, lunging onto No. 43 as a fist pierced through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and clenched his teeth as he activated the bomb in the briefcase. Boom! A mini mushroom-shaped cloud rose up into the skies. The sweltering wave of hot air mixed with dust exploded, and the fully equipped Hanzio was splattered with dirt. Hanzio suddenly threw aside Red Falcon, reloaded the ghost sniper as he activated, reinforcing it with, and fired. The bullet, with blue light trailing behind it, disappeared from sight as it shot straight through No. 44's head. Blood spurted out like an arrow, leaving a thin, long streak of blood on No. 44. Just one more step, and he would have been able to reach Han Zio. His still eyes had a trace of unwillingness. This scene was far too familiar to Han Zio. Fighting with a mechanic, distance was always the determining factor between a win or a loss. Many other enemies had fallen right before reaching their target. Just like this. It's a shame. Even if you managed to engage me in close quarter combat, you wouldn't have lived. Han Zio shook his head. There were still many cards that he had not shown yet. These immature test subjects were far from his match. The battle this time could be considered an easy fight. Mass-produced assembly line soldiers were the easiest enemies for him to take on. Frenzied Sword sacrificed his virgin death. 10 seconds later, he was revived next to the trailer. Looking at the quest rewards and enemy kill experience, he could not hold back his grin. The Germinal team that had come to intercept him had been eliminated. The heated battlegrounds were already at the pinnacle of its battle. Star Dragons and Germinal's foot soldiers had both been massacred. In the battlegrounds, Sleepy Winter taunted, "Did I see that right? Is that Frenzied Sword?" Han Zio's battle was very conspicuous. They saw Frenzied Sword's ID floating above his head and got a shock. Twinkle Fried Rice was at a loss. Even the cold, prideful Rainy Kim had her mouth wide open. Sleepy Winter remembered that even at the internal examinations, Frenzied Sword rejected his goodwill and did not enter the Star Dragon army. So, how could he be on the battleground now? And by self-destructing, he defeated a high-level monster. They saw all of it happen. If my eyes didn't play tricks on me, that black-clothed person he's following, that was the Black Phantom, who appeared a while ago at Big Horn Mountain, Rainy Kim suddenly said. Frenzied Sword and the three of them had started on the same foot, but now he seemed to have gotten way ahead of them. It made Sleepy Winter feel a little pressured. And curious as well. No wonder he didn't want to join us during the internal beta. What exactly happened to Frenzied Sword? Why is he with Black Phantom? The battle was raging on the Tedramira River. Hesla was responsible for securing the waters. A naval formation was stationed at the estuary, and a huge portion of them were battleships loaded with large-caliber artillery. The Germinal Navy was bombarded from a distance of over 10 kilometers away. Carp and Shark units have been preloaded with torpedoes. Await Germinal's entry and then fire away. Feed them full with a round of firepower. As for the offense formation, maintain the intensity of firepower, no change. Sonar scanners take note of the surrounding waters. There could be a chance for Germinal reinforcements to appear. The troops that were deployed to fight the battle surrounded and harassed the Germinal fleet. Using bombs as their main form of attack, this caused quite some trouble for the Germinal fleet. There were bound to be some lucky cannonballs that escaped their intercepting fire, and when this happened, 3 of their ships sank. As the fleet's main purpose was to evacuate, their weaponry was not sufficient to wage a war. However, Germinal still had a plan of their own. A fighter jet poured another wave of ammunition, and while the pilot was preparing to make another round, a shroud of dark fog exploded around him all of a sudden. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a demon with dark eyeshadow and ear studs, with a sharp blade in his hand. He quickly sliced through the pilot's throat, splashing blood upon the window. The fighter jet crashed down in the water with the pilot's corpse. The demon smiled coldly and disappeared, leaving only a dash of black fog. Gila stepped onto the bow of the ship. The wind was blowing through that red hair of hers. She took in a deep breath, raising both her hands as though worshipping the sun. Gray air slowly flowed through from the fresh dead bodies in the battlefield. It gathered from all directions and tingled Gila's 5 senses. Her face flushed as if she had breathed in God's medicine. She closed her eyes and then opened them even wider than before. An invisible sound wave rose from her lungs out to her throat, and she screamed. It was like a ghost's piercing scream. The eyes of the pilots in the sky burst, their ears bleeding. Their brains were shaken into a state of confusion. The pilots fell one after another like broken kites, crashing onto the ground and water. They were fried into balls of fire. A no-fly zone had formed in the sky, and the fighter jet formation had single-handedly been taken down by Gila. The remaining fighter jets received orders and hurriedly retreated. This was the horrible threat of military operations. They required people to operate the machines. If the operator was too weak, Gila's killing threat could disrupt their mind. Aquamarine's technological advancements did not hold much against Gila's mental disruption skills. Only a few reconnaissance drones continued to track and observe the sky. Renette teleported to Gila's side, with one hand painfully rubbing his head. His nose was bleeding, and he had a dark, gloomy expression. "Were you trying to kill me as well?" Gila gave him a cold shoulder, refusing to answer. Renette could only swallow this breath, not daring to provoke her. Hesla's high-ranking officers had been paying close attention to the battle. The naval formations made them extremely furious. Anti-sonar submarines. How did the signal not sound anything at all? How far is the enemy's range? These could only be Germinal's submarines. Where did they come from? Could it be that Germinal had planned this all along, to withdraw some troops from Andria? Or was there a secret base on an island nearby? No matter the reason, the enemy had reinforcements, and they now needed to deal with the unexpected situation. Germinal's fleet took this chance. They changed their formation. The ship sailed to the shore, opened up, and lowered the slats, providing a bridge for the ground troops to cross. The edge of the stern dragged along the shore of the beach. This method came with a huge risk of beaching the ship. Other ships would throw a hook to link the ship. That way, even if the ship became stuck, it could be pulled back to sea anytime. The root of Lin Yu's confidence came from their submarine team. They were reinforcements that Germinal's forces had called for early on. They relied on this ambush, breaking Hesla's blockade and strategic formation. In order to break through Stardragon's ambush, Uger had lost more than half of the troops, and when this opportunity arose, he immediately ordered the team to speed up and rush toward the barge ship. Stardragon's assault troops, which were on standby, became anxious. What shall we do? If they waited any longer and the Germinal organization's forces managed to link up successfully, there would be no more chances. The assault troops were all from Stardragon's Division 13. They were all specialists and elites. They could hear their superiors command. It was only one word: forward. Wearing his power suit, Zhang Wei stood at the front of the battleship as the barrier. Lambert dealt damage by sniping. This assault boat did not only have Zhang Wei's team of 4, as Lin Yao was not taking part in battle. There were still 10 elite fighters. The battleship surged forward through the waves, surfing through the onslaught of bullets and missiles before it collided into the Germinal ship with a loud bang. The infiltration team jumped aboard and began exchanging blows intensely with the Germinal soldiers. The infiltration team's attack strategy only had 2 goals. The first was to massacre the barge's attack forces and destroy the land vehicles that were on the boat. The second was to take control of the boat. As Hesla's backup troop did not arrive as planned, the infiltration team was not in a good position. They were falling into a difficult battle. The Germinal organization's plans were affected, causing their progress to slow down. The Germinal executive officers set out to counter Stardragon's infiltration team. Zhang Wei's team was struggling to get the upper hand on the barge. Suddenly, a strong gale came rushing over without warning, like a ghost. The team's internal alarms rang on high alert as they hurried to dodge it. However, they still could not dodge the shockwaves of the wind. A strong wave of dizziness overcame them. Clenching their teeth, they looked toward the direction where the enemy was standing. There, they saw Hila, whom they had once crossed swords before. Hila had a cold expression. She still remembered she had once fought the Stardragon soldiers. Last time, she had taken a small loss because of them. Remembering that, her killing intent was more murderous than before. Huyu had a pained expression on his face as he held up both his guns with the intent to aim. But with a light sneer from Hila, her voice carried forth an overwhelming psychological suppression from the necromastery ability. As if he had taken a hard blow, Huyu staggered backward as his nose spurted blood. Hila did not even spare him a look as she turned her gaze to Lai Yalan. Her killing intent was clear. This was the special female assassin that had used the lightweight mechanical arm. She definitely knew Zero's whereabouts. Lai Yalan had a look of steely determination. She pulled out her foldable machete as she lunged toward Hila fearlessly. As the pugilist in the team, she had to initiate battles. Hopefully I can last the first bout. Lai Yalan quietly clenched her jaw. As long as she could hold out till Hila's next attack, she had confidence that she could close and to restrict Hila's movements such that she would not have time to release another one of those psychological attacks. Even though Hila's abilities were strong, she was only using the attack on a superficial level, and every release required build-up to release the skill. Naive, Hila remained expressionless. The next second, a sudden large wave of power surged toward the side of her ribs, causing her to fly off sideways as she collided into the side of an SUV, and her ribs throbbed with pain. Hila was in so much pain that her face turned ashen. With a deep heave, the necromancer's power on her hand suddenly dissipated. In her shock, she turned to look at the source of the attack. There was a van driving along the shore, staying alongside the boat. From the driver's window seat, a sniper was hinged on the window as a black gloved palm held onto this deadly weapon with its muzzle releasing thick smoke. Han Zio cocked the gun, and another smoking bullet was released from the muzzle. Driving at a constant speed, it drove alongside Germinal's boat. When they reached the valley, he had spotted traces that Stardragon might let Germinal troops off the hook. So, Hanzio drove to the lake beforehand, his target to capture the Germinal executive officers. He spotted Hila in an instant, then he saw Zhang Wei and the others. Slightly taken aback, he did not expect this coincidence. Seeing his former teammate fall into danger, Hanzio did not say anything else before pulling out Red Falcon and firing. Hila's defensive air barrier was weakened to a large extent, and its penetration abilities dissipated, turning into momentum that pushed her away. The interface displayed Hila's abilities. After 1 year, Hila had leveled up from LV30 to LV40, and Hanzio was at the same level as her. He could see her stats, and her 2 strongest stats were Mystery and Intelligence. Her abilities were described as well: Dictating Death and Capturing Souls. Potential rating S. Grim Reaper's power is able to heal flesh wounds under regular circumstances, plus 500% health regeneration speed. While using energy, plus 1000%, 2000% health regeneration speed. Scent of Death supports your life, vitals are immune to critical attacks. Soul Disregard, Dictators of Death fear nothing, plus 20% resistance to negative effects, plus 30% psychological resistance. Ignore Sudden Death, death is like the wind, always by your side, will not receive any fatal attacks. When health points are lower than 1%, a special status effect will be obtained. Hanzio was helpless, these abilities made Hila practically impenetrable. No, it should not be described as impenetrable, but rather like a cockroach that would not die no matter how much one hit it, unless one used an extremely strong attack ability to finish Hila off. Oh, I forgot, she was even immune to instant death. Forget it, I'm probably better off just taking a nap. Hanzio shook his head. As expected of the future big boss, the number of her abilities is almost as high as Bennett's. The only difference between the main roles is just luck. Hila, the hardest person to take on, was the first person he had met, but Zhang Wei's team had fallen into a difficult situation. Since he had the means to help out, he naturally would not stand aside and not lend a helping hand. After all, they had fought together side by side before. Taking advantage of Hila's distraction, Lai Yalan closed in and slashed at her. Hila, as she staggered back in pain, was infuriated by Hanzio's sneak attack. Meanwhile, her wound's recovery could be seen by the naked eye. However, her being on the boat meant that she could not take out the sniper on the shore. Hila's movements were instantly restricted, and with the sniper's uncanny ability to find openings, he managed to stop her from counter-attacking at the right moment every time. This synchronized perfectly with Lai Yalan, Zhang Wei, and the others' movements. Hila realized that she had actually fallen into a situation where she could not retaliate at all. Thus, she could only stay on the defensive, dodging every attack. But from Zhang Wei and the others' perspective, it was a ray of light for them. Originally, the team of 4 had created a battle strategy. But after Hu Yu received heavy injuries, it rendered him unable to fight and left a hole in their teamwork. But that sniper was able to patch up that gap. At every critical moment, he managed to fire a timely shot to assist them. It was as if he was someone who had a solid grasp of their fighting style. Who was he? Lai Yalan and Zhang Wei began to have such thoughts. Hu Yu, who was still suffering from dizzy spells, could only fend off regular soldiers. Watching Zhang Wei and the others coordinate with the sniper, he suddenly felt as if that sniper was actually a real team member of theirs, and it was he who was only an outsider. Hila is held up. Lin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Looking toward the van at the shore, he squinted. Black Phantom, what is he doing here? They were almost at the end of the estuary. Just slightly ahead of them was the sea. Lin Yu was in dire need for Hila's abilities to deal AoE damage. She definitely had to get out of that situation. He ordered, Yuger, get rid of Black Phantom. Yuger had already boarded the ship. Overwhelming with his dark purple aura and without any further orders, he was about to lunge toward Hanzio, who was in the van. But suddenly, he sensed a wave of energy from someone with pugilist powers that were equal to his. Division 13 seconds trump card. Yuger's face was solemn, and he no longer cared about Hanzio. He was locked onto the middle-aged man. Both were powerful martial artists, and as their eyes met, it was as though a bomb just exploded. Both of them were fuming, and their fists collided like 2 streaks of transverse lightning striking the sky. The scene seemed to freeze while the sky roared. Division 13 had played their trump card. Lin Yu had no choice but to send out Yuger, who was at the same rank, to fight back. Exasperated, he ordered, Renette, go get rid of that Black Phantom. Easy, Renette uttered. As an assassin with a teleportation ability, Renette believed he was the nemesis of all snipers, even if it was Black Phantom. The next second, black mist flashed, and Renette was nowhere to be seen. All of a sudden, he appeared in the driver's seat of the truck and was going to stab the sword through Han Zio's head. Teleportation. Han Zio was alert and immediately activated the full-body electromagnetic armor. However, the sword was unable to reach even his armor. Frenzied Sword had reacted quickly. He had rushed to block the sword for Han Zio and died on the spot. Both were taken aback. Eyes filled with bloodlust, Han Zio reacted within seconds. He grabbed Renette by his hand using one arm while he activated the thermoelectrical incisor gloves on his other hand. Amid the buzzing of the electricity, he slapped the gloves onto Renette's face, and immediately, a burning smell filled the air. The shrill scream was ear-piercing. Renette was in crazy pain, and he teleported straight back to the ship. As he tried to move his arm, he realized that Han Zio was grabbing onto his arm. Han Zio was also brought onto the barge. Han Zio moaned angrily and just would not let go of Renette's face. With his 5 fingers penetrating Renette's skull, the damage dealt was increasing at the speed of waterfall. The pain was so unbearable that Renette let out painful beastly cry, and his expression changed. Han Zio abruptly raised his other hand and gave him a violent slap. The strength of that slap was over 50 points and instantaneously smashed Renette's brain into a charred lump of meat. You've killed Renette. You've gained 60,000 EXP. Target was 6 levels higher than you. Energy expended, 82%. You've gained additional 49,200 EXP. Han Zio stood up and finally understood the situation he was in. First, he got brought onto the ship by Renette, and then Germinal troops were all around him, with their weapons all pointing at him and preventing his escape. Completely surrounded, Han Zio's eyes froze as he covered his chest with his hands. Fire, endless bullets drowned Han Zio. All of a sudden, with Han Zio in the center, a strong invisible force was released. Enemies and vehicles within the range of 20 meters all flew out and fell into the river. His chest was not covered by the electromagnetic armor, revealing a palm-sized big precise device tied to his chest. The device was creaking, and slowly it became softer, eventually coming to a stop. Field repulsive machine. Type, extraordinary machine. Quality, green. Energy capacity, 110/150th. Effective range, 20 meters. Effect, releases a strong repulsive field and pushes away and objects in the range. Cooldown time, 6 minutes. Remarks, get lost. Han Zio pulled out his 2/3 generation Berserk Eagles, activated his electromagnetic hover boots, and jumped onto another ship. Since I am here, I might as well kill some people. With Renette's blood on his body, Han Zio started his killing on the barge. The Berserk Eagles had bullets coming out of them non-stop, and because the recoil was too strong, he was unable to move his wrist. The bullets penetrated through every single Germinal soldier, either through their chest or head shot, leaving the floor full of corpses. It was just like a dark movie whereby no one could stop him. Soon enough, he arrived on the ship with Lai Yalin. Han Zio's willful actions soon caught the attention of everyone. Lin Yu was furious. Renette, that idiot, did not just get himself killed but had even brought the monster onto the ship. Their ship was about to leave the estuary, and yet he still made such a mess. Quickly, get rid of that Black Phantom, Lin Yu demanded. As their commander, he could not attack easily. If he did, there would be no one left to observe the battle. Hila had long discovered Han Zio, and she was already full of anger. She clapped her hands and created a mental shock to deter Lai Yalin and the others. She took a deep breath and gathered all the power of the corpses, turned, and screamed at Han Zio. She used all the gathered power on Han Zio, and the air rippled like a sound wave. This was like an exploding bomb in the brain. A sudden pain hit Han Zio. It felt as though someone was using a spoon to stir all around his brain. The sky in his sight seemed to be tilted as he lost control of his body and stumbled to one side. Feeling nauseous, the veins on Han Zio's temples seemed to jump vigorously as if they were going to explode. Bearing the pin-pricking pain in his head, Han Zio whipped out a gray grenade from his waist and threw it out. His accuracy was compromised, and the grenade landed 10 meters away from Hila. Hila thought that this was the side effect from him being dizzy and did not pay attention to it. She decided to return with a more impactful one. But out of the blue, the grenade detonated. There was no flame nor shrapnel, only an ear-piercing high-pitched sound that rushed directly into her eardrums. Hila's brain started hurting, and she felt the world was turning, too. You can make people dizzy, so can I. Han Zio gnashed his teeth. Burst grenade uses high-frequency sound to disrupt the eardrum. Range, 50 meters. Effects, causes one to feel dizzy. Magnitude of effects determined by endurance. Han Zhao knew no mercy and continued shooting coldly. The bullets landed all over Gila's body. Eventually, when the bullets ran out, he set the electromagnetic hover boots to the highest power, and before Gila could retaliate, he kicked Gila. She flew up into the air, knocked onto the railing, and finally fell into the river. The river was stained with blood as Gila's body sank. Han Zhao did not believe that Gila would die so easily, and there was no news on the interface. He expected that after all these attacks, Gila would be able to recover soon enough, but there was no need to worry for the moment. This enemy is so difficult to kill, I can't just tackle her right now. Han Zhao. Han Zhao. Who is that? I think you've got the wrong person. It's you. Stop pretending. I could recognize you even if you turned into ash. Lai Yalan gnashed her teeth. Damn, how did she recognize me? Based on my polished acting skills, how could I still be exposed? Han Zhao was dumbfounded. This young lady is really unpredictable. Members of the troops were stunned. They were doubtful about Lai Yalan's judgment, but at the same time, they were a little convinced. At that moment, Han Zhao, who was in full black, holding berserk eagles in both hands, suddenly revealed his own face. Oh, that's what you actually look like. Jiang Wei murmured as he finally understood why Han Zhao had always worn a mask in the past. In the past, when they were working together for Division 13, Han Zhao had always worn a mask. Members of the troops never saw what he looked like and never knew Han Zhao's true identity. At the moment, they thought that the face they saw on the facial simulator was Han Zhao's actual face. They had expected him to be quite handsome. No one expected that the famous Black Phantom would turn out to be a former comrade. Wait, he became the Black Phantom of the Darknet organization, and the higher-ups were so ambivalent about it. Was this actually a secret mission? You got it wrong. No time for nonsense now, the enemies are here. Han Zhao said sternly. Lai Yalan raged. It's no use even if you deny, right? The higher-ups must have sent him for a secret mission. That's why he cannot reveal his identity. Could it be that Stardragon is going after the Darknet next? The crowd was unknowingly forming a misunderstanding about the situation. The conversation ended quickly. On the battlefield, everyone could only suppress their doubts and focus on dealing with the enemies. A Germinal executive headed straight for Han Zhao. Han Zhao pointed toward the executive with his hands forming a pistol, and signaled to the Stardragon team to join forces against the enemy. Jiang Wei and his team naturally had no objection and started fighting by his side. As the Germinal executive rushed over, his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon and transformed into a 4-meter-tall white beast. The white beast started running on the deck like a wolf, and his heavy body caused the deck to vibrate. He opened his big mouth and pounced over. This action was full of elegance and strength. Transfiguration was a common branch from the Asper family. They could take different forms, some weaker and others stronger. The forms they took on could be so strange that they could even be out of the imagination. The great white wolf hopped around the deck as it tried to attack. Han Zhao felt it was no one of his business. He allowed Jiang Wei and his power suit to act as the tank while Han Zhao stood at the side and tried to launch some sneak attacks. Sometimes he would use his thermoelectrical incisor gloves to slice a piece of meat off the wolf. Hu Yao also used his berserk eagles, and his action was swift as the coursing river. Initially, he was proud of himself. After witnessing how skillful and minimalistic Han Zhao was and how he would never miss a single bullet, Hu Yao felt like he was making a fool of himself. You really live up to your name, Mr. Black Phantom. Such dexterity in handling double guns. Hu Yao admired secretly. The great white wolf was beaten up badly. Realizing that it was beyond its ability to retaliate and other executives were unable to help, it turned and fled the scene. Han Zhao had already expected this, and right then, he fired his berserk eagles at the great white wolf's eyes, activating This time, the damage was increased by 3.2 times. Boom! The great white wolf's eyes exploded, and it groaned in pain as it fell onto the deck. The whole barge shook for a second. Jiang Wei immediately dealt another blow. With his ammunition emptied, Jiang Wei's armor extended into a golden sword. He leapt as his exoskeleton provided him with the energy, and latched onto the great white wolf's body as he slashed it violently many times. Just then, the backup troops finally arrived at the port and let off a signal flare to signal for them to retreat. At that moment, Jiang Wei turned and asked Han Zhao, Han, Black Phantom, do you want to leave with us? No, thanks. Han Zhao waved his hand. All right, thanks for your help, I'll remember this. Stardragon will also remember this. Jiang Wei's speech had a hidden meaning. Together with his troops, he turned and leapt onto the assault boat. Lin Yalan stared in Han Zhao's direction. As members of the Division 13 were withdrawing, Han Zhao activated his electromagnetic skating shoes and jumped onto the shore. He rushed for the truck that had been following him around automatically, jumped into the driver's seat, switched it to manual driving, and left the shore speedily. Hila, who was wet through and through, climbed onto the ship. Fighting off her dizziness, she glared at the departing truck. She was always the one treating people like that, but this time around, she had actually had a taste of her own medicine. Black Phantom, I will remember you. Hila's eyes froze as her body healed quickly. The Germinal troops arrived at the port and released a torpedo, causing the sea mines to explode. With the water exploding, they successfully entered the open sea. Hesla's navy also came by and was not reconciled to not giving chase. Both ships were restricted by each other. In the midst of the firing the cannons, the Germinal ship sank. Based on the battle strategies, the Germinal's forces broke free from the attacks and escaped. However, based on the damages suffered from the battle, Germinal lost 70% of their troops while Hesla's losses were less than 10% of what Germinal had lost. With that being said, victory was definitely not Germinal's. Although they had not been able to stop all the Germinal forces, both nations were able to achieve the battle objective of damaging the enemy. All in all, the winners of the battle were Stardragon and Hesla. The battle is over. Han Zhao glanced at Frenzied Sword, who seemed to have revived and was sitting beside him, and wrote him a mission with no requirements. Frenzied Sword had taken a stab for him, and thus he would give him some EXP even if he did not need to. The description of the mission was actually the reward for taking a stab for Han Zhao, and that made Frenzied Sword surprised. His action was purely voluntarily as he thought it was okay for him to die, but Han Zhao must not. He did not expect any reward, and he became even more determined to protect Han Zhao. After giving the reward, Han Zhao turned to his own interface and grinned from ear to ear. Progress 3/3. The great white wolf that he had fought against with Zhang Wei was a LV-45 character. As it was a joint battle, the additional EXP obtained was little. However, the requirement for advancement could be said to have been completed, which meant, I can advance. Breaking through the blockade made them suffer heavy losses, including the lives of 17 executives. Han Zhao alone had killed 3. When Lin Yu was reporting back to the commander, he emphasized on these statistics. Black Phantom's intervention surprised the commander. It turned quickly into anger as the commander started to feel like the Germinal organization had seemed to turn into a tiger without teeth. Anyone dared to bully it. At the same time, it also increased his hatred for Zero. He had disrupted the plan that they had laid out laboriously, and also put the entire organization in grave danger. The commander remembered his conversation with Zero before he escaped from the lab. It angered him more whenever he thought of how this traitor managed to fulfill his promise. The commander then made people add Black Phantom to the watch list as he had no energy to focus on a small assassin at the moment. The main problem on the commander's mind was the next step of the plan for the organization. Commander, Base 13 has something urgent to report. It is regarding a recent successful test subject from the... This is the observation record. An assistant handed him a report. The moment the commander heard the words test subject, he felt a headache. He was stunned when he looked at the report. The assistant then said, cases like this did not just happen on one person. As you can see on the following list, this phenomenon seems to have occurred on a large scale, and it is spreading like an infectious disease. The commander stayed quiet for a while, looking as if he was digesting the information. He then made a sneer under the mask. There are weird phenomena, but it seems like luck is on our side. The 6 nations will have to start worrying now. In a room on the boat, the light was dim and kept blinking. Hila took off her black combat uniform and faced the mirror to count the number of wounds on her body. The most obvious one was a bullet at the side of her rib, and the dark blood clot that had formed was terrifying. Hila was expressionless as she rubbed the wound to reveal her tender flesh. She looked at the mirror and remembered how her skin used to be smooth and fair with barely any scars. Unlike now, she had so many marks of serious injuries on her body. Hila lowered her eyelids, and her long lashes covered her eyes. She put on her clothes again and went out to stare at the sea silently. She had to lie and wait for the next battle. Zhang Wei and his team took the plane back to Division 13. Say, how did Han Zhao become Black Phantom? Wei Yalan suddenly opened her eyes with a confused look. What? Brother Zhao is Black Phantom. Lin Yao was taken aback as he had not been involved in the battle and did not know about this matter. Zhang Wei then explained the story to him. Lin Yao was flabbergasted and could not help but ask, you couldn't have recognized the wrong person, right? I could recognize him even if he turned into ash. Lin Yalan coldly laughed with confidence. Are we not going to look for him and bring him back? He was embarrassed when he left. He must be on a secret mission. I will ask the higher-ups when I report to them, Zhang Wei said as he shook his head. Lin Yalan could not help but add, do help me ask when he is intending to repay me as well. Jiang Wei was lost for words. Little Lin, you do not seem to be hurt. Lai Yalan's face suddenly slammed down as she turned her head, ignoring her. Dai Suzu was not bothered. Are you guys talking about Black Phantom? I met him once in the past and heard he took part in the war as well. Lai Yalan's eyes lit up. She was very certain that Black Phantom was Han Zio. Curious about what happened to him after he left Division 13, she looked past her annoyance with Dai Suzu and asked her eagerly, what was he doing when you met him? At that time, his code name was still Mr. Black, a Scorpion-level assassin, who was involved in a defense mission in Seagull City with the leader of the Darknet. Lai Yalan pumped her intently for more information. Have you heard anything else? Dai Suzu raised her eyebrows. Why are you so concerned? I'm curious about him, Lai Yalan explained. She felt that there must have been a deeper reason for Han Zio becoming Black Phantom. He would not have exposed his identity easily. Curious? Oh no, that would usually be the first step to the beginning of a love story. We must kill that possibility in its cradle. Dai Suzu's eyes froze but her smile remained. She said slowly, oh, I got some information about Black Phantom from a female assassin with codename Golden Fox. 5 minutes later, the listening crowd was staring with glazed eyes, trying their best to process the huge amount of information. Lin Yao trembled with fear. At some point in time, Lambert stopped wiping his blade. Lin Yalan mumbled under her breath, no wonder he had no physical urge when he was touching me. Hu Yu swallowed dryly and told himself that he would hide away if Han Zio ever returned to the team. When you meet him next time, be careful. Dai Suzu chuckled, got up, and sashayed away, leaving the group staring at one another. Jiang Wei coughed. He is our teammate after all. Don't discriminate against him. Everyone nodded hesitantly in agreement. After submitting his report, he requested to speak to the secretary. After a few minutes of waiting, his request was approved, and the video communication was put through. Jiang Wei went straight to the point and said, we saw Han Zio. The director of the Secret Service was surprised. Jiang Wei phrased himself carefully and explained how they had discovered that Black Phantom was Han Zio. He stared blankly for a moment before he muffled a chuckle and replied, you must have confused the two people. How could Black Phantom be Han Zio? One was a super assassin in the Darknet organization with an extraordinary level of combat capability. Although Han Zio had demonstrated his capability previously, he was far weaker than Black Phantom. This guess was just too far off the mark. The director of the Secret Service was really amused. He almost blurted out that Han Zio was Zero, but he stopped himself. The Bureau had tight confidentiality rules that prevented him from disclosing Zero's identity to others. Regarding Han Zio's real identity, he cannot be Black Phantom. Jiang Wei stared blankly. He thought, perhaps, that this was a hidden message from the secretary for him to stop being nosy about this issue. I understand, Jiang Wei replied with a knowing nod. Star Dragon's Division 13 sorted out all the reports and intelligence information and handed the final document to the 7-seat committee. The committee held a meeting to sort out all the important issues that needed to be discussed. And finally, there was only the issue regarding Black Phantom left on the table. The Darknet came to us previously. They are going to start the shelter program, so they are requesting our aid. So, this should be a friendly gesture from them. The members nodded in agreement. The Darknet had always remained a neutral party. If this was a sign that they are leaning toward the 6 nations, it would definitely be a good turn of events. The 7-member committee quickly concluded that it would support the Darknet's shelter program and approve their request for material aid. This was their opportunity to return the favor and win them over. Out of the blue, Wang Yuan received a call. His face lit up with joy and exclaimed, Star Dragon has promised material aid. Bennett was surprised. That was not a small sum, but Star Dragon had agreed to it so readily. He asked, what did they say? Well, they said they are very grateful for our help. Bennett frowned in puzzlement. Help? What did we do? On second thought, Bennett realized that Star Dragon must have thought that they had sent Black Phantom. Black Phantom was seen as a representative of the Blood Pact Society, and his actions were inevitably labeled as representing the Darknet organization. Bennett was at a loss, not knowing whether to cry or to laugh. Black Phantom had unintentionally done him a favor. He would definitely not clarify this wonderful misunderstanding. Well, I guess I owe him a favor then. Oh, what did Hesla say? Wang Yuan pushed his black-framed spectacles. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, he snorted, they are still pushing away the responsibility. Bennett shook his head. He had long known Hesla's way of doing things, and only Star Dragon was easier to talk to. With Star Dragon's assistance, the initial resources are more or less enough. Let's start the shelter program as soon as possible. The war will break out any time now. After flying through the night away from the Tedramura River, he was getting ready for his advancement when Frenzied Sword dropped offline. A player going offline is akin to disappearing. That gave the pilot a shock. Seeing that Han Zhao's expression had remained unchanged, he suppressed his shock. Different players had different peculiarities. Although the world had all kinds of aspers that made everyone well accustomed to abnormalities, over time, more and more people would realize the peculiar nature of the player's community, and there would definitely be some interesting developments. Putting aside these thoughts, Han Zhao focused his attention on the interface. The requirements for advancement had been met. Advancement. Han Zhao entered his EXP. Level up LV5. Plus 50 energy, plus 1 dexterity, plus 1 endurance, plus 4 intelligence. After the advancement, Han Zhao's health point conversion ratio increased from 115 to 120. It was obvious to him that his body was stronger. He could feel a ball of energy down in his abdomen, invigorating him. This second advancement did not unlock as many skills as his first advancement did. His first advancement had felt like a complete rebirth, while this second advancement was way smoother a process than his first one. Though not explicit as a description on the interface, Han Zhao noticed that his perception had become more acute. The world was more vivid in his eyes. If he had to describe how the advancement felt, it would be natural. He could feel the breeze flowing around his limbs and smell the mix of particles in the air. His senses were amplified by several notches. The second advancement was a prerequisite to unlock many skills, and of course, the most obvious benefit was that he could upgrade to LV60. My combat capability now, combined with my mechanical equipment, means that I am among the top few fighters in Aquamarine. Even at LV50, my stats are very strong. That is partly because of my expertise and partly because my main vocation is at a high level. This means I can take care of most superhumans without too much difficulty. Han Zhao traveled on Darknet's helicopter and finally arrived at another new village on the southern continent after landing several times in between to refill the fuel. This village was also a place where vagrant warlords gathered, and it was called Green Valleyville. Han Zhao did not bother to hide himself. The sentry of the Green Valleyville spotted him from far away and reported right away to the person in charge, Balsas. Upon hearing what the sentry had described, he was shaken. Sounds a little like Black Phantom. Didn't he just interfere with the battle at Tedramura River? Why is he here? I have nothing to do with him. Just the name Black Phantom alone made Balsas anxious. Even though Green Valleyville was heavily armed, he still felt unsafe. Balsas then muttered, "Should we approach him and find out why he is here?" He ordered his assistant to take his place and approach the Black Phantom as he was afraid to do it himself. When the assistant headed out of the gate and walked toward Black Phantom, Balsas moved beside the big gate and observed through the barbed wire fence. He seemed really careful. However, Balsas very soon witnessed a scene that shook him. He saw that the villagers living outside were actually excited and friendly toward the Black Phantom, actually gathering around him. Balsas was surprised. How do all the villagers know about the Black Phantom? Black Phantom is here. We are going to be lucky too. A player with the ID Bun Hit Dog was more exhilarated than the others. He was quite a well-known video game graphic designer, and his 20 Adventure series, which was humor-based and full of content, had gained him a lot of fans. Bun Hit Dog saw Galaxy as a potential television series. As there was limited information online about it, he keenly realized the hidden potential and decided to create a series that introduced and explained Galaxy. Wandering around a new player village, Bun Hit Dog had yet to find the starting point for his series. The first episode of a series was the most important, and he did not wish to do it carelessly. Han Zhao's appearance made Bun Hit Dog feel like his chance was finally here. Balsas' assistant approached and nervously swallowed his saliva. He was trembling with fear every time he took a step closer, and he was afraid of getting too close to Han Zhao. "What is it? May I know why you are here at Green Valleyville?" the assistant asked as he braced himself. Han Zhao took a puff of his cigarette and said, "I'm just walking past here. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause any trouble." The assistant heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, Illumira welcomes you, and Balsas wishes to invite you into the city so that he can give you a treat." "No, thanks, I'll just stay here." Han Zhao declined as it would be inconvenient to communicate with the players once he entered the town. Since there would not be anyone who dared refuse him, he would leave once he had gotten the experience. As such, he did not pay attention to Balsas. One could get goosebumps just by staring into Han Zhao's eyes. This was one of the effects of having universal reputation. When the assistant returned into the village, Balsas asked, "What did he say?" The assistant then repeated everything that had happened. "Just passing by." Balsas frowned and pondered. He ordered, "Get someone to observe Black Phantom and report to me if anything is weird. Also, go get some information from the refugees outside." While Hanzio was getting a windfall in Green Valleyville, the world situation was quietly changing. Stardragon, Hesla, Red Maple, Ordina, Theseus, and Raylan, the Six Nations wipeout operation against the Germinal organization had ended, and the subsequent impact was gradually emerging. Today, the fourth Six Nations conference was held. The topic was about the next step in their plans regarding Germinal, and whether they should go to war or not. The leader of Theseus stood up confidently and said, "I, Raylan, and Stardragon have all agreed to send out our troops." Hesla and Red Maple object. Ordina pondered for 2 seconds. "I give up my vote." Everyone looked as if they had expected it. Thu Huey, who was standing by the side, remained calm. There were 2 that agreed, 2 that objected, and 1 that gave up. He had already expected such results. Fuse and Raylan were the toughest, while Stardragon had a strong grudge with Germinal, so they would definitely not miss this chance. Hesla and Red Maple were unwilling to waste money on war. It seemed that Ordina was the greatest slimeball, always thinking about other things instead. During the conference, it was decided that the Six Nations would conduct a large-scale military operation similar to the previous major war that had uprooted the political balance. The Six Nations would move forward and retreat together, attack the Andria mainland from 6 directions, and finally destroy the Germinal organization completely. War is coming. The players in Green Valleyville took a screenshot and showed off the arrival of Black Phantom on the forum, which sparked another round of heated discussions. Previously, it was Bighorn Village, now it is Green Valleyville. Will he move on to a new location? Is this high-ranking character arranged by the game developer? The times at which he appears feels weird. If he was a mechanic instructor, his whereabouts would be uncertain. Unless he is the planet protagonist who manages the information written on the net. It doesn't seem like it. I think the planet protagonist and the plot should be related. It is unlikely that we could come in contact so early. Black Phantom should be another type of mysterious character, since it is difficult to switch vocation. Could it be that Black Phantom was sent by the game developers to compensate us? What? Does it mean that in order to switch our vocation, we have to do it now or else we'll miss this opportunity with Black Phantom? The speculation regarding Hanzio had not stopped, and the commotion in Bighorn Village had not subsided. Suddenly, a new post caught his attention. The topic was Galaxy Times. The column is released. Hanzio's face changed as he felt the nostalgia. Hanzio had once been a follower of Galaxy Times, and he would always have the urge to be the first to watch it. "Hello players," the male host greeted. "This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information. Now let us first review what has happened in the past 10 days. Planet Brighton. The city was like a floating island with 99 towers scattered on the edge of the city, forming a defense, and the main tower in the city center. The large crystal ball at the top of the tower provided magical power to suspend the city. Occasionally, there would be sightings of a dragon across the sky. New players would have a slim chance of survival in this world as it was very easy to hit the death limit. Of course, there was an even more difficult way to start, and that would be Planet Winterfrost. The base of the Hell Demon military troop was also the only one where players could see the galaxy starships. Hell Demon military troop starships were crazy powerful, and this planet was a mix of magic and technology. The richer the resources were for the novice planet, the more challenging it would be at the beginning. In contrast, the difficulty of Aquamarine was moderate, and the technological background was similar to that of many years ago. Unlike other planets where even trash cans on the street could incite the player's curiosity, there were not many surprises on Aquamarine. Next, we'll talk about an incident that happened in Aquamarine. And friends who have been active on the forum all know that Black Phantom is the first mysterious high-ranking character to appear in front of the players. The players do not have much information about him. Black Phantom seems to have a high position, and his identity is extremely mysterious as well. Furthermore, he and Germinal are enemies. Oh, does this mean he's on the same side as the Six Nations? I am not sure. Perhaps only the developers can answer this question. Alright, after listening to this lame joke, let us return to the topic, the male host said. The latest news suggests that Black Phantom has appeared in Green Valleyville of Aquamarine. Therefore, friends who wish to transfer to the mechanic class should seize the opportunity. The Black Phantom is by far the easiest way to obtain the knowledge. However, there has been a different opinion on the forums recently. Some players who transferred to the mechanics department are starting to regret. The female host feigned her surprise. There is such a thing. There was a quarrel at this point, and most of the players had been simply choosing their vocation based on which vocation was the strongest. After they had switched to being a mechanic, they found out that mechanics were not up to their expectations and would naturally be full of complaints. Hanzio narrowed his eyes. This was not totally unexpected. The players would realize sooner or later that the mechanic vocation is not suitable for combat in the early stages. The program continued running. Off the script, the male MC said, "We have just received the unreleased promo clip on the next version of the game from Galaxy. Do take a look." The clips were recorded by new players from every planet, and there were only a few clips from senior players for the time being. The battle scene for Mechanic Vocation was a clip of Black Phantom in action. Hanzio was the first advanced player to demonstrate his combat power. Sniper, rifles, turrets, squadrons, and even the vicious Fury Blade was featured in the clip. The players was all engrossed in the scenes. They were all exhilarating moments. "I didn't know I got selected to be in the promotional video." Hanzio was a little surprised. He still remembered last season's promotional video. The scene for the mechanic vocation was just the process to produce a machinery, and most players assumed that it was more of a support role. Hence, only a few players switched to the mechanic vocation. There were some wild beasts spotted around the Green Valleyville, and they had been causing problems for the town. Before Hanzio came, bosses had used some small sums as a bounty to incentivize the refugees to hunt down the beasts. After some observation, he found out to his surprise that these refugees seemed to have revival spurs and would never really die. Balsas was shocked. It might have been normal for one person to have the revival spur ability, but it would be a different story for an entire group. If I can get these strange refugees to work for me, their revival trait will make for a formidable army. I won't have to fear anyone from Black Pine anymore. Balsas was alarmed. Is Black Phantom here for these refugees too? Does he know about their ability as well? The beasts residing near the town attacked. Countless wild beasts came from the jungle and caused the ground to rumble. Gray devil wolves made up the majority. Their fur was charcoal gray, and they were as big as wild buffaloes. Balsas commanded for the town to be locked up without hesitation and asked his soldiers to ready the machine guns on the watchtowers to fight the beasts. Players that were left outside the town became the buffer zone for them to hold off the beasts. Balsas was glad that he had refugees that could be sacrificed at no cost. Mature gray devil wolves were about LV20. They pounced into the crowd and ripped apart a player in 2 to 3 bites. You have started emergency quest. Besides the normal players, Hanzio received the emergency quest too. However, to his dismay, the reward was at a newbie standard at only a few thousand EXP. Balsas realized that Hanzio had crawled to the top of the town wall while he was not looking and was watching the battle intensely. Balsas was alarmed. Black Phantom was able to silently crawl up the wall when so many people were staring down at the town wall. This meant that he could silently creep up on anyone he wanted to as well. Indeed, he was living up to his reputation as a skilled and accomplished assassin. The players gave it their all to protect the town. The situation was bloody and violent. The fight between the players and the beasts was a rough one, so some players were live streaming the battle on the forum. Hanzio narrowed his eyes. He decided to join and end this battle quickly. With that, he jumped off the wall. Activating his electromagnetic hover boots, he moved as if there was ice under his feet. He dived into the battle like a bolt of black lightning, zooming through the battlefield, straight to a relatively smaller gray devil wolf, which was old and had little fur left. It was the leader of the pack, and Hanzio noticed it when he was observing just now. Hanzio decided not to snipe these beasts. Sniping would limit the area damage, and he had limited ammo with him. It was the perfect chance for him to see what he could do with his LV50 attributes against these LV20 beasts. Hanzio was clad full body in his magnetically controlled retractable armor. He raised his arm to block off the sharp claws of the wolves, and the clashing sound was resounding. The wolves began to crowd in to protect the Wolf King. Hanzio's view was filled with wolves that were attacking him with claws and fangs from all angles. The retractable armor clashed with the sharp claws, and sparks were flying. Hanzio changed his plan and activated the repulsive force generator, which sent a pushing force out and flung all the surrounding wolves into the wolves at the back. With his path cleared, Hanzio pushed with his foot and turned up the speed of his hover boots. Wind was howling as he approached in the Wolf King at high speed. He blocked off the ferocious attacks from the Wolf King, grabbed the wolf's head, and twisted it, throwing it to the ground. He pressed his knee tightly against the wolf's stomach and pressed on its head with his left hand. Clenching his right fist, it landed right on the wolf's head. The Wolf King's head was crushed after a few punches. Blood spilled everywhere. Every time he punched, the power surging through his muscles, tendons, and bones was like a tight bow that stored great strength. It was greatly satisfying to feel at ease and in control of such great strength. A wolf's critical region was their stomach, but Han Zio preferred attacking the head more. After a few punches, the Wolf King was only a few breaths away from death. The wolf pack was howling and had all abandoned the enemies to attack Han Zio. A huge pack of wolves piled on top of him like a small hill. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and fragments of the grenade shot out with the flames caused by the explosion. The pack of wolves howled mournfully as fresh blood gushed out from their bodies. The players were left to the sidelines as they could only stare in shock and bewilderment as Han Zio killed every beast that came his way. He was a mechanic, so how did he end up in a melee close-range fight? The players' eyes were all drawn to Han Zio's elegant fighting style. It was undeniable that he was really suave. He was redefining the way most of them viewed mechanics. Soon, the wild pack of beasts had all retreated, leaving corpses strewn across the floors, soaking the ground in bright red blood. He exhaled a breath and wiped off the traces of blood left on his armor. With his stats, dealing with such low-level beasts would leave them completely crushed. He still had 40% of his stamina left. Mechanics rarely fought their enemies by close combat. However, doing this occasionally did make him feel refreshed, rather than using a fighting style that relied on sniping, which would lead to an instant death with each shot. This kind of real fist fighting feeling was much more suitable for distressing. Opening the forum, Han Zio realized that there were players who had uploaded a video footage of the fight just now. The title was shocking. Overpowered. Mechanics can actually fight like this. The recording showed Han Zio almost single-handedly conquering a wild beast fight. Real-time comments and replies mostly conveyed shock and amazement. But he realized that below the post, there was a reply that was manually pushed up. Looking at the ID, it was Luzman. His tone was as harsh as before. Black Phantom is indeed very strong, I won't deny that, but mechanics are really trash. Look carefully at the start of the video. Spurs are the central force when fighting with wild beasts, and those players who advance to become mechanics can only sit at the side and fire aimlessly without a single use for them. I presume this clip was probably recorded by a mechanic. Other than the mechanics who can be idling at one side, I guess no other players would have this kind of time in an actual fight. Also, stop sharing Black Phantom's videos. This asshole wants to trick me into becoming a mechanic again. As he continued down the post, the replies split into those who supported Luzman and those who disagreed with him. A player walked over. The ID above his head read Laughing Blade. He asked, Frenzied Sword. Once Frenzied Sword saw this person, his face fell as he dryly replied, It's you. So, you're here to play Galaxy as well. Why aren't you playing Night anymore? Haha, it's not challenging enough, Laughing Blade said half-mockingly. In the past, Frenzied Sword had also been a professional gamer in Night. In official competitions, he had suffered countless defeats to Laughing Blade, and his fame was far from that of Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade saw the rewards assigned to Frenzied Sword on Galaxy Times and realized that his old opponent was better off than him. Feeling green from jealousy, he intentionally came to stir up trouble. Since we've met, let's have a PvP duel. I'm an Esper, what about you? Mechanic. Frenzied Sword was slightly hesitant. Even though he was under Han Zio's mentorship, his current mechanic abilities were very unsuited for battle. Subconsciously, he wanted to reject the duel. Unexpectedly, Laughing Blade suddenly said, Since we've known each other for so many years, let's have a friendly duel. You can't possibly reject a small request like this, or do you look down on me? Frenzied Sword was speechless. Those words made it hard for him to reject. There was no need to have a falling out with someone in the same industry over something small like this. He wanted to have a duel with Frenzied Sword only because he had gained some popularity on Galaxy. Once he obtained some fame, it made him easy to become someone else's prey. If he were to defeat Frenzied Sword, he could probably tone down the latter's popularity. For a professional gamer who had attended a program to be defeated by him, he could become a little more famous as well. Han Zio watched with interest from the side. Laughing Blade. No impression of him. Probably not important enough in Galaxy. Frenzied Sword would eventually become a legendary player in the future, but right now, he was bowing his head to Laughing Blade. Come here. Frenzied Sword was a little confused as he followed orders accordingly. Han Zio took off his thermoelectrical incisor gloves, secretly giving them to him. With a look at the glove's stats, Frenzied Sword's breathing stopped for a moment, his face overcome with shock and surprise. I'm only lending them to you, you have to return them. Han Zio erased Frenzied Sword's unrealistic hopes. Frenzied Sword was still very touched. It was the right decision to suck up to Han Zio. He could even receive such a benefit. Is it because he's afraid that I'll lose, making him lose face? Putting on the gloves, Frenzied Sword had a greater sense of confidence. Standing 15 meters apart from Laughing Blade, both of them braced themselves, getting ready to attack. Nearby, players began crowding around to watch the show. They were mainly curious about Frenzied Sword and wanted to see the difference between a professional gamer who had his name reported on the system and a regular player. Even if he is a professional player, he should be about the same level in these early stages. His pistol can only fire at most 5 shots, and my abilities can definitely hold him off. As long as I close the distance between us, he's definitely finished. Laughing Blade thought. Laughing Blade's decision was correct, but Frenzied Sword's reaction gave Laughing Blade a shock. Instead of moving back and using the pistol to kite him, he rushed forward instead. Both people quickly collided into one another. Without thinking twice, Laughing Blade sent his fist, which was wrapped in sandstone armor, flying toward Frenzied Sword, and Frenzied Sword met his fist with his black gloved palm. Could this glove be special equipment? Just as Laughing Blade had this thought, he suddenly experienced a series of burning pains. Stunned, he realized that his health points were reduced to 0 in that moment. His vision turned black as he immediately died. From the start to end, this duel only lasted 3 seconds. On the battlefield, only Frenzied Sword remained. The wind blew up the edges of his clothes. Expressionless, he truly resembled a solitary professional at the top of his game. The surrounding players watched, dazed, unable to react. Was that an instant KO? That's way too fast, too overpowered. No wonder he could get on Galaxy Times. What kind of godly attack power was this? Everyone stared at Frenzied Sword's glove, envy showing on their faces. That is high-level equipment. Mechanics can make something like that. I thought they could only make guns. I really want one too. Not long after, the revived Laughing Blade ran over, his face looking dark as he said unhappily, "Didn't we agree that it would be a friendly battle? How could you?" He originally wanted to say how could he have killed him, but he felt that saying it would be too shameful. Having defeated an old opponent, Frenzied Sword only felt refreshed from being able to settle all the discontent from the past as he chuckled. "Sorry, I didn't know you were so vulnerable." This sentence made Laughing Blade so angry that he could felt the heat rising up from his chest. Calling me vulnerable for dying. It was a complete loss for him. Dying once cost him a lot of EXP. Laughing Blade was very upset. He initially thought that once the duel reached a certain point, they would end it, but he did not expect to be an instant killed. Not to mention he could not even blame Frenzied Sword. He was so distressed that he could feel his heart tightening up over this horrible situation. After the crowd around them had left, Frenzied Sword obediently returned the gloves to Han Zio, hesitating as he asked, "Han, Black Phantom, are you selling these gloves?" Han Zio looked at him from the side of his eye, opening up the shop listing as he added thermo-electrical incisor gloves at a fixed price of 80,000 with a reputation of 15 points. This set of gloves was a prize that he had seized from Rose Militant. After learning the basic knowledge up front, he had instead experimented to create the blueprints to create the thermo-electrical incisor gloves. By spending some EXP, he could make one on his own now. Frenzied Sword was instantly motivated. Excitedly, he clenched his fists. This close combat equipment designed for mechanics was his favorite. "I can't afford it now, but I will be able to, sooner or later." Then, Laughing Blade suddenly inched closer. His gaze lit. He stared at Han Zio and asked, "Black Phantom, I heard you're enemies with Germinal. I want to join you." In this time frame, the discussion board had all sorts of different guesses as to how one could trigger the Black Phantom's secret quest. They thought that as long as one showed their intention to become Germinal's enemies, there was a chance that they could trigger Black Phantom's secret quest. Many players were guessing the phrase to trigger that. In his short time in Green Valleyville, Han Zio had heard several of such guesses and had rejected them all. Han Zio raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, you seem to be not bad. There's a lead." Laughing Blade grinned in surprise. Frenzied Sword's heart fell. Getting nervous, he could feel a strong sense of discomfort welling within him for some reason. "But you don't seem to be up to par yet." Han Zio suddenly changed his words as he waved, rejecting Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade had not even finished his breath and was left speechless for a while. His expression was annoyed. With his heart full of jealousy toward Frenzied Sword, he muttered to himself in anger, "This guy is really some lucky dog." Frenzied Sword heaved a sigh of relief, regaining his composure. Han Zio almost laughed aloud upon seeing Frenzied Sword's reaction, as if he were a guy who had almost been cheated on. Looking at the time, it was nearing dusk, and the battlefield had been cleaned up. Han Zio heard an engine from afar. He raised his eyes and gazed into the distance. There were a few off-road vehicles speeding across the muddy road. Green Valleyville opened its gates, and Balsas was standing beside the gate to welcome these few vehicles with respect. A thought flashed through Han Zio's mind. The vehicle has an Illumira crest. Zio Jin, the second leader of Illumira, had sent the emissary Zio Rui to South Continent to find the germinal bounty, Zero. More than half a year ago, the Illumira family had realized that the appearance of this Zero was exactly the same as the missing Han Zio, so Zio Jin sent people to look for him. Balsas was extremely deferential towards Zio Rui. He led everyone into the main house. The table was set with drinks and piping hot, fragrant barbecued meat. Other dishes included some vegetables and mashed potato-like crop. In this rogue town, the expenses of the dishes were considerable, and Zio Rui was very satisfied with Balsa's hospitality. I will rest for a few days in your territory and continue to find that damn bastard. I'll get someone to prepare the rooms, Balsas replied. Let me know again of any requests. Zio Rui's status in the family was higher than his, hence Balsa's posture was awfully low. Okay. Zio Rui was pleased with Balsa's attitude. Is there anything going on recently in this town? Yes, those refugees outside. There's something else. Black Phantom is also resting in this town. His reason is unknown. He claims that it was on the way. Zio Rui's heart skipped a beat. Black Phantom is here, too. Recently, the Darknet's killer list had been updated. Black Phantom's rank had risen to 7th, and he was very active. To know that this legendary killer was nearby, Zio Rui was somewhat uneasy. We'd better not provoke him, Balsas replied. Zio Rui was undecided as he knitted his brows together in a deep frown. He turned and saw Liu Cheng, his expressionless personal bodyguard who was right behind him. Don't worry, even if we face Black Phantom, I can still protect your life. Ever since the off-road vehicles entered the town, Han Zio had felt a change in Green Valleyville. The town's lookout had kept a close watch on him, as if they were worried about his activities. From this small detail, Han Zio was fairly confident that the person on the vehicle that had entered the town was an important character. A player who took the role of patrolling in the town suddenly dashed over and shouted in fear, I found an army. They are approaching, and they have triggered a mission. The players of Greentownville became restless and all went to check out their interface. Han Zio's brow jumped momentarily. He actually received a mission too. You have triggered a random mission. Mission summary, Green Valleyville, which is controlled by the Illumira family, is very close to the inhabited land, Black Pine, Liu Cheng's territory. There has been continuous friction between them. Now, Liu Cheng's troops are once again invading Green Valleyville. You can choose to help the Illumira family protect Green Valleyville or help Liu Cheng attack. Please choose your position. Mission requirements. Tip off Balsas and protect Green Valleyville. Otherwise, you can choose to join Liu Cheng's troops and attack Green Valleyville. Note, once you have picked a side, you are not allowed to switch. Mission rewards. 1. By protecting Green Valleyville, you will receive 12,000 EXP and 3,000 aquamarine dollars. 2. By helping Liu Cheng complete the attack, you will receive 10,000 EXP. I actually received the novice mission as well. Han Zio broke into laughter. He did not care about this small reward, but Liu Cheng, who was mentioned in the mission, caught his attention. If he remembered correctly, Liu Cheng was Old Man Lu's son, a South Continent vagrant who was a big warlord. Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints could only be obtained from Liu Cheng. An idea came to Han Zio's head, and he immediately made a decision. As long as he got to interact with Liu Cheng, he would then be able to know when the secret quest would begin. As for those 4 uncommon blueprints, he had been eyeing them for a long time. This urgent mission resulted in the players taking action. Some of them immediately chose to protect Green Valleyville, which offered a higher reward, and went to tip off the guard. There were still some players surveying the situation first. Damn it, the bastard of Black Pine came again. Balsas cursed with a pair of gloomy triangular eyes. Zio Rui arrived beside Balsas and pointed at the dense mess of surrounding players and assured him, "Don't worry, don't we have cannon fodder?" Balsas' eyes lit up. With this bunch of unbeatable eccentric refugees, they were able to counteract Liu Cheng's military advantage. Balsas called the assistant and ordered, "Go tell that bunch of refugees outside that I need them to ward off Liu Cheng's army." Liu Cheng sat in the middle of a war chariot and looked serious. This unit had more than 60 off-road armored vehicles equipped with machine guns and rockets, followed by hundreds of fully equipped elite soldiers. Liu Cheng had been coveting Green Valleyville for a long time. There was a strategic mountain pass between this town and his land, Black Pine. Once he seized the town, there would be no worries in the future. We must capture Green Valleyville this time round. The troops were getting closer to Green Valleyville. Liu Cheng soon noticed the crowd surrounding the town. They wore ragged garments, like a group of refugees, guarding the town. Liu Cheng's face immediately darkened, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. Bosses, are you thinking of blocking my gunfire with these pathetic fellows? Liu Cheng took out a megaphone, and his voice traveled out. Everyone in the town could hear his voice clearly. My men are able to tear them to shreds easily. Do you want me to paint your territory with fresh blood? Bosses emerged above the wall and smiled coldly. Liu Cheng frowned and looked at the group of shabbily dressed refugees. He calmly offered, I'll give you the opportunity to leave now. There is no need to die here. The refugees were restless for a while, but he realized that they did not waver despite that. Are these people unafraid of death? Liu Cheng was astonished. He realized that there was not the slightest bit of fear on this bunch of refugees' faces. To be apprehensive toward endangering the refugees' lives would only hinder his battle. Liu Cheng's choice appeared awfully stupid in Balsa's eyes. Balsa grinned evilly and was about to order the refugees to counterattack when he suddenly realized that there was movement from the sidelines. Black Phantom. Han Zhao stretched his back and strode unhurriedly to the center of the confrontation. He instantly caught the attention of both sides and the players. If you all want to go to war, do it tomorrow. His voice was as good as a loudspeaker. Everyone was taken aback. Why is he intervening? Balsa immediately swallowed back his almost released order. Liu Cheng froze, sizing Han Zhao up, before exclaiming hoarsely, Black Phantom. Why is this fellow here? The commanders of both sides were afraid of the consequences, so they ordered the troops to lay down their weapons. The tense atmosphere of confrontation dissipated immediately. The players were bewildered. They were not very familiar with Aquamarine's background. From the mission brief, it was known that Balsa and Liu Cheng were warlords of influence. Black Phantom gave out an order on his own, and the two warlords with armed forces immediately feared the consequences. This roused the players' curiosity. With one sentence from Black Phantom, he was able to halt the war. Then the players noticed something else. These NPCs all recognized Black Phantom. Exactly how big was his reputation on the planet? Could it already be to the point where he was able to cut in anywhere he went? Is this Red Hair Shank's legendary ability? Bunhit Dog, who was secretly videoing the scene, was thrilled. This kind of news material was exactly what he wanted. The sky became dark. Han Zhao walked over to Liu Cheng's camp, and the guards hastily raised their guns when they saw him approaching. Relax, I just want to have a short discussion with your leader, Han Zhao assured them. The guards continued to hold on to their guns and did not allow Han Zhao to enter the camp. At this moment, Liu Cheng heard the commotion and walked over. Let him in. The famous Black Phantom actually appeared in this small place. I don't know the reason of your intervention. I don't think Balsa is qualified to hire a killer of your status. So what is your purpose of visiting me? Han Zhao got straight to the point. I'm here to help you. Help me. Liu Cheng became suspicious. We have not met before. Han Zhao casually made up a reason. You are more likable than Balsa's. Liu Cheng felt strange and paused before commenting, Balsa's. He's a despicable fellow. He actually let the refugees act as cannon fodder. I really don't understand. Why did this bunch of refugees disregard their lives? What benefits did Balsa's give them exactly? I gave them an opportunity to live, yet they don't want to leave. They don't have much combat strength. Why don't you just crush them? With your armed forces' strength, it would be a completely one-sided massacre. Han Zhao half smiled. Liu Cheng's face was blank. He declined to comment and changed the topic. You are concerned about the refugees. I can help you resolve that. Liu Cheng raised his eyebrows. You can convince them. Perhaps. Then what do you want from me? Liu Cheng did not believe that a legendary killer, who was a stranger, would help for free. I don't need a reward. Liu Cheng's eyes darkened, and he stared at Han Zhao's eyes. What he saw was a dense fog, and he was unable to penetrate Han Zhao's thoughts. Generally speaking, if one did not want a reward, it meant that the person harbored other intentions and bigger ambitions. He nodded and said slowly, then I'll count on you. Han Zhao petted Frenzied Sword's shoulder while walking out of Liu Cheng's camp, saying, I've things for you to do. You triggered the mission. The mission was to disseminate the information of Black Phantom joining Liu Cheng's camp, using reputation as a form of reward. The greater the number of people who came to know this information, the higher the reward would be, and players were surprisingly counted in as the head count. Frenzied Sword did not doubt him and diligently went to disseminate this piece of information in Green Valleyville. Perhaps the ordinary players would be amazed to encounter this type of real-life interaction mission. But Frenzied Sword had gone through Han Zhao's baptism of love, and hence was not shocked at any kind of mission anymore. Next up will be to see how much influence I have, Han Zhao said. Frenzied Sword was really efficient, And perhaps because he had a bit of a fame now, the news spread through words of mouth quickly. Very soon, it had spread throughout Green Valleyville. Then there was a huge commotion among the community of players. If we choose Green Valleyville, does it mean we'll become enemies with Black Phantom? How is it possible to beat him? The players were panicking. The image of Hanzio ferociously killing the beasts was still deeply etched in their minds. Becoming enemies with Black Phantom would be equivalent to courting death. Should they attack him or not? If they did not attack him, how could they protect Greentownville? This was a thorny problem. One Hit Dog was very decisive. He was the first to advance to Liu Cheng's camp. The mission was second. His main objective was to capture more of Han Zio's acts. The guards had received Liu Cheng's orders and allowed the refugees to pass. One Hit Dog successfully joined Liu Cheng's camp. You made a wise choice. I feel that you have potential. Do you want to become my temporary assistant? Han Zio asked. One Hit Dog's eyes became as big as saucers. He was stupefied. Did he just trigger the secret quest? There was an uproar among the observing players. He had triggered Black Phantom's secret quest. How did he do it? Was joining Black Phantom all it takes? This mission was actually a chance to trigger a secret quest. Realizing this, the players who were still observing wasted no time in joining Liu Cheng's camp. They were enthusiastic, joining the camp like a refugee tide. The camp was filled with players in an instant. It was overcrowded and jam-packed. The guards were stunned. They were unsure whether to chase people away or not. The players who were done choosing their camps impatiently went to find Han Zio, wanting to trigger the quest. However, they were faced with rejection. Why can't we? Is it only restricted to the first person who joined the camp? That was the most possible guess. The players who were a step slower wanted to bang their heads on the ground. Han Zio brought the overly excited One Hit Dog to one side and casually issued 5 reputation points. He secretly planned on how to make full use of One Hit Dog. Bringing along a player who was a game video maker also meant that he was bringing a reporter along. He could then have a channel to disseminate news to players freely. He could choose to give players some news selectively based on what information he wanted the players to know. After experiencing the baptism of information explosion, controlling the public's opinion was equivalent to holding a weapon. He was able to defame the opponent, guide the public's opinion, and shape his image to his benefit. Balsas arrived hastily at the lookout tower and saw a large number of refugees flooding into Liu Cheng's camp. He was flustered. This bunch of refugees are abandoning my town. How did Liu Cheng subdue them? I'm doomed. Balsas was frantically running around in circles. These refugees were his trump card against Liu Cheng, and now that Liu Cheng had them, his advantage no longer existed. At this moment, his assistant ran over panicky and reported the news of Black Phantom helping Liu Cheng. This news was like a thunderbolt hitting him. Balsas was stood motionless in shock. Every superhuman that died under Black Phantom's gun was a reflection of his own end. Black Phantom was of a legendary rank. Why would he help Liu Cheng suddenly? It must be because of Black Phantom that Liu Cheng was able to subdue the refugees. Why does he have so much influence on the refugees? Balsas had the idea of retreating. The battle hasn't begun, and you're already thinking of running away. Have you forgotten the Illumira family's rules? Zio Rui arrived at the lookout tower, stood beside Balsas, and frowned. But that's the Black Phantom. Also, half of the refugees have betrayed us. The Illumira would never withdraw from a war. Get your men ready for battle. Zio Rui's voice was firm and full of righteousness. There's the Black Phantom though. My bodyguard, Liu Cheng, will prevent him from participating in the battle. Balsas clenched his teeth and hesitated for a while before making a firm decision and calling his assistant. Mobilize everyone and kick that Black Pine bastard all the way back to his home. We have some of the refugees with us at least. We still have a chance at this battle. Zio Rui turned his head and said lowly, prepare the vehicle in case the guards fail. We must ensure that we are able to retreat. It was all thanks to you that we managed to solve the issue of the refugees. Han Zio smiled in response. There was no free lunch in the world, and the more Han Zio did not mention a reward, the more Liu Cheng felt uneasy. He paused before saying in exasperation, I really feel that there's nothing on me that such a character like you would be interested in. This sentence was caught by One Hit Dog, who was standing at the side. He sensed the hidden meaning. This kind of character, another clue relating to Black Phantom's identity. One Hit Dog thought of a vague outline for the first episode. A fierce battle began. Gunfire tore the darkness apart. Liu Cheng's troops launched an intense attack on Green Valleyville. The soldiers based on the wall and the vehicle carrying machine guns and howitzers were shooting across each other, and the battlefield was flooded with the sound of engines, machine guns, and screams of agony. Han Zio observed at one side as the situation did not require him to intervene yet. Liu Cheng had a high chance of winning. Black Phantom, I'll be your opponent. Liu Cheng rushed over with giant strides. I can't even mind my own business now. Han Zhao grudgingly took out and fired a machine gun. 3 bullets hit the space between Liu Cheng's eyebrows, heart, and lower region of his body, but there was no expected blood splattered. The moment when the 3 steel bullets hit Liu Cheng, it seemed that the kinetic energy suddenly disappeared. The bullets bounced off Liu Cheng's skin, and the might was not even as good as a slingshot. Light blue smoke showing the damage dealt could be seen floating above his head. -0, -0. Kinetic energy absorption. The interface showed Liu Cheng had reached LV44. The level was not as high as Han Zhao's, but Liu Cheng's ability was very tricky. It was the natural defense against a kinetic energy weapon, and this happened to restrain his machinery. Han Zhao was unlucky. Liu Cheng stopped a few meters away from Han Zhao and said coldly, "Black Phantom, this battle is unrelated to you. Mind your own business." A legendary killer was eyeing covetously at edge of the battlefield, so Liu Cheng took the lead to prevent the Black Phantom from participating in the battle. Han Zhao's response was simply 2 bullets going for Liu Cheng's eyes, and they had resulted in 0 damage still. You're Darknet's top killer, and the Blood-Pact Society's trump card. Others may fear you, but not me. I'll give you a word of advice, stay away from this battlefield. The Darknet, Blood-Pact Society. What power is that? The observing bun-hit dog had an idea and hastily stored these 2 important keywords in his heart. He was finally seeing the tip of the iceberg of Black Phantom's mysterious origin. In a quick move, he changed to a HAME bullet and opened fire. The bullets hit the side of Liu Cheng's feet, and poisonous gas began to rise and pervaded the air. Liu Cheng detected the poisonous gas and frowned. He held his breath and charged in large strides. While he was traversing through the battlefield earlier on, he had absorbed a large amount of kinetic energy from the crossfire. The kinetic energy shot out from the bottom of his feet as he dashed toward Han Zhao. With every step he took, his footprints formed big pits. He was like an unstoppable tank as he caught up with Han Zhao. He gathered an enormous amount of kinetic energy and directed it at Han Zhao's chest. Bang! As if having a head-on collision with a mad rhinoceros, his body flew out uncontrollably. The remaining power was unstoppable, and he even knocked down and killed several players who were so unfortunate to be in his way. He stomped his feet and stopped recoiling from the impact. A deep trail could be seen on the ground. High temperature. Liu Cheng quickly raised his head in alert. The glove glided across his cheek and left a burn, exposing his flesh. The burn stung his nerves, and in that moment, Liu Cheng exploded the kinetic energy within his body, causing a tremendous force to push Han Zhao out. Han Zhao panted and removed the mud that was sputtered all over his face. Firearms were useless, and this cost him a chance of surprise kill. In addition, it would only enable the opponent to absorb more kinetic energy. However, he still had other types of weapons such as flames and poisonous gas that both could kill and injure. Fortunately, he is unable to absorb such energy. Otherwise, I really would not know how to subdue him. Liu Cheng covered the burn on his face, glanced fearfully at Han Zhao's gloves, and immediately turned around to run off in another direction. Han Zhao froze, and his expression changed suddenly. He hurriedly gave chase. On a war vehicle, a soldier who was controlling machine guns saw a figure rapidly approaching. He instinctively turned the muzzle around to aim at the figure, and the compressed bullets were hitting the target. However, he was stupefied at the discovery that the target, who should have been shot into a sieve, was unscathed. The warheads dropped onto the ground one by one. "Don't hit him," Han Zhao yelled. It was a pity that the reminder came too late. The surrounding war vehicles fired at Liu Cheng, who absorbed all the kinetic energy. Both of Liu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and the amount of kinetic energy was almost overflowing. Liu Cheng's muscles were twitching like those of an agitated mouse. He turned around, and the ground that he had stepped on exploded into a big hole. His whole body flew as if it was an exploded artillery shell. This was the combined kinetic energy of 1,000 bullets. "This speed is too fast for me." Han Zhao's eyes blurred, and he could not avoid it in time. The impact was like hitting a moving train. The scenery in his line of sight fell back quickly, and he resembled a baseball that had been hit for a home run, flying tens of meters. He landed and bounced countless times before falling into a ditch along the sides of the road. His body was covered with mud, and finally he crashed into a war vehicle, overturning it before stopping. He felt really dizzy, and his whole body ached. Magnetically controlled retractable armor's durability dropped by 132 points. He received 241 points of damage. The enemy knew how to bring out the advantage of his ability, which in turn made Han Zhao suffer a small loss. Liu Cheng. I did not hear of his name in my previous life. To think he would be so troublesome to deal with. Oh, he is a crouching tiger, a hidden dragon. I mustn't underestimate him. The area around the two became free of bullets. Soldiers dare not attack Liu Cheng again. But Liu Cheng could always knock himself against the gun muzzle. This battle is greatly disadvantageous for me. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He abandoned Liu Cheng and rushed toward Green Valley Ville. Just like a shadow, he disappeared in a flash. Avoiding the firing by Green Valley Ville's guards, Han Zhao glided up the wall with a few steps, opened fire with both of his guns, and killed the guards wantonly. Bullets penetrated each and every person, and blood was splattered everywhere. Liu Cheng was alarmed and hastily pursued him. Green Valley Ville was the fundamental point of conflict. Han Zhao had understood this point and immediately adopted the tactic of avoiding the enemy's strength and attacking his weakness. Hence, he did not continue to fight Liu Cheng painstakingly. Unless Liu Cheng did not want this town, Han Zhao would only be led by his nose. In the moments between his fight with Liu Cheng, Han Zhao thought of a strategy. After changing the magazine, he shot down a few more guards. There was suddenly a huge gust of wind behind him, and Han Zhao twisted his body to avoid it. Liu Cheng swept past a few inches away. Having missed the opportunity, he punched the wall and smashed a huge piece off it. Broken bricks and stones spilled over the ground. Liu Cheng's body became sluggish, as if he had fully exhausted his kinetic energy. Here's my chance. Han Zhao's hand suddenly pressed on Liu Cheng's face. This time around, the attack was definitely the best. -423. -423. The damage might have seemed worse than the sniper rifle, but the thermo-electrical incisor gloves relied mainly on continuous damages. It was already considered formidable for a sudden explosive force that was able to reach this level. Liu Cheng was not like Han Zhao. His HP was only around 2,000. It easily reduced to 80% in just a short while, and the damage was still flooding the interface. The burning smell was pervasive. Liu Cheng yelled bitterly and got up. He hurriedly exploded his kinetic energy and pushed Han Zhao away. Liu Cheng's face was severely burned and beyond recognition. His face was a mix of burnt flesh and red blood. Liu Cheng's eyesight was damaged, and the light and shadow in his vision was distorted. He could barely identify a direction as he fled, staggering, with his teeth tightly clenched. Han Zhao promptly gave chase, and Liu Cheng's heart sank. He was hoping that Black Phantom would attend to the battle and not chase after him. Fleeing was hopeless. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. He fulfilled his last duty as a bodyguard by holding up Han Zhao. If Liu Cheng died, the Illumira family would surely take good care of his family. The two of them were soon a distance away from the battlefield, and they pursued each other into the woods. Liu Cheng had served the family for 10 over years. He was loyal and devoted. Furthermore, he was the best fighter among the family's ranks. Zhao Rui originally thought that even if Liu Cheng were unable to stall Black Phantom, he would still be able to retreat. However, even though he did not manage to catch Liu Cheng's last words in the earphones when Liu Cheng was escaping, he knew his supporter was dying. Balsas was looking rather nervous. Black Phantom is a monster. I told you earlier not to provoke him. You just refused to listen. Balsas was sweating profusely. Zhao Rui's complexion was ashen. Don't talk rubbish. At least we've escaped. He won't catch up with us, right? Balsas repeatedly looked at the rear-view mirror, his heart pounding. Zhao Rui gulped. Liu Cheng is currently attacking Green Valley Ville, and the guards in the towns will help us stall the enemy. He won't have time to chase and kill us. He had just finished speaking when a ghost-like figure appeared in the rear-view mirror, tailing the vehicle like a shadow. Everyone in the vehicle was so shocked that they screamed. They were so nervous to the point where their bodies went stiff all over. The horror movie-like atmosphere finally triggered the driver to make a mistake. In the state of panic, the vehicle rolled down the slope and fell to the bottom. Zhao Rui's head was spinning as he struggled to climb out of the window. Suddenly, a pair of boots that flickered with blue lights appeared in his vision. He looked up and saw Black Phantom towering over him, looking at him indifferently. Don't kill me. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots sounded repeatedly. Zhao Rui was so frightened that he shut his eyes and discovered that there was no pain. He opened his eyes and realized that the 4 bodyguards had all been shot and killed. Only Balsas and himself were left. You're a liar. You had already united with Liu Cheng. You absolutely were not just passing by. Whatever Black Phantom had said, that he was not interested in looking for trouble, was all a lie. Han Zio stroked his gun and chuckled. If I said this was a coincidence, would you believe it? Landing in your hands, I already know I won't be able to live. Kill me. Balsas suddenly grew a backbone and shook off Zio Rui's hand, which was pulling at his shirt's hem anxiously. I don't know if you're really asking for death or deliberately displaying your strong will, but as you wish. Bang! The bullet penetrated Balsas' temple. He fell, and the pool of blood gradually expanded. Han Zio's eyebrow shot up. It looked like Balsas was not pretending. He really had given up all hope and wished for a quick death. For this type of warlord who operated outside the city, even if he was usually afraid of death, when he was truly confronted with it, he would accept it calmly. There was someone, on the other hand, who was way weaker. Han Zio looked over and Zio Rui was so terrified that he did not dare breathe. His face was pale, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Han Zio squatted and used the gun barrel to tap on Zio Rui's face. You don't wish to die. Zio Rui frantically shook his head. Give me a reason. I can give you a lot of money. I can refer you to the Illumira family. Do I look like someone who needs that? Han Zio pointed the muzzle at himself. Zio Rui swallowed his saliva in alarm as he racked his brains and pondered if there was anything that could move Han Zio. Han Zio's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zio Rui's full and bulging pocket. He reached out and fished out a stack of bounty slip. It turned out to be a wanted poster for him. Why is this Illumira man carrying with him my bounty slip? Han Zio raised his eyebrows, played with the paper in his hands, and stared at Zio Rui silently. Zio Rui finally saw something that aroused his interest. Zio Rui immediately felt refreshed and hurriedly spilled everything he knew frankly. Han Zio, Illumira family. After hearing the information, Han Zio stiffened. He did not know that his original self came from the Illumira family. You didn't lie to me, right? Zio Rui shook his head repeatedly. Black Phantom appeared to be interested in Zero. He did not care about the reason. All he knew was he now had a chance of survival. So, this means I have a stepfather and a bunch of brothers and sisters. Han Zio's feelings were complicated. He had always thought that he had not a worry or a concern in this world. He did not expect to have these connections. Illumira was his family. Han Zio took one look at Zio Rui. This person is my family, too. Illumira family, the North Continent's biggest warlord. Han Zio pondered in silence. Zio Rui's heart was nearly at his throat. He felt like he was a convict waiting for his sentence. This was the longest 1 minute of his life. You can leave, Han Zio faintly said. Zio Rui did not dare to believe it. He stood up, trembling, and ran 2 steps away in the opposite direction. He turned his head and saw an aloof Han Zio. Only then was he ecstatic. His life was saved. He did not carry any thoughts of revenge. He did not want to have any further interactions with Black Phantom at all. He stretched his legs and ran for his life. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain at the back of his head. Zio Rui lost his control of his body. What happened to me? So cold. This was Zio Rui's last thought in this world. Illumira was the connections that Han Zio's original self had, but that unfortunate man had already died. Han Zio was Han Zio, not another person. Even if the old Han Zio had remaining blood relations, Han Zio would not treat the Illumira family as his family. He lit the corpse on fire, turned around, and left. The blazing flame pulled his silent shadow longer and longer. Day was about to break, and the gunfire in Green Valleyville was finally coming to an end. The remaining enemies had all been killed. When Liu Cheng had conquered Green Valleyville, he ordered his troops to clear the battlefield and restrain them from harming any residents. The worried residents who could not sleep for the entire night rushed to the streets and listened to the new master of the town, Liu Cheng, in the square. He promised to safeguard the residents' lives and property. The battle last night had been very intense, and many players wished it had been longer. Han Zio also gained some experience from the task. He held his arm and leaned against a house to wait for Liu Cheng to complete his speech. He had Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog by his side. Bun Hit Dog went over to Frenzied Sword and said, I know you. You were featured on Galaxy Times. You are a professional gamer. Oh, Frenzied Sword reacted coldly. Have you always been following Black Phantom? Do you know his origins? His real name is Han Zio, Frenzied Sword replied. He came to realization immediately and turned around to see if Han Zio had heard him. He relaxed. He used to serve Star Dragon. I'm not very sure about the exact details, but I do know that he is acquainted with someone in the camp called Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Department. Bun Hit Dog's eyes lit up. The video he wanted to make would be an investigation about Black Phantom's origin. Frenzied Sword had been his longest follower. He was likely to know things that others did not. Listening to the two discussing behind him, Han Zio did not stop them. Frenzied Sword had limited knowledge about him. Such information could be disclosed and made known, and this would only make more players curious. After assuring the residents of Green Valleyville, Liu Cheng handed over the affairs to the deputy and went to Han Zio's side. Black Phantom, thank you for your aid. If not for you, I would not have conquered Green Valleyville. If only bosses didn't escape. Oh, I killed him. Liu Cheng's face went blank, and he felt a tight squeeze on his heart. I am very grateful, but do you really not want anything? Han Zio chuckled a little and changed the topic. Have you discovered the unique aspects of the refugees? Upon mentioning this, Liu Cheng was delighted. This group of refugees can all die and then resurrect. It's simply amazing. I thought they were simple ordinary people. This world is so big, and it seems like nothing is impossible. Didn't you destroy Green Valleyville? You need these people to rebuild the place. These refugees are the best laborers you can find. You can use them to your liking. But some refugees were against me before. They are my enemies. Their assistance to bosses was not a loyal and faithful one. You can treat them as mercenaries. When he said this, Liu Cheng understood it. I can try. He invited Han Zio to his territory, the Black Pine Base, for a tour. Han Zio said that there was no need to pay him back. But Liu Cheng did not dare take his word for it and insisted on offering his services. Han Zio did not resist further. His intention was to get to know Liu Cheng better anyway. With your military strength, you could have attacked immediately when you came to the town, and the refugees could not have stopped you. Why did you give bosses time to prepare? Liu Cheng shook his head. He had not known that players could revive at that time. He said, only people without faith would think that violence is the solution to every problem. Your soldiers' lives are lives too though. Han Zio smiled. The strong ought to protect the weak. Liu Cheng paused and said, I won't kill unarmed refugees. No warlord want to see the tragedy of La Potter repeat itself. Tragedy of La Potter. What happened? Bun Hit Dog questioned, still recording. Liu Cheng thought Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog were Han Zio's followers, so out of respect, he explained, La Potter was once a huge vagrant settlement in the West Continent. It was invaded by a vagrant warlord and his troops. Even though the military troops were supported by the locals, the enemies were too strong, and they were defeated. The warlord was upset that the vagrants dared fight against him, so he initiated a massacre of the helpless and unarmed civilians, raiding all their supplies and burning everything, killing countless innocent souls. Bun Hit Dog was unimpressed. Massacres like this had occurred numerous times in history. He probed, so what happened then? Then, the warlord and all of the few hundreds of his professional soldiers died in one night 20 days after that, killed single-handedly by one superhuman. After that, no warlord had the guts to kill any innocent civilians. Bun Hit Dog was puzzled. Why though? Han Zio answered, unfazed, because some people see themselves as heroes. If it was the normal world, no one could fight against the cruel authorities. Nothing could be done. However, with superhuman powers, even in lawless lands, those with powers could technically become those in charge of upholding laws. Superhumans could easily kill those that they did not see fit, so what they chose to uphold became the standard law for everyone else on the planet. So, what would they choose to uphold? It would be the issues that most people would agree on based on their moral compass. Unless one could carry out genocide or murder on a massive scale without letting any news out, there was bound to be a superhuman to punish the instigator for his evil deeds. This could be seen as moral coercion. The weak had to follow the moral standards of the strong. Even though this in itself was questionable, it gave rise to a rough form of rules for the wild and indirectly protected the lives of vagrants. Bun Hit Dog recorded all this. He loved this type of stuff that could spice up his content. The car fleet drove on for a few hours, and the silhouette of the Black Pine settlement appeared on the horizon. It was huge, almost like a small city. The scenery was very exotic. Liu Cheng smiled and proudly said, welcome to Black Pine. It's enormous. Bun Hit Dog gasped. This can't be the place where newbies first enter. That's my weapon factory over there. I have a specialized assembly line to make guns and ammunition. Liu Cheng pointed to a restricted region that was barricaded with a barbed wire fence. Behind it were his warehouse, workshop, and weaponry experimental laboratory, and smoke could be seen escaping from the chimneys. On the other side, there was a second quarantined area. Inside, there were many tents and about a few hundred vagrants living inside them. Their exposed skin was covered in gray ash, cracked like rocks. What is that place? Bun Hit Dog asked curiously. Sighing, Liu Cheng answered, the terminal quarantine area. Any resident with grouper plague has to stay there to prevent infections. Grouper plague. Han Zio almost cried out in surprise. This type of illness was very infectious. In the version 2.0, it had spread and had caused some genetic mutations as well. He did not expect to find it here. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden commotion could be heard from the terminal quarantine area. Sprinting in a frenzied manner, an infected resident rushed toward the barbed wire fence. With all of his limbs, he tried to climb the fence to escape. However, the next second, a gunshot was heard. The security officer at the side reacted at lightning speed, firing at the man with his machine gun, turning this escaped resident into mesh as he fell to the ground. As he lay in his pool of blood, a viscous, yellow liquid could be seen pooling out from the corpse as well. Several doctors in their white protective suits walked out and packed the corpse into a body bag. On the ground where the corpse was, they sprayed large jets of disinfectant. The soldier who killed the escaping resident withdrew his gun, expressionless, as if he had just killed a worthless chicken. The infected within the quarantine area watched this scene in silence, expressionless and numb. A thick atmosphere of despair hung in the air like a dark, heavy cloud. Nearby, the residents looked as though everything was as usual, without a single trace of empathy on their faces. "That's cold-blooded," Bun-Hit Dog quietly said. At first, there were only tens of people who were infected. One infected knew that he couldn't be treated and escaped from the quarantine region, so the number of people infected increased to more than 300, Liu Cheng said dryly. Bun-Hit Dog was speechless. "You have triggered the quest." Quest description: Black Pine Settlement is troubled by the spread of the grouper plague. To control this plague, what do you think you can do? Quest requirements: 1. Find the source of the grouper plague. 2. Control the plague from spreading. 3. Treat all of the infected. Rewards: completed requirement 1, 20,000 EXP. Completed requirement 2, 40,000 EXP. Completed requirement 3, 60,000 EXP. All requirements completed. 800 Black Pine Reputation Points. Vagrant Warrior Battle Suit. Frenzied Sword and Bun-Hit Dog both received the quest as well. However, Han Zio did not intend to complete this quest. He was still in a rush to find more fools. No, to bring even more new players into the mechanic class. He needed to go to about 10 or so novice villages, and a large wave of experience was waiting for him. Time was tight, and he had many things to do. "My men have prepared a feast." Liu Cheng sent out the invitation, and the few of them arrived at Black Pine's central building. It was like a mini castle, and the western point was called the Lord's Hall. The dishes served in the feast were generous in quantity, meant to fill one's stomach. Black Pine Settlement had a harvest field where they grew their own crops, and they also had their own butchery, where they raised animals, such as Highland cattle, chicken, and the black-haired short-snout hog. At the feast, Han Zio and Liu Cheng were chatting casually when Liu Cheng eventually diverted the topic to the issue of repaying the favor to the Black Phantom. Dragging it on for so long, he felt very uneasy. "Just take it as we've become friends. In the future, if anything crops up, feel free to look for me, and I'll help you out." Thinking for a while, he said, "Come to think of it, I need some help from you. I want to borrow your workshop and some materials to make something." "No problem, I'll make arrangements right away." Liu Cheng felt more at ease. He felt reassured after Han Zio finally brought up a request for him. "Your territory has to deal with the issue of the grouper plague quickly, otherwise it might become a disaster. My friends will stay behind to help you out." Han Zio suddenly slapped Frenzied Sword's back, who spat out all of the food in his mouth, coughing non-stop. "Are you abandoning me?" Frenzied Sword asked disbelievingly. "I'm not interested in being your mom." Han Zio held back his biting comments as he wrote up a few quests, and tossed them out for Frenzied Sword and Bun-Hit Dog to complete. The gist of the quests was to have the two of them remain at Black Pine, resolve the issue of the plague, and improve their reputation in Black Pine. Frenzied Sword could only agree to Han Zio's arrangements, and he was actually quite satisfied. Black Pine was a high-level map, and the rewards for each quest were quite generous too. Bun-Hit Dog had even less objections. The materials he had looted were already enough. Staying in Black Pine meant that he did not have to worry about losing track of Han Zio. He could focus on making the first episode of his video. He headed toward the weapon factory area. The guards there received Liu Cheng's orders. Accordingly, they opened up the workshop for Han Zio to use. Liu Cheng had already arranged for his men to prepare the materials. Han Zio began his work on the lathe. He needed to make some repairs to the magnetically controlled retractable armor and add on a load of ammunition and some basic storage cubes, then create some small parts to be built onto the Sunworm flamethrower he had developed recently. With its intelligence stat at 200, the machine's production speed was very fast, and there were other enhancing skills such as machinery affinity and energy stats strengthened, which would create even better stats on the device to be created. Side effect: adhesive burning, extends target's burn state and increases effectiveness of burns. Remarks: dancing flames, that is a warmth that is akin to romance. Hanzio raised his eyebrows. What kind of messed up remark is that? Sunworm's nozzle, duct, and fuel tank were integrated as one. It looked like a heat-insulating metal tube, about an arm's width. It could be tied to the arm or calf. At that time, an Asian man whose head was full of white hair walked toward him. He stared at Hanzio's high-ghost sniper rifle and curiously muttered, "That's right. It is an electromagnetic weapon." He then turned and asked Hanzio, "Can you sell this to me? I'm willing to pay 500, no, 1 million. Hanzio observed him for a second and already had some gut feels. Yet, he pretended to be confused and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Lei Zhenyu. Lu Cheng invited me over as his machinery engineering consultant." "You look like a mechanic too. You should have heard of my name." Hanzio remained silent. "Don't tell me you have not heard of my name. Or are you a self-taught mechanic? So unusual." Lei Zhen was surprised. He shook his head and said, "I want this electromagnetic sniper. How about you quote a price? Do I look like I'm in need of cash?" Hanzio pointed at that priceless components that were lying on the truck's seat. Lei Zhenyu then understood. "You are a self-taught mechanic. I can teach you some skills in exchange for this sniper of yours. You definitely need a master like me to guide you. Only through listening to the wise words of your seniors can you succeed. I can tell that deep down inside, you have always wanted to have a master to learn from. Here, the doors are open for you. This is your chance. If you miss it, you will regret for life." Hanzio's eyes twitched. It was the first time he had ever met someone who was so shameless and full of himself. With just a bit more, both of their skills would have been on par. Actually, Hanzio knew of Lei Zhenyu's background. He was a well-known and skillful master mechanic in aquamarine. So, he was not wrong about saying that he was a master. He belonged to the same era as Old Man Lu and had already retired decades ago. "I want advanced knowledge." Based on past memories, Lei Zhenyu knew some advanced knowledge. Yet, players were unable to acquire the knowledge from him. Even so, Hanzio decided he wanted to give it a try. Lei Zhenyu earnestly said, "Kid, don't be too ambitious. You are a self-taught mechanic. Your standard is not enough for you to be able to understand advanced knowledge. How about I teach you something else instead?" "No, I only want advanced knowledges. But you won't understand." "That's even better. You don't have to worry that I will learn it. I'll just look at it for an hour. Take it as I am just being curious, okay?" Lei Zhenyu was speechless. Advanced knowledge was very precious, and it could be considered a secret wild card. It was crucial that the knowledge was highly conserved. He thought Hanzio looked like a newbie, and given that he was a self-taught mechanic, he expected the gun to be made by someone else. Unfortunately, it turned out to be the opposite. All the 6 nations were secretly trying to invent an electromagnetic weapon, and none had even reached the experimental stage. If it was just creating a stable electromagnetic weapon, Hanzio and Lei Zhenyu were of the same standard. Lei Zhenyu then remembered that he had portrayed himself as a great master just now. Even with his old face, he felt ashamed and awkward. How shameful to flaunt his skills in front of another mechanic of the same level. Luckily, Lei Zhenyu had thick skin. He corrected his attitude and treated Hanzio as an equal. At that time, the guards rushed over and whispered to Lei Zhenyu that Hanzio was also a legendary assassin. Lei Zhenyu was dumbfounded. He then observed Hanzio for a while. Many mechanics were capable of experimenting. However, it was rare to find one who was also capable of fighting. His admiration for Hanzio rose to an even higher level. With good skills, one would be valued everywhere one went. "Please come with me, I will show you my storeroom." Lei Zhenyu coughed as he tried to change the conversation topic to avoid awkwardness. Both arrived at the restricted area inside of the arsenal area. This was where the high-ranking researchers lived. Lei Zhenyu's home was a spacious suite with all sorts of daily necessities. There were even wine cabinets and bookshelves that were made of high-quality wood, all of which was not cheap. By the corner of the room, there was a small, simple bed. He seemed to be leading a great life. Lei Zhenyu drew the wine cabinet open and activated the secret door button. The wine cabinet slid to a side and revealed a secret storeroom. He then called Hanzio over. Inside, there was a row of glass showcase shelves that stood by the wall and contained various weapons. Lei Zhenyu headed straight for the innermost showcase shelf. "I have 4 items that were created using the advanced knowledges. Let me introduce them to you." Type I Nurse Bio Granule. It looked like a thick black substance, but in actual fact, it was able to divide into special nanogranules. They could then be inserted into one's body. When injured, poisoned, or bleeding, they would help one recover from the situation either by clearing the poison or speeding up blood clotting. U9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. It looked just like ordinary glass on the surface. However, upon receiving any shock, it would briefly become non-solid to counteract kinetic energy and then solidify to trap any object. For instance, when a bullet is shot toward it, the bullet would be trapped, as though it was originally growing from within. Though it looked just like transparent glass, it was highly defensive and not easily damaged. Fermi condensate. It was a weapon that resembled the appearance of shaving foam and could be injected into a weapon to cool it down internally. It would reduce the cooldown time and then quickly degrade so as to prevent jamming up the weapon system. PE0 nanosynthetic fiber. Similar to the biological tendons of a living organism, it was a black, shiny, tough nanomaterial. Twisting or stretching it would result in an unbelievable elasticity. Hanzio could only exchange the sniper for one of those items. After pondering for a while, Hanzio made his choice. I want the PE0 nanosynthetic fiber. Wow, that's smart. I thought a warrior like you, who likes to battle, would go for the bulletproof membrane instead. To create something, I will need sufficient PE0. Alright, Lei Zhenyu nodded. He felt that out of the 4 weapons, PE0 nanosynthetic fiber was the most valuable one, as this new material could be used for many more weapons. He realized that Hanzio was indeed a skillful mechanic with keen eyes. As they confirmed the exchange, Hanzio returned to his truck and began creating a new ghost sniper rifle. With the help of the blueprint, everything went well. I still need one thing, but there is no channel for me to buy it. I hope you can help me buy a bonfire mini reaction furnace. Hanzio packed his box and spoke once more. This item that he needed was a module related to lightweight mecha. Lei Zhenyu was a mechanic master, hence, he knew many people from the same trade and had many connections. That item is not easy to get. Besides, even if I ask my friend from Ordina to sell it to me at cost price, it would still cost 2 to 3 million. Not to mention, extra time will be needed to make that item. Money isn't the problem. Hanzio smirked and was full of confidence. After a night of rest in his room, Hanzio called for Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog the next morning. I will be away for some time. You guys can stay at Black Pine, and I will contact you later on. Bun Hit Dog was reactionless while Frenzied Sword showed his unwillingness. Hanzio took out 2 newly built large caliber pistols that were suitable for shooting within 80 meters. It was specially designed to strengthen the magazines and the attack damage. It was green quality and twice as powerful compared to the pistols that Hanzio had sold to the other players. Is this for me? Frenzied Sword asked in disbelief. Hanzio smiled and nodded. Frenzied Sword was overjoyed and could not help but start playing with his 2 pistols. Bun Hit Dog, who was standing by one side, was also shocked. Is this a benefit of the secret quest? As long as your performance is good, Black Phantom will reward you as and when he likes. When giving rewards, Bun Hit Dog could also film it, and when it is aired, more players would witness the scene. Through that, many people would think that Hanzio cared a lot about rewards and would be more eager to join his secret quest. All Hanzio had to do was gift pistols that he could make easily, and with a little bit of generosity, he would be able to earn even more. After making his instructions clear, Hanzio boarded the Darknet helicopter and left Black Pine. When the helicopter arrived at the Fabian Company, Hanzio boarded on the transport aircraft and headed for a new novice village in the southern continent. Once he boarded the aircraft, Hanzio began building his mecha. The advantage of building his own mecha was that the different modules could be fixed separately and then combined together afterwards. This would reduce the risk, and the success rate for a self-created mecha would be higher. Even though he did not have the blueprints, he had his own ideas. The different functions of the self-created mecha could be achieved just by mimicking the other mechas from his memories. The southern continent had 5 novice villages. Besides Bighorn Village and Green Valleyville, Hanzio spent 11 days visiting the other 3. Most of his time was spent on traveling. When he arrived at each novice village, he need not do anything. Players would quickly crowd around him. Those who wanted to advance would advance, and those who had their own things to do would engage in their own things. It was super effective. His popularity was all thanks to Galaxy Times and the advertising through the forum. Hanzio was making a small profit from each novice player, and these small gains accumulated to a veritable fortune. When his level reached LV55, he would need to advance in order to continue leveling up. In version 1, the level limit was LV60, so he was 5 levels away. However, he was not restricted by the limit in this version. Hanzio could in fact become the first character in Aquamarine to reach LV60. Unfortunately, the advancement requirements were a real headache for him. Advancement mission: create 5 quality machinery with an energy rating no lower than 60. Damn, am I so unlucky. Out of so many advancing conditions, How unlucky am I to get the most troublesome one? Hanzio was stunned. Admirable quality meant a grade higher than blue. Since he started building his machinery was about 15% to 20% blue, and only 1% to 2% of his machinery might have reached purple. High-level mechanics could easily create high-quality, simple machines. The requirement of energy rating no lower than 60 for advancement limited the possibility of him using low-level machinery as a shortcut. The frown between Hanzio's brows deepened like a great ravine. Advancement was difficult. Moreover, he would need to use his experience points to level up his skills and fuse blueprints together. This could be a bottomless pit, especially for fusing the blueprints. Hanzio had completed his visits to all the novice villages in the southern continent. Next, Hanzio decided to visit the western continent. The nations in the western continent were Maple and Ordina. You are going to the western continent. A person like you, an assassin, will definitely be blacklisted by many nations. The special agents of Maple and Ordina might find you for afternoon tea. You will have no say over there too. Our power in the western continent is limited as well. A piece of advice for you, try not to expose yourself. Don't worry, I won't go crazy there. Filled with fuel, the aircraft took flight and disappeared into the air. The Black Phantom had gone to the western continent. Why is he there? Bennett was shocked. I don't know. He didn't say. Wang Yun shook his head. Bennett had no choice but to give Hanzio a call. He did not answer. As Hanzio was flying across the ocean, the reception on his phone was bad. Helpless, Bennett shook his head. Stardragon's material aid had arrived, and Hesla had loosened a little after some work. The shelter plan was about to be rolled out as a pilot project in the southern continent. He was planning to gather the strongest members of various organizations as the first layer of protection for the plan. Black Phantom was third on the list of people he was going to invite. However, before he could even invite him, Hanzio had already left for the western continent. The enclosed room did not seem to have a single light source and was separated from the outside world by a thick metal door. Through the darkness, there was only a streak of light peeking through a small opening. Electrolux was sitting in a corner, reading his interface in exasperation. His Asper potential rating was great, however. After over 20 days of open beta, when most players had reached LV8, he was still at LV1. The Germinal organization said they would lock him up for a month, and they meant it. I want to perform a little test with you. A man in white smiled freakishly. Cyberloss was joyous. He was one of the top executives in the Germinal organization. As a biologist, he had worked on various experiments for Germinal for many years. Before joining them, Cyberloss was a high-level researcher who betrayed Raylan. He was insane, and his mind was always full of crazy ideas. Even as a fellow human, it was impossible to stop his strong urge to dissect other human bodies. He also did not care about principles and would join anyone who was willing to aid him with resources. In the end, he joined the Germinal organization. As such, Germinal supported Cyberloss to experiment on his crazy ideas by sponsoring him with materials. He was responsible for Valkyrie, Super Soldier, and genetic improvement, all those projects that were totally unethical. There were even other more sinister experiments, and just by mentioning the names, it would make a normal person disgusted and the insane excited. For instance, cross-species hybrid breeding, human-animal fusion. Cyberloss reread and scrutinized the diary. Day 1. The subject was sent into the restricted room, monitored around the clock, including using night vision camera monitoring. Fed 3 times a day at 7 a.m., 11 a.m., and 7 p.m. with no relaxation time given. Subject seemed anxious but has yet to show any after effects from the brainwashing session. Initial observation shows that subject has immunity. Recommended to perform compliance test on the subject. Day 2, 8 a.m. went through the compliance test. Results shown that subject is highly obedient. Passed all the tests, and the polygraph does not exhibit any abnormalities. Subject has accepted the new identity from the brainwashing. 11 p.m. Abnormalities started showing. Subject has vanished, and no signs of damage were observed in the restricted room. A search was conducted, subject not found. Day 4. Subject reappeared in the restricted room, the same location where he disappeared, with no warning. Footage data. We controlled the subject immediately and interrogated about the reason behind his disappearance and what he encountered after he disappeared. Subject had seemed confused, and the interrogation was recorded in. Increased the monitoring on the subject. Day 6. Used hypnotism to check if he was lying, and the subject spoke gibberish. Footage. At night, subject vanished again. Day 8. Subject reappeared. Interrogated and hypnotized. Details. At 8 p.m., surgery was performed to observe the biology, and his physiology seemed normal. Surgery conclusion. Immortal, able to resurrect, appear out of nowhere, unknown origin. If it was just one person, there was no reason to worry. However, thousands of people had shown the same symptoms, and this number was still increasing, as though it was spreading like an infectious disease. The leader was concerned and made Cyberloss in charge of conducting various experiments on Electrolux. Electrolux was pinned down in the middle by the guards and was brought to the surgery theater. Lying down on the surgery table, he was given the surgery task. The Germinal organization had brainwashed him. As such, he thought all orders given were compulsory missions and violation would lead to heavy punishments. Electrolux was given anesthesia and was unable to move. All he could do was watch the knife moving about on his body. As he realized he was being dissected, his body system started reacting when the operation started. You died. Electrolux was struck dumb, and he was revived in the room after 10 seconds. What in the world? Was I dissected and experimented on? Electrolux froze. He had lost 1 revive for that week. However, his EXP did not decrease, and that might have been due to him dying under special circumstances. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Cyberloss witnessed the whole procedure where Electrolux vanished and then reappeared again. It happened in a split second, and the blood stains could still be seen on the operation theater. You, no, what kind of creature are you? Cyberloss' eyes lit up. Electrolux suddenly felt like pulling a prank. What will happen if I tell the truth? The world you live in is just a game. I am just a player. To his shock, Electrolux realized that anything he tried to say became gibberish. Cyberloss shook his head. It is the same as the hypnosis record, all nonsense. Electrolux was shocked to find out that NPC could tell the uniqueness of a player. This must have been coded by the developer in an attempt to simulate more realistic characters. Cyberloss turned on his computer and brought up a highly confidential file. He verified using his fingerprint, his iris, and a password, which was changed on a daily basis, before opening a document, the Universal Treaty. Aquamarine came into contact with the Kadola's civilization and had attained more knowledge. The Germinal organization had a copy of this treaty as well. It was stated on the treaty that a projection from a high-level civilization would occasionally interfere with a low-level civilization. The special characteristics of not dying was similar to the description of the projection technique on the treaty. If this was true, this would be the invasion of an advanced civilization. No, for the entity to invade, it would not be so troublesome. A logical explanation would be Aquamarine had become a testing ground for a certain civilization. Cyberloss was not angry at all. In fact, he was very excited by the unexpected phenomenon. Andrea Mainland was the territory of the Germinal organization, and the leader ordered people to bring back research specimens to brainwash. There were also aliens appearing in the other 3 continents. It was a pity that the sub-bases had been uprooted, and no one was around to capture them. The leader only realized now that they had lost an opportunity all because of Zero. He was so angry that his teeth ached, and he even wanted to make use of the Son of Destiny to lock onto the position of Zero. But he had not yet made the decision to take the risk. The Bonfire mini-reaction furnace was another equipment for advancement. The cellar seems to be in the western continent, so Han Zio had chosen to come here. A mecha was a quick way to improve combat power, and as long as he could create the Python lightweight mecha, his combat power could increase by a huge jump. I'll go to the novice village and collect some experience first. At that instant, his cell phone buzzed. He opened it and turned out to be a message from the Blood Pact Society. Black Phantom, this is a reward from the Darknet. Your mission is to sneak into the residence of a few Maple officials and leave certain documents there. Someone will meet you at the Western Continent and give you the documents you will need, including the specific information of the location and some Maple officials. Han Zio raised an eyebrow and called Bennett. Hey, what are you up to? It was beneficial to know someone on the top, as one phone call across could get him information. Maple does not want to provide assistance, and it is because these few officials are getting in the way. You know the situation over in Maple, we would be touching the treasury of these officials, so they are fiercely opposing us. What assistance? Han Zio raised an eyebrow as he had an inclination. I have yet to mention to you, but the organization is planning a large-scale project, Shelter. There was originally a year to plan, but as the war is about to start, we can only push forward with the plan and request aid from all the countries. Only Maple has rejected. Han Zio's eyes lit up. The Shelter plan had started early. With his relationship to the Darknet, he was confident in the plan and asked an obvious question. What is the Shelter plan? Do you need my help? Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.